to elevate you to the supreme realm. The system finally arrived, albeit belatedly. And I'll tell you about my lovely and charming daughter. And at this very moment, she is in imminent danger. At first you didn't believe it. After all, I've never had any intimate relations with a woman. So where does this claim of a daughter come from? Yet when you shattered the void to verify the truth, an unprecedented sense of familiarity surged from the depths of your heart. In an instant, the heavens and earth were overturned. A human-shaped lightning bolt was seen breaking through the layered boundaries to descend to the mortal realm. On the other side, within the Righteous Path's Profound Immortal Sect, a girl was kneeling on the ground like a beggar. All high-level elders and sect leaders were gathered in the hall. Gu Ziyi, you have fallen into the demonic path. Killing your own sect members, do you have any explanation? The cold voice of sect leader Lu Yinhao rang out. Gu Ziyi struggled to lift her head upon hearing this. Her supreme demon bone was dug out. Along with the newly awakened phantom eyes, they were taken away by those who claimed to be righteous sects. You disgrace to our sect, you don't deserve to live. The one speaking was the sect master's personal disciple, Nangong. She was also known alongside Gu Ziyi as one of the twin stars of the sect. Nangong, what exactly have you done? You know it yourself, you've been eyeing my eyes for a long time, haven't you? Gu Ziyi gazed at the pitch-black sky. A cold smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. Is this what they call a respectable orthodox sect? That's hilarious. Liu Yinhao didn't give her any extra chance to explain. He immediately ordered someone to drag her out and behead her. But the next second, the void shattered. A deafening voice resonated throughout the entire sect. What a righteous sect you are! How bold of you to dare judge my daughter! Some weaker disciples and elders were directly injured by the force of this voice. Nangong was even sent flying by the shockwave. There were faint signs of meridians throughout the body appearing to be on the verge of shattering. Meanwhile, Gu Ziyi was enveloped by a mysterious force, remaining completely unaffected. Who was it? How dare you trespass into our mystic immortal sect? I don't know where this is. A senior disciple still tried to look up into the sky. Let's see who this mysterious figure really is. Unexpectedly, your next words forcefully silenced me. Did I allow you to speak? You come from the void, taking steps with each stride. The space beneath your feet shatters with each step. The elder from earlier was even forced to kneel on the ground by the overwhelming pressure. Lu Yinhao tried to withstand the terrifying pressure, but your immense power directly shattered his meridians. Just a mere transformation god realm cultivator, not even qualified to spare me a glance. Perish. Just one sentence. The elder kneeling on the ground beside them suddenly suffered cardiac arrest. The entire person turned to dust in the next instant. Everyone present was stunned by your strength. Your fierce gaze swept across the room. Only when looking at Gu Ziyi, his eyes grew warm and tender. Upon landing and meeting at close range, you can be certain. The other person is one's own flesh and blood. Little girl, what's your name? Saying, you slowly channeled a stream of energy into her body. It allowed her, who was originally on the brink of death, to catch her breath. My name is Gu Ziyi. There was still a hint of disbelief in her eyes, because she never knew she had such an amazing dad. Alright, take a rest. Dad will help talk some sense into them. You softly spoke. In the next second, he turned and flashed in front of Lu Yinhao, stepping on his head with a foot, her expression ferocious. Immortal Profound Sect, how bold of you. You actually dug out my daughter's bone and eyes. It seems you have the highest cultivation here. Come. What happened? Senior, it seems we don't know each other, do we? I am the sect master of the Profound Immortal Sect. Please, senior, restrain your aura. Lu Yinhao said with great difficulty. Your gaze sharpened, and you didn't waste any time, using great divine powers to thoroughly search through Lu Yinhao's memories. I see, very good. How dare you gouge out my daughter's eyes, and offer them to that trash? You glanced at Nangong, pinned motionless to the ground by the crushing pressure, darting forward. Where is it? Senior, spare my life. My family belongs to the Nangong Clan. My father is a divine and mighty deity. If you kill me, he won't spare you. Nangong's eyes were filled with terror. None of you seem to understand human language very well. Without another word, you directly used the soul-searching technique on her. Scenes of Nangong secretly plotting against Gu Ziyi flash before your eyes one by one. Stealing resources, tarnishing reputations, bone extraction, eye theft, all these images flood your vision. After Nangong absorbed the phantom eyes, she immediately reduced Gu Ziyi's original eye, now powerless without the phantom eyes, to ashes. What a vicious woman. Nangong was already terrified out of her wits. Now you suddenly force a soul search on me without warning. He turned into a complete fool. You reach out and probe, plucking out Nangong's eyes that had absorbed the phantom pupil. Blinded, Nangong covers her eyes, collapsing to the ground, writhing and screaming incessantly. You turned a blind eye and walked towards Lu Yinhao. At the very moment you turned away, Nangong's body instantly turned into a pulp of flesh, and her soul. Then you pulled me into your own little world. Empress Phoenix, don't let her soul fade away like smoke so quickly. Di Huang complies with orders. In the void, a charming and bewitching voice echoed. A blood-red beast awakens. Walked towards Nangong Yan's spirit. According to Nangong Yan's memories, the person who took Gu Ziyi's demon bone was Lin Yufeng, but he's not in the mystic immortal sect right now. Your expression shifted abruptly, and a divine apparition manifested behind you. Directly emits a burst of energy outward. Wherever it passes, no being, be it human, ghost, demon, or deity, can hide from sight. At this moment, Lin Yufeng within the Sword Cloud Peak was unaware that the outside world had turned upside down, still absorbed in the power of the demon bone on his own. In the next moment, a golden light swept across Sword Cloud Peak. Found you, Lin Yufeng. You open your eyes and reach out your hand into the void. A massive hand appeared simultaneously atop Jianyun Peak, crushing the entire mountain to dust with brute force. Lin Yufeng, still absorbing the demonic bone, was suddenly seized by the terrifying giant palm. In an instant, his entire body was ripped from the mountain's wreckage. His pupils turned white, as if his soul had been drained from his body. After regaining her composure, she burst into cursing, "Damned! Who the hell dares to interrupt my meditation? Don't you know about my close relationship with senior sister Nangong?" Watching Lin Yufeng spout such arrogant nonsense, everyone around was dumbfounded. Even sect master Lu Yanhao was startled. You look at Lin Yufeng, who's ranting like a mad dog. A slap landed on his face. Lin Yufeng hadn't reacted yet. The entire person was instantly transformed into a mist of blood by that single palm strike. Though startled, the others felt much more at ease this time, having weathered previous incidents. Xiao Ziling approached Gu Ziyi, the supreme demon bone in hand. She stared blankly at him, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Do you think Daddy's being a little cruel?" Xiao Ziling gently ruffled his daughter's hair. Without hesitation, Gu Ziyi shook her head vigorously like a rattle. "No. They're all bad people deserving of their fate. Besides, Daddy's avenging Ziyi. They bullied me." The last two sentences were whispered softly, but who was Xiao Ziling? Hearing his daughter call him dad filled him with joy. "Z, why don't you go into Daddy's little world first and absorb some of the demon bone energy? Daddy needs to handle something. We can talk more later, okay?" Xiao Ziling's eyes were filled with tenderness, not a trace of the terrifying powerhouse who had just effortlessly annihilated a divine transformation cultivator. Instead, he resembled a kind and affectionate father. Chapter 6, The Abyss of Oblivion, The Fall of the Xianxian Sect, Not a blade of grass left standing. Gu Ziyi nodded lightly before being drawn into Xiao Ziling's miniature world. Upon entering the miniature world, Gu Ziyi gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity. This miniature realm was crafted by Xiao Ziling based on the landscapes of Blue Star, its towering mountains, vast grasslands, and boundless oceans. Mountains towered, streams flowed gently, and grasslands stretched endlessly. Gu Ziyi drew a deep breath as vast, refreshing spiritual energy flowed into her body. In that instant, Gu Ziyi found herself drawn to this place, a hidden world of birdsong and blossoms. Seeing Gu Ziyi depart, Xiao Ziling turned his gaze to the others. "Now, let's settle this once and for all." As soon as Xiao Ziling finished speaking, all the members of the Xianxian sect were suspended in midair. Their faces contorted with agony as they struggled in torment. "Senior, this has nothing to do with me." "That's right. We didn't know she was your daughter." One by one, the elders began trembling with fear. "Elder, we were wrong. We beg you to spare the Xianxian sect this once." Lu Yanhao's face flushed crimson. He felt as though he could no longer breathe. His entire body went numb. "Don't make me laugh. If I hadn't appeared here, I dare not imagine what calamity my daughter would have endured." Xiao Ziling now made no effort to conceal his murderous aura. The blood-red aura of slaughter made everyone present feel as if they were standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood. "Besides, you all claim to be orthodox sects, yet you've been wreaking havoc and harming innocent people. Now you're not here because you've realized your mistakes, you're here because you're scared." Xiao Ziling raised his hand lightly, and a light sphere resembling a black hole appeared in his palm. "In your next life, learn how to be human first." Annihilation Abyss. The black orb emitted a powerful gravitational pull. It began sucking everything around it into its core, devouring it until nothing remained. "Ah! What is this thing? Who the hell are you?" Lu Yanhao began to feel fear. The man before him transcended all his understanding. Could he be the legendary sage? No! He had witnessed the might of a sage before, nothing compared to the man before him. "It's over. Everything is over. I've provoked an existence beyond even a sage. This time, the Xianxian sect is truly finished." Lu Yanhao's face drained of color, his entire body feeling hollowed out. Facing the black hole's gravitational pull, he offered no resistance whatsoever. The entire hall of the Xianxian sect began to shatter under the black hole's crushing force. One after another, cultivators of the transformation spirit realm were utterly powerless to resist, sucked completely into the black hole. Shrieks of agony echoed through the air. Xiao Ziling felt no stirrings within his heart, allowing the elders and disciples of the Xianxian sect to perish beneath the black hole. "Destroy! Once the black hole had expanded to a certain size, Xiao Ziling uttered a single word softly. The entire black hole crashed directly onto the Xianxian sect before exploding outward, unleashing a world-ending force. Xiao Ziling waved his hand lightly, attempting to prevent the power of the Void of Oblivion from destroying the very foundation of this small world. Yet the sheer terror of that force still sent the little celestial realm reeling. Oh no, boss. You've overused your power. This little world is about to be obliterated. Quick, pull back a little. Xiao Tian leapt up and down, his wide, adorable eyes fixed on the black hole large enough to swallow the entire Xianxian sect whole. The black hole's power originates from its central source point. Master that source, and you'll comprehend the true essence of annihilation and void. Xiao Ziling spoke calmly, then waved his hand, dissipating the force. Yet the entire Xianxian sect lay utterly barren. A vast sect had vanished in an instant. Centuries of heritage destroyed in an instant. Wow, you're the real deal. That was incredible. Xiao Tian danced with delight. Following such a powerful figure would make her life much easier from now on. Xiao Ziling retrieved the illusionary eye he had just extracted from Nangong. Using it as a medium, he began to reverse time and space. His spiritual essence drifted through the river of time, guided by the illusion eye, until it located Gu Ziyi's original left eye. He then swapped the eye attached to the illusionary pupil Nangong's eye with Gu Ziyi's eye. Thus, what Nangong had burned was her own eye, while Gu Ziyi's eye had been safely retrieved by him. The heavenly Tao of the Xianhuang realm cast a glance in Xiao Ziling's direction. She had just sensed someone employing a special technique. It had warped the spacetime around them, yet no extraordinary events unfolded. Thus, the Tao could only let it be. Xiao Ziling also noticed someone looking in this direction. However, it lasted only a moment, and the gaze carried no hostility. Xiao Ziling paid it little mind. He was too busy tending to his precious daughter's injuries. Father and daughter had never met before. Their first encounter involved several little rascals. They swarmed around his daughter, shouting threats of violence. Not torturing them was already Xiao Ziling's greatest mercy. Boss, that figure earlier must be the Tao of Xianhuang realm. She likely sensed a power that had transcended the realm's limitations. Any existence that could destroy or threaten the Xianhuang realm, she would eradicate without exception. Xiao Tian explained to Xiao Ziling, though she felt that heavenly Tao was no match for the boss. I've seen Tao-level beings from other universes. Immortal and indestructible, they're indeed troublesome. I've encountered Tao laws from other universes before. Immortal and indestructible, they are indeed troublesome. Xiao Ziling recalled his past battles against those Tao masters. With the world's primordial source as their backing, it was generally wiser to avoid conflict with them. Yeah, the Tao is incredibly hard to kill. We should still. Xiao Tian had intended to urge Xiao Ziling to observe the heavenly Tao's rules. But to his surprise, Xiao Ziling chuckled, no worries. It's just the Tao. I've killed them before. Xiao Tian's face twitched. Hadn't the system's predecessors all claimed hosts were either useless trash or villains doomed to miserable fates? Why was her host ridiculously overpowered? It made Xiao Tian feel a bit inadequate. It seemed like whether she existed or not made no difference to this big shot. It didn't affect his life in the slightest. Oh, Xiao Tian. Xiao Ziling turned to her. Ha? What is it, boss? Xiao Tian tapped her fingers as she shuffled over to Xiao Ziling's side, feeling like she was about to get fired. She wasn't doing anything useful right now. Would the boss kill her in a fit of rage? Her journey with the system hadn't even begun yet. Right, Xiao Tian. My name is Xiao Ziling, though everyone calls me Dao Yu. Thank you for helping me find my daughter. I owe you this favor. Xiao Tian had already braced herself for Xiao Ziling's punishment. But the big shot merely ruffled her little head and now owed her a favor. She was back in the game. As long as the boss doesn't mind Xiao Tian. I'll still call you master from now on. Actually, even without Xiao Tian, you could have found your daughter. Xiao Tian said with a smile. Xiao Ziling merely shook his head. No. When I ascended to immortality, I believed I was utterly alone. That's why I severed all ties with the mortal world and became a mortal immortal. Now that I've become the supreme, if not for being near Ziyi, I truly wouldn't have known I had such a daughter. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. He had never imagined having a daughter, so how could he possibly sense her presence? Chapter 7, The Ancestor of the Xianxian Sect, Annihilating the Evil Soul. Master, what is your current power level? Xiao Tian's energy hasn't recovered yet, so it can't be detected. Xiao Tian asked with a puzzled expression. She could sense her master's immense power, but she had no idea just how strong he truly was. Supreme. What? The Supreme Realm? Xiao Tian's mouth fell open wide before she quickly covered it. Wow, what kind of big shot have I ended up following? No more struggling days from now on. Xiao Tian was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down her face. Xiao Ziling watched the suddenly excited Xiao Tian and smiled faintly. It seemed things wouldn't be so boring from now on. That mountain range behind the Xianxian sect seems to be emitting a peculiar aura. Xiao Ziling's eyes sharpened as he instantly teleported to the mountain range behind the Xianxian sect. Seeing the entrance blocked by rubble, Xiao Ziling waved his hand lightly, clearing a path inside. Master, it's so eerie in here. Xiao Tian hurriedly hid behind Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling frowned. He detested this aura. This atmosphere is filled with strangeness. Xiao Ziling casually shot a beam of light inside. The next moment. Boom! A massive explosion erupted deep within the mountain range, and a shadowy figure burst forth. Who? Who dares disturb this saint's cultivation? As the dust settled, Xiao Ziling finally made out the figure. HM? I feel like I've seen you before. Ah, I remember now, Chen Baishan, the ancient ancestor of the Xianxian sect. Weren't you already dead? Xiao Ziling stared at Chen Baishan in confusion. He distinctly remembered seeing Chen Baishan during the soul search of Lu Yanhao. But at that time, he was already dead. Moreover, many people had held a funeral for him, with numerous powerful figures in attendance. Ha! Strange. I can't sense this guy's aura or cultivation level. Chen Baishan muttered to himself, staring at Xiao Ziling before him. The first thought that sprang to his mind was to run, otherwise, he might die. Damn it! My divine power isn't fully mastered yet. I must leave immediately, or I'll be hunted down by both the demon clan and the sect. Chen Baishan leapt to his feet, intent on fleeing immediately. What's the rush? You won't even answer my question before bolting? Guilty conscience, are we? Xiao Ziling chuckled lightly as a powerful golden psychic force descended from the sky. The immense pressure instantly slammed Chen Baishan back down from the sky. This can't be. Is this guy some kind of monster? Chen Baishan struggled to brace himself, feeling as though his hands were about to fracture. His entire body felt bound, his spiritual energy restrained, leaving him utterly unable to struggle. Sir, we've never met. There's no need to make things difficult for me, is there? Chen Baishan managed to utter the words, his voice strained under the immense pressure. You may not know me, but I know you. I detest the aura emanating from you. Come, let me see what kind of creature you are. Xiao Ziling flicked his palm lightly, instantly expelling Chen Baishan's soul essence. His eyes instantly turned a brilliant gold as he scanned Chen Baishan's soul. Ah! Damn it! Stop this! The agonized cry echoed as Chen Baishan, deprived of his soul's control, collapsed instantly. Life vanished from him in an instant. Interesting. A heretic cultivator who specializes in devouring others' souls and blood slaughter chi. No wonder he runs away from people. Is he afraid of being hunted down? After all, the righteous path and the demonic tribes merely oppose each other. But for heretics whose cultivation defies the heavens, all are entitled to slay them. It seems that after Chen Baishan died, his body was possessed by this demonic soul. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. He wouldn't normally meddle in such affairs, but after searching the soul just now, he discovered this creature was a thoroughly depraved heretic cultivator. Worst of all, his next target was none other than his own daughter. Consider yourself unlucky to have crossed paths with me. You deserve to die. Xiao Ziling exerted a slight force, his expression cold and grim. The soul fragment suddenly felt its power draining away and clutched its head in panic. The excruciating headache left him utterly miserable. Could you be a supreme master? Impossible. Why would a supreme master come to a minor sect like Xianxian sect? Xiao Ziling replied indifferently, you're correct. A supreme master would never come here. Rest in peace. No. Damn. The soul fragment lunged toward Xiao Ziling, but the instant it neared him, it shattered completely. Oof. What a little fool. To actually try attacking my master utterly clueless about his own mortality. Xiao Tian puffed out his cheeks, glaring angrily at the vanishing soul. After Xiao Ziling extinguished the soul, he turned his gaze toward Chen Baishan. You old ancestor may have devoted yourself to the sect, but you failed to discipline your disciples properly. May your journey through the cycle of reincarnation be smooth. Master, he's actually quite pitiful. He devoted himself entirely to the sect's growth, yet his disciples were all filthy scum. In the end, even after death, his soul was stolen by another. Xiao Tian gazed at Chen Baishan with regret. Xiao Ziling closed his eyes, reducing Chen Baishan's corpse to white bones scattered to the winds. The Xianxian sect bears the blame, but you are not responsible. Time to go see my daughter. Xiao Ziling's mind was already racing. He couldn't even recall who he might have had a connection with. How could he possibly have a daughter? But Gu Ziyi was indeed his daughter. Her aura and appearance bore a striking resemblance to his, and as for bloodline, that went without saying. Xiao Ziling entered his own miniature world. He saw Gu Ziyi absorbing his supreme demon bone. Her delicate, jade-like face was already covered in beads of sweat. It was clear her injuries were still severe. She couldn't even absorb the bone that rightfully belonged to her. Ha! That shouldn't be possible. Given Master's strength, even after severing worldly ties, with his innate bone structure and talent, Ziyi's cultivation shouldn't be this weak. Xiao Tian scratched his head, looking at Xiao Ziling with a puzzled expression. Xiao Ziling shook his head with a faint smile. What talent or foundation do I have? Ziyi's talent is already quite good. It seems her mother was truly formidable. For someone as young as Ziyi, reaching the Golden Core realm under these circumstances is already quite commendable. The cultivation levels of the lower realms are divided into tempering the body, refining qi, opening the sea, golden core, nascent soul, transcending the mortal realm, heavenly realm, divine being, sage, supreme being, and great emperor. How could that be? Master, you are the supreme being. Were you truly weak before severing worldly ties? Xiao Tian looked utterly astonished. Weak? Far more than that. Without resolve, courage, and serendipity, I'd have been nothing but bones long ago. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. He had been hunted down, fleeing the Xianhuang realm by sheer luck. Later, he stumbled into a peculiar world where he cultivated for an unknown duration. Time seemed suspended there. By the time he departed that place, he had become unmatched. Master, I sense that Xiao Ziyi has restored some connection with you, and her affection has greatly increased. Xiao Tian has regained some energy. Shall I use it to enhance Xiao Ziyi's innate talent? Chapter 8, Defying Fate, Absorbing the World's Primordial Essence. Xiao Tian puffed out her chest and said with a smile. She had now recovered enough energy to be useful. No longer a useless system, though the master could directly access its resources, who could match her comprehensive analysis? Besides, she was now under the protection of a powerful figure. No need to hold back. No need. I've already got a plan. Xiao Ziling murmured softly. The system had many uses, and he saw no need to waste its energy here. Very well. I'll assist Xiao Zi in conducting another scan when the time comes. Should it be necessary, Xiao Tian will follow the master's instructions. Xiao Ziling gave a slight nod. He then produced a bone radiating an aura far surpassing this small world, along with a dense cluster of primordial world essence. This is the bone of the 10,000 silent demon god, along with the primordial power of the world. Master, where did you get these incredible treasures? Xiao Tian's eyes lit up with astonishment as he gazed at the treasures Xiao Ziling had produced. Obtained by slaying some formidable foes in the past. Xiao Ziling chuckled, then placed the bone of the 10,000 silences demon god directly before Gu Ziyi. The supreme demon bone instantly fused with the bone of the demon god of eternal silence. But master, this isn't actually Ziyi's bone. Couldn't this cause rejection? Ziyi is still quite weak, and her cultivation isn't very high. Xiao Tian looked at Gu Ziyi with genuine concern. It won't. The 10,000 silence demon god bone possesses remarkable compatibility and can fuse perfectly with that supreme demon bone. Moreover, after Ziyi integrates these two bones, the Wanji demon god bone might even enhance her other bones, improving her innate bone quality and potential. Xiao Ziling said earnestly. He felt guilty toward his daughter for not being by her side as she grew up. He had even subjected her to so much suffering. He didn't know if this compensation could bring his daughter even a little joy. Master, what about this cluster of world essence? You didn't plunder the primordial energy of the Xianhuang realm, did you? Xiao Tian gazed at the world essence. She knew her master's power. Draining a world's primordial essence would be as easy as drinking water for him. No. The Xianhuang realm is far too weak. If I drained its primordial essence, it would come crying to me in no time. Xiao Ziling closed his eyes slightly before smiling. This world's primordial energy belongs to other great cosmic realms. They offended me before. Consider this their compensation. Xiao Ziling said indifferently, though in truth, he had annihilated them and extracted it. Gu Ziyi began slowly fusing the supreme demon bone and the 10,000 silence demon god bone. The two bones fused together, forming a brand new rib. Gu Ziyi's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Her blood-soaked abdomen began to slowly heal. Gu Ziyi successfully fused this bone perfectly. Moreover, this divine bone influenced the other 205 bones, causing them to gradually evolve toward the divine bone as well. The torn flesh slowly mended. Not only that, Gu Ziyi slowly rose to her feet, her figure having undergone a significant transformation. She appeared fuller, her body as white as jade, making one's mouth water. Wow, Ziyi, you're amazing. You've even broken through to the Nascent Soul realm. Xiao Tian clapped his hands in delight. Not bad. She actually used this fusion to condense her Nascent Soul. Xiao Ziling remarked with a faint smile. The moment Gu Ziyi finished the fusion and stood up, the first thing she saw was Xiao Ziling. She hurried over. Can I call you Dad? Gu Ziyi's phoenix-like eyes fluttered as she glanced nervously at Xiao Ziling. Yes, I am your father. Xiao Ziling gently stroked Gu Ziyi's small head, smiling tenderly. Gu Ziyi did sense a familiar aura emanating from Xiao Ziling. But that alone wasn't enough to make her fully believe he was her father. Earlier, in the main hall of the Xianxian sect, when she had taken out the jade pendant her mother had given her. The jade pendant, which had never shone before, suddenly glowed at that moment. She had been deeply moved then, but her severe injuries made even holding the jade pendant or speaking a struggle. Now that her injuries had healed, seeing her father again stirred her emotions, and tears welled up in her eyes. Forgetting her lingering injuries, she leapt into Xiao Ziling's arms. "Daddy, Ziyi has finally found you," Gu Ziyi said, her voice trembling with emotion. Xiao Ziling watched Gu Ziyi's joyful expression. A profound ache welled up within him. "Xiao Tian, Ziyi hasn't fully recovered yet. I don't want to use the heavenly mechanism technique on my daughter again. Even if it drains all your energy, help me gather what I don't know." Xiao Ziling's expression remained unchanged as he silently addressed Xiao Tian within his mind. "Yes, master. Xiao Tian will complete the task." With that, Xiao Tian began to investigate the events that had unfolded over the years. Xiao Ziling paid no further attention to Xiao Tian, instead gently wiping away the tears streaming from Gu Ziyi's right eye. "Ziyi, shall daddy help restore your left eye first?" Xiao Ziling gazed at the empty socket of her left eye, his heart aching with sorrow. She hadn't cried even when she was so badly injured before. Now, simply because he was by her side, giving her a sense of security, she finally felt able to express her true feelings. "Daddy, you won't abandon Ziyi once you've healed her, will you? Ziyi misses you so much. Daddy, please don't leave. Ziyi will be good." The Gu Ziyi, who was as cold as snow to others, now revealed her true, little girl self before her father without any pretense. It was heartbreaking. Xiao Ziling gazed at her tenderly, materializing a garment from thin air to drape over Ziyi. "Ziyi, don't worry. Daddy will never leave. I'll always be by your side," Xiao Ziling promised Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi nodded, then smiled as she took out the jade pendant. "Daddy, mother gave this to me. She said that when I'm close to you, this jade pendant will glow and emit a special power." Gu Ziyi said softly, then handed the jade pendant to Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling stared at the jade pendant Gu Ziyi offered him, taking it with a look of disbelief. He seemed to sink into some kind of memory. But he quickly snapped back to reality and tucked the jade pendant away. "How is your mother?" Xiao Ziling felt a complex mix of emotions. This was the first time he'd ever felt so utterly at a loss. "Daddy, Mom, it hurts so much." Just as Gu Ziyi was about to continue, the loss of her left eye suddenly triggered a splitting headache. Gu Ziyi clutched her temples, her face contorted with agony. Seeing this, Xiao Ziling immediately removed Gu Ziyi's left eye. "Ziyi, relax. Daddy will restore your left eye now. It'll be over soon, hang in there." Gu Ziyi managed a faint smile before sitting cross-legged. Xiao Ziling began the process of integrating the left eye into Gu Ziyi. Since the previous phantom pupil power had been extracted and tainted, Xiao Ziling now intended to fuse the primordial essence of the world into Gu Ziyi. Using the world's primordial energy, he would forge a new eye technique. An innate divine pupil born from within. World's primordial energy. Merge. Xiao Ziling murmured to himself, his words a steady stream of incantation. As Gu Ziyi's eyes regained their sight, the primordial world energy slowly entered her pupils. A powerful force of destiny radiated from her body. Chapter 9, Transcending the Divine Transformation, Extinguishing the Heavy Eyes, Peerless Talent. This, it seems Ziyi has her own destiny after all. Xiao Ziling observed the abundant destiny power within Gu Ziyi. The primordial force of the world not only transformed Gu Ziyi's eyes but also bestowed upon her immense power of destiny. With the favor of destiny's power, her future would surely be smooth sailing. So warm. Gu Ziyi felt the warmth spreading through her body, and a tender smile graced her delicate face. Gu Ziyi wanted to open her eyes to see what her father was doing. Xiao Ziling sensed her thoughts. "Calm your mind and focus. Absorb this energy well. Daddy will always be by your side," Xiao Ziling murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyi began absorbing the primordial energy of the world. She started to feel a slight itch in her eyes. Her eyes began to emit a faint blue-violet glow. Her aura steadily surged upward. Early Nascent Soul Realm. Mid-stage Nascent Soul Realm. Late Nascent Soul Realm. Perfect Nascent Soul Realm. Just one step away from the Divine Transformation Realm. Breakthrough with confidence. This is a miniature world crafted by your father. No thunder punishment will come to disturb you. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyi nodded lightly before concentrating all the world's primordial energy into her eyes. Annihilation Gaze. Formed. Gu Ziyi opened her eyes, and terrifying destructive power began to radiate outward. The surrounding environment was ravaged by this destructive force, reduced to lifeless ashes. The spiritual energy within Gu Ziyi had reached its peak. She began channeling this power to assault the Huatian realm. To break through the nascent soul stage, one must channel the immense spiritual energy within to assault the nascent soul, forcing it to undergo a qualitative transformation. Xiao Ziling watched Gu Ziyi attempting to ascend to the spirit transformation realm, his expression filled with concern. This process was excruciatingly painful and perilous, as the nascent soul endured immense pressure and energy shocks. If it cannot withstand the strain, the Nascent Soul may become damaged or even dissipate, leaving the cultivator gravely injured or dead. Under the spiritual energy assault, the Nascent Soul gradually disintegrates. Its essence and consciousness then reconstitute, forming a more powerful divine mind-body. This process resembled a phoenix's rebirth. The emergence of the divine consciousness body signaled the cultivator's initial entry into the spirit transformation realm. Go with peace of mind. With Daddy here, nothing untoward will happen. Xiao Ziling murmured to himself before beginning to gather the thunder tribulation in the air. Such a fierce breakthrough would leave the foundation unstable without the thunder tribulation to solidify it. Moreover, since he was the one channeling the tribulation, he could precisely control it to match Gu Ziyi's limits. There would be no danger whatsoever. Xiao Tian had just finished gathering information when he emerged from the system space to see the sky filled with thunderstorm clouds. Ha! Isn't this the Master's miniature world? Why are there thunderstorm clouds? Xiao Tian pressed a finger to his lips, staring at the thunderstorm clouds with a puzzled expression. This little Ziyi is actually about to break through to the spirit transformation realm so soon. Truly the Master's daughter. It seems the Master intends to help Xiaoyi stabilize his realm. Xiao Tian instantly understood. The two treasures the Master gave Xiaoyi were too powerful. These treasures would be coveted by great powers not only in this small Xianhuang realm, but even in other vast cosmic realms. It seems he has fully integrated the Annihilation Gaze and broken through to the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. It's time to withstand the thunder tribulation. Xiao Ziling manipulated the thunder tribulation, its aura spreading relentlessly. Gu Ziyi gazed at the tribulation in the sky, then glanced at her father. Instantly, she understood. Xiao Ziling wasted no further time, directing the first bolt of the tribulation to strike down. The terrifying power of the tribulation struck Gu Ziyi's body as if merely tickling her, causing not the slightest harm. Wow! After Gu Ziyi fused the 10,000 Silence Demon God Bone with the primordial power of the world, the strength of her physical body is now on par with some heavenly realm experts. Xiao Tian spun excitedly in the air several times. Indeed, it's more than that. She's also fused with the world's primordial power. Those eyes now contain the power of fate and destruction, evolving into the Annihilation Gaze. Seeing his daughter achieve such gains, Xiao Ziling was overjoyed. Master, Xiao Tian has already uncovered all information regarding Xiao Zi's past years, as well as your wife. Additionally, with my breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage and reaching 100% intimacy with you, I've earned a reward. Shall I claim it now? Xiao Tian gazed at a blue screen, his face beaming with delight. She had recovered much of her energy, now no longer a useless system. He. Wait a moment. I want to see where Z's limits lie. Xiao Ziling narrowed his eyes slightly before immediately amplifying the thunder tribulation's power. Master really cares about Ziyi, doesn't he? Xiao Tian also began monitoring Gu Ziyi's condition. He could easily discern Ziyi's limits, but true limits extend far beyond mere strength. Talent, insight, perseverance, all were indispensable. Even if you possessed immense power, without sufficient insight and practical experience, you wouldn't be able to unleash even 50% of your potential. Wave after wave of thunder tribulations kept crashing down. Their power gradually intensified. Gu Ziyi began channeling her spiritual energy and harnessing the power of the supreme demon god bone, shattering a bolt of lightning into fragments with a single strike. Not bad. Xiao Ziling's expression remained unchanged as he merely nodded. What's so good about it? That lightning tribulation already possesses the power of a late-stage heavenly realm cultivator. Little Ziyi has performed exceptionally well. Xiao Tian pouted and muttered under his breath. Xiao Ziling shook his head with a smile as a purple thunder dragon began to coalesce within the lightning tribulation. This purple lightning. Wrathful dragon piercing the heart. Master, will Xiao Ziyi be okay? Xiao Tian watched the thunder dragon in the sky, his voice tinged with worry. She cannot yet wield the power of the Annihilation Gaze, but that bone can. Xiao Ziling's eyes sharpened. He could see that after fusing with the world's primordial essence, Ziyi had grasped a portion of the power of the supreme demon god bone. If she could unleash it, this minor lightning tribulation would pose no problem. Gu Ziyi's body began to stir restlessly, a sign that the supreme demon god bone within her had been provoked. You don't want to lose either, do you? Gu Ziyi felt the power surging within her. Closing her eyes, her body floated gently upward. With grace and composure, she extended her snow-white, slender fingers toward the thunder dragon. Eternal resonance. A blindingly bright white beam pierced the thunder dragon, reducing it to ashes. Simultaneously, it scattered the dark clouds in the sky. Wow, Ziyi is amazing. The eternal resonance. Not bad. You've already unlocked a portion of that bone's power. Xiao Ziling chuckled, sensing his daughter could now barely hold her own against a peak-level heavenly realm cultivator. If she unleashed the eternal resonance, even a heaven god realm cultivator might fall to that strike. The moment Gu Ziyi touched down, she ran toward Xiao Ziling with a beaming smile. Then she leapt into the air, and Xiao Ziling caught her with open arms, smiling. Daddy, how did Ziyi do? I feel so much better now, my body has never felt this good. Haha, not bad. Go change your clothes and rest for a bit. Come find Daddy later. Xiao Ziling ruffled Gu Ziyi's little head. Her previous outfit was still stained with blood and had a hole in it, so she was currently wrapped in one of Xiao Ziling's jackets. Gu Ziyi glanced at her clothes, then smiled and nodded. Chapter 10, The Whole Story, Reward Obtained, Chaos Cleaving Axe. Her injuries had been too severe earlier, so Xiao Ziling could only help her recover first. Watching Gu Ziyi return to clean herself and change clothes, Xiao Ziling murmured softly. To grasp the eternal resonance so swiftly. Is this what genius looks like? Xiao Ziling inwardly lamented bitterly. How long had it taken him to master that very strike? Indeed. A spirit transformation at 16? That's a genius among geniuses, especially in a minor realm like this, where spiritual energy is sparse and resources scarce. Xiao Tian fluttered about in the system space, murmuring to himself. Xiao Ziling placed one hand behind his back before turning and returning to the study he had built himself. Xiao Tian, tell me. Xiao Ziling said as he brewed tea, glancing at Xiao Tian. Yes, master. Upon hearing his master's command, Xiao Tian promptly pulled the system screen before Xiao Ziling. Master, it took Xiao Tian quite a bit of effort to piece together the full story through various means. Hurry up and tell me. Sunny might be coming over soon. Xiao Ziling toyed with the jade pendant in his hand. As he gazed at it, memories surged relentlessly through his mind. Yes, master. Your wife, the mother of this humble servant, is none other than the current empress of the demon clan, Gu Hanyan. Ah, so it was her. Did I truly hurt you back then? Xiao Ziling's eyes dimmed as he murmured softly within his heart. No wonder she hunted me down to kill me back then. Yet when she truly had the chance to finish me, she showed mercy and let me go. Xiao Ziling's heart was filled with complex emotions. No. There was another one back then, wasn't there? It seemed like the two of them had hunted me down together. And it seemed both of them possessed my jade pendant. Damn it. These two women say I stole their treasures and demand my life in return. So back in that ancient tomb, I really did take their blood. Xiao Ziling shook his head with a bitter smile, handing each of them a jade pendant. With this jade pendant, they could find him, and he would grant them one wish without question. But after he severed his ties with the mortal world, the jade pendants lost their power. They could still glow when near him. But sensing his location was no longer possible, though they could still confirm he was alive. His severance from worldly attachments differed from others. As long as his physical form remained intact and his soul and spirit were not utterly destroyed, the jade pendants would not crack. Forged from his vital essence and natural ice-type Imperial jade, they also served to warm the soul and nourish the spirit. Master, after you departed the Xinhuang realm, Gu Hanyang became pregnant with our son, Ziyi. She faced persecution from other powerful demons. With no other choice, she left the demon clan, intending to seek you out at the sect where you once resided. Unfortunately, when she tried to locate you through the jade pendant, she discovered it could not find you. Xiao Tian murmured softly. Later, she chose to give birth to Xiao Ziyi and raise her. Until one day, the demon clan's powerful beings tracked her down. Knowing that hiding any longer would endanger Ziyi, she entrusted the jade pendant to her daughter, instructing her to seek out your other wife Ruan Mengxi. Xiao Tian explained, referencing information obtained through system energy. It's all my fault. I've let them down. Xiao Ziling felt bitter inside. He had promised them, yet when they were helpless, he couldn't help them. Xiao Tian, continue. Xiao Ziling took a small sip of tea, allowing himself to calm down. Right. Following Gu Hanyan's instructions, Xiao Ziyi arrived at the Yaoguang sacred land and found Ruan Mengxi. By then, Ruan Mengxi had already become the sanctuary's ruler. After learning the full story, she kept Xiao Ziyi by her side. Xiao Ziling froze at this. He recalled that Ruan Mengxi and Gu Hanyang weren't exactly on good terms. Why would? Then why did Ziyi end up at the Xianxian sect? Xiao Ziling's expression remained unchanged as he asked calmly. That is the crux of the matter. Gu Hanyang returned to the demon clan, fighting her way back to the position of demon empress. Along the way, she visited Ziyi at the Yaoguang Holy Land. Just as she was considering bringing her daughter back, several powerful beings from other races attacked the Xinhuang realm. All sects were compelled to dispatch their strongest warriors to aid the defense. Having recently reclaimed her throne, Gu Hanyang lacked trusted allies and was forced to personally lead her forces to the border. Meanwhile, the Yaoguang Holy Land, where Ruan Mengxi resided, was suddenly attacked by the Blood Slaughter sect. A major battle was imminent. Compounded by the fact that many of the Yaoguang Holy Land's powerful figures had gone to the border, the Holy Land suffered heavy losses in this battle. Ruan Mengxi single-handedly slew several Blood Slaughter sect supreme-tier powerhouses. However, the Blood Slaughter sect arrived in overwhelming numbers. It was during that time, with Ruan Mengxi's assistance, that Xiao Zi escaped from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Xiao Tian explained cautiously while turning the screen toward Xiao Ziling. Blood Slaughter Sect, Alien Race. Xiao Ziling's eyes flashed with coldness. Through the system, he learned that Ruan Mengshi in the Yaoguang Holy Land had successfully repelled the Blood Slaughter Sect, though Ruan Mengshi had sustained significant injuries. Gu Hanyi was still at the border, though the system indicated the battle had concluded. Gu Hanyang should be preparing to return. But for now, it seems Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hanyi are both safe. Xiao Ziling still didn't know how to treat the two of them, nor whether a lifetime would be enough. Master, I suggest you head to Ruan Mengshi's Yaoguang Holy Land first. The Blood Demon Sect has been acting up lately. Perhaps. Xiao Tian suggested after a moment of thought. Mei Chem, I understand. Xiao Ziling nodded, then took another sip of tea. Master, this is the reward for cultivating a 100% intimacy level with Ziyi. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task reaching 100% intimacy with your daughter. You have obtained the Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Heaven Splitting Axe Chaos Supreme Treasure. Detected Gu Ziyi's cultivation breakthrough to the Huatian realm. Awarded 1 fruit of Dao Insight. Master, how do you like these rewards? Little Tian is being very sincere here. Xiao Tian blinked those adorable big eyes, revealing her rosy dimples. Chaos Heaven Splitting Axe? I recall this as one of the top-tier treasures in the system space, right? Xiao Ziling stroked his chin thoughtfully. This weapon would indeed be useful to him. Weapons were categorized as mortal artifacts, spirit artifacts, law artifacts, mystic artifacts, sacred weapons, supreme artifacts, imperial weapons, immortal artifacts, divine artifacts, super divine artifacts, and chaos artifacts. His highest grade weapon currently was only a super divine artifact. Seems this system is pretty decent after all. It is indeed quite good. This fruit can also be given to Ziyi to consume. Xiao Ziling nodded lightly. He had already grasped the Dao laws to a great extent, so such fruits held almost no effect on him. There are so few things Master can actually use. This weapon nearly drained Xiao Tian dry again. Master must hurry and complete the quest. Xiao Tian wiped the sweat from her forehead, still a bit worried her master might dislike it. With the master's strength, he could have taken it directly without issue. Xiao Ziling nodded, then stowed away the chaos-cleaving axe. Daddy! Before long, Gu Ziyi fluttered in like a light butterfly, her new outfit already on. Dear readers, I've now signed a contract, so I'll ensure daily updates. If you have any questions or feedback about this book, feel free to share them here. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. Chapter 11, The Shock of Surrounding Factions, The Raging Anger of the Nangong Clan. You little minx. You've only just broken through to the spirit transformation realm, yet you're already so adept at flying through the air? Xiao Ziling's face broke into a smile as he caught Gu Ziyi, who had suddenly flown into his arms. Her seemingly icy face now softened into a warm smile before Xiao Ziling. Ziyi has seen Daddy. Ziyi missed Daddy. Gu Ziyi buried her head in Xiao Ziling's embrace. She had never experienced a father's affection before. Right now, all she wanted was to sleep soundly. Ziyi, tell Daddy about your mother. Is she treating you well? Xiao Ziling had originally intended to ask if Gu Ziyi's mother had ever bullied her because of Daddy. But seeing the lively, optimistic Gu Ziyi before him now, those worries were clearly unnecessary. Mommy's been so good to me, and so has Auntie. But Auntie doesn't seem to like Mommy very much. Gu Ziyi murmured softly, nestled in Xiao Ziling's embrace. Auntie? Xiao Ziling was puzzled, but quickly realized she must be referring to Ruan Mengshi. Yeah, Auntie is Auntie. She and Mommy told me to call her that. Gu Ziyi explained. Daddy, can you make Auntie stop picking on Mommy? Last time Mommy came to see Ziyi, she picked on her. Gu Ziyi said with a hint of grievance. Why would Grandma bully your mommy? Xiao Ziling asked. I don't know. Gu Ziyi shook her head. Auntie's two big balls are bigger than Mommy's. The moment they meet, she flattens Mommy's big balls into pancakes. Gu Ziyi thought for a moment before explaining to Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling was instantly speechless. These two chubby ladies weren't even trying to hide it. And they were acting like this with the child right there. Over a decade ago, when Xiao Ziling first met them in the secret realm, the two had already been constantly competing. And now, it was still the same. Both of them have figures and looks that could be called heavenly. They're so beautiful it's almost unbelievable. I just don't understand what there is to fight over. Xiao Ziling sighed softly. The world of women was beyond his comprehension. All he could do now was pin his hopes on his daughter, praying her presence might ease the tension between them. Ziyi, would you like Daddy to take you find your auntie? Once we find her, we'll go look for your mommy. She should already be on her way back to find you. Xiao Ziling said softly. Gu Ziyi nodded gently. Oh, and Daddy, someone's trying to bully Grandma. They're bad people. One of them is the same person who bullied Ziyi and Mommy back then. Gu Ziyi suddenly remembered that the auntie might still be in danger and hurriedly reminded Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling set Gu Ziyi down, then stood up, radiating an aura of authority. Don't worry. Your aunt is safe now. As for those who bullied you, your aunt, and mommy, Daddy will make them pay a heavy price. At this point, Xiao Ziling seemed to recall something as if he'd tormented them long enough. Through the void, Xiao Ziling saw Nangong Yan, now delirious and reduced to a broken shell. Empress Phoenix, continue to entertain her well. Don't overdo it. Xiao Ziling said indifferently. Understood. Upon hearing Xiao Ziling's command, Di Huang immediately set Nangong Yan's shattered soul ablaze with divine fire. News of the Xianxian sect being razed to the ground swiftly spread throughout the surrounding sects, noble families, and imperial courts. What? The Xianxian sect was wiped out? So many Huatian experts all dead? This can't be possible. Could it be that some sacred land intervened? Within the Mingyuan Empire, Emperor Mingyuan listened to the report from his subordinates, his eyes filled with disbelief. After all, the Xianxian sect was one of their affiliated factions. And the largest one at that. That the Xianxian sect could be wiped out without a trace, unable even to call for their aid, proved the perpetrators' immense power. Only a powerhouse from a sacred land could have accomplished such a feat. Your Majesty, that isn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing is that the Xianxian sect seems to have never existed at all. All traces of life there have been erased. The assembled officials gasped in shock, utterly unable to believe that such a vast sect could vanish without a trace. A minister respectfully suggested to Emperor Mingyuan, Your Majesty, I recall the Xianxian sect had a sacred maiden, the daughter of Nangong Muyun. Perhaps we could have them investigate the situation. We could observe first and see how things unfold. What do you think? The suggestion struck everyone as reasonable. Nangong Muyun was known for his fiery temper, and recent family turmoil, compounded by his daughter's headstrong nature, had left him preoccupied. He had allowed his daughter to roam freely while he focused on resolving his family's internal issues. Sure enough, within the Nangong family compound, Nangong Muyun erupted in fury, crushing the red radiance lion's head walnut he'd been polishing for years into shards. What did you say? The Xianxian sect was wiped out? How could that be? Nangong Muyun's eyes betrayed utter disbelief. After all, the Xianxian sect boasted numerous Huatian realm experts, a Dongtian realm sect master, and a formidable protective array. Even a heavenly god-level powerhouse like himself would have to expend considerable effort to destroy such a sect. Quick! Go check Yenner's soul tablet. Yes. The servant hurried off to investigate. Nangong Muyun's face turned ashen, his entire being seeming to age decades in an instant. Master of the house, the young lady. Her soul tablet hasn't shattered yet. Nangong Muyun's face lit up with hope. Quick! Summon the clan's strongest warriors. We must go find Yenner together. Upon hearing Nangong Muyun's command, the servant swiftly summoned all the family's cultivators above the transformation stage. They mobilized every available force to search for Nangong Yan. After years of honing his skills, Nangong Muyun had now become the foremost decision-maker of the Nangong clan. Humph! I'll see just who dares to bully my daughter. Within the 100 Flowers sacred ground, a woman whose cultivation had reached the Huatian realm slowly opened her eyes. Her face was exquisite, as radiant as a blooming peach blossom. Dressed in a pure white gown, she resembled a graceful dancer. What's this? The mark I left on that little one back then has vanished. The woman rose swiftly, leaving the 100 Flowers sanctuary and hastening toward the direction of the Xianxian sect. Xiao Ziling remained unaware that someone was already on their way to cause him trouble. Instead, he was leaving his small world with Gu Ziyi. Daddy, when Grandma sees you, she'll be so happy. Gu Ziyi said with an innocent smile. Let's hope so. Xiao Ziling replied with a wry smile. Though Wan Mengshi and he were indeed on good terms, he couldn't quite explain why both of those two chubby ladies had been eager to kill him back then. Still, Wan Mengshi seemed to harbor a different kind of feeling toward him. If anyone else claimed those two would be happy to see him, he'd have slapped them across the face. Bull tur. Gu Ziyi, however, wasn't swayed. Auntie had indeed mentioned it before she really missed Ziyi's daddy. Master, we've detected an opportunity related to Ziyi up ahead. Shall we check it out? Xiao Tian's cute voice chimed in at that moment. Chapter 12, The Golden Finger is still the old man, even the old lady can't help. Opportunity? Xiao Ziling frowned in confusion. Yes, everyone has their own unique destiny. Master, Xiao Tian senses this opportunity won't begin for some time yet. Shall Xiao Tian record it now and return when it's nearly ripe? Xiao Tian tapped his little mouth softly. All right. Xiao Ziling's expression remained unchanged as he gave a simple reply. Gu Ziyi, however, sensed a presence around her that filled her with intense dislike. Xiao Ziling seemed to notice Gu Ziyi's furrowed brow. Ziyi, what's wrong? Xiao Ziling looked at Gu Ziyi and asked softly. Gu Ziyi shook her head. Nothing, Daddy. It's just, there's an aura around us that makes Ziyi feel repulsed. Xiao Ziling frowned, then gently raised his left hand and tapped forward. Instantly, he grasped the entire situation on the rear mountain of the Xianxian sect. A man. A soul entity. Early nascent soul stage. What does this mean? The protagonist of destiny? Ziyi, wait here for daddy. Xiao Ziling said indifferently before ascending above the youth. From his godlike perspective, he watched the boy being hunted down by the purple Iceclaw Wolf King below. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian also looked toward the youth under Xiao Ziling's scrutiny. Correct, master. That is indeed the protagonist chosen by the will of the Xianhuang realm. And his opponent, the antagonist we commonly refer to as none other than Ziyi. Xiao Tian delivered the conclusion retrieved through the system. Him? He's worthy? Xiao Ziling sneered with contempt, preparing to personally eliminate this so-called chosen one for his daughter. Wait, master. The chosen one hasn't yet absorbed the energy of the Xianhuang realm to grow stronger. If we kill him now, it might. What? Suffer backlash? Or face the pursuit of the Xianhuang realm's heavenly Tao? Do you think I fear such things? Xiao Ziling replied indifferently. The Tao of the Xianhuang realm was nothing to him. Besides, he had to go find his main wife. Time was tight, after all. No, it would be a waste. Killing him now would only prompt the Xianhuang realm to quickly spawn a new protagonist of destiny. Better to let him grow a bit more. Then Xiao Ziyi can go harvest the rewards later, allowing him to gain even more benefits. Xiao Tian explained. But you said he's the protagonist and Ziyi is the antagonist. Have you ever seen an antagonist defeat the protagonist? Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. Raise sons frugally, raise daughters lavishly. He certainly didn't want his daughter to face such troubles. Master, rest assured. His normal opponent is Ziyi with damaged meridians, stripped of her supreme demon bone and illusionary eyes. The current Ziyi beats him like he's her grandson. He's not even worthy of being her opponent anymore. Xiao Tian analyzed. Xiao Ziling pondered this. Indeed, it was a sound strategy. Rather than searching for other chosen ones later, it would be better to let this one fully absorb the fortune of the Xianhuang realm. When the time came, Ziyi could simply come and reap the rewards. Xiao Ziling glanced at the youth and the soul entity, then casually placed a mark on the boy's body to facilitate his future harvest. He's just an old man. Even if an old woman came, it wouldn't make a difference, right? Xiao Ziling chuckled faintly before turning back to Gu Ziyi's side. Daddy, you're back. Gu Ziyi beamed as Xiao Ziling flew back through the air. How are you feeling? Still uncomfortable? Gu Ziyi listened, then carefully checked herself. That uncomfortable feeling was truly gone. This, of course, was due to Xiao Ziling's intervention. Xiao Ziling smiled as he ruffled Gu Ziyi's hair, then asked Zi to give him a drop of her essence blood. Gu Ziyi offered a drop of her essence blood to Xiao Ziling without hesitation. Master, what are you planning to do with this? Xiao Tian was puzzled. Why would the master need Ziyi's essence blood? To rekindle the mortal world. Xiao Ziling's gaze was unwavering as he spoke calmly. What? Master, this is unnecessary. If you fail to gain the approval of the two mistresses within 100 years, it will breed a heart demon. Xiao Tian voiced his concern. After all, the master was a supreme being, and the heart demons of such beings were no laughing matter. I once believed severing worldly ties was the best path. But now I realize without embracing the world, how can one achieve true fulfillment? Xiao Ziling gazed tenderly at Gu Ziyi beside him, then used his essence blood as a medium to resume his journey through the mortal world. Truly worthy of being Xiao Tian's master. You will surely rule all heavens and worlds in the future, becoming an existence beyond supremacy. Xiao Tian thought joyfully. Beside Xiao Ziling, Gu Ziyi instantly sensed the bloodline connection emanating from him. It felt even more intimate than before, like a towering mountain offering steadfast support. Come on, Daddy will take you to find Grandma and Mommy, Xiao Ziling smiled, lifting Gu Ziyi into the air as they set off toward the sacred land of Yaoguang. Yay! Let's go find Grandma and Mommy. Gu Ziyi hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Within the Yaoguang sacred grounds, Ruan Mengxi, her figure sculpted like a masterpiece, clad in robes as pure as snowflakes, suddenly sensed a shift within her body while cultivating. An indescribable feeling stirred within her heart. This sensation is... Ruan Mengxi took out the jade pendant Xiao Ziling had given her and channeled a thread of spiritual energy into it. Before long, she actually sensed Xiao Ziling's location and aura through the jade pendant. Her eyes, like two ripe cherries, flushed crimson with disbelief, the corners brimming with tears of excitement. Brother Ziling, you really are alive. Sierra has finally waited for you. Overwhelmed with joy, Ruan Mengxi closed her eyes, pressed the jade pendant to her chest with her left hand, and gently wiped away her tears with her right. Through the jade pendant, she sensed Xiao Ziling was still making his way toward her. Just as she was about to rise and go find Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi, an elder usually tasked with reconnaissance suddenly flew in, landing before the door of her cultivation chamber. Holy Lord! The Blood Demon Sect's army is approaching our sacred land. Among them is a powerful being whose aura far surpasses mine. It is likely an emperor. His face was drenched in sweat and terror, clearly having rushed back at full speed. Blood Slaughter Sect. Ruan Mengxi's eyes flashed with determination. No one could stop her from reuniting with Brother Ziling. Fifth Elder, notify the other elders and disciples of the sect. Prepare to engage the Blood Slaughter Sect. A pack of rats lurking in the shadows while other sects battle alien races, you choose to cause trouble now. Don't blame me for showing no mercy. Ruan Mengxi said, gazing at the jade pendant in her hand. Yes. Far away on the frontier battlefield, Gu Hanyang sensed the same feeling, though she assumed it was her daughter missing her. Z, mommy will be back to find you very soon. Gu Hanyang gently stroked her cascading hair. Dressed in a purple qipao, her graceful figure resembled a blooming lilac, in no way inferior to the top-tier succubi of the demonic tribes. Some of the righteous sects and Holy Land powerhouses present gazed at the demon empress Gu Hanyan. They all coveted the beauty of this leader of the demonic race, but Gu Hanyan couldn't care less about them. She looks just like those succubi, what's with all the primness? Unable to match her in strength, they could only indulge in private mockery. Chapter 13, Nangong's Assault, a single palm shatters sword chi. Xiao Ziling felt no discomfort at re-entering the mortal world. In fact, if he truly completed his journey through it, his spirit might ascend to a higher realm. Xiao Ziling carried Gu Ziyi as they soared through the air. Typically, those who reached the spirit transformation realm could traverse the skies. While soaring through the skies, Xiao Ziling suddenly turned his head slightly. Master, someone is approaching your direction, Xiao Tian whispered in Xiao Ziling's ear. Mei Shem, I sense it too. They were still above the Pulse Ancestor Forest, not far from the Xianxian sect. The pursuers were now closing in, heading directly toward their location. Only two factions remained as possibilities. Is it the Holy Land, or the Nangong Clan? Xiao Ziling murmured to himself, glancing at the city appearing ahead before turning his gaze back to the pursuers closing in. Whoever you are, you've already crossed me. Xiao Ziling turned to face the pursuers. Z, Daddy needs to deal with a few people. Let's stop for a moment. The two halted. Gu Ziyi looked puzzled when suddenly, several figures closed in, surrounding them. You run pretty fast. Keep running. Why did you stop? A middle-aged man, his face weathered by years of hardship, blocked Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi's path. Xiao Ziling's face flashed with surprise. Run? Was this guy just seeing things? But the moment the man glanced at Xiao Ziling, his expression shifted to astonishment. They had never seen a man so strikingly handsome, like an immortal cast down from the heavens, captivating and enchanting. The crowd began to question Xiao Ziling's identity, wondering if he might be a disciple of some top-tier power or sacred land. No, this kid doesn't have a single trace of aura on him. But the person beside him. The middle-aged man shifted his gaze to Gu Ziyi standing behind Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling shielded Gu Ziyi behind him, and her exquisite eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Though her mommy had protected her like this before, the feeling was completely different from what Daddy gave her. Daddy makes me feel so safe. It's wonderful to have him here. A smile touched Gu Ziyi's lips, her eyes filled entirely with Xiao Ziling's image. The onlookers gazed at Gu Ziyi, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial being, her figure as graceful and willowy as a young willow tree. Saliva involuntarily dripped from their mouths. Kid, hand over my young lady, and give us the little girl behind you. If she serves us well, we might let you die a little more painlessly. The middle-aged man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed as he stared at Gu Ziyi. He sensed that Gu Ziyi's cultivation level was merely at the spirit transformation realm. What a stroke of luck she was hard to find, yet came to him effortlessly. To indulge in such peerless beauty would be like attaining immortality. Blinded by lust, he failed to notice Gu Ziyi's age. Achieving the spirit transformation realm at such youth was beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Ha ha ha. The others present, their faces equally lecherous, burst into loud laughter. Shut up. Xiao Ziling snorted coldly, then unleashed the pressure radiating from his body. In an instant, everyone surrounding him was pinned to the ground. Speak. Who sent you here? The middle-aged man was pinned to the ground by Xiao Ziling's imposing aura, unable to move an inch. We're from the Nangong Clan. The clan head sent us here. They're on their way too. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't. Xiao Ziling spread his fingers wide, then clenched them with brutal force. The entire group exploded into a mist of blood. The Nangong Clan. You sure got here fast. Xiao Ziling's expression remained unchanged. A mere Nangong family? Wiped out in the blink of an eye. Daddy's so awesome. Their aura was even stronger than those at the Xianxian sect, yet they weren't a match for you at all. Daddy really is the strongest, hee. Gu Ziyi gazed at Xiao Ziling with eyes sparkling with admiration. This display instantly ignited a surge of paternal pride within Xiao Ziling. He had thought he'd grown indifferent to the world, yet now, a few words of praise from his daughter stirred something within him. Is this what it feels like to step into the mortal world? Xiao Ziling murmured to himself, but he quickly regained his composure. He sensed a heavenly god realm powerhouse was already rushing toward them. Xiao Ziling made no haste to leave. Unless he dealt with the Nangong family, trouble would only keep coming. They're here. Xiao Ziling could sense their presence drawing near. Daddy, should Ziyi lend a hand too? Gu Ziyi approached Xiao Ziling from behind and whispered softly beside him. Xiao Ziling smiled and shook his head. Ziyi, you should just compete against the younger generation. As for these old farts, Daddy can handle them. But Daddy isn't old. You feel just as young as Ziyi. Gu Ziyi gazed at Xiao Ziling's handsome, dashing face as she spoke. Xiao Ziling smiled. He reached out and ruffled Gu Ziyi's hair. The head of the family is right ahead. Strange, how did the 9th young master's aura vanish? A Nangong Clan cultivator at the cavern realm exclaimed in shock. Something's wrong. Everyone, full speed ahead. Nangong Muyan felt a surge of panic and immediately began directing those around him. One after another, Huatian and Dongtian realm experts shot forward like shooting stars, heading straight for Xiao Ziling's location. Nangong Muyan, the fastest among them, arrived first at Xiao Ziling's location. He landed softly and began to scrutinize Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. One at the Huatian realm, the other without any aura. Nangong Muyan frowned, a persistent sense of unease gnawing at him. He glanced at Nangong Yan's soul tablet. The direction it pointed to was indeed here. Then he sensed that old nine had just brought people here before vanishing without a trace. Humph. Dare to provoke the Nangong clan? No matter how powerful you are, you'll pay dearly today. Nangong Muyan summoned a mystical grade long sword and swung it at Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. Raging Wave Sword Strike. The sword energy sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Xiao Ziling's expression remained unruffled as he simply extended his left hand. He stopped Gu Ziyi, who was about to intervene. Where's Daddy? This old man can't even stir up a ripple. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, while Gu Ziyi placed unwavering trust in her father. She took a step back, positioning herself behind Xiao Ziling to cheer him on. Go, Daddy! Take down the bad guys! As the sword chi approached, Xiao Ziling shifted his hand from Gu Ziyi's shoulder to block the incoming attack. Nangong Muyan watched as Xiao Ziling attempted to grasp his sword chi with bare hands, letting out a cold laugh. You're courting death. Trying to catch my sword chi barehanded? Even if you're a body cultivation god, you'll get what's coming to you. Just as the sword chi was about to strike Xiao Ziling, he slammed his palm against it. The sword energy, capable of devouring all, scattered instantly like a disturbed swarm of bees under the force of that strike. How is this possible? Nangong Muyan staggered back in shock. He had never witnessed such a thing before. Chapter 14, A Pebble Kills a Bird. Please spare me. Master of the house. Members of the Nangong clan rushed over. They swiftly surrounded Xiao Ziling and his companions. Nangong Muyan watched the arriving crowd, a smile curling his lips. Now that they had the numbers on their side, Nangong Muyan stepped forward. Sir, I sense my daughter's presence here. Would you do me the favor of handing her over? Nangong Muyan's eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Xiao Ziling. This man had just shattered his sword chi with a single palm strike, clearly no ordinary opponent. This fellow shows no signs of cultivation at all, yet he carries an inexplicable air of calm. Nangong Muyan fixed his gaze on Xiao Ziling, his facial muscles taut, not daring to relax even slightly. He attacked me without provocation, and now he's babbling nonsense. Xiao Ziling's gaze shifted to Nangong Muyan. He sensed that Nangong Muyan was indeed speaking to him calmly and rationally at this moment. But this calmness was born from ignorance. Had he been a weakling today, death would have been his fate. Master of the house, shall I teach this brat a lesson? Within the Nangong clan, one individual shone like a brilliant pearl, and this figure was the most dazzling light upon that pearl. His formidable strength commanded attention as he stepped beside Nangong Muyan. He was the son of Nangong Muyan's younger brother Nangong Chen. In his early years, he had swept through the entire younger generation of the clan with his formidable strength. Hailed by the clan's elite as the Nangong family's hope, his prowess was no less formidable than Nangong Yan's. Now, observing Xiao Ziling, who seemed even more adept at putting on airs than himself, a vague irritation stirred within him. Especially when he saw Gu Ziyi beside Xiao Ziling. What the hell kind of luck is this, having such a goddess by his side? Poof. Once I cripple you, that goddess by your side will be mine. Ha ha ha. Nangong Chan's mind was already spinning with sweet fantasies. Xiao Ziling also sensed the malice emanating from Nangong Chen. But he didn't rush to act. He wanted to see how this greenhorn planned to teach him a lesson. Nangong Chen's father Nangong Ziyi also approached Nangong Muyan's side. Master of the house, isn't this kid acting a bit strange? Nangong Ziyi wasn't a pushover either. He saw right through it. If Nangong Muyan could take down the two before him, he wouldn't be wasting his breath here. So he merely shot Nangong Chen a stern glare, signaling him not to make any rash moves. Facing his father's stern gaze, Nangong Chen could only reluctantly take 2 steps back. His gaze, however, remained fixed on Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. When Nangong Muyan saw Nangong Ziyi approach his side, he murmured softly. This kid's a bit strange. He clearly has no cultivation aura, yet he just dispersed my sword energy with his bare hands. I suspect he might be a disciple from one of the sacred lands, possessing treasures bestowed by them, or perhaps, he's a physical cultivator. Nangong Muyun voiced his analysis. He had risen to the position of family head for a reason. He was no ordinary man. Nangong Chen listened to his father and the family head's conversation, growing increasingly weary. Sir, I am Nangong Muyun, head of the Nangong Clan. I sense my daughter, Nangong Yen, is here. Release my daughter, and I guarantee no one present will cause you trouble. Nangong Muyun stepped forward and addressed Xiao Ziling. Hearing this, Xiao Ziling nearly burst out laughing in disbelief. Make trouble for me? You don't even look like you're qualified. Enough of this nonsense. Nangong Yen stole my daughter's eyes and ribs. You think a couple of empty promises will settle this? Do you really believe that? Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. You little bastard, what the hell did you just say? Nangong Chen pointed his finger at Xiao Ziling and shouted, then drew his sword and charged forward. Xiao Ziling remained composed, sucking a pebble from the ground into his hand. Infused with spiritual energy, it shot straight toward Nangong Chen. Oh no! Nangong Zi sensed the pebble was no ordinary stone. He swiftly stepped in front of his son, channeling all his spiritual energy into his palm and unleashing a powerful strike. The power of the heavenly cavern erupted completely, with 3 additional heavenly caverns manifesting behind it. The stone struck Nangong Zi's palm but didn't stop. Instead, it pierced straight through his entire arm. What? Nangong Zi swiftly twisted his body, narrowly preventing the stone from piercing his heart. His entire arm was now useless. The stone didn't stop there. After piercing Nangong Zi's arm, it continued hurtling toward Nangong Chen. Nangong Chen's reflexes weren't as sharp as his father's. After flying a short distance, the stone pierced through Nangong Chen's chest, crashing him to the ground. Aya! Nangong Chen clutched his groin, collapsing onto the ground in agony. Blood mixed with yellow fluid gushed out. Damn it! My dragon root! I'll kill you! I'll tear you to pieces! Nangong Chen's face flushed crimson, his entire body still trembling uncontrollably. Nangong Zi dragged Nangong Chen backward through the air. The excruciating pain in his arm and Nangong Chen's wails beside him nearly sent him reeling into unconsciousness. His lineage was about to be cut off. Xiao Ziling watched the retreating pair, his brow furrowing. Another pebble materialized in his hand. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, then flicked the pebble toward them once more. Watching the pebble hurtle toward them like a cannonball, Nangong Muyun cursed under his breath. Damn it! Those 2 little darlings! Are they trying to kill me? Nangong Muyun materialized before them, drawing his mystical artifact sword to strike at the stone. Yet he discovered this pebble was enveloped by a powerful spiritual force. His long sword struck the stone, yet failed to inflict any damage. Instead, it emitted a thunderous crack. He was instantly knocked back dozens of paces. The stone shot toward Nangong Zi and Nangong Chen, piercing both their hearts and taking their lives. Those nearby watched in disbelief, about to rush forward to investigate, when the spiritual energy contained within the stone erupted violently. Members of the Nangong clan, unable to dodge in time, were instantly killed. No! Nangong Muyun watched the sudden explosion engulf the crowd, letting out a wail of anguish. Damn it! I'll make you pay. Nangong Muyun unleashed all the spiritual energy within him, radiating the might of a celestial being. The surviving Nangong clan elites, seeing their clan leader take action, shed all pretense. One by one, they unleashed their own divine realms and charged directly at Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling lifted his foot and stamped lightly. A terrifying pressure pinned the entire Nangong clan to the ground. As Xiao Ziling surveyed the prostrate figures, raising his hand to annihilate them all. Several figures materialized before him. Sir, please spare them. Chapter 15, The Mingyuan Dynasty Strikes, Crushing a Heavenly God with a Single Palm. Xiao Ziling turned to the newcomers. Seeing their noble attire and extraordinary bearing, he refrained from taking the lives of the Nangong family and the others. Yet the overwhelming pressure did not cease. Nangong Muyun, now shaken to the point of internal injury, spat a mouthful of blood. He stared at Xiao Ziling in utter disbelief. This pressure was terrifying beyond belief. Could this guy be the legendary Great Emperor? Nangong Muyun now wished he were dead. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have come looking for his daughter. He could just have another child. To outsiders, he appeared deeply devoted to his daughter. But that was only because there was a profit to be made. If the price was right, he wouldn't hesitate to sell his own daughter. Losing his daughter was bad enough, but now the clan had also lost so many elite warriors. His own brother was dead, and the clan had sacrificed a future heavenly god realm powerhouse. He was utterly ruined. Sir, thank you for showing mercy. I am Zhu Miao, the northern frontier general of the Mingyuan dynasty. Might you consider sparing these members of the Nangong clan? We could overlook your earlier annihilation of the Xianxian sect. What do you say? Zhu Miao stepped forward cautiously and addressed Xiao Ziling politely. General Zhu Miao, we cannot let him go. He Nangong Muyun still wanted Zhu Miao to kill Xiao Ziling. Otherwise, with Xiao Ziling's strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to target the Nangong clan in the future. Shut your mouth. What business do you have speaking here? Zhu Miao snorted coldly. His gaze swept over Nangong Muyun. He despised these parasites most of all. They spent their days spouting nonsense, sucking the fortune out of the Imperial dynasty. If not for the dynasty's protection, they would have been wiped out long ago. Xiao Ziling, hearing Zhu Miao's words, exerted a slight pressure, instantly suppressing the few who had just arrived. Boom! Not taking me seriously? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Ziling's brilliant golden eyes fixed on the group. The overwhelming pressure forced everyone to their knees. Zhu Miao attempted to resist Xiao Ziling's might, only to realize they were worlds apart in power. He was utterly no match for the man before him. Damn it! How did the Xianxian sect provoke such an existence? Zhu Miao tried to speak further, but the sheer terror of the pressure left him slurring incoherently. Sir, we are representatives of the Mingyuan Empire. If you kill us, His Majesty will not. Before he could finish, Xiao Ziling's palm struck, reducing them all to bloody pulp. Blood splattered onto Nangong Muyun's face, causing his pupils to contract in shock. The esteemed general of the northern frontier of the Mingyuan Empire, a late-stage heavenly god realm powerhouse, had just been killed with a single slap. This man, does he not fear even the Mingyuan Empire? Nangong Muyun stared at Xiao Ziling in sheer terror, his heart pounding like a drum. It wasn't just Nangong Muyun. Even the other members of the Nangong clan were so terrified by Xiao Ziling's actions that their hearts felt as if an invisible hand had seized them by the throat, threatening to leap out of their mouths at any moment. They dared not utter a sound. You actually dared threaten me? I thought you, the northern frontier general, were quite formidable. Xiao Ziling didn't even glance at Zhu Miao, instead fixing his gaze on the Nangong family members. Just a minor hiccup. Let's continue settling our accounts. Oh, and didn't you just say you wouldn't let me off? Xiao Ziling observed Nangong Muyun, now visibly flustered and at a loss, and offered a faint smile. Master! Someone's trying to ambush Xiao Ziyi. Xiao Tian's voice alerted Xiao Ziling. Little did he know, Xiao Ziling had already noticed the figure lurking behind him. But since the figure hadn't made a move, he hadn't paid it any mind. Oof. Even if you're powerful, you've been protecting this woman all along. I suppose your relationship isn't ordinary, huh? A late-arriving heavenly realm expert from the Nangong clan seized the moment Xiao Ziling struck down Zhu Miao to lunge at Gu Ziyi, intending to capture her and use her as leverage against Xiao Ziling. Looking for death. Xiao Ziling's tone dripped with disgust as he waved his hand, instantly pulverizing the ambushing heavenly realm expert into a mist of blood. Gu Ziyi had just sensed the killing intent when she turned her head only to find nothing there. TSK, your Nangong family's conduct is truly exceptional. Xiao Ziling's icy voice echoed as he directly extracted Nangong Muyun's soul essence, dragging him into the miniature world. Enjoy your time with your daughter. Emperor Phoenix. After greetings them, swallow their divine souls whole. Xiao Ziling had no time to waste on these scum. He had more important matters to attend to. As you command, master. After receiving the order, Di Huang immediately carried Nangong Muyun's soul away. Nangong Yen, still enduring the agonizing torment of divine fire, suddenly saw her father appear before her. Nangong Muyun, seeing his daughter, was startled. But he had no desire to find her now. All he wanted was to go home. How delightful. Di Huang flung Nangong Muyun's soul directly into the divine flames. Both were now being tortured by the divine flames, suffering unbearably. Outside the microcosm, Xiao Ziling surveyed the remaining elites of the Nangong clan. With a mere flick of his wrist, the numerous remaining cultivators at the Cavern Realm and Transformation Spirit Realm all turned to dust. Xiao Ziling then turned toward Gu Ziyi. The two departed the scene and continued their journey toward the Yaoguang sacred land. Within the Mingyuan Empire, the death of General Zhu Miao, the northern frontier commander, sent his subordinate tasked with guarding the soul tablet into a panic. The man dashed toward the emperor's study, his face twisted with alarm. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! It's terrible! A great calamity has befallen us. The subordinate arrived breathless before Emperor Mingyuan Chu Huaijiu. What's with all this frantic rushing about? How many times have I told you to keep your composure and act calmly? Now, what is it that's so urgent? Chu Huaijiu was still practicing calligraphy on the rice paper. After a short while, he finally completed his work. He gazed at his work, thoroughly satisfied. Your Majesty, the spirit tablet of General of the Northern Frontier Zhu Miao has shattered. The subordinate composed himself. Then, with remarkable composure, he delivered the news, though his voice still faltered slightly. What? Zhu Miao is dead? Impossible. Chu Huaijiu leapt to his feet, colliding directly with the inkwell on the dais. Ink spilled onto his freshly completed work. Yet he paid it no mind, muttering to himself, Zhu Miao is dead. Zhu Miao is dead. He had sent Zhu Miao to pursue the Nangong family, intending that whichever side proved stronger would ultimately aid the weaker one. This way, he could eliminate a potential threat. But now he was being told Zhu Miao's soul tablet had shattered. With the Nangong family's strength, it's absolutely impossible for them to have killed Zhu Miao. So it must be the one who annihilated the Xianxian sect. Chu Huaijiu aged visibly in an instant. He had lost a great general and incurred the wrath of a mighty being. This blow would be too much for anyone to bear. Just then, another minister arrived outside. Your Majesty, the honored guest from the 100 Flowers Sanctuary seeks an audience. Thank you all for your encouragement. It gives me more motivation to update. Writing daily is quite demanding, so if there are any errors, I humbly ask for your guidance. Now I'd like to ask everyone here, is having 2 female leads sufficient, or should we add more later? Chapter 16, the Mingyuan dynasty's plot to spark a holy war. The 100 Flowers Sanctuary? Why are they sending people over now? We don't have any dealings with them, do we? Chu Huaijiu pondered. The recent affairs of the Xianxian sect had already given him a headache. If another entity like the 100 Flowers Sanctuary emerged, then he might as well start preparing to step down. Unclear, Your Majesty. The visitor is a young female cultivator, and she appears highly likely to be a core disciple. Should we? Sigh. They are, after all, from the sacred land. We can't afford to provoke them. Let's go meet them. Chu Huaijiu sighed deeply. Chu Huaijiu signaled to the subordinate who had just reported Zhu Miao's information that he could return to guard the soul tablet. He then made his way to the Grand Hall, where the honored guest from the 100 Flowers Sacred Land had been waiting for quite some time. Distinguished guests of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land, my deepest apologies. I was engrossed in calligraphy and failed to pay proper attention when my attendant relayed the message. I'm terribly late. Though Chu Huaijiu was the ruler of a nation, he now carried none of the bearing befitting an emperor. Instead, he seemed like a mere attendant. He addressed the distinguished guest from the 100 Flowers Sanctuary with utmost reverence. Not at all. This sudden visit must have disturbed Your Majesty Mingyuan. I am Qin Yue, disciple of Elder Wu of the 100 Flowers Sanctuary. Qin Yue spoke in a gentle tone, mindful of basic courtesy on another's turf. The esteemed disciple of Saint Wu. What brings you here today? Chu Huaijiu was startled. He had indeed heard of some of the Holy Land of 100 Flowers renowned sages. He never imagined the woman before him would be a disciple of a saint. Their Mingyuan dynasty currently possessed only one saint. And that sage was in the twilight of his life, nearing the end of his days. I have a friend at the Xianxian sect. When I went to find him today, I discovered the entire sect had been wiped out. Does Your Majesty know who could have done such a thing? Qin Yue's expression darkened as she spoke. With the Xianxian sect destroyed, her young friend was likely no longer alive. Chu Huaijiu's previously calm demeanor instantly turned tense upon hearing this. But he quickly devised a plan. Since they couldn't handle the one responsible for the Xianxian sect's destruction, why not let the people from the sacred land deal with it? This way, they could not only establish connections with the sacred lands but also conveniently eliminate a major threat. Ha! As expected of this king, this move truly kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Chu Huaijiu chuckled inwardly, a faint smile curling his lips. Qin Yue, however, frowned upon seeing Chu Huaijiu's malicious grin. There's not a single decent soul among the royal family. If I ever become a sage, the first thing I'll do is eradicate you parasites who live in complacent luxury. Qin Yue muttered inwardly as both men schemed their own plans. Ah, Miss Qin, you're unaware of the situation. We're still investigating those who destroyed the Xianxian sect. We've uncovered some leads. They're currently heading north from the rear mountains of the sect. Barring any surprises, they're likely heading for the Yaoguang sacred land. Chu Huaijiu laid out all the information they had obtained. However, they withheld certain details like Zhu Miao's death at the hands of that mysterious figure. The Yaoguang sacred ground? If it truly is the Yaoguang sacred ground, then this could prove troublesome. Qin Yue's brows furrowed slightly, sensing the situation was becoming complicated. There's no choice, Miss Qin. They still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the Yaoguang sanctuary. If you pursue them now, you might still intercept them. I'm willing to have the Eastern Frontier General accompany you. Chu Huaijiu offered with feigned deference. Qin Yue didn't suspect anything, for many royal courts sought to align themselves with sacred lands as protective umbrellas. Very well. I shall trouble His Majesty Mingyuan to send men to assist me in apprehending this individual. The 100 Flowers Sanctuary will remember this favor. Though Qin Yue addressed him as Your Majesty, her eyes betrayed not a shred of reverence. Chu Huaijiu noticed this, and though he felt displeased, he could do nothing about it. Miss Qin, please rest here. I'll have someone summon the Eastern Frontier General immediately. Chu Huaijiu said with a smile. He then turned and departed. Shortly after, Chu Huaijiu met with the Eastern Frontier General Zhu Gai. General of the Eastern Frontier Zhu Gai presents himself before Your Majesty. Zhu Gai knelt on one knee, addressing Chu Huaijiu with utmost reverence. Now that's the kind of general I need. Zhu Gai, I require your assistance in accompanying Miss Qin Yue to pursue the murderer who slew the northern garrison general and annihilated the Xianxian sect. Chu Huaijiu commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. After receiving his orders, Zhu Gai was about to leave when it dawned on him this hothead had forgotten he was practically on par with the Northern Frontier General. If the killer could slay the Northern Frontier General, he could easily take Zhu Gai's life too. Seeing this, Chu Huaijiu shook his head helplessly. Yes, yes. If he could kill the Northern Frontier General, he could certainly kill you. Once you find that man, do your best to provoke anger between him and Miss Qin. Make them fight. Ideally, have Miss Qin die by his hand, sparking a holy war. Then you just need to find an opportunity to escape quickly. Chu Huaijiu patted Zhu Gai's shoulder, instructing this hot-headed young man. If he too fell victim to that mysterious figure, then the Mingyuan dynasty's standing would become no different from those sects. Zhu Gai nodded, his understanding only half formed. Good. Go. Chu Huaijiu nodded with satisfaction. With that, Chu Huaijiu led Zhu Gai into the Grand Hall. Miss Qin, this is General of the Eastern Frontier Zhu Gai. He will now accompany you in apprehending the criminal responsible for the destruction of the Xianxian sect. Chu Huaijiu introduced Zhu Gai to Qin Yue. Zhu Gai greets Miss Qin. Zhu Gai bowed respectfully to Qin Yue. Very well, let us depart. With that, the two departed the Mingyuan Empire and set off toward Xiao Ziling's location. Xiao Ziling remained unaware that someone was coming to apprehend him. He was still traveling with his daughter toward the Yaoguang sacred land. Along the way, Gu Ziyi gazed at the scenery. Though her mother had flown her like this before. But that had been during a desperate flight from pursuers. They'd raced at breakneck speed, leaving no time to truly appreciate the scenery. As Gu Ziyi gazed at the scenery, she suddenly spotted a familiar small town. Isn't that? Gu Ziyi recalled it was the very small kingdom her mother had brought her to before. Daddy, can we stop by that little town first? Gu Ziyi tugged at Xiao Ziling's sleeve. Xiao Ziling glanced at the town, looking at Gu Ziyi with some confusion. Though he didn't know why, once his daughter had spoken, how could he refuse? Sure, Ziyi, hold tight to Daddy, Xiao Ziling said softly, and the two immediately set off toward the little town. Daddy, there's something really delicious there. I want to bring some back for Grandma to try. That way, she won't bully Mommy anymore, hee. Xiao Ziling's heart fluttered. He ruffled Gu Ziyi's hair affectionately. Alright, we'll bring extra then. Daddy wants to try it too, and when Ziyi's mommy comes back, she can have some as well. Okay? Yay! Chapter 17, Queuing for Snow Fragrance Cake, 100 Flowers Secret Art, 1000-Mile Scent Seeking Technique. Xiao Ziling led Gu Ziyi toward the kingdom of Yilok ahead. Xiao Tian, why do I feel like Ziyi acts like a child around me, yet she gives off this aloof, unapproachable vibe when she's with others? Xiao Ziling silently inquired of Xiao Tian, already beginning to use his divine power to sense Gu Ziyi's internal condition. Upon hearing his master's words, Xiao Tian immediately began examining Gu Ziyi. She still possessed ample energy, more than enough to conduct a thorough examination of Ziyi. Gu Ziyi, who had remained by Xiao Ziling's side the entire time, remained oblivious to her father's actions. Instead, her eyes were filled with anticipation for the upcoming arrival at the kingdom of Iraq. Strange. All her vital signs are perfectly normal. There's no trace of an extra soul or anything like that. It's definitely not a soul-stealing or reincarnation case. It's the purest soul imaginable. Xiao Ziling examined Gu Ziyi's body and found nothing amiss. Master, Ziyi is actually perfectly normal, but... Xiao Tian explained to Xiao Ziling as he reviewed the information displayed on the screen. Upon hearing that his daughter was indeed experiencing some difficulties, Xiao Ziling's brow furrowed slightly. The previously relaxed muscles in his face suddenly tensed, and his eyes narrowed ever so slightly, revealing a look of concern. Master, Ziyi might be lacking her father's companionship and certain formative experiences. Xiao Tian explained. Xiao Ziling froze upon hearing this, instantly understanding. Xiao Tian continued, ever since Ziyi was born, she and Gu Hannian have been on the run, evading pursuers. Though Gu Hannian has always cherished Ziyi. But without a father's presence and guidance, that's why Ziyi, even at 16, has had so few experiences. If you spend more time with her now, Master, and later take her to those places to learn and make friends, she should improve. After listening to Xiao Tian's analysis, Xiao Ziling pondered for a moment before asking, what about during our time at the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Xianxian sect? At the Yaoguang sacred ground, Xiao Ziyi was constantly shielded by Yuan Mengxi. As for the Xianxian sect, Xiao Ziling lowered his head, silent. Ultimately, it was his fault for failing to give Ziyi a complete childhood. Just as Xiao Ziling was deep in thought, Gu Ziyi's voice interrupted him. Daddy! Come quick, we're here. Xiao Ziling looked up to find they had arrived at the kingdom of Yilok. He had so many questions he wanted to ask Xiao Tian, but they would have to wait. Xiao Ziling nodded to Gu Ziyi. Coming. Wait for Daddy. Master, Xiao Tian has perfectly inherited both your and mistress's talents. Spend more time with her. Her disposition is sound, and her future potential is immeasurable. Xiao Tian murmured softly. With her master's support, she had complete faith in Xiao Ziyi. Xiao Ziling nodded thoughtfully. He owed them so much. Even if it took a lifetime to repay, bit by bit, he would gladly do so. Xiao Ziling approached Gu Ziyi's side. Just as he glanced around, Gu Ziyi took the opportunity to pull his hand. Daddy, hurry up. We have to line up for those snowflake cakes. Let's go now. Before Xiao Ziling could fully react, Gu Ziyi had already pulled him along. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Wasn't this peaceful, tranquil life with his family exactly what he had always wanted? But when he finally reached the snowflake cake stall, he was stunned. So many people in line? Z, is this thing really that good? Xiao Ziling stared at the serpentine line stretching before him, utterly speechless. Nevertheless, the two obediently joined the queue. Originally, he'd considered using some special ability to teleport some snowflake cakes over. But Gu Ziyi's words snapped him back to reality. Because it really is that delicious. Mommy has brought me here several times. She said waiting in line is part of what makes the snowflake cake taste even better. That's why so many people wait in line. Xiao Ziling smiled too. Right since he'd entered the mortal world, he should experience it firsthand. The two joined the queue, and Gu Ziyi took the opportunity to ask Xiao Ziling where he'd been all these years. Her mommy and aunt had both said Daddy had gone far away on business, and once he finished his work, he'd come back to be with Ziyi. Daddy went to fight the bad guys. Those villains were tough to deal with, so it took a little longer. Xiao Ziling thought for a moment before saying. He had been suppressing those divine lords, which probably counted as fighting bad guys too. After all, what's good or bad depends on how it affects you, right? Will Daddy leave Ziyi, Mommy, and Auntie again in the future? Gu Ziyi's eyes welled up. She'd finally found Daddy and didn't want him to leave again. No, Daddy will always stay by your side. If any villains appear again, Daddy will take Ziyi, Mommy, and Grandma to punish them. How does that sound? Xiao Ziling smiled softly, gently stroking Gu Ziyi's head. Hee hee, Daddy's the best. Gu Ziyi immediately gave her daddy a big hug. The two were still waiting in line for snowflake cakes. General of the Eastern Frontier had already arrived at the Kingdom of Irok with Qin Yue. Miss Qin, are you certain they're here? General of the Eastern Frontier Zhu Gai looked perplexed. The Emperor had said that mysterious figure could kill the General of the Northern Frontier, so why would they come to the small kingdom of Yilok? Indeed, General of the Eastern Frontier. You must trust the secret art of our 100 Flowers Sanctuary, the 1,000-mile scent tracking technique. Qin Yue replied calmly. The 1,000-mile scent tracking technique could pinpoint scents with precision. After the Xianxian sect was wiped out, only 2 scents had left the sect. And these 2 must be the murderers who destroyed the Xianxian sect. Xiao Ziling had no habit of concealing his aura. After all, even in the vast cosmos, few dared to hunt him down, let alone in a minor realm. Miss Qin, should I scout ahead? No need. Let's enter together. Qin Yue and Zhu Gai entered the Irok kingdom directly, beginning their search for Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. With their cultivation levels, they quickly located Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. Miss Qin, is it them? The two hid furtively in a corner, watching Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi as they stood in line. Qin Yue hadn't intended to hide, but seeing Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi actually waiting in line for some snowflake cake made her doubt whether her secret technique had gone wrong. Fearing she might alert them prematurely, she opted to observe first. TSK. What era is this? Still sneaking around like thieves. An old man passing by shook his head at Zhu Gai and Qin Yue. This left the two observing from the shadows utterly bewildered. What do you mean, like thieves? Zhu Gai nearly lost his temper, ready to step out and challenge the old man to a fight. But after Qin Yue reminded him, he calmed down. Enough. We've got important business to attend to. Don't stir up trouble. Right, we have business to attend to. Business to attend to. Zhu Gai nodded perfunctorily, though inwardly he thought, not only do we have business to attend to, but I'll find a chance to make you fall right here. Chapter 18, Sorry, I just don't like cilantro. The commotion between Zhu Gai and Qin Yue had already caught Xiao Ziling's attention. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. What is it this time? The Holy Land or the Imperial dynasty? Xiao Ziling glanced at Zhu Gai and Qin Yue before turning away. Just a few insects. His daughter was so happy today he couldn't spoil her mood. Daddy, what's wrong? Gu Ziyi possessed keen perception, though she hadn't noticed the shift in Xiao Ziling's expression. She sensed the commotion coming from Zhu Gai and Qin Yue's direction. Nothing. Let's keep waiting for the snowflake cakes. Xiao Ziling wore an expression as if nothing had happened, his gaze carrying a hint of tenderness as he spoke. At the mention of the snowflake cakes, Gu Ziyi's mind settled. Her eyes lit up as she gazed at the cakes that were about to be served to them. Meanwhile, Qin Yue and Zhu Gai, having caught Xiao Ziling's brief glance their way before he quickly looked away, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we weren't spotted. However, the two of them were certain that Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi were most likely the ones responsible for the destruction of the Xianxian sect. No way. I have to go ask them why they destroyed the Xianxian sect. Otherwise, even if they're from the Yaoguang Holy Land, I won't hold back. Qin Yue declared sharply. The Holy Master of Yaoguang Sacred Land and the Holy Master of their 100 Flowers Sacred Land were on excellent terms, fostering a strong relationship between the two sacred lands. She didn't want to jeopardize that bond. Qin Yue's sudden move startled Zhu Gai. How could he possibly let her fall into that person's hands now? No, I have to stop her. Zhu Gai muttered to himself. Miss Qin, wait. Don't rush over just yet. Zhu Gai intercepted Qin Yue. What's the matter? Miss Qin, if you confront them now, they'll never admit to destroying the Xianxian sect. If they alert the guards of this small kingdom, we'll be in a tough spot. Zhu Gai's expression looked utterly nonsensical, leaving Qin Yue thoroughly baffled. Could this tiny kingdom really stop them, a Huatian cultivator and a Tianqian cultivator? You'll be fine, but I won't. Zhu Gai muttered inwardly. Then what do you suggest we do? Qin Yue stood with her hands on her hips, gazing in the direction of Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. Well, I don't know either. Zhu Gai also began to ponder. Got it. You can pretend to be bandits chasing me down. I'll conceal my cultivation level. That man will definitely come to my rescue. Then I'll build rapport with them and use the opportunity to get information out of them. Qin Yue's eyes lit up. Truthfully, she'd never seen a man as handsome, dashing, and steady as Xiao Ziling before. She considered herself quite attractive, with a figure to match. With just a little temptation, that man would definitely fall for it. Let's do it. Hurry up and get moving. Qin Yue began making preparations immediately. Zhu Gai, however, felt somewhat at a loss. Could he truly accomplish the task His Majesty had entrusted to him? Sighing, he followed Qin Yue's instructions and got to work. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi were still waiting in line. After quite some time, their turn finally came. Wow, Daddy, it's finally our turn. Gu Ziyi exclaimed happily. Yes, boss, 10 servings of snowflake cake, please, Xiao Ziling said with a smile to the vendor selling the snowflake cake. Right away, coming up. The vendor promptly began preparing the order. As he gazed upon Gu Ziyi, whose beauty seemed to descend from the heavens, and Xiao Ziling, whose graceful bearing and noble demeanor shone like a brilliant star, radiating captivating charm, he decided to prepare a few extra portions for them. Before long, the snowflake cakes were ready. Here you go, guests. Your 10 portions of snowflake cake are ready. Thank you, boss. Thank you, uncle. Just as the two were about to leave after receiving the snowflake cakes, they spotted Qin Yue now disguised being chased by Zhu Gai, who was playing the bandit. Help! Xiao Ziling frowned. He instantly recognized the two as the same individuals who had been acting suspiciously earlier. What's going on here? Xiao Ziling asked calmly. Daddy, are they putting on a show? Gu Ziyi also sensed the two women's pathetic, amateurish acting. Probably. Come on, Ziyi. Remember to stay away from people like them in the future. Okay. Xiao Ziling ignored Qin Yue and Zhu Gai, preparing to continue onward toward the Yaoguang sacred grounds. Qin Yue watched the pair about to walk away and was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what? This doesn't make sense. Shouldn't you be the heroes rescuing the damsel in distress right now? Why are you just walking away? This isn't how the script goes. Damn it. My flawless, alluring body couldn't even tempt you? Just walking away like that. Qin Yue gritted her teeth in fury. At this point, she was starting to doubt whether Xiao Ziling was even human. But she couldn't dwell on that now. She sprinted straight toward Xiao Ziling and the others. Sir, please save me. He's trying to rob me. Qin Yue jogged forward and grabbed Xiao Ziling's sleeve. Just as she was about to cry out for help, a fragrant-smelling foot planted itself squarely on her face. Bad woman. What are you trying to do to my daddy? Gu Ziyi sent Qin Yue flying with a single kick, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Xiao Ziling merely waved his hand nonchalantly. Sorry, I don't care for cilantro. If you have business, take it up with my sweet daughter. What's going on? Shoo. Keep it down. This is probably about to turn into a fight. I love watching women fight. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, instantly felt their curiosity piqued. Damn it! How dare you kick my beautiful face? Zhu Gai, attack her. Qin Yue flung several petals toward Gu Ziyi. The petals sliced through the air like blades, hurtling straight at her. Humph. Gu Ziyi snorted coldly, then mimicked her father's technique. She lifted her foot and stamped lightly, sending a powerful surge of spiritual energy that instantly repelled the petals. Transcendence Realm. Qin Yue was stunned. This girl, younger than herself, was also a Transcendence Realm powerhouse. So what if you're at the Spirit Transformation Realm? You dared to destroy the Xianxian sect and kill the little one. Today, you must die here. Qin Yue shed all restraint, unleashing a tidal wave of spiritual energy. 100 flowers, 10 absolutes, falling blossom palm. A palm-shaped force, channeling mid-stage spirit transformation energy, slammed toward Gu Ziyi. Master, aren't you going to intervene? Xiao Tian watched the colossal palm bearing down on Gu Ziyi and grew visibly flustered. This young generation? Ziyi can handle it. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. Gu Ziyi watched the palm hurtling toward her. The supreme demon god bone within her body flashed with light as she countered with a palm strike of her own. The two forces collided like two divine beasts, their impact shaking the heavens and earth. Thanks for all the requests for updates. We're almost at the Yaoguang sacred land, and the first female lead is about to arrive. I'm wondering if 2 are enough, or should I add a few more? Feel free to share your thoughts, I'll take your suggestions to heart. Chapter 19, Divine Demon Phenomena Manifest. The Great Emperor peers in, Xiao Ziling intervenes. Spectators scattered in panic at the sight, while guards and warriors of the Yilo kingdom rushed toward the scene. When the falling petals and light dissipated, Gu Ziyi stood firmly in place, unscathed. Xin Yue, however, was sent flying by that single palm strike. The arm that had just unleashed the falling blossom palm now lay dislocated and fractured. Xin Yue struggled to her feet. Her stomach churned violently, and in the next instant, a mouthful of blood spurted forth. How is this possible? She's only at the early stage of the Huatian realm, isn't she? Xin Yue stared at Gu Ziyi in disbelief. At that moment, Gu Ziyi radiated the Imperial aura emanating from the supreme demon god bone. The guards who had just arrived, confronting 2 spirit transformation realm experts and such young ones at that were momentarily at a loss. A transformation realm expert from Yilok had arrived. Seeing the 2 spirit transformation realm experts about to clash in the surrounding ruined city houses, he frowned. They can't fight here, the Iraq expert thought to himself. The shockwaves from their battle would devastate Iraq. This place would be utterly destroyed. The spirit transformation cultivator thought to himself. Meanwhile, Zhu Gai, who had been lurking in the shadows, saw Qin Yue and Gu Ziyi finally engage in combat. A surge of delight filled his heart. His mission was finally about to be completed. Yet he was also deeply shocked by Gu Ziyi's seemingly effortless palm strike. He sensed that even a slightly weaker heavenly realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand that blow. But that was no longer his concern. His primary focus now was preparing his escape. My fellow cultivators, might we continue this fight outside the kingdom of Yilok? Engaging in combat here endangers the lives of many innocent bystanders. The Huatian realm expert approached Gu Ziyi and Qin Yue with respectful deference. Qin Yue glanced at the Huatian realm expert before her, then surveyed the surroundings. Nodding, she began flying toward the exit of Iraq. Gu Ziyi, unwilling to endanger innocence either, glanced at Xiao Ziling. Seeing her father nod, she too began flying outward. Master, little Ziyi is so powerful now. She's far surpassed her original strength. Xiao Tian clapped her hands in delight, utterly astonished by this development. There are always those more skilled than you, and skies beyond skies. However, Ziyi truly possesses the strength to sweep through the younger generation. Moreover, her temperament is commendable, calm and steady. Xiao Ziling nodded lightly. Then he too followed them out. Leaving only that Yilo cultivator at the transformation of spirit realm to sigh helplessly, here I go again, cleaning up the mess. Zhu Gai also followed out. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Gu Ziyi and Qin Yue already locked in combat. Qin Yue's footwork and hand-to-hand skills were no slouch, her long sword whistling through the air with each swing. Gu Ziyi had no weapon and could only keep dodging. Xiao Ziling, who came out to witness this scene, also turned his gaze toward Xiao Tian. You know what I mean, right? Master, Xiao Tian will go check right now to see if there are any weapons suitable for Xiao Ziyi to use. Xiao Tian said awkwardly, then immediately entered the system space to begin searching. Finding a weapon suitable for Gu Ziyi wouldn't consume much energy. Xiao Ziling's weapons were all too advanced for Ziyi to wield, and when he had previously killed those from the Xianxian sect and the Nangong Clan, he hadn't made a habit of searching their bodies, he'd simply forgotten to do so. Nascent sword intent. Whirlwind falling leaves. Qin Yue traced her fingertip along the blade, enveloping it in a faint pink glow. Vast spiritual energy surged forth. Qin Yue swung her sword at Gu Ziyi. The spiritual energy transformed like a bolt of lightning, instantly becoming a razor-sharp sword chi that shot toward Gu Ziyi. Primordial force. Divine magic manifestation. Celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy began gathering around Gu Ziyi. A divine maiden, ethereal as an exiled immortal, seemingly untouched by worldly affairs, slowly materialized behind her. Soon, powerful figures began materializing behind the divine maiden. Is this an omen? Zhu Gai stared wide-eyed at the terrifying celestial phenomenon unfolding before him, his thoughts already turning to escape. Xiao Ziling watched his daughter unleash this extraordinary phenomenon and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. You've perfectly fused the primordial force with the supreme demon god's bone. A blinding light erupted from the phenomenon, shattering Qin Yue's sword chi. Qin Yue was sent flying backward. Put. Qin Yue lay battered and bruised, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Damn it, General Zhu Gai. Why haven't you intervened yet? Qin Yue turned to Zhu Gai. Gu merely shook his head and hurriedly addressed Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi, my fellow cultivators, this has nothing to do with me. I don't know this woman. I'll be taking my leave now. With that, Gu turned and walked away without looking back. Qin Yue was left standing there, utterly bewildered. How could she not realize now that she'd been used as a pawn? Damn it! Qin Yue stared up at Gu Ziyi in the sky, and the towering, otherworldly phenomenon looming behind her. Meanwhile, several nearby factions had also noticed the commotion on Gu Ziyi's side. What a terrifying phenomenon! Which prodigy has emerged now? An emperor from the Blood Demon sect turned his gaze toward the direction of the Yaoguang kingdom. Powerhouses and great masters from other sacred lands also turned their gaze in this direction. Ah, this great era's struggle won't be so simple. Geniuses are emerging everywhere. Within the Yaoguang sacred land, Ruan Mengshi watched the suddenly appearing phenomenon, her expression flickering. This is the first time I've seen such an omen. Barring any surprises, it signifies the emergence of yet another future emperor-level powerhouse. Many factions began scheming over Gu Ziyi, with some even resorting to heaven's will techniques. They began probing Gu Ziyi's identity. Let me see who you really are. Xiao Ziling sensed numerous gazes directed his way. He smiled faintly. Instead of wasting your energy on this, why not focus on nurturing your own descendants? Don't meddle in matters beyond your concern. His eyes flashed with a sharp golden light. Those powerful beings attempting to probe Gu Ziyi did not see her. Instead, they saw Xiao Ziling's divine essence form. Get lost. Xiao Ziling coldly snorted at the powerful beings attempting to approach for inspection. With just that single word, countless great emperor-level powerhouses, even some who had touched upon the realm beyond great emperor, were wounded by its force. Put. An ancient patriarch from a primordial sanctuary clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What kind of being is this? A single word has gravely wounded me. The others fared no better, each suffering some degree of backlash. A bunch of puny little pests, daring to sneak in here and peek. Xiao Tian pumped her tiny fist triumphantly, as if she were the one who dealt the crushing blows. Xiao Ziling, however, said little, merely smiling. Gu Ziyi, meanwhile, fixed her gaze on Qin Yue. There was no deep-seated hatred between them, and she had no desire to kill Qin Yue. Mommy said showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to yourself. Until I consider you an enemy, get out of here. Gu Ziyi's sharp command carried an aura so powerful it instantly quelled any thought of attack in Qin Yue. Chapter 20, All Misunderstandings. Qin Yue, deceived, kneels to apologize. Xiao Ziling nearly laughed out loud. How did his daughter manage to deliver such intimidating words with such an adorable tone, paired with her aloof demeanor? Oof. You destroyed the Xianxian sect and killed my friends. Now you expect me to leave? Qin Yue struggled to her feet. She possessed an absolute trump card and felt no threat from the person before her. Your friends? Hearing Qin Yue mention the Xianxian sect, Gu Ziyi instantly grew angry. Those scum of the Xianxian sect deserve to die. Upon hearing Qin Yue's connection to the Xianxian sect, Gu Ziyi raised her arm, and the divine maiden's aura behind her simultaneously lifted its own arm. Remnant of the new moon. A pattern resembling the moon appeared before Gu Ziyi, encircled by a ring of patterns strikingly similar to divine runes. Gu Ziyi gently touched the pattern with her finger. It began to glow intensely, and in the next instant, a massive beam of light slammed directly toward Qin Yue. Within the kingdom of Iraq, the onlookers watched the earth-shattering battle unfolding outside. Each of them was stunned into speechlessness. Is this what a battle between the strong looks like? It feels like they could obliterate Iraq with a single flick of their wrists. How terrifying is that? Ah, so these are the geniuses from the outside world? Truly remarkable. The Huatian realm expert who had just expelled Qin Yue and Gu Ziyi, along with the others, couldn't help but marvel at Gu Ziyi's terrifying power. Qin Yue was frozen in shock by the strike, her pupils dilating as she could only watch helplessly as the beam closed in on her. Little girl, show mercy when you can. A powerful divine aura instantly dispersed the beam Gu Ziyi had unleashed. A shadowy figure materialized between the two. It's over, it's over. A saint has descended. Master, what should we do now? Xiao Tian stared at the apparition, its aura clearly radiating that of a long-established saint. There were even signs of approaching the supreme level. Xiao Ziling glanced at the apparition. It's nothing. Just a phantom. She carries no killing intent. No need to be nervous. Though Xiao Ziling spoke calmly, he still moved forward slowly. Gu Ziyi stared at the suddenly appearing apparition, momentarily stunned, while simultaneously sensing its formidable aura. She remained motionless for a moment. Seeing her father approach, she dissolved the illusion, slowly descending to the ground before trotting over to Xiao Ziling. Daddy, how did Ziyi do? Xiao Ziling smiled and nodded. Very well. Ziyi has actually mastered the phenomenon. What a pleasant surprise for Daddy. Strange. That person just flew through the air, yet I sense no aura at all from him. This is too peculiar. The phantom thought to himself, no longer daring to underestimate Xiao Ziling. Fellow Daoist, I am Wu Yan, the 7th Outer Sect Elder of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land. I don't know what my incompetent disciple did to offend you too. If my disciple is at fault, I will punish him severely. After speaking, Wu Yan glanced at Qin Yue. She knew her disciple well. Though somewhat naive and lacking in worldly wisdom, she wouldn't commit any major offenses. Xiao Ziling shook his head. I'm not sure either. He then turned to his daughter, silently transmitting his voice to her. Z, this is a matter for the younger generation. The time has come for you to prove yourself. Say whatever needs to be said. Go ahead and act freely. Daddy's got your back, no one can bully you. Gu Ziyi heard Xiao Ziling's words and nodded lightly. It was your disciple who tried to grab Daddy first. Stealing Daddy in broad daylight? I just punched her. Gu Ziyi stated honestly. You. It was clearly your faction that annihilated the Xianxian sect and killed my little one. Qin Yue's anger flared instantly. If she could have beaten Gu Ziyi, she'd have challenged her to a 300-round battle right then and there. Wu Yan shot Qin Yue a stern look, signaling her to keep quiet. Fellow Daoist, annihilating another sect and destroying their Daoist lineage, isn't that somewhat against the rules? Wu Yan frowned. Rules? Where were the rules when they dug out my daughter's bones and eyes? Are they only for others to bully my daughter? But I'm forbidden from striking back? Xiao Ziling retorted coldly. Never mind the Xianxian sect, even if all the forces of the Xianhuang realm had united against him, he would still have crushed them. Wu Yan faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. But when she caught sight of the token at Gu Ziyi's waist, her eyes lit up with recognition. Wait, may I ask if you two fellow cultivators are from the Yaoguang Holy Land? Wu Yan asked excitedly. Gu Ziyi and Xiao Ziling exchanged a glance. Xiao Ziling pondered for a moment. The holy master of the Yaoguang Holy Land was his wife. Therefore, he should also be considered part of the Yaoguang Holy Land. They exchanged another glance and both nodded. Oh dear, what a case of the blind leading the blind. Our Holy Land of 100 Flowers Holy Master and your Holy Master have a good relationship. This matter was my disciple's rashness. Yu Wei. Come apologize to these two fellow cultivators. Wu Yan scolded Qin Yue. Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi hadn't anticipated such an outcome either. Indeed, when traveling far from home, the most reliable things are strength and influence. Master. Qin Yue's eyes were bloodshot, clearly unwilling to accept this outcome and deeply dissatisfied with her master's actions. Don't accuse me of being heartless. Let me show you what your so-called little one and his childhood sweetheart have been up to. Xiao Ziling spoke calmly, then with a light touch, a flood of memories not her own surged into her mind. A torrent of vivid scenes flooded her mind. Her original beliefs shattered as she witnessed Lin Yufeng spying on female disciples bathing, pursuing his childhood sweetheart, and simultaneously declaring his affection to Gu Ziyi before her very eyes. Combining these with her own prior memories, she knew this was real. This can't be. Why did this happen? Qin Yue was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. She felt utterly foolish, first deceived, then used as a pawn. Yue, apologize to these fellow cultivators and hurry back to the sacred land. My apologies, fellow cultivators. My disciple has caused you trouble. Thank you for helping her overcome her inner demons. Should you ever visit the 100 Flowers Sacred Land, I shall personally host you both. Wu Yan cited Qin Yue before expressing her gratitude to Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi also felt a pang of pity for Qin Yue. She approached her and gently wiped away her tears. Stop crying, you'll turn into a big flower cat. Hearing Gu Ziyi's nonsensical consolation, Qin Yue felt like both crying and laughing. I'm sorry. I was wrong today. I apologize to both of you. And you, I lost today, but just wait. Once I go back and train for a while longer, I'll definitely beat you. After kneeling to apologize to Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi, Qin Yue regained her composure. She whispered a few words to Gu Ziyi before leaving. Actually, if you didn't compete with me for daddy, I'd think you weren't so bad after all. Gu Ziyi scratched her head. Though she didn't understand Qin Yue's final remark, she could now go find her aunt. Chapter 21, The Great Battle Begins. Yaoguang battles Shueisha, the Supreme Overlord presses in. Daddy, let's go. Gu Ziyi returned to Xiao Ziling's side. The two continued their journey toward the Yaoguang sacred land. Xiao Tian, with Ziyi's personality, do you think she might get taken advantage of when she's out in the world? Xiao Ziling sighed, somewhat exasperated. Not at all, master. Little Ziyi possesses the primordialine constitution, allowing her to sense potential threats and those who seek to harm her. Take the Nangong family and the protagonist earlier, they immediately triggered her aversion. Xiao Tian explained to Xiao Ziling. And that chubby guy Guhan Nian seems to have taught Ziyi well, though her personality is a bit. That stubborn streak clearly came from her mother, exceptionally kind to those close to her, yet somewhat resistant to outsiders. On her way back, Qin Yue sent a telepathic message to her master, summoning her to the Mingyuan Empire. Mingyuan dynasty, Qin Yue said coldly, you actually sought to eliminate me. Then do not blame me for showing no mercy. Qin Yue's voice was icy. The Mingyuan Empire clearly knew that Gu Ziyi and Xiao Ziling's movement techniques were no ordinary feat. They intended to sacrifice her at the hands of those two, thereby igniting a holy war. If not for my master recognizing them as allies of the Yaoguang sacred land, you might have succeeded. Qin Yue sped through the air. She must settle accounts with the Mingyuan dynasty. Within the Mingyuan Empire, Zhu Gai had just returned and immediately reported the news to Chu Huizhou. Your Majesty, rest assured. I witnessed them fighting with my own eyes. With their strength, even that Northern Guardian fellow is no match for them. How could that girl Qin Yue possibly stand against them? Zhu Gai patted his chest emphatically to assure Chu Huizhou. Chu Huizhou was thoroughly satisfied. Well done. You may withdraw and claim your reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Gai's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to leave, the ceiling of the Grand Hall was cleaved open by a sword strike, and Qin Yue descended directly from above. Is that so? Emperor Mingyuan truly has remarkable tactics, daring to scheme even against the sacred grounds. Qin Yue's aura radiated outward. Though she had been wounded by Gu Zi'yi moments before, Xiao Ziling's finger technique had seamlessly restored much of her injuries. Otherwise, her master wouldn't have departed so abruptly. This. Miss Qin. Chu Huizhou stared in shock at Qin Yue appearing before him, then turned his furious gaze toward Zhu Gai. This is what you meant by already dealt with. Then what is standing before me now? Not only Chu Huizhou, but Zhu Gai was even more bewildered. He was certain they had already clashed, and he himself had nearly been drawn into the fray. This shouldn't be possible. With Qin Yue's strength, she couldn't have survived their attack. Zhu Gai thought to himself, but now there was no other option. He could only behead Qin Yue first and then figure out how to frame someone else. Chu Huizhou and Zhu Gai both arrived at the same conclusion. Just as they prepared to act, a powerful divine aura struck them both, sending them flying. Well done, Mingyuan dynasty. How dare you scheme against the disciples of the sacred land? Wu Yan descended from the sky, her eyes blazing with fury. Had she not recognized the Yaoguang sacred land's authentic token, they might have succeeded. Saint Wu. Chu Huizhou tried to make excuses, but Qin Yue gave him no chance, driving her sword straight through his heart. Blood gushed from his mouth. A once great emperor met his end. Wu Yan's gaze turned icy as she raised her hand, unleashing a palm strike directly at Zhu Gai. No! You're not a sage. You! A torrent of divine power erupted, pulverizing Zhu Gai into a bloody pulp. Let's go. Return and cultivate diligently. Be more alert in the future. How could you fall for such a trick? Wu Yan scolded Qin Yue sternly. Qin Yue obediently nodded. Only she knew how deeply her master cherished her. A single command had summoned him all the way from the sacred land, solely to avenge her. Within the Yaoguang sacred land, Ruan Mengshi had already gathered all the sacred realm cultivators and above from the entire sanctuary above the sect's headquarters. Holy Master, the Blood Slaughter sect's army is nearly upon us, an elder reported, approaching Ruan Mengshi's side. She was the second elder of Yaoguang's sacred ground Yuning. The first elder had gone to the border, making her the highest-ranked cultivator within the sacred ground now, aside from the sacred lord and the supreme ancestor. The fifth elder Helan also approached Ruan Mengshi. Holy Sovereign, among the forces the Blood Slaughter sect has brought this time, there exists an emperor-level cultivator. Ruan Mengshi slowly opened her closed eyes. This may well be the greatest calamity Yaoguang Holy Land has ever faced. It may even lead to our complete annihilation. Yuning and Helan approached Ruan Mengshi. Your Holiness, we stand with you through thick and thin. We stand with you through thick and thin, Your Holiness. Ruan Mengshi turned to look at the assembled crowd, nodding with deep satisfaction. With such loyalty throughout the entire sacred land, how could they ever be destroyed? Brother Ziling, Ziyi, once we've dealt with the Blood Demon sect, I'll come find you. Outside the Yaoguang sacred land, blood mist filled the sky, obscuring the entire heavens. Who would have thought the Yaoguang Holy Land would prove so stubborn? If we fail to take it this time, it'll be hard to explain to the Lord. A peak supreme sovereign remarked. No need to worry. This time, we will definitely take them down. Everyone, be on high alert. That woman Yaoguang is utterly outrageous, somehow far too powerful. Another supreme added. Ha. If you ask me, why don't we go meet that woman first? The speaker was Ghost Shadow Sovereign, already itching to test his skills against Yaoguang's strongest. Ha, that's exactly what I had in mind. In that case, let's go. Only one supreme mid-stage powerhouse remained behind to command the army, while all other supreme-level beings set off for the Yaoguang Holy Land. Ruan Mengshi, who had been resting her eyes at the Yaoguang Holy Land, suddenly sensed several powerful forces approaching. She snapped her eyes open. They're here. Ruan Mengshi drew a quasi-imperial weapon, the glowing feather fan, and swung it forcefully forward. Instantly, a whirlwind of tornado-like winds erupted across the land. The whirlwind surged forward, but after a moment, it seemed to collide with something and slowly dissipated. 5 Supreme Peak Experts, 10 Supreme Late-Stage Cultivators. The Blood Slaughter Sect truly holds Yaoguang in high regard. Ruan Munchi's delicate brows furrowed. Now, every faction was dispatching their strongest warriors to the border. That Blood Slaughter Sect still harbored so many powerful figures. Clearly, its internal affairs weren't as pure as they seemed. Ha ha ha, the Yaoguang Holy Master is still so impatient. Such a beautiful and graceful fairy should be more ladylike, you know. Ghost Shadow Supreme spoke with a sinister chuckle. Oof, Ghost Shadow Sovereign, Flame Sovereign, Shadow Sovereign, Dark Slaughter Sovereign, Blood Eye Sovereign. It seems the lesson I taught you last time wasn't sufficient. Ruan Munchi's gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon the figures before her. Haha, we don't have much time to play with Holy Master Yaoguang. Yaoguang, it's time for your clan to be wiped out. Xiaomeng thanks everyone for urging updates and for reading. Xiaomeng will continue updating. Feel free to share any thoughts or suggestions here. Reading novels is all about having fun. Chapter 22, The powerful Ruan Munchi has the Blood Demon Sect's true main force yet to arrive? Blood-eyed Venerable sneered coldly. During their last assault on the Yaoguang Holy Land, he hadn't anticipated Ruan Munchi possessed so many hidden cards. Their 5 supreme tier powerhouses had suffered heavy losses. Ruan Munchi let out a soft chuckle. Her figure was more graceful than ever, as elegant as a soaring swan, as fluid as a gliding dragon. Her waist was slender, delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze. Her shoulders were sculpted, flowing with graceful lines that seemed to embody the world's poetry and tenderness. Her lotus-like steps glided lightly, her silk robe billowing behind her. Each stride seemed to tread upon clouds, radiating an ethereal beauty untouched by the mundane world. Wow, the Holy Master of Yaoguang's sacred land truly looks like a heavenly delicacy. Gazing upon Ruan Munchi before them, the crowd instinctively felt compelled to kneel at the hem of her silk robe. A bunch of insects. Ruan Munchi pointed her finger toward the sky. As if torn open, a crack appeared, and a colossal palm slowly materialized before everyone's eyes. Great Cold 3000 Heaven and Earth Mystic Universe Palm. Ruan Munchi channeled the power of heaven and earth, drawing vast spiritual energy toward her. A violent storm erupted around them. Ruan Munchi's aura intensified, her eyes glowing blue. This is the Holy Lord's ultimate technique. It seems the Holy Lord intends to strike them down with a single blow. Yuning watched the colossal palm materialize in the sky, her expression growing grave. That madwoman. She clearly didn't use this move last time. She sure has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Blood-eyed Sovereign snorted coldly as the 5-peak Sovereign level experts began unleashing their ultimate techniques. Blood-Eye Death Ray, Shatter. He, let me have a go at you, little beauty. Ghost Shadow Sovereign radiated an aura of pure malevolence. In an instant, countless ghostly shadows burst forth from his body, charging toward the colossal palm that engulfed the sky. The others held nothing back either, summoning every ounce of spiritual energy within them. Mystic Slaughter Overwhelming. Shadow Soul Devour. Glassfire Slash. Ruan Munchi watched them all with an icy expression, her eyes showing not a trace of fear. Dare to offend Yaoguang. Die. A colossal palm descended from the heavens, crushing down upon them. The combined attacks of the 5-peak Supreme Sovereigns struck the palm like needles falling into the ocean, stirring not a single ripple. Whoosh. How is this possible? It's over. She's ridiculously strong. Everyone. Run. Seeing their attacks utterly ineffective, the Supreme Masters began scattering in all directions. No. We can't escape. Ah. None could escape Ruan Munchi's palm strike. They were all engulfed in a single blow. The void tore apart, and the vast expanse surged. Dust swirled as Ruan Munchi slowly caught her breath. That single strike had drained too much of her spiritual energy. Truly worthy of the time I spent mastering this technique. Her chest rose and fell slightly, clearly indicating she couldn't yet unleash the full power of this strike. Sure enough, in the next instant, the dozen or so Supreme Masters who had been swallowed by the palm burst forth, covered in wounds. They're gravely wounded. Everyone, follow me to slaughter the invaders. Yuning's command echoed as all Supreme Realm experts surged forth, closing in on the weakened targets. Damn it! Quick! Get out of here! Blood-eyed Sovereign's eyes now bled, his cultivation plummeting to the early Sovereign realm. And he was still among the less severely injured. When disaster strikes, everyone flees for themselves. One by one, the Supreme Realm experts began scattering in all directions. Yuning quickly caught up to one Supreme Realm expert. Aurora Slaughter. Yuning drew upon the essence of heaven and earth, unleashing a sword strike as swift as a startled swan. A powerful sword beam sliced through the sky, its deafening explosion reverberating across the heavens. Damn it! Why are you targeting me? I'll fight you to the death. The Supreme Expert watched Yuning charging toward him. Unable even to self-detonate now, he could only turn and charge directly at her. But Yuning's cultivation was no weaker than his, and with him now gravely wounded, she quickly caught up and struck him down with a single sword strike. No! I cannot die here, absolutely not. As one supreme after another fell, a rain of blood began to fall from the skies above the Yaoguang sacred land. The blood rain nourished the earth as if nurturing new life. Before long, everyone returned before Ruan Mengshi. Reporting to the Holy Sovereign, all late-stage Supreme Realm cultivators have been eliminated. However, 4 of the 5 peak Supreme Realm experts escaped. The Li Huazun self-detonated, and 2 of our early-stage Supreme Realm elders sustained injuries. Yu Ning reported to Ruan Mengshi. Take those 2 elders away for treatment. This was likely only the vanguard of the Blood Slaughter sect. The true main force is probably yet to come. Ruan Mengshi pressed her crimson lips together lightly. That suspected emperor-level powerhouse had not revealed itself. She could only pray that he wasn't a long-established great emperor. Holy Master, perhaps we should seek aid from the surrounding factions. After all, they only need. A man stepped forward, intending to advise Ruan Mengshi to seek aid from other sacred lands, but he was cut off before finishing his sentence. Shut your mouth. That pack of rats. They said if we wanted their help, the Holy Master and 5 exceptionally beautiful women from the sanctuary must marry him, a man who already has children. Do you think that's possible? Yu Ning's icy gaze fixed on the man. She recognized him. He was the outer sect elder Son Hai. He possessed no innate talent. His rise to this position was achieved solely through sheer effort. Originally, Yu Ning had held this man in high regard, but now that he had spoken thus, she too began to view him with caution. Son Hai, having been rebuffed by Yu Ning, retreated and dared not speak further. But his mind was already forming other thoughts. Ruan Mengshi shot Son Hai a glance and snapped, "These aren't terms, it's outright profiteering from our misfortune. Agreeing to their demands would be no different than forcing our Yaoguang Holy Land to submit to them. Everyone rest up. Prepare to face the Blood Demon Sect's army." After giving these instructions, Ruan Mengshi sat down in midair and closed her eyes to meditate. Those supreme masters who had narrowly escaped were still trembling with fear. How could that woman be so powerful? Blood-eyed sovereign thought to himself. The pressure she had exerted on him not long ago hadn't felt nearly this terrifying. He now sensed that if he were forced into a one-on-one duel with that woman, he would have no chance of surviving her. My calculations were wrong. That woman has undoubtedly reached the Great Emperor realm. Ghost Shadow Sovereign also emerged from the spatial pocket, his entire body weak and exhausted, one arm missing entirely. Clearly, he had been gravely wounded by Ruan Mengshi's palm strike just now. Impossible. If she were truly a great emperor, she wouldn't have let us go just now. Xian Shazun emerged as well, blood dripping from his mouth. He too was badly injured. Fortunately, the pursuers who had been chasing him had stopped mid-pursuit. Sigh, hard to say. Let's hurry back to the main force first. To deal with that woman, we'll need the Great Emperor to step in. The Shadow Sovereign also emerged from the spatial pocket. This time, their losses were truly devastating. The group had already braced themselves for punishment. Bringing so many Supreme Sovereigns along. Only a handful could return now, a truly disgraceful outcome. Chapter 23, Consuming the Fruit of Dao Insight, the Emperor provoked Xiao Ziling. Daddy, Grandma's place is just up ahead. We'll be there soon. Gu Ziyi pointed ahead, her eyes like clear springs, sparkling and irresistibly endearing. Xiao Ziling smiled and nodded. Ziyi, have some snow fragrance cake first. See if it still tastes the same as before. Xiao Ziling tenderly handed her a piece of snowflake cake, and Gu Ziyi's eyes lit up instantly. Then Ziyi will try some first. Not too much, I'll save some for Daddy, Mommy, and Auntie. Gu Ziyi immediately began savoring the treat. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziling's gaze turned toward the Yaoguang sacred ground. He had sensed a powerful aura emanating from there just moments ago. However, his recent perception confirmed that Ruan Mengshi was unharmed, so he felt no urgency to go there. Right now, he was still trying to figure out how to properly survive at the hands of these two. He couldn't just let things be with, we're all struggling to survive. No, I must be more assertive. Xiao Ziling muttered to himself. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Gu Ziyi. Not long ago, he had given her the Great Dao Insight fruit to consume. After that battle, her spiritual energy must be depleted. This should be the perfect time for the fruit to take effect. Logically, it should be working by now. Why isn't there any sign of it? Xiao Ziling murmured softly. Master, this Great Dao Insight fruit is a celestial great treasure. At first, you won't feel anything after taking it. And since Ziyi has such a strong constitution, she should still. Before Xiao Tian could finish, Gu Ziyi's entire body erupted with a blinding light that pierced the heavens. Her cultivation thus broke through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. 2 great emperor-level cultivators, who were preparing to head to the Yaoguang sacred land, were startled by the light piercing through the clouds. Exchanging a glance, they declared, "Let's go. We must see what's happening." Yay! Little Ziyi has finally absorbed the Dao Insight fruit completely. There won't be any bottlenecks before breaking through to emperor level. Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Ziling waved his hand lightly, dispelling the phenomenon. After her breakthrough, Gu Ziyi let out a satisfied little burp. Then, as if nothing had happened, she went back to eating her snow-scented cake. Ziyi, are you feeling any discomfort? Xiao Ziling approached Gu Ziyi, his face filled with concern. No, I just feel warm all over. Gu Ziyi smiled and shook her head, then offered a piece of snowflake cake to Xiao Ziling's lips. Daddy, try some. It's so delicious. Xiao Ziling looked at the snowflake cake suddenly presented before him and took a gentle bite. It tastes great. Actually, Daddy can make delicious things too. Next time, I'll whip up something tasty for you, Mommy, and Auntie to try. How about it? Yes, yes. Gu Ziyi exclaimed happily. If the divine sovereigns of the great cosmos could see this Dao divine lord capable of sweeping across the entire universe displaying such a tender expression, they would surely be stunned. After speaking, Xiao Ziling understood the reason. Most of the power from the Dao Insight fruit had been absorbed by the supreme demon god Bone. That was why he sensed Ziyi's constitution had indeed advanced another tier. Master, the Dao Insight fruit isn't like those essence-purifying elixirs or immortal herbs. Its effects manifest this way. I can sense it. The benefits this great Dao Insight fruit brings to Ziyi will become increasingly evident over time. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, Xiao Ziling's expression darkened, and his arm lifted slightly. In the next instant, a pillar capable of connecting heaven and earth thrust directly toward them. Master, beware. Xiao Ziling reacted faster than Xiao Tian, channeling a powerful psychic force to block the devastating rod. The space the pillar had just swept through was torn apart. Yet such a fierce assault failed to harm Xiao Ziling or Gu Ziyi in the slightest. Gu Ziyi suddenly felt a tremor and immediately stopped what she was doing. What's wrong, Daddy? Nothing. Just a few bad guys, Xiao Ziling replied with a light chuckle. His hair fluttered gently in the aura emanating from his body. Xiao Ziling's gaze fixed on the distance. Two emperor-level powerhouses also turned their attention toward him. Their auras surged relentlessly, standing proudly in the sky like deities. The entire sky seemed to darken under their influence, inky clouds gathering like a rising tide. Such a young spirit transformation realm prodigy, snorted the great emperor with 2-star rings behind him. Tisk, TSK. For such a talent not to belong to us is truly a waste. Brother Tianqing, you're blinded by talent. Don't tell me you didn't recognize her as possessing the primordial ultimate in constitution. A man with a body of powerful muscles gave a wicked smile. Every fiber of his being radiated a domineering aura of spiritual power. These two were none other than the great emperors hastening to aid the blood slaughter sect in their assault on the Yaoguang sacred land. Emperor Tianqing and Emperor Badian. Originally en route to Yaoguang, they suddenly sensed a powerful anomaly here. They had assumed some treasure had emerged. I see it too. What are your thoughts, Brother Badian? Emperor Tianqing sneered. Baxian the great emperor remained silent, merely striding forward slowly. Each step sent powerful tremors rippling through the surrounding space. In mere strides, he hovered above Xiao Ziling. Pup, hand over the woman beside you, and I might spare your life. Baxianchen sneered. He held the utmost contempt for scrawny types like Xiao Ziling. Though the latter had just caught his Tsangyun staff, Baxianchen sensed no trace of Imperial might emanating from him. Clearly, this man was not a great power at the Emperor realm. Gu Ziyi frowned, finding the man before her utterly repulsive. I dislike looking up at people. Come down. Xiao Ziling said expressionlessly. Instantly, the heavens and earth began to tremble as a powerful pressure descended, enveloping the overlord of the heavens. The Emperor of Overlord felt his shoulders grow dozens of times heavier. You're courting death. Green light blazed from the Emperor of Overlord's eyes as he raised the azure cloud staff and hurled it toward the heavens. The three supreme arts of heaven, God, Demon, Buddha. A colossal phantom wielded the Tsangyun staff as the Overlord of Heaven unleashed his staff technique, sweeping it toward Xiao Ziling. Humph. Xiao Ziling's finger flickered lightly. A golden greatsword, blazing with dazzling light, shot toward the phantom like a bolt of lightning tearing across the heavens. The golden greatsword directly knocked the azure cloud staff aside, slicing through the phantom form in a single stroke before charging toward the Overlord Emperor. The Overlord of the Heavens reacted instantly, activating his Overlord's divine body. His flesh instantly hardened into a fortress of bronze and iron, while a golden protective shield enveloped his entire form. The collision of two immense forces shattered the Emperor's shield in an instant. How could this be? Emperor Baishan's pupils widened in utter shock. Beside him, the Celestial Star Emperor also sensed something amiss at once. He rushed to the Emperor of Overlord's side, and together they braced against the golden greatsword. What terrifying power! Who is this person? The Celestial Star Emperor, too, was stunned by Xiao Ziling's prowess. Realizing they couldn't withstand the great sword, both immediately dodged out of the way. Xiao Ziling flicked his fingers lightly, pulling all four into a separate space. Chapter 24, One Sword to Destroy, Emperor's Fall, Betrayal, Yaoguang in Peril. Gu Ziyi gazed at her surroundings with sparkling eyes, filled with curiosity about this space. She resolved to train diligently, determined to reach her father's level of power someday. The overlord of the heavens and the celestial star emperor frowned at Xiao Ziling's technique. Though they too could enter such a space. But creating a space like this? Even emperors who specialized in cultivating spatial power couldn't pull that off. Attack together. This kid is strange. Tianqing Emperor's deep voice transmitted to Badian Emperor. 2 star rings appeared at his sides. Sacred Radiance Star Wheel. Emperor Tianqing pressed his palms together, his eyes blazing golden as light streamed from his eye corners. The 2-star rings steadily expanded, then began absorbing both his own spiritual energy and the surrounding energy. The overlord of heaven knew Xiao Ziling was not as simple as he appeared and held nothing back. Heaven-dominating body art, earth-shattering destruction. The physical power of the overlord of heaven surged, so intensely that Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi could even hear the pounding of his heart. A wave of heat radiated from his body. The surrounding space itself warped under the pressure of their combined power. Emperor Tianqing raised both hands high above his head, then brought them crashing down toward Xiao Ziling. 2 powerful beams of light erupted from his twin star rings. Boom! The entire space began to tremble, cracks appearing within the void. Emperor Batian gripped the azure cloud staff, and behind him materialized a colossal azure cloud staff, condensed from the staff's own mystical power. Destroy! Emperor Batian brought the staff crashing down upon Xiao Ziling, shattering space in its wake. 2 colossal forces simultaneously converged upon Xiao Ziling. Gazing at this world-shattering technique, Gu Ziyi felt beads of sweat form on her forehead. Yet with Daddy right beside her, she feared nothing. Xiao Ziling met the incoming attack with a pointed finger, sending the golden greatsword hurtling forth once more. 3 forces collided violently. The overlord of heaven and the overlord of the stars felt immense pressure within their bodies, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they stumbled back hundreds of steps. Xiao Ziling, however, remained unmoved. With a faint, cold snort, the power of the golden greatsword surged once more. It shattered their attacks outright, dealing them heavy wounds. Even as emperors, you still lack the qualifications to face me. Xiao Ziling gazed down at the 2 figures sprawled on the ground. His lips remained motionless, yet his voice carried clearly. The Celestial Star Emperor and the Overlord Emperor struggled to their feet, their gazes locked on Xiao Ziling's profound eyes. They beheld a colossal golden figure emerging from beyond the vast, star-filled void. What kind of being is he? Emperors Tianqing and Badian were mortified, their legs trembling uncontrollably. As the figure pointed a finger toward them, both instantly turned to dust, their divine souls utterly annihilated. After restoring the space, Xiao Ziling dissolved the spatial barrier. Is it over? Gu Ziyi looked around in confusion, finding herself back where she started. Just a few little bugs. Taken care of. Let's continue searching for the old lady. Xiao Ziling smiled gently, lightly ruffling Gu Ziyi's hair. At the Yaoguang Holy Land, full-scale war had now erupted between them and the Blood Demon Sect. The Blood Demon Sect's forces clashed with the disciples and elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Inky black clouds hung heavy across the horizon, while howling winds swept through the mountains and forests, rustling the trees like the low wails of countless restless spirits. Within the Yaoguang sacred ground, its disciples fought fearlessly against the Blood Slaughter Sect. Their long swords flashed with a cold gleam in the sunlight. Each swing unleashed a fierce sword chi, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The Blood Demon Sect disciples were no match for the Yaoguang Holy Land's warriors, yet they fought with reckless abandon, trading blows and wounds in a desperate struggle. On the battlefield, the clamor of battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the roar of spells intertwined, a cacophony that never ceased. Blood spattered, staining the ground crimson, while severed limbs littered the scene, creating a spectacle of utter horror. Lingxi, a core disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land, fought fiercely amidst the chaos. The long sword in her hand glowed with a soft radiance, each strike executed with grace and fluidity. Everyone! Gather around me immediately and activate the Wind Rain Yao Light Formation. Lingxi bellowed to the crowd, and the disciples of the Yaoguang Sanctuary began converging toward her. They swiftly assembled, each taking their designated position as they began to cast the Wind Rain Yao Light Formation. Raindrops began falling from the sky, sweeping toward the Blood Slaughter Sect's army. Wherever they passed, disciples of the Blood Slaughter Sect fell to the ground. Lingxi gazed skyward. Victory here would be meaningless. The outcome rested with the elite forces above. Holy Master! Hold on! The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land began praying for the elders and the Holy Master. Above, each elder had found their opponent. Ruan Mengxi and Yuning, however, faced multiple supreme-level powerhouses. Among them were the 4 who had escaped. After rejoining the main force of the Blood Slaughter Sect, Blood-Eyed Sovereign had expected severe punishment. To his surprise, Emperor Yuan not only healed his injuries but also distributed a large quantity of elixirs. This enabled several peak-level Saint-tier experts to break through to the Supreme Realm. He also reassured everyone. He explained that besides himself, 2 other Emperor-level powerhouses would soon arrive. He urged them to fight without restraint. Seize every opportunity, show no mercy to the enemy. With such a commander as their backing, the warriors' fighting spirit ignited. They were determined to seize the Yaoguang sacred land. Ha ha ha, little ladies, have you thought of your last words? A supreme-tier powerhouse lunged at Yuning with a slash, but their cultivation base was inherently inferior to hers. She swiftly countered, kicking him aside before sealing his fate with a single sword strike. Damn it! Besides that Ruan Munshi, this Han Yuzun isn't a pushover either. Many supreme experts found themselves struggling against Yuning in combat. 4 peak supreme experts were once again held back by Ruan Munshi. They were no match for Yuning. Just as Yuning swept through the other supreme masters, Song Hai arrived beside her. The perceptive Yuning instantly sensed his presence. So it's you, Song Hai. Quickly deal with them, then go assist the Holy Master. Understood, Second Elder. I'll assist you immediately. Song Hai's face darkened as he drew his sacred weapon, thrusting it into Yuning's back and piercing straight through her chest. Blood surged upward, causing Yuning's face to twitch as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Second Elder. Second Elder. Yuning. The other elders and Ruan Munshi immediately turned their gaze toward Yuning. Damn it! Song Hai. You traitorous scum! An elder erupted in a torrent of curses directed at Song Hai. You brainless fools! Opportunities must be seized. The fall of Yaoguang Holy Land is inevitable. Have you all gone mad? Song Hai sneered. Without requesting reinforcements, the Yaoguang Holy Land was doomed. Only by joining the Blood Demon sect could he go further. Thank you all for your enthusiastic requests for updates. Chapter 25, Battle of the Great Emperor-level warriors, Yaoguang defeated. Ruan Munshi wanted to rush to help Yuning, but as she shifted her body slightly, a sword intent, infused with blood energy, surged toward her. Hearing the sound of space shattering, Ruan Munshi reacted swiftly, raising her glowing feather fan to block the attack. She managed to withstand that terrifying sword intent. To fight so effortlessly against so many of us at the pinnacle of supreme sovereigns, it seems the holy sovereign of Yaoguang is truly about to take that step. Xian Shazun descended. Even with all of them attacking together, they couldn't bring down the Yaoguang holy sovereign. Ha ha ha, brother Xiansha, why waste words with her? Why not seize her now and present her directly to Emperor Yuan? Ha ha ha. The 4 burst into loud laughter. The group, still cackling wildly moments before, suddenly sensed an overwhelming imperial aura descending upon them. Whoosh! Blood-eyed sovereign slowly lowered his gaze to his abdomen. A crimson gash gradually appeared, panic spreading through his pupils. Blood trickled out. In the next instant, the blood-eyed sovereign was cleaved in 2 by a sword, crashing heavily to the ground. Bullying the few with many holds no meaning. Why not let this old woman meet you head-on? A figure materialized before the crowd, 3 gleaming blades suspended around her. Dressed in snow-white robes, her hair as silver as frost, she radiated an air of unfathomable mystery. Her face showed no wrinkles, appearing no older than Ruan Munshi and the others. Yet only true masters could perceive it. At this moment, she was already in the twilight of her life. This figure was none other than the patriarch of Yaoguang's sacred land, the great emperor of Yaoguang. Ancestor, why have you come out? Ruan Munshi asked with concern. She knew the patriarch's days were numbered, and with her injuries compounded by this battle, she feared the patriarch might perish completely. It matters not. Yaoguang's future rests with you. You must not come to harm. The great emperor of Yaoguang spoke calmly. The 3 sharp swords beside him struck like thunderbolts, instantly piercing Song Hai's body. They twisted and turned with frenzied violence, accompanied by agonized cries of pain. Ah! No! Ancestor, I was wrong. The great emperor Yaoguang showed no mercy, utterly annihilating Song Hai. Betrayal of the Yaoguang Holy Land. You deserve death 1,000 times over. The Yaoguang emperor gazed coldly at Song Hai, now reduced to a mangled mass. Then his gaze swept over the other supreme sovereigns present. They all felt the terrifying imperial might emanating from the Yaoguang emperor. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Yaoguang! Emperor Yaoguang! Xian Shazun stared in terror at the silver-haired woman before him. The Yaoguang emperor had long been renowned as a force far beyond what peak supreme sovereigns or ordinary emperor-level beings could hope to oppose. Munshi, take Yuning down to tend to her injuries. I'll handle these ones. Emperor Yaoguang silently transmitted to Ruan Munshi. Upon hearing this, Ruan Munshi immediately departed to assist the other elders. Emperor Yaoguang recalled the 3 swords, now stained with blood. The authority bestowed upon these 3 blades. 3 quasi-emperor grade weapons. Some discerning supreme beings instantly recognized these 3 flying swords. Kuyo! Tana! Sheta! The supreme beings present began to tremble. Facing the great emperor, they dared not even entertain thoughts of resistance. Sword chi overturns the sea. Emperor Yaoguang locked his target onto the most troublesome figure, the Shadow Sovereign. The 3 quasi-emperor grade weapons shot forth instantly. The mighty blades sliced through the air, tearing apart the sky. The Shadow Sovereign attempted to evade, but it was far too late. The overwhelming sword intent engulfed him like a tidal wave, drowning him in an instant. A peerless supreme being at the pinnacle of power fell thus. Terrifying. The onlookers watched as the sword intent from Yaoguang the Great Emperor's strike lingered in the air. Just as the Great Emperor Yaoguang prepared to strike down the remaining sovereigns, a blinding light surged toward her. Her 3 flying swords instantly materialized before her. The collision of 2 immense forces sent shockwaves rippling through the very fabric of space. A chill radiated from the Emperor Yaoguang's eyes as immense magical power gathered in her palm. With a single strike, the attacker was sent reeling hundreds of meters back. Empress Yaoguang frowned, noticing her hand still trembling slightly. Great Emperor Yaoguang, who would have thought? After all these years, you're still so well preserved. As the light dispersed, a figure over 10 feet tall emerged, golden-faced with a long beard, fierce eyes beneath thick brows. Clad in chainmail golden armor and wielding the Imperial weapon, the phoenix-winged gilded halberd, he stood majestic as a celestial being descended from the heavens. It's Emperor Yuan. Excellent. Ha ha ha, the Yaoguang sanctuary is finished. With Emperor Yuan intervening, I refuse to believe these scoundrels have any chance of survival. Seeing the great Emperor Yuan intervene, the Blood Demon sect members felt their hearts settle. Meanwhile, the Yaoguang sanctuary witnessed their own adversaries deploying an emperor. The advantage Yaoguang emperor had just regained vanished in an instant. Is this the power of an emperor? A single individual can sway the course of battle. Lingxi gazed at the 2 emperor-level powerhouses in the sky. They would be her future targets. The Yaoguang sanctuary remained silent, instead unleashing the 9 forms of the Yaoguang sword art. 3 flying swords streaked toward Emperor Yuan like lightning bolts and shooting stars. The blades struck Emperor Yuan's body, producing a metallic clang. Thud. The 3 flying swords failed to inflict any damage on Emperor Yuan. My golden chainmail isn't something to be trifled with. Emperor Yuan sneered coldly. This chainmail armor, forged from pure gold, possessed formidable defensive properties. Emperor Yuan wore multicolored floral boots, typically paired with purple gold stirrups, vivid in color and exquisitely crafted. In his hand, he gripped the phoenix wing gilded halberd, a weapon named for its outward flaring structure resembling phoenix wings. 46th form of the phoenix winged gilded halberd. Emperor Yuan was enveloped in golden light as he charged directly at Emperor Yaoguang. Seeing Emperor Yuan charging toward her, Empress Yaoguang showed no sign of backing down. 3 flying swords circled around her as she unleashed her spiritual energy, enveloping herself in a white glow. She charged directly at Emperor Yuan. 2 beams of light clashed fiercely in the air, trading blows back and forth. The crowd below watched the spectacle with hearts in their throats. Before long, the Emperor of Yaoguang found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing defeat was imminent unless he fought with all his might, he swiftly unleashed his ultimate technique. Yaoguang Sword Art, 9 Forms. Final Chapter: Forgetful River Sword. The great Emperor Yaoguang began burning his vital essence. The 3 quasi-imperial weapons Kuyo, Taina, and Shada merged into one, ascending to the ranks of imperial weapons. Ancestor. Ruan Mengshi, the great Emperor Yaoguang's disciple, knew her master was preparing to fight to the death. 46 forms of the phoenix-winged golden halberd. Final Chapter: Halberd Severing the Heart of Doom. Emperor Yuan channeled every ounce of his power into the strike, while Emperor Yaoguang swung his sword in response. Danger! Sensing the terrifying force of the 2, Ruan Mengshi and the others hastily conjured protective shields. Otherwise, the mere aftershocks of 2 great emperors clashing would be enough to tear those below to shreds. The Blood Slaughter sect disciples also scrambled to flee, lest they perish in the aftermath. The collision shattered the heavens, unleashing a blinding radiance. When the light faded, a figure flew out, none other than the great Emperor Yaoguang. Ancestor. Ruan Mengshi rushed forward the moment she saw the figure emerge, catching the great Emperor Yaoguang in her arms. Chapter 26, Ruan Mengshi intends mutual destruction. She's my woman. Ruan Mengshi caught the great Emperor Yaoguang, who remained utterly drained and exhausted, his vital energy steadily waning. Mengshi, I'm old. I'm sorry for everything, Emperor Yaoguang gasped, clinging to life. The crisis at the Yaoguang Holy Land had not yet passed. She couldn't die now. Ancestor, don't speak. Rest now, Ruan Mengshi soothed the great Emperor Yaoguang. Gazing at her most beloved disciple before her, tears welled up in the Yaoguang Emperor's eyes. Mengshi, you've worked so hard all these years. 2 elders skilled in healing and alchemy approached and began examining the great Emperor Yaoguang's injuries. Take good care of the ancestor. Ruan Mengshi instructed the 2 before turning her gaze to Emperor Yuan in the sky. The clash of their previous move had left Emperor Yaoguang gravely wounded, while Emperor Yuan's golden chain mail armor bore only a few cracks. His hair billowed wildly as he stood proudly suspended in the air, resembling a deity capable of ruling the world. Emperor Yuan fixed his gaze upon Ruan Mengshi, who stood at the forefront of the crowd. His eyes lit up. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Not even the great Emperor Yaoguang could compare to her beauty. Her hair, as silky as silk, shimmered with a faint golden glow. Her entire being radiated an elegant aura, her movements graceful and refined, like an immortal descended from the heavens, possessing a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall. Add to that her perfectly proportioned figure and those two full, ripe spheres. Even Emperor Yuan couldn't help but lick his lips. Wow, absolutely stunning. Emperor Yuan gazed at Ruan Mengshi, his mind already drifting into fantasies of this visionary beauty submitting to him. Little beauty, have you come to surrender? Emperor Yuan looked at Ruan Mengshi with contempt. If you wish to surrender, you and your sacred land's beauties had better treat me and my brothers well. Perhaps I might spare a few of you from your sacred land. Emperor Yuan gave a wicked smile, his eyes already fixated on Ruan Mengshi's exquisite form. Emperor, I'm a bit particular about cleanliness. Might I go first? A supreme being spoke up with a laugh. Fine. Then I'll go after you. Emperor Yuan, greatly appreciating the supreme being's wit, agreed immediately. Witnessing this exchange, the others began teasing the supreme being. What is your name? Emperor Yuan inquired of Ruan Mengshi. Ruan Mengshi's brows furrowed, and she did not answer the emperor. Seeing this, Emperor Yuan smiled lightly. He raised his hand, using his overwhelming pressure to pin a supreme being from the Yaoguang Holy Land to the ground, preparing to eliminate him. Faced with this situation, Ruan Mengshi could only hurriedly speak up. Ruan Mengshi. Ruan Mengshi, well done. Now make your choice. The emperor's seemingly casual words sent Ruan Mengshi's nerves into overdrive. A powerful wave of pressure surged toward Ruan Mengshi. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, she stumbled, her legs buckling slightly. The emperor's pressure was still too overwhelming for her to withstand. Her legs buckled slightly, the emperor's pressure was still too overwhelming for her. Though bearing the weight, Ruan Mengshi's eyes remained fixed on Emperor Yuan. It seems you won't understand the might of Emperor Yuan until I cripple you. Don't come begging for mercy later. Emperor Yuan began gathering spiritual energy in his hands. Witnessing this, the crowd from the Yaoguang Holy Land lowered their heads in unison, unable to bear the sight. The Blood Demon Sect disciples, however, watched with excited expressions, their faces twisted into wicked, demonic grins. Ruan Mengshi observed the energy gathering in Emperor Yuan's palm. She had resolved to detonate herself if only she could take this emperor down with her. Then Yaoguang Holy Land might still have hope. Brother Ziling, I'm sorry. I may not be able to join you. You must live on. Just as Ruan Mengshi was about to gather her spiritual energy, a powerful presence enveloped the area. She won't beg for mercy. A deep, godlike voice boomed, and a powerful force of will instantly pinned Emperor Yuan to the ground. Who dares? Emperor Yuan struggled to see who this formidable opponent was, but the immense pressure threatened to crush his internal organs. How could this be? The Blood Demon Sect disciples witnessed the scene and instinctively retreated several paces. Even Xian Shazun, a peak supreme sovereign, stumbled back abruptly. Yet a colossal force held them all pinned to the earth. Xiao Ziling descended forcefully with Gu Ziyi. With a wave of his hand, countless starlight spilled over the Yaoguang Holy Land, restoring the severely wounded disciples and elders. Even the Yaoguang Emperor and Elder Yuning, who had been on the brink of death, were restored to health. Both were utterly astonished by Xiao Ziling's methods. Moments ago, they had believed their end had come, yet now they had been restored. Especially the Yaoguang Emperor, even her own hidden injuries had eased. She felt she could continue guarding the Yaoguang sacred land for hundreds of years more. Ruan Mengshi gazed at Xiao Ziling's figure, her eyes brimming with tears. He really is still alive. Beside Xiao Ziling, Gu Ziyi scanned the crowd and immediately spotted her aunt. Daddy, can Ziyi go find Grandma first? After speaking, Gu Ziyi saw her daddy give a slight nod. She then began flying toward Ruan Mengshi. Ziyi. Ruan Mengshi saw Gu Ziyi and tried to steady her emotions. She had been genuinely happy. But when she saw Gu Ziyi flying straight toward her, her heart skipped a beat. Could Ziyi actually fly through the air now? Auntie! Auntie! Ziyi found Daddy! Gu Ziyi arrived beside Ruan Mengshi, who immediately embraced her as if she were still a child. Auntie missed you so much. Ziyi missed you too, Auntie. The great Emperor Yaoguang approached Ruan Mengshi. Mengshi, who is this? Ancestor, she is the daughter of a dear friend of mine and also, my own daughter. Ruan Mengshi paused, then declared firmly. The great Emperor Yaoguang nodded. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Ziling in the sky, everyone stunned by his power. When did our Yaoguang Holy Land gain such a powerful figure? Wow, he's so handsome, like a fallen immortal. The female disciples were all swooning, their eyes fixed on Xiao Ziling. Ruan Mengshi, however, seemed to sense some kind of danger. She turned her head to look at the female disciples. Feeling the gaze of the Holy Master, they all shrank back. Xiao Ziling intensified his aura, sweeping it across the entire Yaoguang sacred grounds. Who are you, sir? I don't believe we've met before. Emperor Yuan tried to break free from the oppressive aura, but no matter how he struggled, his legs refused to bear his weight. He could only kneel rigidly on the ground. You dared touch my woman? You deserve to die. Xiao Ziling raised his hand lightly, pressing forward with barely a touch. All the supreme masters and other cultivators of the blood demon sect were crushed into pulp by the overwhelming pressure. Exactly. How dare you bully our mistress? You're asking for a little punch from Xiao Tian. Little Tian declared, waving his tiny, rosy fist. Sir! 2 more Emperor-level experts are on their way. Their power rivals mine. Think carefully. Emperor Yuan's eyes flickered with fear, yet he showed no sign of retreat. This time, they must seize the Yaoguang Holy Land. Chapter 27, You mean that Beishan in Tianqing? I'm her husband. Hearing this, the hope that had briefly ignited among the Yaoguang Holy Land's people instantly extinguished. How is this possible? How could the blood demon sect have so many great Emperor-level experts? The crowd began to sigh, yet even so, they showed no sign of retreat. Even if it meant death, they would stand with the Yaoguang Holy Land until the very end. Emperor Yaoguang was taken aback. More emperors were coming? What exactly did they covet from the sacred land of Yaoguang? 2 great emperors? You mean those 2 called Ba Tian and Tian Xing? Xiao Ziling asked indifferently. 2 fools had tried to attack him on the way here, but he'd already eliminated them. How did you know? Emperor Yuan looked puzzled. He hadn't even mentioned it yet. Those 2 fools are already dead. Xiao Ziling's expression remained unchanged as he casually tossed down the imperial weapon of Emperor Batian, the Azure Cloud Staff. It landed directly before Emperor Yaoguang and Ruan Mengshi. The Tsanyan staff, weighing tens of millions of jin, sank deep into the ground. Its immense weight was so great it didn't even stir up dust. It seemed to melt the earth beneath it. Ruan Mengshi and Yaoguang Emperor stared wide-eyed at the imperial weapon suddenly appearing before them. The very weapon countless great beings fought over it had just materialized right in front of them? This. Mengshi, there are no imperial weapons within the sacred grounds. Perhaps we should. The great Emperor Yaoguang transmitted his voice secretly. Ruan Mengshi's face twitched. So this is the kind of person you are, old ancestor. She felt a bit at a loss too. This imperial weapon wasn't hers either. She'd have to ask Brother Ziling about it later. This won't do. I never acknowledged Ziling before I even hunted him down. Won't he hold a grudge? Ruan Mengshi worried aloud. Emperor Yuan gazed at the Tsangyun staff resting beside Ruan Mengshi and Emperor Yaoguang. His entire body suddenly trembled. How could this be? Emperor Yuan trembled, finally feeling fear. Sir, judging by your appearance, you're not from the Yaoguang Holy Land. You probably just want to have some fun with that woman, Mengshi, just a woman. Rest assured, once we seize Yaoguang's sacred ground, she'll be yours to toy with. And our blood demon sect possesses beauties from every era and every land then. Emperor Yuan fawned over Xiao Ziling, but before he could finish, a searing pain shot through him, causing his bones to crackle. Just one? She's my life. Listen carefully to the sound of your own bones shattering. Xiao Ziling's face turned icy as he lightly tapped his finger forward. Emperor Yuan's bones began shattering one by one. An unprecedented agony surged through his nerves. Ah! Bastard! Stop this at once! Emperor Yuan's face turned ashen. Had it not been for years of arduous cultivation, he would have fainted long ago. Are you certain you wish to oppose my blood slaughter sect? The power behind us is not something you can match. Emperor Yuan gritted his teeth, his words dripping with venom as blood began trickling from the corner of his mouth. Oh? Xiao Ziling's expression remained unchanged as golden light slowly emanated from his eyes. Emperor Yuan stared into Xiao Ziling's pupils and froze in shock. Through the Emperor's soul, Xiao Ziling glimpsed the so-called powers behind us he had mentioned. After a moment, Emperor Yuan felt his stomach churn violently. Damn it! Snapping back to his senses, Emperor Yuan hastily prepared to detonate his entire cultivation base. Lesh! With a wave of Xiao Ziling's hand, Emperor Yuan, who moments before could have swept across the entire Yaoguang Holy Land, vanished into nothingness. He ceased to exist. The group of supreme peak experts who had accompanied Emperor Yuan on his campaign were likewise effortlessly subdued and slain by Xiao Ziling. The Yaoguang Holy Land's followers watched this scene, utterly dumbfounded. This is how it ends? The crowd could scarcely believe it. Could this catastrophe, capable of destroying the entire Yaoguang sacred land, truly be averted by a single mysterious powerhouse? Empress Yaoguang watched Xiao Ziling's actions with equal shock. She couldn't discern what he had done. Even less could she discern the aura emanating from him. After dealing with the blood slaughter sect, Xiao Ziling slowly approached Ruan Mengshi and Gu Ziyi. Daddy! Daddy's so awesome! He. Gu Ziyi jumped up and scampered straight into Xiao Ziling's arms. Xiao Ziling smiled gently and caught Gu Ziyi softly. This scene left everyone too stunned to speak. My goodness, you're quite the little powerhouse. You should know that the person you're holding right now is a powerhouse capable of effortlessly annihilating an emperor. Emperor Yaoguang approached awkwardly. Mengshi, who is this venerable elder? Ruan Mengshi, who had been staring at Xiao Ziling, heard her ancestor call her name but momentarily failed to register it. Ah, ancestor, you called me? You little brat, how rude. Staring at someone like that? That's not like you at all. Emperor Yaoguang whispered to her in a telepathic voice. The person before them was of unknown origin, and she feared that if displeased, he might effortlessly annihilate the Yaoguang Holy Land. I am her husband, Xiao Ziling stated calmly. Empress Yaoguang froze upon hearing those words. Holy crap, how come she had no idea when Wan Mengshi found herself a man? The gathered Yaoguang sanctuary disciples were equally stunned, though they'd already heard Xiao Ziling refer to as woman moments earlier. At that moment, everyone's attention was entirely focused on Xiao Ziling's power and imposing aura. Who would have thought this elder is actually our Holy Lord's husband? Holy crap, what a bombshell! If that's the case, doesn't that make him our Holy Lord? Looks like it. Yuning, standing nearby, nearly popped her eyes out of her head. She had been by her Holy Lord's side all this time. How could she not know her Holy Lord had such a man? Where have you been all these years? I couldn't find you. I missed you so much. Ruan Mengshi hadn't expected Xiao Ziling to openly acknowledge their relationship. Gu Ziyi watched the suddenly weeping auntie. Her face filled with concern, she walked over to Ruan Mengshi's side. Don't cry, auntie. Give daddy a hug and you'll feel better. Hearing this, tears streamed down Ruan Mengshi's cheeks. She floated over and nestled into Xiao Ziling's embrace. I'm sorry. So much has happened these past years. I'll tell you everything in time. Xiao Ziling's expression was complex indeed. He had been irresponsible. He gently patted Ruan Mengshi's back. A wave of soothing spiritual energy began to heal the internal injuries within Ruan Mengshi. It soothed her emotions. Ah! Right, Han Yen. She suffered terribly these past years. Ruan Mengshi recalled the voluptuous purple-haired girl. They'd actually gotten along quite well even when Gu Han Yen was being hunted down. Ruan Mengshi had often secretly aided her. But since it was an internal matter of the Demon Clan, if she intervened openly, it would mean full-scale war between the righteous factions and the Demon Clan. Her relationship with Gu Ziyi made that abundantly clear. Mengshi, and Mengshi's husband, let's go inside to talk. Here. Emperor Yaoguang sighed helplessly, then glanced at the onlookers from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Witnessing this scene, Ruan Mengshi blushed and buried her face deep into Xiao Ziling's embrace. Chapter 28. If you don't know how to call out, your husband can teach you. Xiao Ziling paid no mind, gently caressing Ruan Mengshi's flushed cheeks with a smile. This sent the already extremely bashful Ruan Mengshi's entire body limp. If she hadn't been cradled in Xiao Ziling's arms, she would have collapsed completely. All right. Hurry back to the sacred grounds. There are too many people here. Ruan Mengshi murmured sweetly in Xiao Ziling's embrace. Her clinging, bird-like demeanor made others envious. Wow, who would have thought the ice-cold Saint Master would have such a side to her? After all, the Holy Lord was once the Holy Maiden herself. This predecessor must have been the peerless prodigy of the Lord's era. Likely so. And probably the peerless genius who could sweep all before them in the Lord's era. That's why our Lord is utterly smitten. As the servants whispered among themselves, Emperor Yaoguang turned and shot them a glance. They instantly fell silent. Emperor Yaoguang hesitated slightly before turning to Xiao Ziling and murmuring, that Mengshi, her husband, those two Imperial weapons. I wonder. Xiao Ziling looked at the weapons left behind by Emperor Yuan and Emperor Badian. Oh, those two Imperial weapons? If the Yaoguang Holy Land needs them, take them. I have no use for them. Xiao Ziling's gaze softened as he spoke. You've already called me Mengshi's husband, how could I possibly refuse to offer a token of my esteem? Empress Yaoguang and Yuning's cheeks flushed. He was giving them away so easily? The Holy Lord's husband is so generous. It seems our Yaoguang Holy Land won't have to endure hardship anymore. Yuning thought joyfully. As long as the Holy Sovereign was happy, none of them had any objections. The Yaoguang Emperor promptly had several attendants secure the two Imperial weapons, for such artifacts were not for just anyone to wield. After deliberation, they would decide who would wield these two Imperial weapons. Ruan Mengshi watched the elders and others eyeing the Imperial weapons as if they'd sell her out for them, and she pouted. Ahem, well, shall we return to the sanctuary? Ruan Mengshi flushed as she spoke, not knowing why she always felt shy whenever she saw Brother Ziling. Brother Ziling seems different now, Ruan Mengshi thought shyly. His aura and physique have improved so much he's become incredibly handsome. What's that? Do you need me to teach you how to address your husband? Xiao Ziling asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Ruan Mengshi's cheeks flushed bright red, steam practically rising from her ears. How could Brother Ziling be so naughty? Husband. Let's hurry, there are people around. Ruan Mengshi whispered in a voice only Xiao Ziling could hear. Xiao Ziling nodded with satisfaction. You two always tried to outsmart me before I had to get some payback. Seeing Xiao Ziling still unmoved, Ruan Mengshi reached around and twisted his waist hard. But who was Xiao Ziling? His physique long rivaled those of divine body cultivators and immortal beasts. Even in a relaxed state, he felt not a hint of pain. Still, to humor his wife, he promptly feigned surrender. Ow ow ow. I'm leaving. Ruan Mengshi genuinely believed she'd hurt Brother Ziling, so she hurriedly rubbed his waist to soothe him. Behind them, Gu Ziyi couldn't make heads or tails of what the two were doing. Grandma and Daddy are so strange. Gu Ziyi scratched her head in confusion before following the pair. Emperor Yaoguang and Yuning began directing the disciples and elders of the sacred land to clean up the battlefield. Don't ask her why she didn't go to greet Xiao Ziling. Any clear-eyed person could see that the senior had only stepped in to help out of respect for Ruan Mengshi. It had nothing to do with her. If she ended up interfering with the two of them later, she feared they might casually wipe out Yaoguang. That girl Mengshi, all she ever does is cultivate. She never tells me anything. I always wondered why she gets so flustered whenever I bring up finding a partner. Turns out she already had someone outside. Emperor Yaoguang sighed. So all her concern had been unnecessary after all. That senior gives off a decent vibe. He should be able to look after Mengshi properly. Well, that solves one of my biggest worries. Xiao Ziling followed Gu Ziyi and Ruan Mengshi as they flew toward Mengshi's residence. Though their sacred land couldn't compare to the top-tier sacred lands or immortal powers. The living environment and spiritual energy were quite decent, far surpassing those of the Xianxian sect. Along the way, they passed other mountain ranges, each housing specialized areas like cultivation chambers, alchemy labs, and artifact forges. Xiao Ziling and the others arrived at the largest mountain range, covered in immortal bamboo that emitted a quiet, fragrant aura. Within the bamboo grove lay a vast clearing, where an exquisite mansion stood. Commissioned by Ruan Mengshi, this magnificent and awe-inspiring mansion resembled a dazzling jewel palace, constructed from massive jade stones and precious timber. Outside the manor, spirit gathering and defensive arrays were arranged, ensuring the estate was not only brimming with spiritual energy but also impregnable. The three landed steadily. Xiao Ziling noticed a peach tree beside the mansion. It was clear that Ruan Mengshi cherished quiet, elegant surroundings. Auntie, Ziyi brought you the snow-fragrant cake I mentioned earlier. Gu Ziyi seemed to recall something and promptly took out the snow-fragrant cakes. Ruan Mengshi recalled something, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Thank you, Ziyi. I'll try some later. He. Seeing Gu Ziyi's beaming smile, she felt at ease. After all, it was all his doing. What difference did it make? Xiao Ziling stepped forward, while Ziyi, ever the sensible one, went ahead to tidy up the room, something Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hanni had both taught her. Big Fatso, I have some questions for you. Xiao Ziling's tone was stern, and he unconsciously used the nickname he'd given the two of them earlier. Curvy with ample curves, the one with the larger spheres was the big guy, which of course was Ruan Mengshi. Just then, Gu Ziyi had called her auntie. The words had barely left his mouth when Ruan Mengshi turned, her cheeks flushed, glaring at him with irritation. No. It just slipped out. I meant wife. Watching Ruan Mengshi jog over, raising her hand to punch his chest. He quickly corrected himself, momentarily forgetting he had serious business to discuss. Alright. You can hit me tonight if you want. But right now, I genuinely need to discuss something with you. Xiao Ziling said sternly. Seeing Xiao Ziling's serious expression, Ruan Mengshi stopped her action. The last time she'd seen Brother Ziling look like this was when he saved her. You're Ziyi's aunt, and you're the ruler of the sacred land. Why did Ziyi? Xiao Ziling explained the situation with the Xianxian sect to Ruan Mengshi. Master, don't speak like that. The Grand Mistress loves you deeply. That tone will only sadden her. Xiao Tian voiced her concern, though she had underestimated Ruan Mengshi's feelings for Xiao Ziling. When Xiao Ziling reprimanded her, she didn't grow angry. Instead, panic-stricken, she rushed toward Gu Ziyi, her eyes slightly reddened. Her eyes were moist, her breathing erratic. The sight of her who had been so poised and formidable against enemies now looked utterly heartbreaking. Chapter 29, Intimacy Level 100%. Are you broken? Ruan Mengshi burst into Gu Ziyi's room. Gu Ziyi, who had been tidying up inside, froze at the sight of Ruan Mengshi suddenly entering. Her expression froze in confusion, unsure what had happened. Auntie, what's wrong? Gu Ziyi looked at Ruan Mengshi, tears streaming down both cheeks. Her hand raised, she momentarily didn't know what to do. She thought Xiao Ziling had bullied Auntie. After all, she had told Daddy that Auntie had bullied her mommy. But to her surprise, Ruan Mengshi gently pulled her into an embrace. Ruan Mengshi studied Gu Ziyi's eyes intently. It took nearly all of Ruan Mengshi's spiritual energy to discern the hidden heavy-lidded eyes within Gu Ziyi's gaze. Ziyi, my little Ziyi. Why didn't you tell Grandma when they bullied you? Why didn't you tell Auntie? Didn't Auntie give you a flute? Blow the flute, and no matter where you are, Auntie can come to you. Her earlier fear that the Blood Demon sect might attack the Yaoguang sacred land was likely because of Ziyi. They had secretly taken her away from the sanctuary to protect her. And indeed, that was the case. The Blood Demon sect had attacked the Yaoguang sacred land precisely because of Gu Ziyi. Ruan Mengshi spoke in a choked, broken voice, her words coming out in fits and starts. As she spoke, Ruan Mengshi reached out to touch Gu Ziyi's abdomen. She couldn't bear to imagine how utterly hopeless she would feel if anything happened to Ziyi. Though she often told that woman Gu Hannian, "This is your child, you take care of it yourself." But after all these years of living together, coupled with her feelings for Xiao Ziling, she had long since regarded Gu Ziyi as her own daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Gu Ziyi the Ice Spring Jade Flute. Forged with her own spiritual energy, it could transmit soundless messages to her. Gu Ziyi understood the situation now her aunt had learned about the Xianxian sect. "Auntie, I'm sorry. Mommy has things to attend to, and you need to deal with those villains. I don't want to distract you." Gu Ziyi's voice was faint. She knew her aunt was concerned for her. But she didn't want to make her sad. She had actually intended to blow the flute in the end, but Daddy arrived just then. Xiao Ziling, listening at the doorway, was momentarily stunned. So that was how it was. "Ah, it seems little Ziyi has inherited your stubbornness, master." Xiao Tian sighed. Even badly injured, he still refused to let his aunt see his vulnerability. "Auntie, don't be sad. It's all thanks to Daddy helping Ziyi back then. Hee, those guys got thoroughly beaten by Daddy." Gu Ziyi tried to cheer Ruan Mengshi up, but Ruan Mengshi only cried harder. "Ziyi is only 16. At an age when others are enjoying themselves and cultivating, why must you endure all this?" Ruan Mengshi cried inwardly, though she didn't voice it. They held each other for a long while before she finally managed to say, "Ziyi, I'm your aunt. Whatever happens, you must tell your aunt." "Yes. Ziyi won't make Auntie worry anymore. Please stop crying, Auntie." Gu Ziyi nodded gently, reaching out to wipe away Ruan Mengshi's tears. Xiao Ziling watched the scene unfold, feeling deeply satisfied. Seeing everyone grow closer brought him immense joy. Master. Looks like you're the only one who seems like the bad guy here." Xiao Tian chuckled, tapping his finger against his lips. Xiao Ziling slowly turned his head. Xiao Tian, seeing Xiao Ziling's icy expression, instantly jumped back in fright. "Master. I'm sorry." Xiao Tian apologized hastily, but Xiao Ziling only sighed. "Alright, I admit I'm partly to blame. What about the stuff I asked you to prepare for Ziyi? Just take a look at my intimacy level with Big Fat." Don't worry, Master. I've got everything ready. As for your intimacy with the Grand Mistress, little Tian can only say, you'd better treat her nicely from now on. Stop calling her Big Fat Lady. Xiao Tian gave a mysterious smile before fiddling with his own things. Xiao Ziling didn't understand what Xiao Tian meant and was about to ask. Xiao Tian immediately activated the screen. Intimacy, 100%. Congratulations, Master, on completing the mission, achieving 100% intimacy with Ruan Mengshi, a bond unbreakable until death. Reward obtained, the primordial meditation technique. Xiao Ziling's mouth gaped slightly in shock. "Xiao Tian, are you malfunctioning? How could everyone be at 100%? He could understand Ziyi, but these two had only just met. How could they already be at 100%? Not at all, Master. Don't be shocked when I tell you this. Truth is, the Grand Mistress is a reincarnator. In her past life, you two were born in a small town near the frontier of another minor world. Both of you were orphans, enduring a bitterly hard life where even getting a single satisfying meal was a struggle. Alas, fate played a cruel trick, bringing these two wretched souls together. She regarded you as her elder brother. No matter the trouble, you shielded her, treating her like family. To spare her hunger and suffering, you often stole chicken legs and delicacies back home, even when beaten to a pulp. Then, when bandits raided the town, you died protecting the matriarch, leaving behind only a flute. She watched you fall in a pool of blood. From that moment, no one else mattered to her. Even when cultivators later saved the city, witnessing your death left the Grand Matriarch utterly desolate. She devoted herself to cultivation, driven solely by the quest to revive you. But, even after ascending to the rank of Great Emperor, she found no way to revive you. Upon learning your soul had completed its reincarnation, leaving no possibility of resurrection, she intended to take her own life to join you. By a stroke of fate, she discovered the art of reincarnation. Exhausting every ounce of strength and resource, she used the flute you left behind to rebirth herself in a new small world, arriving near you. Fate would bring you together, but it would not reveal when. She searched for you tirelessly, until finally, she found you. At this point, Xiao Tian abruptly stopped, clearly unwilling to continue. Why stop there? Xiao Ziling, who had been feeling a complex mix of emotions, found the atmosphere instantly deflated by Xiao Tian's interruption. When she finally recognized you, it was already within the ancient tomb of the secret realm. The Grand Mistress had intended to get to know you gradually, then find an opportunity to reveal her identity. But then, an accident happened. At this point, how could he not know what that unexpected incident was? Now I finally understand why that Sierra suddenly treated me so kindly, only to then team up with Gu Hannian to kill me. Was that great being worried her chosen heir wasn't up to the task? That kind of inheritance, it maximizes emotional bonds. But I recall she held back, and then. Then what? Then I don't remember. Xiao Ziling genuinely cared for both of them. The three had even fought together against geniuses from other sacred lands. Their beauty and figures were unlike anything he'd ever seen. During that critical battle, Xiao Ziling risked his life to shield them both, only to be gravely wounded by another genius from a sacred land. It was then that Gu Hannian also developed feelings for Xiao Ziling. As for Ruan Mengshi, it went without saying Brother Ziling was still that same Ziling, willing to sacrifice his life to protect her. Now he understood everything. Yet precisely because of this, he had turned misfortune into fortune. Now I finally understand why Shir and Hannian got along reasonably well back then, yet later became such bitter rivals. For Ruan Mengshi, it was akin to watching the person she loved become intimate with another, only to eventually have to join them herself. Chapter 30, The Outside World? No problem. We can always have another child. I envy you, Master. To have two such wonderful mistresses and such a well-behaved, sensible daughter. Xiao Tian said with obvious envy. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. Oh right, Master, I still don't understand how you became so powerful. You've only been active for a short time, yet the first mistress who was once a great emperor-level powerhouse is only at the half-step great emperor stage now. Xiao Tian looked utterly perplexed, and the Master's information remained a blank void, revealing nothing at all. Not long? I've been cultivating for so long I've lost track of time myself. Xiao Ziling said indifferently. Just as he was about to chat with Xiao Tian, Ruan Mengshi had already calmed her emotions. She emerged from Ziyi's room. Husband. I'm sorry. Ruan Mengshi apologized to Xiao Ziling the moment she stepped out. Ha? What's wrong? Xiao Ziling looked utterly bewildered, while Xiao Tian entered the system space to begin preparing gifts for Ziyi. She wasn't in a hurry. Her master would speak when the time was right. When the time came, she would be her master's third listener. If it weren't for me, Ziyi wouldn't have gotten into danger. Ruan Mengshi said with a hint of sadness. Xiao Ziling gently pulled her into his embrace, soothing her emotions. It's okay, Cici. This isn't your fault, it's all the Xianxian sect's doing. I've already dealt with them. As for the Blood Demon sect, I'll personally pay them a visit in a few days to teach them a lesson. Xiao Ziling's eyes held a deep intensity. He already knew who the powerful figure behind the Blood Demon sect was. Moreover, they weren't just targeting the Yaoguang Holy Land, they were targeting Hannian as well. If you're so eager to die, I won't mind giving you a send-off. Xiao Ziling thought to himself. Ah, right. Hannian is still at the border. I'm aware. She's already on her way back. She should arrive shortly. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Ruan Mengshi nodded. Where have you been all these years? Why can't the jade pendant I have sense your location? Didn't you say it could be used to find you in case of emergencies? Ruan Mengshi suddenly remembered the matter at hand and hurriedly asked Xiao Ziling. They approached the peach tree where several chairs stood nearby. Sitting down, Xiao Ziling made no attempt to conceal the truth. He recounted to Ruan Mengshi how he had left the Xianhuang realm and ventured into the outside world. He concealed certain details, however, choosing not to share them with Ruan Mengshi. Don't let those who love you know you're suffering. Even if she can't help, she'll worry herself out of sleep. Wow, so the outside world is that vast? Are there even higher realms beyond the Great Emperor? Ruan Mengshi's eyes sparkled with wonder. Having once been an emperor-level powerhouse herself, she sensed that even beyond the emperor realm, there were higher realms. Yet her innate talent had been insufficient, compounded by certain inherent limitations, preventing her from ascending to greater realms or leaving the Xianhuang realm. Though the reincarnation technique offered her a chance to reach those higher realms and journey to better places. But now, with her most beloved by her side, living carefree, she felt utterly content. The world outside is vast. In time, I'll take you both to see it. Xiao Ziling smiled. Let's find Han Nian first. Just prepare yourself for her scolding, she's far luckier than I am and loves you even more. Ruan Mengshi said softly. She wasn't a selfish woman, she glanced in Gu Ziyi's direction. Truthfully, if she didn't care about you at all, Ziyi wouldn't have been born. Seeing Xiao Ziling with his head bowed, Ruan Mengshi added. The two of them would be sisters sooner or later, they had to be on the same page. Besides, why did she get pregnant and I didn't? Did you give her more than me? Ruan Mengshi stared at Xiao Ziling with a questioning look. Xiao Ziling, who had been feeling somewhat guilty, instantly flared up under Ruan Mengshi's gaze. This is clearly a matter of probability, okay? Xiao Ziling explained. Besides, we can still have another child, right? Get Ziyi a little brother or sister, and she won't feel so lonely later. Xiao Ziling winked at Ruan Mengshi. He was now at the pinnacle of power. At his level of power, it was nearly impossible to produce offspring without enduring tens of thousands of battles. Hearing this, Ruan Mengshi flushed as she glanced at Xiao Ziling's defined muscle lines, pronounced pectoral contours, and sturdy arm muscles. She could instantly tell Brother Ziling's physical prowess was extraordinary. Back then, the two of them couldn't even handle Brother Ziling. Now, facing him alone? Forget it. She'd definitely get bullied. Wait until later. Ruan Mengshi murmured shyly, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Ziling merely smiled, pulling Ruan Mengshi into his embrace. He gently parted her pale golden hair and pressed his lips against her vivid red ones. Ruan Mengshi closed her eyes, offering no resistance. After a long while, Xiao Ziling sensed Ruan Mengshi's heartbeat quicken significantly. Then, hearing Gu Ziyi emerge, he finally released her. At this moment, within the abyssal sea of the demonic race, an entity who had already set one foot into the realm of immortals awoke. With snow-white hair, this being had lived for tens of thousands of years. Though small-boned and not particularly tall, he exuded an intensely dangerous aura. He was none other than the Void Emperor. A supreme sovereign, his face etched with panic, approached him. Your Majesty! Emperor Yuan and the others have failed. What of Badi and Tianqing? He spoke slowly. He had dispatched 3 emperors this time. The Yaoguang Holy Land had only one emperor, an elderly one nearing the end of his life. They shouldn't pose any threat. They're all dead too. The supreme peak powerhouse trembled as he spoke. The Void Emperor erupted in fury, roaring, useless. All of you are useless. So many powerful warriors, yet you couldn't take down a single Yaoguang Holy Land. Indeed, he was the figure behind the Blood Slaughter sect. Otherwise, how could a sect with only a handful of saints dare to attack the Yaoguang Holy Land? Naturally, he had dispatched the majority of his powerful forces to assist. I truly don't know, Lord. All I know is that everyone who went is dead. Not a single piece of information was brought back. Supporting the Blood Slaughter sect's assault on the Yaoguang Holy Land had already cost them dearly. Not only had they exhausted their connections with the demon clans and other sacred lands, but they'd also suffered heavy losses among their powerful experts. Damn it! Must I personally intervene? If we fail to capture her daughter, once she returns, she will undoubtedly become the undisputed ruler of the demon race. The faint voice of the Void Emperor echoed. I wonder if that old fossil Changxing has taken that final step. Well. We'll just have to wait for her return and see if we can deal with her discreetly. The future of the demon race cannot be entrusted to a weak woman. The Void Emperor murmured softly before retreating back into seclusion. As for the fate of the Blood Slaughter sect? That was none of his damn business. Other sects, empires, and sacred lands had also received some news. The Yaoguang sacred land had repelled the Blood Slaughter sect's assault and even slain Emperor Yuan. As for who had done it, they had no way of knowing. Yet they all instinctively assumed it was the work of the Yaoguang emperor. After all, only an emperor could slay another emperor. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. Xiao Meng extends heartfelt gratitude to every reader. Chapter 31, The Schemes of Major Factions. The Heavenly Sword Sacred Land plots the Supreme Secret Realm. Within a secret realm of the Xianhuang realm, several mysterious powerhouses gathered atop a mountain peak. The most formidable elder among them was engrossed in a chess match with a middle-aged man seated opposite a man with sword-like brows, starry eyes, a jade-like complexion, and an ethereal demeanor. The other masters watched from the sidelines. I hear the Yaoguang Sacred Land has repelled the forces sent by the Void Emperor. The elder's deep, gravelly voice echoed. The man nodded. Not only did they hold them off, they eliminated Emperor Yuan and his entire contingent. The Yaoguang Emperor shouldn't possess such power. Have we ascertained the circumstances? The man shook his head. We don't know who intervened yet. Though the Holy Sovereign of Yaoguang possesses extraordinary talent, her cultivation time is far too short. Her strength doesn't even match that of some ordinary great emperors. The elder nodded, then gently placed a black stone between his ring finger and index finger. Several days ago, other great masters and I investigated the source of that anomaly. Unfortunately, we were all gravely wounded. Even the Heavenly Mechanics Elder, who claims to glimpse the near future, couldn't peer into its origin. The old man lamented. Geniuses were emerging everywhere in the Xianhuang realm now, heralding the arrival of a golden age where everyone sought their share of glory. Never mind. No matter how terrifying that anomaly may be, it hasn't fully matured yet. It won't affect our plans. The man also held a white stone, placing it gently on the board. The two players' game left the surrounding great masters gape in astonishment. What realm have they attained? Humph. How dare you discuss the abilities of our elders? A silent transmission echoed through the air, and soon, the crowd fell silent. Keep an eye on the demonic tribes and the beast clans, especially that female emperor of the demonic tribes who's been making waves lately, and the ancient Imperial clan. If they attempt to influence the grand scheme, it could prove troublesome. The man nodded in agreement. Rest assured. Once my son emerges from seclusion, no prodigy will dare challenge him. The man spoke calmly, his confidence in his son absolute. Prepare well. Those fellows, they should be itching to act by now. At that moment, within the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, the sanctuary's master was still leisurely sipping his divine tea. He was already preparing to indulge in the beauties of the Yaoguang sacred ground. Yaoguang Holy Master. I've coveted you for so long. Finally, I have the chance to possess you. After rejecting me so many times, you'll still end up at my feet. Ha ha ha. The sacred land that had previously sought aid from Yaoguang's sacred land was none other than Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Reporting to the Holy Master. An elder outside rushed in hurriedly. What is so urgent? Could you not learn from this sovereign? Stay calm and composed, that is the way to live longer. The Heavenly Sword Holy Lord said with a carefree smile. Understood, Your Holiness. Very well, now you may speak. What is it? The Yaoguang sacred land has repelled the blood demon sect's assault. What? The elder was startled by his own Holy Lord's reaction. Your Holiness, weren't you the one who insisted on remaining calm and composed? How could you? Calm and composed. The Heavenly Sword Holy Lord's fury boiled over, his chest heaving violently. That worthless blood slaughter sect. They even claimed an emperor would intervene, guaranteeing they'd seize the Yaoguang Holy Land and forbade us from interfering. Useless scum. Because of them, I've had to risk offending the Yaoguang Holy Land, other Holy Lands, and even demonic forces. The Heavenly Sword Sovereign felt dizzy and disoriented. Now that his entire plan had fallen through, he had no choice but to make new arrangements. Holy Lord, regarding that supreme secret realm, send some of our strongest disciples. Have the Grand Elder accompany them as well. Yes. The supreme secret realm, huh? In this golden age where geniuses abound, I wonder how our Heavenly Sword Holy Land's prodigies compare to those outside our gates. The two still lost in passion had no idea what was unfolding outside. Hadn't Gu Ziyi stepped in, Xiao Ziling wouldn't have let go of Ruan Munchi's tender lips. Soft and tender, truly worthy of the name Soft Triamsi. The moment Gu Ziyi stepped out, she saw the auntie panting heavily, her two massive breasts heaving up and down. Gu Ziyi thought Xiao Ziling was bullying Ruan Munchi again. Daddy, please don't bully auntie. Gu Ziyi approached the two, her smooth, fair little hand gently tugging at Xiao Ziling's sleeve. Auntie is very kind to Ziyi. Ziyi loves auntie and wants to protect her. The two watched Gu Ziyi's adorable expression as she declared her intention to protect Ruan Munchi. Ruan Munchi felt a warm glow inside. This was her good daughter. Xiao Ziling smiled gently. Ha, Daddy wasn't picking on your auntie. Gu Ziyi looked at Ruan Munchi, who responded with a tender nod. Thank you for caring about Grandma, Ziyi. Daddy was guiding Grandma in her cultivation. Ruan Munchi thought for a moment before saying. Gu Ziyi looked at her daddy with a face full of disbelief. Xiao Ziling gave a slight nod. Ruan Munchi covered her mouth and giggled. Xiao Ziling took out the chaos meditation method Xiao Tian had just given him. He had already glanced through the manual and found it inferior to the cultivation methods he had previously mastered through his own insights. However, he noticed one thing: this manual was incredibly inclusive, especially for those just starting their cultivation journey. Wasn't this perfect for Gu Ziyi? Moreover, his own top-tier cultivation methods required immense time, serendipity, and unwavering perseverance to master. Moreover, this particular manual suited someone with Ziyi's high level of comprehension. Daddy, what's this? Gu Ziyi looked puzzled. This is the cultivation technique Daddy and Auntie just researched together for you. Xiao Ziling handed the chaos meditation method to Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi looked at it with curiosity. Though Daddy had given her many things, whatever Daddy gave her, she would guard it carefully and treasure it dearly. Wow, thank you, Daddy. Ziyi will practice hard and protect Mommy and Auntie together with you in the future. Gu Ziyi exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Ruan Munchi approached Gu Ziyi and joined her in examining the cultivation manual. She herself didn't know what cultivation technique she was studying. Clearly, this cultivation manual was a gift Xiao Ziling had given Gu Ziyi, and Ruan Munchi began reading it as well. What she saw astonished her. Even combining all the cultivation manuals she'd encountered across 2 lifetimes, none could compare to this one. Husband, what level is this cultivation technique? Hearing Ruan Munchi address him as husband, Xiao Ziling felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to explain it to them, he turned and saw Ruan Munchi's eyes brimming with tears. It seemed to say, husband, Ziyi got a gift. What about mine? I want one too. Well, Sheer, this cultivation technique isn't suitable for you. It's meant for those just beginning their cultivation journey. Xiao Ziling said helplessly, knowing that having Ruan Munchi practice this one would be less beneficial than continuing with her previous cultivation method. Husband, what did you just call me? Ruan Munchi froze. Her mind had been elsewhere, and she hadn't heard Xiao Ziling address her that way before. The name Sheer, she hadn't heard it in so very long. Chapter 32, Revising the Cultivation Technique. Verbal thanks won't cut it. After all this time, she could finally hear that name again spoken by the one she loved most. Xiao Ziling noticed the faint flush returning to Ruan Munchi's cheeks. With a touch of tenderness, he reached out to brush her cheek. What else should I call you but Sheer? Calling you wife would work too. Ruan Mengshi turned her head away in a pout. Xiao Ziling's naturally refined, jade-like features, clad in white robes and bearing an icy demeanor that seemed to keep others at arm's length. His sudden playful tone left Ruan Mengshi utterly flustered. To others, he was the Daoyu Divine Lord who killed without blinking, extinguishing stars with a flick of his finger. But to his family, he was simply a father, a husband. Honey, I remember you used to be a little aloof. Now you're acting a bit like Han Nian's little tsundere. Xiao Ziling remarked with a faint smile. Ruan Mengshi gave a soft snort before moving to stand beside Xiao Ziling. She began tugging at his arm playfully, pouting, "Husband, I want a present too." Seeing this, Xiao Ziling instantly frowned in exasperation. But then it hit him. He had once met a divine tier forging master who had gifted him a top-tier immortal armor, one capable of morphing its form. It would be perfect for Ruan Mengshi. Indeed, there is a gift for you. Xiao Ziling produced the celestial armor, the Cloud Star Transformation Armor. This inner armor is quite suitable. Your bust is too large for ordinary inner armor, but this piece can change shape. It's perfect for you. Don't underestimate it, even an emperor couldn't break through its defenses. Xiao Ziling remarked with a faint smile. Ruan Mengshi accepted the inner armor from Xiao Ziling, not taking offense at his playful teasing. She had only mentioned it casually, never expecting Xiao Ziling would actually prepare a gift for her. Her face lit up with joy as she embraced Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling smiled back, then whispered softly in her ear. "Tonight, I'll come to your room and show you how to wear this inner armor." Ruan Mengshi blushed and lowered her head, softly murmuring, Though her voice was faint, who was Xiao Ziling? Xiao Ziling felt quite pleased. Seeing Gu Ziyi begin practicing her cultivation techniques. Ziyi is very talented. She'll surely surpass both me and Han Nian in the future, Ruan Mengshi murmured softly. I'll guide her well. As for how far she'll go, it doesn't matter to me as long as she's happy and content. Xiao Ziling nodded in agreement. Oh, and Ziyi has a special gift: she can sense danger in people who mean her harm. Ruan Mengshi suddenly remembered something. How did you know? Xiao Ziling was naturally aware of it too, but he hadn't expected Ruan Mengshi to have noticed as well. It could only mean that Ziyi's gift was quite pronounced. Earlier, Ziyi told me she felt unwell. That was precisely when the Blood Demon sect launched their attack, yet I hadn't mentioned anything to her at the time. Plus, she'd previously told me that Elder Songhai gave off a deeply repulsive aura. And today, Elder Songhai betrayed the Yaoguang Holy Land. Turns out he was always a Blood Demon sect mole. Ruan Mengshi explained. Xiao Ziling began to ponder. Sheer, you should know that Ziyi possesses the primordial ultimate in constitution, right? Ruan Mengshi nodded. Cultivators everywhere covet this physique as a treasure for cultivation. Now that Ziyi possesses this unique talent, it's not a bad thing at all. Xiao Ziling murmured softly. Yes. All I hope now is that she can be happy. Both nodded. Xiao Ziling would never use the heavenly mechanism on his own family. But if anyone truly threatened his family, even if his power were to destroy the Xianhuang realm, nothing could stop him. The two did not disturb Gu Ziyi's cultivation and returned to their room first. Xiao Ziling had no room of his own, so he could only reluctantly share a room with Ruan Mengshi for rest. Sheer, bring out the cultivation techniques you've been practicing. I'll offer some guidance. Ruan Mengshi, though puzzled, complied. She used her spiritual energy to condense the two cultivation manuals she practiced before presenting them. They were the 9 forms of the Yaoguang sword art and the 9 mysteries Jade Sutra. Xiao Ziling examined the 2 manuals. He opened them and began reading immediately. After a moment, Xiao Ziling directly used his spiritual energy to begin modifying the 9 forms of the Yaoguang sword technique. Ruan Mengshi watched Xiao Ziling begin his modifications without interrupting him. Instead, she focused her attention on his flawlessly handsome face, which seemed to radiate an irresistible charm, captivating anyone who looked upon it. No wonder they say a man is most handsome when he's focused. Ruan Mengshi murmured dreamily, her lips tingling with the urge to kiss her husband's face. But seeing how focused Xiao Ziling was, she didn't want to disturb him. To her surprise, after finishing the first manual, Xiao Ziling began examining the second one. What Ruan Mengshi hadn't anticipated was that Xiao Ziling would start revising the second manual as well. This was the very internal cultivation technique she practiced. How could he just alter it like that? Still, she didn't interrupt Xiao Ziling. Because she trusted her man. Revisions complete. Xiao Ziling handed the 2 revised manuals to Ruan Mengshi. I just gave them new names. Ruan Mengshi looked at the 2 manuals in her hands, 13 forms of the Yaoguang sword technique, and 9 heavens mystic Jade Sutra. Ruan Mengshi opened them with a puzzled expression. She had barely skimmed the opening pages when Xiao Ziling's profound skill left her utterly stunned. Not only had the first 9 forms of the 13 forms of the Yaoguang sword art been significantly improved, but the cultivation difficulty had also been greatly reduced. The 4 techniques Xiao Ziling had created later were even more astonishing. Ruan Mengshi sensed that mastering the 13 forms of the Yaoguang sword manual completely could even allow one to break through to a realm beyond emperor. This is incredible, Z. Husband, how did you manage this? Ruan Mengshi resorted to her usual coaxing tactics. She found this tactic particularly effective, though she'd only ever used it on Xiao Ziling. I discovered numerous flaws in this manual, so I took the opportunity to refine it and deduced the subsequent techniques. Xiao Ziling chuckled softly, as if this were the most effortless thing in the world. Ruan Mengshi, however, had already come to understand her husband's formidable prowess. Then she glanced at another cultivation manual, her pupils widening slightly. You see, the 9 Mysteries Jade scripture was something she had obtained by sheer luck in her previous life, and she only possessed the first half. Now, her husband had not only deduced the entire text but had even added some content. She knew that with just half of the 9 Mysteries Jade scripture, no, now it should be called the 9 Heavens Mysteries Jade scripture, she could cultivate to the level of a great emperor. With the complete and enhanced 9 Heavens Mysteries Jade scripture, she would absolutely break through beyond the great emperor realm after cultivation. Overwhelmed with emotion, she threw her arms around Xiao Ziling. Her ample bosom pressed against his powerful chest muscles, flattening them like pancakes. Husband, thank you. You're so good to me. Words alone won't suffice. Tonight. Xiao Ziling teased with a smile. Ruan Mengshi blushed, nodding softly. Chapter 33, Only cows die from overwork, not fields from overplowing. Seeing Ruan Mengshi's consent, Xiao Ziling's heart leapt with joy. Who'd have thought tonight would bring such an unexpected bonus? Xiao Ziling thought to himself with delight. Husband, what level of cultivation have you reached now? It's hard to explain to you, but suffice it to say, your husband is quite formidable. His cultivation had already surpassed Ruan Mengshi's understanding, and he couldn't explain it to her in a moment. Ruan Mengshi felt a pang of regret. Truthfully, she wasn't curious about her husband's cultivation level. She knew that no matter how powerful he was, he would always cherish them. Besides, she only knew the highest realm was emperor. Anything beyond that was completely beyond her understanding. Her real worry now was this: if her husband played too aggressively later and she ended up losing to him, what would happen afterward? No way. Only oxen die from overwork, not fields from being plowed too hard. Come on, Sierre. You must win tonight. Ruan Mengshi cheered herself on inwardly. Xiao Ziling, however, pulled her into his embrace. Don't worry. No matter what realm I reach, I'll protect you both. No one will ever bully you again. Xiao Ziling's gentle, reassuring voice reached Ruan Mengshi's ears, warming the heart of the usually aloof young woman. Mum. Xiao Ziling carried Ruan Mengshi straight to the bed, and the two began their battle without a shred of modesty, determined to settle the score. Xiao Ziling even used spatial power to seal off the surrounding area. This was to prevent any interruptions and to ensure their sounds wouldn't disturb Gu Ziyi's cultivation. After several rounds of combat, Xiao Ziling dominated every encounter. Ruan Mengshi was thoroughly satisfied and obediently fed, thinking she'd have little say in the matter now. Didn't they say there's no such thing as land that can't be plowed, only oxen that work themselves to death? Why does it feel like after all these rounds, my husband's strength hasn't diminished at all? As she spoke, Ruan Mengshi couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ziling's perfectly sculpted physique and defined muscle lines. She hadn't realized that during the day, when he wore clothes, she could only catch glimpses of the faintly visible muscles hidden beneath his thin garments. Now, his rock-hard abs appeared chiseled like stone, each defined muscle block radiating strength and resilience, harboring untold power. Honestly, she sighed, why did my husband train himself to be so strong? In the end, it's still me and Xiao Shui who suffer. Ruan Mengshi sighed. Seeing Ruan Mengshi sighing, Xiao Ziling gently pulled her into his embrace. Honey, what's wrong? Xiao Ziling gently kissed Ruan Mengshi's red lips. Nothing, my husband. I surrender. I'm so tired. Ruan Mengshi murmured in a soft voice before collapsing into Xiao Ziling's embrace. Xiao Ziling froze for a moment, realizing exactly what had happened. Really, you have to compete with your own husband, Xiao Ziling chuckled helplessly. Truth be told, it had been ages since he'd enjoyed such a satisfying rest. If every day could be like this, how wonderful that would be. The next morning, Xiao Ziling slowly opened his eyes and gently stretched his body. Then he turned his head to look at Ruan Mengshi, who was still fast asleep. He hadn't intended to wake her, knowing how exhausted she'd been the night before. But now, Ruan Mengshi clung tightly to his arm, her ample breasts pressing firmly against it. Her pair of enchantingly slender, smooth legs were wrapped around his body. This left him in a real bind. He gently patted Ruan Mengshi's butt. The sensitive Ruan Mengshi reacted instantly. She opened her enchanting eyes, still hazy with sleep, and fluttered her long lashes. I'm so sleepy. Can I rest a little longer? Ruan Mengshi buried her face in Xiao Ziling's chest and murmured softly. Alright, rest a little longer. Xiao Ziling gently stroked her back, letting her continue sleeping peacefully. He closed his eyes to rest. After a long while, Ruan Mengshi finally began to stir. She released Xiao Ziling, who dressed and stepped outside. She remained behind to tidy up the aftermath. Staring at the clothes scattered across the floor, it took her a moment to realize just how intense their battle had been the night before. As soon as Xiao Ziling stepped outside, he saw Gu Ziyi still practicing her cultivation. Gu Ziyi sensed her daddy's approach and paused. "Daddy!" Gu Ziyi immediately threw herself into Xiao Ziling's arms. How's your cultivation going?" "I've already grasped the first level of the chaos meditation technique," Gu Ziyi said with a smile. Suddenly, she seemed to catch a scent and sniffed at Xiao Ziling's body. "Daddy, you smell so nice. But there's a hint of Auntie's scent on you." Gu Ziyi looked puzzled. Xiao Ziling sniffed himself too. "My wife's natural scent must have rubbed off on me a bit. But Ziyi's nose is surprisingly sensitive. What hidden ability of women has been triggered this time? It must have rubbed off her clothes when I held your aunt yesterday." Xiao Ziling gave a casual reply, quickly changing the subject. "Come on, Daddy wants to see how your training is going. If you've been practicing well, Daddy has a gift for you." "Really?" Gu Ziyi's eyes lit up instantly, all her previous doubts instantly forgotten. Xiao Ziling waved his hand lightly, and the two instantly entered the same space as before. As if this was where he lived with his wife. What if they messed it up? As for the small world, that wasn't meant for combat. "Come on, give Daddy your best shot." Xiao Ziling beckoned to Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. To her, this was her very first playtime with Daddy. Chaos True Qi. A fusion of divine and demonic power surged from Gu Ziyi's body. Her aura intensified, radiating a dark golden energy. Divine demon power. Eternal. Finale. A colossal phantom appeared behind Gu Ziyi. The apparition gently tapped Xiao Ziling. "Not bad. You've grasped the essence." Xiao Ziling spoke with effortless ease. He had witnessed Gu Ziyi employ this technique against the heavenly tribulation before, a feat already comparable to the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. But how powerful would it be now? As the strike erupted, an intense white light radiated outward. Gu Ziyi wasn't worried her father would be harmed. She knew her own limitations well. Sure enough, when the light faded, an invisible barrier formed around Xiao Ziling, directly absorbing the blow. However, the space behind Xiao Ziling was completely shattered. So this is the chaos meditation method? It's actually elevated Ziyi's strength by several tiers. Xiao Ziling thought to himself. If Gu Ziyi had unleashed this attack against Qin Yue earlier, Qin Yue might not even have had time to cry for help before perishing under that strike. Impressive, very impressive. Xiao Ziling praised Gu Ziyi with a broad smile. "Daddy, one more move, brace yourself." Gu Ziyi began channeling the primordial power within her body. The shadowy figure behind her began to fade, replaced by a massive sword half purple, half gold. A terrifying divine demonic pressure radiated outward. Chapter 34, Ji Ju Duanyu, Dark Radiance Sword in Extreme Moon Inner Armor. Ji Ju Duanyu. Break. Gu Ziyi now stood suspended in the air, her eyes one golden, one violet. She resembled a celestial maiden, her robes billowing as if untouched by the mundane world. An aura of profound mystery enveloped her. Gathering her strength, the colossal sword behind her followed the speed of her arm, striking fiercely toward Xiao Ziling. The blade crashed violently against the protective barrier, unleashing a powerful aura. Moments later, the massive sword shattered completely. Just as Gu Ziyi was about to be sent flying by the shockwave, Xiao Ziling dissipated the aura and residual force. He then teleported behind her, catching her gently in his arms. "Not bad, Ziyi. When did you grasp the essence of sword intent?" Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. He hadn't expected Ziyi to grasp sword energy, something most transformation core cultivators couldn't achieve. I figured it out watching Daddy use his sword against those guys earlier." Ziyi beamed, her face lit up with joy. Who wouldn't be thrilled to receive praise from their own father? Holy cow, is the Dao Enlightenment fruit really this powerful? Xiao Ziling exclaimed in astonishment. It took effect this quickly? And she grasped it from his sword techniques? It's just a tiny glimpse of the surface, but in this small world, it's more than enough to handle those sword men, sword saints, sword brothers, and the like. Xiao Ziling thought to himself with satisfaction. Master, anything produced by Little Tian is guaranteed to be top-notch. Rest assured. Xiao Tian lay beside Xiao Ziling, flitting about lazily with his legs crossed. Xiao Ziling looked at Xiao Tian. "Xiao Tian, where's the item?" Hearing Xiao Ziling call her, Xiao Tian promptly entered the system space. She retrieved the weapon she had custom-made for Gu Ziyi earlier. "Master, what do you think of these two?" "Supreme Artifact Dark Radiance Sword, Supreme Artifact Extreme Moon Inner Armor." Xiao Ziling took the weapon and began to examine it. "Excellent. This weapon suits Gu Ziyi perfectly. It appears light and nimble, yet possesses substantial weight. Moreover, the light and dark attributes imbued within are remarkably potent. As for the inner armor, it goes without saying it was practically tailor-made for Gu Ziyi. It was clear that Xiao Tian had put considerable thought into this. Excellent, excellent. Though the quality is somewhat lacking, these are precisely what Gu Ziyi needs most at this stage." Xiao Ziling murmured softly. "Master, Xiao Ziyi's cultivation is still too low. She couldn't wield a weapon of higher grade. This is sufficient for now. Once her cultivation advances, Xiao Tian will craft her an even better weapon. And given her potential, she might even acquire something even better on her own. Xiao Ziling nodded in agreement upon hearing this, then addressed Xiao Tian with a well done. I've earned my master's praise. Xiao Tian was overjoyed inside. She could already envision herself accompanying her master to sweep across the grand world in the future. Xiao Ziling, however, was oblivious to the flutter in Xiao Tian's heart. He took out the two weapons and handed them to Gu Ziyi. Z, these are daddy's reward for your cultivation. Gu Ziyi gazed at the dark radiant sword and extreme moon inner armor in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her joy was written all over her face. Wow, thank you, daddy. Can Ziyi put them on now? Gu Ziyi asked excitedly. Xiao Ziling hesitated. You can change back home. No rush. Come, daddy will give you some more pointers on your sword technique. Xiao Ziling felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though they were father and daughter, his daughter had blossomed into a young woman now, and it was best to be mindful. Xiao Ziling taught Gu Ziyi sword techniques, but she still found it challenging. One reason was that even though Xiao Ziling had simplified his swordplay, it was still difficult to master. The other reason was, this dark radiance sword felt a bit too heavy for her. Z, the foundational essence of swordsmanship lies in your true heart. The strength of your inner resolve determines how far you can advance on the path of the sword. Xiao Ziling instructed. My inner self. Gu Ziyi wasn't sure what her inner self was like. Gu Ziyi closed her eyes, remaining still for a moment. Seeing no response, Xiao Ziling gently called out to her. Ziyi? Xiao Ziling stepped forward and gently touched Gu Ziyi's forehead. His heart instantly ached. Looks like you haven't rested properly these past few days. You started training the moment you returned. You really should get some proper rest. Exactly. Gu Ziyi had fallen asleep. Xiao Ziling gently lifted her into his arms and stepped out of the spatial realm. Outside, Ruan Mengxi had just stepped out when she saw the two emerging from the space. But the moment she stepped out, she saw Gu Ziyi slumped in Xiao Ziling's arms. Ziyi. Ruan Mengxi's expression turned concerned. She's fine. She just hasn't had much rest these past few days. Let her get some proper rest now. Xiao Ziyi replied softly. Ruan Mengxi looked at Gu Ziyi with heartfelt concern and nodded gently. Let me take her back to rest. She then took Gu Ziyi from Xiao Ziling's arms. Ruan Mengxi escorted Gu Ziyi back to her room. At that moment, Xiao Tian flew out from the system space. Master! Master! The leeks are ripe, it's time to harvest them. Xiao Tian exclaimed happily. After Xiao Tian mentioned it, he recalled the man and the soul entity from before. Mei Chem, I understand. Xiao Ziling's eyes grew deep and profound, his pupils slowly transforming into brilliant gold. It seemed as though he could see through all illusions, standing like a deity beyond the starry sky, gazing at the location where that man now resided. Impressive. He's already reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Yet, there's something hollow about it. Xiao Ziling instantly discerned the man's unstable foundation, clearly a result of hastily consuming elixirs to boost his cultivation, now still unstable. Hu Wen, who had been under Xiao Ziling's gaze the entire time, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What's wrong? The soul entity sensed Hu Wen's unease and spoke slowly. Nothing. Just a feeling that this supreme secret realm is about to get interesting. Far from feeling afraid, Hu Wen was actually somewhat excited. His repeated defiance of the heavens had made him fear nothing. No worries. With me here, you can go all out. Oh, and that battle between you and your fiancée. Is it about to begin? Yeah. That actually dared to call off our engagement. Once I beat her, I'll humiliate her thoroughly. Hu Wen's eyes flashed with ferocity. His pride was his most cherished possession, even if the breakup had been arranged privately. But how could he possibly accept someone breaking off their engagement with him? At the very least, he should be the one to reject her. In the heat of the moment, he'd lost his mind and actually tried to force himself on her. But he was caught by the clan elders and the powerful figures from her sacred land. He nearly got beaten half to death. Fortunately, he was skilled with words and managed to save his own skin. It was only after meeting Elder Feng that he began his rise to prominence. Rest assured, a mere miner's sanctuary is nothing to me. Old Master Feng chuckled. The two set off for the supreme secret realm, unaware that every move they made had already been detected by Xiao Ziling. The supreme secret realm. Interesting. Xiao Ziling murmured with a faint smile. Thank you all for your kind reminders about updates. I sincerely apologize for the delay. I'm currently preparing for verification, which means I can only post 2 chapters per day. Once I hit 100,000 words, I'll make it up to you all with 5 updates per day. Thank you all so much, little dream. Chapter 35, The Holy Lord of Yaoguang Sacred Land, the Supreme Secret Realm is about to open. Ruan Mengxi emerged from her room, her complexion flushed. Now, whenever she saw Xiao Ziling, she couldn't help but recall last night's events. My husband is so mean. Couldn't you just let me win once? Ruan Mengshi pouted. The golden light in Xiao Ziling's eyes faded as he watched Ruan Mengshi approach him. He gently pulled Ruan Mengshi into his embrace. Before Ruan Mengshi could react, she found herself completely enveloped in Xiao Ziling's embrace. Her two large breasts pressed firmly against Xiao Ziling's chest. Xiao Ziling gently pressed his lips against Ruan Mengshi's tender mouth. Ruan Mengshi pressed her hands against Xiao Ziling, yet offered no resistance. She found herself somewhat enjoying this sensation, though perhaps her ladylike reserve prevented her from being more proactive. Thankfully, my husband understands me. He. After a moment, Xiao Ziling reluctantly released Ruan Mengshi. Ruan Mengshi sat in Xiao Ziling's embrace, her face radiant with happiness. Husband, I want you to become the sacred lord of the Yaoguang sacred land. What do you think? Ruan Mengshi murmured softly to Xiao Ziling. What's the matter? You're the sovereign of Yaoguang sacred land, and I'm your husband. If the sacred land ever faces trouble, I'll naturally step in. He assumed Ruan Mengshi was offering him this title so he could assist the Yaoguang sacred land when needed. No, it's not that. You're my husband now, so they'll definitely call you the Holy Lord of Yaoguang. Rather than having you worry about it later, I'd rather announce it to them directly now. Ruan Mengshi murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. She wanted to declare to everyone, this is my husband, no one dares to compete with me. Xiao Ziling smiled and nodded in agreement. As you wish. Ruan Mengshi's face lit up with joy. Just as the two were about to continue, Yu Ning arrived at the scene. She had assumed the two would take all night to finish. But the moment she landed, she saw the two of them. Xiao Ziling sensed Yu Ning approaching. But Ruan Mengshi couldn't sense it. She was so focused that she didn't even notice Yu Ning's approach. The moment Yu Ning appeared, they froze. Ruan Mengshi shot her a glance. Yu Ning shuddered. Oh no. This is bad. I've interrupted the sacred lord and the senior's intimate moment. Yu Ning's heart began to tremble violently. She could almost see her own future, with its dwindling days. Just as she turned to leave, Ruan Mengshi called out to her. Yu Ning, where are you off to? Ruan Mengshi pulled away from Xiao Ziling's embrace, her expression darkening as she fixed a mischievous grin upon Yu Ning. Yu Ning turned her head, trembling. Your Holiness, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't know you were here. Before Yu Ning could finish, Ruan Mengshi cut her off. Ahem. Enough. What brings you here? If you came here out of sheer idleness, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Ruan Mengshi's voice, cold as frost, pierced her ears. Her body trembled violently as she hurriedly explained, Your Holiness, Senior, it's like this: the ancestor sent me to check on your rest and to discuss matters concerning the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary and the Supreme Secret Realm. Ancestor, are you trying to ruin me? Yu Ning briefly explained the reason for her visit. Xiao Ziling stepped beside Ruan Mengshi, soothing her. Alright, she has urgent matters to attend to. Let's proceed first. There's plenty of time ahead, there's no need to rush this moment. Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. Yu Ning remained unconvinced. The Holy Sovereign is quite temperate naturally, he won't make things difficult for me. But you, a senior who casually obliterated an emperor-level powerhouse. I have no idea what your temperament might be. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mengshi turned to Yu Ning. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, but only one sentence escaped her lips. Don't you dare tell anyone. Yu Ning nodded firmly. The three then proceeded together toward the central peak of the sacred land, Yaoguang Peak. Before departing, Xiao Ziling had set up a spatial magnetic field around Ruan Mengshi's mountain peak. This was to prevent anyone from disturbing Gu Ziyi's rest. All three were peak-level experts, and it didn't take them long to reach the grand hall atop the main peak. Xiao Ziling surveyed the Yaoguang Hall, its surroundings brimming with spiritual energy. The hall resembled a palace meticulously carved from green jade and rare earth minerals, breathtakingly beautiful. It evoked a profound sense of comfort and serenity. He found that everyone had already gathered. The Yaoguang Emperor was present, but what surprised them most was that she did not occupy the main seat. Instead, she sat among the ordinary elders. The Yaoguang Hall contained only two main seats, traditionally reserved for the ancestral patriarch and the Holy Sovereign. Though surprised to see the ancestor not seated in the main position, the assembly was somewhat prepared. After all, it was that venerable elder who had recently resolved the calamity afflicting the Yaoguang sacred land. As soon as the three entered the hall, Yu Ning returned to her seat first. Ruan Mengshi, however, was startled to see the patriarch seated in the position of the Grand Elder. She had intended for her husband to occupy the position of the Grand Elder. How could the patriarch? The Yaoguang Emperor sensed Ruan Mengshi's hesitation and silently conveyed to her, Mengshi, your husband is an honored guest of our Yaoguang Holy Land. How could we seat an honored guest in a subordinate position? This old ancestor can sit anywhere. Seeing this, Ruan Mengshi felt it inappropriate to say anything. Truthfully, her husband was a good man who wouldn't mind such things. There was absolutely no need for all this unnecessary formality. As Ruan Mengxi and Xiao Ziling entered, everyone immediately rose to their feet. "Greetings, Holy Sovereign." Ruan Mengxi nodded, then turned to Xiao Ziling and said, "I'd like to announce to everyone, this is my husband Xiao Ziling, who will also become the sacred lord of our Yaoguang sacred land." Ruan Mengxi solemnly declared to the assembly. As soon as she finished speaking, the Yaoguang emperor also rose to his feet. "Greetings, Holy Lord of Yaoguang." Xiao Ziling's power far surpassed hers, and without him, she would have perished long ago. Thus, addressing him with this title was entirely appropriate. Xiao Ziling gave everyone a slight nod. Ruan Mengxi approached the main seat and gestured toward the spot beside her. Xiao Ziling nodded and sat down. "Yu Ning, please explain the matters concerning the Supreme Secret Realm." "Yes, Your Holiness." Yu Ning stood up. She was typically responsible for the sect's intelligence and various information. "Everyone, you all know how incredibly difficult the path for the Supreme Sovereign to break through to the Great Emperor realm truly is. Not only must one possess profound cultivation, but one must also begin to perceive the power of the laws." Yu Ning spoke softly. "However, the Supreme Secret Realm discovered this time is exceptionally unique. He was a supreme being who had come infinitely close to attaining emperor status. Rumor has it that he disturbed the slumber of an emperor who then casually struck him, severely wounding him. Ultimately, he perished. The great emperor, however, vanished without a trace." Yu Ning explained. After that supreme being's death, the natural environment and the passage of time eventually coalesced into this secret realm. Rumor has it that it contains secret techniques capable of allowing a supreme to break through to emperor level. "Has any powerful individual investigated when this secret realm first opened?" Ruan Mengxi asked. 2 days from now, near the Yama forest. Many sacred lands will be attending, including the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Yu Ning's voice turned icy. At the mention of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, everyone's expressions darkened. Chapter 36, Approaching the Supreme Secret Realm, Xiao Ziling joins the expedition. At the mere mention of the Celestial Sword Sanctuary, Xiao Ziling and the Emperor of Radiant Light both darkened. Both were puzzled. What's wrong with the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary? Could it be that they harbor some grudge or grievance against our Yaoguang sacred land? Emperor Yaoguang spoke with a look of confusion on his face. Xiao Ziling also turned to look at Ruan Mengxi. Ruan Mengxi sighed helplessly. "We never had any issues with the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary to begin with. But when the Blood Demon sect attacked us recently, we asked the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary for help only for them to take advantage of the situation." Ruan Mengxi hesitated to speak further, knowing that if she did, her husband would certainly seek retribution from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. They were already engaged in a delicate struggle with the Blood Demon sect. Adding another complication was unnecessary. "But what?" Emperor Yaoguang asked calmly. "They must think this emperor is finished, trying to pick a fight with us Yaoguang." Xiao Ziling frowned, murmuring to himself. "The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, huh? Though the Supreme Masters of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary are not as formidable as ours, they possess 2 great emperor-level experts. Once the Blood Slaughter sect matter is settled, we must settle accounts with them properly." Ruan Mengxi murmured softly. All present nodded in agreement, while Xiao Ziling remained lost in thought. "By the way, Your Holiness, that Supreme Secret Realm can only be entered by cultivators below the level of a heavenly cavern." "Whom? Who do you plan to send?" Ruan Mengxi inquired. "This time, Lingxi will lead a group of core disciples. We'll also have friends from the 100 Flowers Sacred Land joining us, so it shouldn't pose too many problems." Yu Ning replied softly. "Indeed. They've just endured a major battle. This Supreme Secret Realm is a suitable place for them to go. Constantly secluding themselves for cultivation without sufficient real combat experience isn't ideal." Ruan Mengxi nodded in agreement. "Then who should lead the team? With the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary also participating, complications are inevitable." Ruan Mengxi pondered. This Supreme Secret Realm expedition absolutely required powerful individuals. Not only would they have to deal with the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, but the Yama forest itself was fraught with danger. Powerful demonic beasts might lurk within the secret realm. "I'll go." The group turned toward the source of the voice the first time they'd heard such a steady, confident tone. Sure enough, when they looked over, they saw it was Xiao Ziling who had spoken. "Husband, is it really necessary for you to go personally? You've only just arrived here." "I still wanted to show you the Yaoguang sacred land." Ruan Mengxi asked with concern. "It's fine. With me there, you can rest easier. Besides, I've been wanting to bring Ziyi along this time. Her strength is more than sufficient to handle the prodigies from other sacred lands now," Xiao Ziling said softly. Emperor Yaoguang, Yu Ning, and the others looked delighted. With this senior present, the journey into the secret realm should go smoothly. Ruan Mengxi considered his words and found them reasonable. Ziyi didn't seem to have any friends yet. "All right then. I'll leave it to you, my husband. When you return, Sheer will reward you handsomely." Ruan Mengxi flashed a suggestive smile. Xiao Ziling said nothing, merely returning a faint smile before nodding. With His Majesty the Holy Emperor leading the expedition, we can rest assured. An elder exclaimed happily. Indeed. Seems these little ones are quite fortunate. We owe it all to His Majesty the Holy Emperor for taking the trouble to look after these youngsters. Seeing no objections, Yuan Mengshi instructed Yuning to arrange the disciples for this expedition to the Supreme Secret Realm. Although there was no limit on the number of people entering the Secret Realm, a large group would be troublesome. It could even become dangerous, with a high probability of pointless sacrifices. Therefore, it was essential to select elite disciples to maximize gains within the realm. Understood. Yuning nodded with a smile before departing to notify the disciples to begin preparations. After all, departure was scheduled for tomorrow, and the secret realm would open the day after. One by one, everyone departed the Yaoguang Grand Hall. Gradually, only Xiao Ziling, Yuan Mengshi, and the three of the Yaoguang Emperor remained. This journey into the secret realm will once again require the assistance of our esteemed senior. It is a failing on the part of our Yaoguang sanctuary. Yaoguang Emperor addressed Xiao Ziling respectfully. It's no trouble. I've been wanting my daughter to gain some experience anyway. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. Though he appeared unapproachable. But only to outsiders. As the ancestor who had greatly aided Yuan Mengshi, having been of great assistance to Xi'er, he naturally felt no need to put on airs. Ancestor, you're all too polite. My husband isn't like those people, let's just be normal. Yuan Mengshi murmured softly, clearly sensing the reverence others held for her husband. Xiao Ziling offered another faint smile. After all, in others' eyes, he was merely a peerless powerhouse capable of effortlessly annihilating an emperor, nothing more. Ah, very well. This old ancestor was mistaken, Emperor Yaoguang laughed. She had underestimated the nature of their relationship. Well then, take your time chatting. I'll take my leave now. Yaoguang Emperor departed with a broad smile. Xiao Ziling and Yuan Mengshi exchanged helpless smiles. They then began their return to Yuan Mengshi's mountain peak. Gu Ziyi, who had just finished resting, emerged but didn't see Daddy or Auntie. Scratching her head in confusion, she looked up just as the two flew back. Daddy! Auntie! Gu Ziyi waved excitedly at them. They landed steadily. Z, you're awake. Are you feeling any better? The moment she touched down, Yuan Mengshi jogged over to Gu Ziyi, gently lifting her into her arms with eyes full of concern. Auntie, Ziyi is fine now. Gu Ziyi murmured softly, feeling the warmth radiating from Yuan Mengshi's embrace. You mustn't push yourself so hard in the future. If your mommy saw this, she wouldn't be happy either. Yuan Mengshi used Gu Han's name to intimidate Gu Ziyi. The tactic worked like a charm. Gu Ziyi nodded firmly. Auntie, where did you two go just now? We were discussing something about the Supreme Secret Realm. Would you like to go, Ziyi? Yuan Mengshi asked softly. Machem, Auntie, Daddy, Ziyi wants to go. Gu Ziyi exclaimed happily. She wanted to grow stronger too, so she could protect Daddy, Mommy, and Auntie. Machem, Daddy will take you along when the time comes. But some disciples from Auntie's sacred land will be going too. If Ziyi wants, she can make friends with them. Make friends? Gu Ziyi murmured softly with her head bowed, then nodded. Yuan Mengshi and Xiao Ziyi both thought Gu Ziyi resembled Gu Hani so much. Don't worry, Ziyi. Daddy will accompany you when the time comes. By the time you emerge from the secret realm, your mommy will be returning as well. Then Daddy will take you to meet Mommy, okay? Xiao Ziling gently ruffled Gu Ziyi's hair as he spoke tenderly. Hearing that her mommy was coming back, Gu Ziyi beamed and replied, Okay, Daddy. Alright, go get ready. Pack the things Daddy gave you. Once you're set, we'll leave together tomorrow. Apologies for the delay today, the chapter was under review and couldn't be updated promptly. I'll post an extra chapter later to make it up to everyone. Xiao Meng thanks everyone for the reminders. Thank you. Chapter 37, Departure, Barefoot Golden Crow, greet your master. Gu Ziyi nodded. She knew exactly what was meant, and she did indeed need to prepare. Rest well. We won't depart until tomorrow. Xiao Ziling said softly. Gu Ziyi nodded and returned to her room to begin preparations. Yuan Mengshi felt uneasy and followed Gu Ziyi into the house. Xiao Ziling shook his head with a smile. It was obvious that Yuan Mengshi was worried Ziyi might face danger again, so she went in to give her some life-saving items. But with Ziyi's strength, virtually none of the younger generation could stand against him. As for the older generation? With him around, who dared to bully the young? He'd crush them all. Master, Xiao Tian has a magical artifact here, the Emperor's Seal. Using it grants temporary access to an emperor's power. Should we give it to Gu Ziyi as a backup? Xiao Tian was also monitoring every movement outside. Learning that Gu Ziyi was preparing to enter the Supreme Secret Realm, she naturally wanted to offer some assistance. Xiao Ziling stared at the Emperor's Seal that suddenly appeared before him. Without a second thought, he tucked it away. Useless. With him around, such items were utterly unnecessary. But since it was Xiao Tian giving it to Ziyi, He had to ensure it reached its intended recipient. Xiao Ziling returned to Ruan Mengxi's room. The moment he entered, the milky scent wafted over him. He waited on the bed for Ruan Mengxi to return. A moment later, Ruan Mengxi pushed open the door and entered. Husband, Ziyi has already gone to rest. We should also. Before Ruan Mengxi could finish her sentence, Xiao Ziling swept her onto the bed. Another sleepless night lay ahead, with a fierce battle inevitably about to erupt. The next day arrived quickly. Xiao Ziling pushed open the door and stepped out, feeling refreshed and alert. As for Ruan Mengxi, she was still deep in slumber after all, she had been quite exhausted the night before. Last night, Xiao Ziling had left a mark on Ruan Mengxi. Should any danger arise, he could instantly appear by her side. Gu Ziyi rubbed her eyes as she emerged. At that moment, she resembled a lazy little kitten, still carrying traces of sleepiness. But the moment she spotted Xiao Ziling, she instantly perked up. Daddy, can we leave now? Gu Ziyi asked cheerfully. Mei Chem, let's go. It's about time we set off. What about Grandma? I'll tell her. She's still resting. Let's head out first. We'll be back in a few days. We'll bring back a little surprise for your aunt and mommy when we return. Okay. Father and daughter chatted cheerfully as they made their way to the vast plaza at the heart of the Yaoguang sacred grounds. All disciples assigned to the mission had gathered there. Leading the group were two disciples, Ling Shi and Shen Guanjie. Both were elite late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivators, capable of even challenging some heavenly realm experts. Xiao Ziling led Gu Ziyi into the square. Disciple Lingxi. Disciple Chen Guanjie. Disciple. We greet the Holy Lord of Yaoguang. All bowed to Xiao Ziling, including Yu Ning. Xiao Ziling's divine might had been witnessed by all present, and they had long since harbored deep admiration for him in their hearts. Lingxi especially regarded Xiao Ziling as her idol and the goal she strived to emulate. MHM. Very good. You all possess great vitality and spirit. I trust Elder Yuning has already informed you all that I shall be leading this expedition into the Supreme Secret Realm. Xiao Ziling surveyed the group. Though he emitted no aura. Yet years of cultivation and battle had forged an innate aura of authority about him. The group felt their hearts leap to their throats. I have only one demand of you, go all out. As long as you don't commit any heinous crimes, I'll cover for you. Xiao Ziling declared sternly. This ignited their fighting spirit. Previously, they had been hesitant and cautious, afraid to offend those from the major powers. But now, with a powerful figure protecting them, they could now dare to vie for the treasures within the Supreme Secret Realm. Yes, Lord Xiao. The group felt genuine respect welling up for Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling turned to look at Yuning and gave her a nod. Then he began leading the group toward the Yama forest. Yuning watched the departing group, feeling a sense of peace unlike any she had ever known. Along the way, the others were filled with curiosity about Gu Ziyi, who accompanied Xiao Ziling. But since His Majesty hadn't mentioned it, they felt it inappropriate to ask. They did notice, however, that Gu Ziyi's abilities were no less than their own. Xiao Ziling's pace was neither too slow nor too fast, and the others could barely keep up. Yet Gu Ziyi walked effortlessly by his side, showing no strain whatsoever. Even Lingxi and Shen Guanjie found this somewhat difficult. Not long after taking flight, they realized the Yama forest was still a considerable distance away, yet everyone was already feeling fatigued. Xiao Ziling signaled for everyone to pause and rest. Damn it, it's all those blood slaughter sect bastards' fault. So much of our sect's property was destroyed. Even our current spacecraft are being used to transport materials back to repair parts of the sect. There's no choice. The Holy Land has already prepared for its destruction. But it shouldn't take too long to rebuild. Shen Guanjie comforted the disciples, who nodded in agreement. As long as the Yaoguang sacred land remained, enduring these hardships was insignificant. Xiao Ziling could see that with everyone in this state, there was no way they'd have the heart to participate in tomorrow's supreme secret realm. Xiao Tian, can you conjure up a spaceship or some other mode of transportation? Xiao Ziling asked Xiao Tian. He himself rarely needed transportation, having often relied on the Imperial Phoenix for travel before. But if the Imperial Phoenix appeared in the Xianhuang realm, it would likely shatter the entire realm into fragments. Master, I've got you covered. Xiao Tian immediately retrieved a glowing orb containing a sealed demon beast from the system space. Why didn't you bring this out sooner? I just forgot earlier. Xiao Ziling didn't press the matter he'd forgotten too. The moment Xiao Ziling took the orb, it shattered open, and the beast inside burst out. Woohoo! I finally get to see the light of day again. A demonic sovereign at the peak of the Supreme Realm materialized before everyone. The barefoot golden crow, possessing the bloodline of the ancient golden crow? Xiao Ziling murmured as he watched the barefoot golden crow emerge. We're done for, Master. It burst out on its own. Unless you actively recall it, it won't obey your commands. Xiao Tian watched the barefoot golden crow soaring through the sky with a look of deep concern. The disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land, seeing the suddenly appearing demon beast, immediately prepared for battle. Yet the red-footed golden crow's overwhelming aura crushed any will to resist. What kind of demon beast is this? Why does its mere presence make my heart tremble? One disciple's voice trembled as he spoke. Gu Ziyi also struggled to withstand the pressure. Xiao Ziling intended for everyone to experience the overwhelming pressure of a demon beast at the pinnacle of supremacy, to see how they would respond. Seeing Gu Ziyi actually resist the crimson-footed golden crow's pressure, the others began to admire her. A mere beast dares to act so insolently before me. Xiao Ziling's soft words seemed to conjure a golden, 10,000 zhang tall divine form before the barefoot golden crow. A single finger extended toward it. The terrifying pressure crushed the surrounding space. Unable to breathe or move, it felt as though it had arrived in hell, facing death itself. After a moment, it opened its eyes again to find itself lying on the ground, having fallen without realizing it. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land stared at it in utter bewilderment. Feeling utterly humiliated, it was about to erupt in fury when it spotted a figure that filled it with dread. It was Xiao Ziling. Isn't he that Dharma image? Why would he? The barefoot golden crow cried out in terror. I'm giving you a chance. Submit and follow me, or die. The barefoot golden crow heard Xiao Ziling's icy voice echo in its ears. What kind of being was it? How could it ever bow to another? Little Jean. Greetings, master. Chapter 38, Xinyue, sorry, I thought it was a speed bump. Xiao Ziling and Xiao Tian hadn't expected the barefoot golden crow to submit so quickly. Xiao Tian, didn't you say this kind of demon beast is extremely difficult to tame? Xiao Ziling looked at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian felt a bit awkward too. She hadn't expected the barefoot golden crow in the system space to be so spineless. If little Jean could hear their conversation, he'd be cursing up a storm. First, it had been captured by some unknown powerhouse and locked away in the spatial realm. Now it had emerged only to encounter an even more terrifying presence, one stronger than even its own fingernail. Master, master. Little Gold obeys your every command. Hee, come on, master, please place your soul imprint on Xiao Jin first. Xiao Jin bowed its head, having lost all dignity. It was genuinely terrified that the shadowy figure would appear again. Everyone stared in shock at the barefoot golden crow submitting to Xiao Ziling. Was this truly the same defiant demon beast from moments ago? Senior truly lives up to his reputation to have subdued such a terrifying beast so effortlessly. Phew, thank goodness you were here. The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise. The others nodded in agreement, while Lingxi gazed at Xiao Ziling with starry-eyed admiration. Chen Guanji also looked at Xiao Ziling with excitement in his eyes. I must prove myself. If I ever get the chance to become your disciple, I'll soar to new heights. Gu Ziyi, however, simply thought her daddy was the strongest of them all. Xiao Ziling did not impose a soul imprint on the barefoot golden crow. I don't need you to do anything. Just carry us part of the way. Once the task is done, I'll give you back your freedom. Xiao Ziling spoke indifferently, his expression cold. But in the eyes of the barefoot golden crow, he was a radiant hero. Sure thing. Thank you, master. Little Jean will safely deliver you to your destination. The barefoot golden crow replied respectfully. It then lowered its body, and Xiao Ziling leapt lightly onto its back. Everyone, hop aboard. Traveling with it will be faster. Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. The group's eyes lit up with excitement. They never imagined they'd get to ride a demon beast of this caliber in their lifetime. The barefoot golden crow, noticing the group, promptly expanded its form further. It was now dozens of times larger than those airships. Seeing the towering golden crow standing dozens of zhang tall before them, the group excitedly scrambled aboard. Gu Ziyi approached Xiao Ziling's side. Daddy's so amazing he tamed the giant bird. Gu Ziyi exclaimed happily. Xiao Tian watched the golden crow obediently following Xiao Ziling and breathed a sigh of relief. If it truly refused to obey Xiao Ziling, then even she wouldn't be able to save the barefoot golden crow. Head to the Yama forest, Xiao Ziling said softly, pointing his finger toward the distance. The barefoot golden crow glanced toward the direction of the Yama forest. Such a distance was nothing for a being of its caliber. Haha, master, hold on tight. A protective glow enveloped the group. The barefoot golden crow then began carrying them toward the Yama forest. Along the way, Lingxi began interacting with Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi sensed no ill will from Lingxi. Thus, the two found themselves chatting quite comfortably. Those who had already been somewhat shocked by Gu Ziyi's power now saw that she wasn't as difficult to get along with as they'd expected. It seemed certain they would claim the supreme secret realm this time. The barefoot golden crow moved with remarkable speed, and even with the group in tow, the journey did not consume much time. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the Yama forest. Representatives from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, along with powerful figures from the great empires and other sacred lands, had already gathered here. They stared in terror at the barefoot golden crow that suddenly appeared in the sky. Oh no! A demon beast! Someone in the crowd cried out, and all eyes immediately turned skyward. That's a barefoot golden crow bearing the bloodline of the ancient golden crows. It doesn't seem to have come from the Yama forest, does it? No, wait, there seems to be someone on its back. Judging by the attire and features, that one appears to be Lingxi, a true disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It really is. Could they be from the Yaoguang Holy Land? The crowd stared in shock at the approaching barefoot golden crow. The golden crow spread its wings, revealing a wingspan stretching hundreds of meters. Flaming patterns flowed across its surface. Overwhelmed by the bird's imposing presence, they all stumbled backward in unison. Oh? So you're not from the Yaoguang sacred ground after all? How did you recover so quickly from the blood demon sect? An elder from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary approached. Xiao Ziling glanced at the man, but he couldn't recognize him. He paid him little mind. The barefoot golden crow couldn't stand seeing someone putting on airs like this in front of him. Damn, anyone watching would think you're my master. The barefoot golden crow blew a soft breath. The elder of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary was blown several meters away by the whirlwind stirred up by this burst of anger. Beasts must endure thunder tribulations to break through realms, so those of the same rank tend to be formidable. Especially those with noble bloodlines, some possessing ancient heritage. They were the true ones who could, even at the Supreme Realm, stand toe-to-toe with cultivators at the Emperor Realm. The crowd watched the elder of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land being blown away, and couldn't help but stifle giggles at his embarrassing predicament. Gu Zi'yi, Ling Shi, and the others also chuckled. Xiao Ziling remained utterly unfazed. To him, such a man was nothing more than a flea. Just scare him, break his spirit's legs, and he won't be able to jump anymore. Damn it! The elder from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary stood up, while the other two elders who had accompanied him turned their heads away. As if this had nothing to do with them. As soon as he stood up, he saw the barefoot golden crow still staring at him. He reluctantly calmed down, about to turn and leave. A massive airship descended directly from the sky, crushing him heavily to the ground. Elder Fei. The two elders couldn't just stand by and watch. They hurried forward to help him up. Elder Fei, are you alright? Damn it! Who the hell is piloting that ship? Don't they have eyes in their heads? Elder Fei rose to his feet and immediately began cursing the ship at the top of his lungs. A figure appeared at the bow. Oh my apologies. I didn't realize anyone was here. I thought it was a speed bump. Xin Yue chuckled softly. Gu Ziyi looked at Elder Fei, whose clothes were torn to shreds, and burst out laughing. Seeing Gu Ziyi like this, the disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land joined in her laughter. Seeing everyone mocking him, he directed his anger toward the Yaoguang Holy Land group. But when he met the piercing gazes of Barefoot Golden Crow and Xiao Ziling, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. This is truly an utter disgrace. Elder Fei led the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary's people back, while the others had already taken note of the Yaoguang Sanctuary and Hundred Flowers Sanctuary members. They intended to make them suffer within the secret realm. Remember this, if you encounter anyone from the Yaoguang Sacred Land within the secret realm, you must. Elder Fei made a throat-slitting gesture. Yes. The disciples acknowledged the order. Xin Yue, however, remained unimpressed. Yet when she spotted Gu Ziyi, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. So we meet again, little girl. Chapter 39, Clashing Heads, Entering the Secret Realm, Geniuses from All Sides. Gu Ziyi also spotted Xin Yue on the nearby spaceship. Daddy, isn't that the wicked woman from before? Gu Ziyi whispered softly, noticing Xin Yue's gaze fixed on her. Xiao Ziling gave a helpless chuckle, sensing a palpable fighting spirit emanating from Xin Yue. Clearly, she harbored resentment over Gu Ziyi's previous crushing defeat of her. Xiao Ziling led everyone off the Barefoot Golden Crow. The members of the Hundred Flowers Sacred Land also disembarked from their spacecraft. The leader of the Hundred Flowers Sacred Land was a top-tier supreme expert, and Elder Wu, whom he had met before, was among them. Elder Yun, that man is the friend from the Yaoguang Sacred Land I mentioned to you earlier. Elder Wu recognized Xiao Ziling as well. She promptly introduced him to Elder Yun beside her. She was well aware of Xiao Ziling's extraordinary abilities and, if possible, hoped to collaborate with him. After all, the two factions maintained amicable relations. So he's a friend from the Yaoguang Sacred Land. When the Blood Demon sect attacked earlier, our sect was also tied up by other factions and couldn't come to your aid. We sincerely apologize. Elder Yun said apologetically. Xiao Ziling waved his hand dismissively, sensing the sincerity in Elder Yun's apology. It's nothing. The Blood Demon sect had been plotting for a long time. Thanks to the Hundred Flowers Holy Land helping to divert much of their firepower, the Yaoguang Holy Land managed to weather this crisis without serious harm. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. Behind him, Lingxi and the others raised their delicate brows. Was this how business wars played out among the bigwigs? Clearly, it was all thanks to the senior's masterful handling, yet he remained so courteous toward the other party. Elder Yun smiled in response. Xiao Ziling made a favorable impression on her, though deeply calculating, he wasn't as aloof as he appeared. My name is Yun Zhu. May I inquire about your honorable surname? Elder Yun sensed no trace of cultivation aura from Xiao Ziling. Yet he had sent only one person to lead the delegation. Either he had abandoned this supreme secret realm, or this individual possessed strength sufficient to protect all the disciples present. As for the Yaoguang Holy Land, they had sent Lingxi and other elite cultivators at the transformation of spirit stage. Clearly, they wouldn't abandon this supreme secret realm. Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling spoke softly. Ah, it's you, fellow Taoist Xiao. I was wondering if you might be interested in joining us. Yunzhu offered a faint smile. With the secret realm still some distance away, Xiao Ziling nodded in agreement. The group began traveling together. Along the way, Xin Yue walked up beside Gu Ziyi. Hey, little girl, when are we going to fight again? Last time I didn't show my full strength. This time, I'll definitely beat you. Gu Ziyi didn't want to engage Xin Yue. She felt Xin Yue hadn't changed much since last time. So if they fought again now, she'd undoubtedly crush Xin Yue once more. No time. Maybe another time. Lingxi, it's been ages. A woman in a yellow sundress, carrying a floral scent, approached. She was none other than Huang Xinmei, the top prodigy of the 100 Flowers Sanctuary, smiling faintly. Well, Huang Xinmei. It's been a while. How come you haven't improved at all? Lingxi replied with a smile. As the top talents of their respective factions, they were constantly locked in fierce competition. Whether I've improved or not, you'll find out once we enter the secret realm. Humph, keep your junior sister in line. Don't provoke my friends. Huang Xinmei froze in surprise, then glanced toward Xin Yue, only to find her entangled with Gu Ziyi. Huang Xinmei shook her head softly, her expression utterly exasperated. She walked over and pulled Xin Yue back. Hey! Senior sister, what are you doing? Let me go. I want to duel her. Xin Yue was dragged back, looking utterly bewildered. Huang Xinmei sensed an exceptionally potent aura emanating from Gu Ziyi, clearly no ordinary Huatian realm cultivator. With Xin Yue's current cultivation and strength, she was bound to get thoroughly beaten. Along the way, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land observed the members of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the 100 Flowers Holy Land staying together the entire time. Damn it! They're always together. We never get a chance to act. Even if we enter the secret realm, they'll probably team up. Elder Fei remarked to Xiao Ziling and the others. Elder Fei, no need to worry. That motley crew? They're no match for us, replied a handsome youth standing behind him. He carried a massive sword on his back, radiating sword energy from his brow, his eyes as bright as stars, and his posture tall and upright. He had already reached the half-step heavenly realm. He was confident that within this supreme secret realm, no one would stand a chance against him. I naturally trust your strength. Remember, seize any opportunity to eliminate them, give them no chance. Elder Fei roared furiously. Yaoguang Holy Land. The humiliation you've inflicted upon me, I shall repay you 100-fold. Before long, everyone arrived at this location. Along the way, they radiated an overwhelming aura of power, causing weaker demonic beasts to dare not approach. Everyone reached the vicinity of the Supreme Secret Realm's entrance without incident. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, the Xingxia Empire, the Ghost King Sect, the Thunder Sanctuary, quite the turnout. Even the Buddhist faction has come? Lingxi surveyed the prodigies from the surrounding factions, knowing this journey into the secret realm would be anything but simple. Numerous unfamiliar factions and independent cultivators were also present. Huan also arrived near the secret realm. Surveying the surrounding powerful figures and the prodigies of major factions, he murmured. There are so many powerful cultivators. Master, if we bring treasures out from inside, will we truly be able to leave safely? Huan voiced his concern. Old Master Phone, however, wore a confident expression. They're merely a bunch of supreme experts. As long as you find some medicinal herbs inside that can aid my recovery. These are insignificant. Huan nodded, surveying the prodigies around him and finding them rather ordinary. Only 3 individuals truly caught his attention. After a moment, he spotted a familiar figure. Instantly, rage surged through him. Lang Ruqiu! You dare bring the Holy Land of Xianbing here? It seems this battle will come sooner than expected. Huan sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Lang Ruqiu. The damage inflicted that day was etched clearly in his memory. This grudge, he would repay. The group waited in place. After a while, the Supreme Secret Realm finally opened. The group of prodigies began entering the secret realm. Huan also seized an opportunity to sneak inside. Z, be cautious when you enter. This supreme secret realm isn't as simple as it seems. Those formidable demonic beasts from the Yama forest have likely entered this realm as well. Xiao Ziling whispered. Normally, a secret realm formed over eons as the spiritual energy, laws, and other elements of the world intertwined and gathered. After countless years of sedimentation and transformation, a supreme secret realm naturally emerged. They often contain relics left behind by great beings. Yes, Ziyi understands. Everyone nodded in agreement. They would certainly heed the elder's words. They promptly followed Gu Ziyi into the supreme secret realm. Xiao Ziling sensed that the lingering divine consciousness within the secret realm had not yet dissipated, and there were also numerous powerful demon beast auras present. Did you intentionally place them there, or were you unable to contain them? Or perhaps they were already present when the secret realm was formed? Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. He could sense the aura of the demonic beasts within. It seemed rather extraordinary. Chapter 40, The Sky-Tearing Demon Emperor. The beast tide approaches, scattering in panic. The crowd entered the secret realm, but it only permitted cultivators below the cavern heaven realm to enter. The top-tier powerhouses remained outside the secret realm. Master, shall we follow them in? Xiao Tian interlaced his fingers and whispered softly into Xiao Ziling's ear. Xiao Ziling shook his head. Even if I don't enter, I can still know what happens inside. If anything comes up, I'll just go in then. Xiao Tian nodded lightly. Rules of the secret realm? Those were only meant to restrict the weak. If Xiao Ziling wished to enter, it would be effortless. Everyone waited outside the secret realm for the younger members of their factions to return victorious. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary's representatives glanced over at Xiao Ziling's group. Oof. Once Lu Di enters and cripples every single one of your Yaoguang Holy Land disciples, I'll see if you can still maintain this calm and peaceful facade. Elder Fei sneered coldly, utterly confident in Lu Di's prowess. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary hadn't produced such a formidable prodigy in years. Compared to those ancient clans and reclusive factions, they were now more than holding their own. Xiao Ziling shot Elder Fei a dismissive glance, his expression impassive. A futile endeavor. After entering the supreme secret realm, Gu Ziyi discovered it was entirely different from the world outside. If the exterior was tightly encircled by layered peaks and lush forests, then this was a dark forest shrouded in mist. Gu Ziyi furrowed her delicate brows. The surroundings instilled in her a sense of unease, tinged with mystery and the unknown. Sister Lingxi. Gu Ziyi called out Lingxi and the other's names several times, but received no response. Could this be the random teleportation the old lady mentioned earlier? Gu Ziyi surmised that after entering the secret realm's portal, one would be randomly teleported to any location within it. Let's head forward first and see if we can find Lingxi and the others. She recalled her father mentioning that this secret realm would only remain open for 7 days. After 7 days, it would close, and everyone would be teleported out. Of course, those who obtained the inheritance and those who were killed were exceptions. Gu Ziyi began scouting ahead. Unfortunately, the fog was too thick, and she couldn't see much beyond a short distance. She considered trying to activate the power of the Extinction Gaze. But as soon as she released a fraction of its power, she felt her body alternately grow cold and hot, her spiritual energy draining at an alarming rate. At this rate, even before fully activating the Extinction Gaze, her spiritual energy would be depleted. Isn't that the one from the Yaoguang sacred land? TSK, TSK, TSK. And such a beauty with a figure to die for and looks like a celestial being. Truly a gift from the heavens. I shall gladly accept. A shadowy figure stood atop a tree in the darkness. His gaze was sharp and a sinister aura emanated from his body. Shadow Claw Slash. His claws extended relentlessly, transforming into the sharp talons of a predatory beast. Whoosh! He lunged toward Gu Ziyi's back, his claws tearing through the air as they shot toward her. Gu Ziyi was still exploring ahead when suddenly she sensed a dangerous aura approaching from behind. Her figure flickered like a streak of light, swiftly vanishing from her original position. Squeak! A deep claw mark gouged into the ground. When did you spot me? Realizing his attack had missed, he immediately began retreating backward. Darkness, mist, forest. This was a home turf tailor-made for him. His movements were ghostly, darting relentlessly through the shadowy woods. The little reacts pretty fast. Just you wait. Just as he thought he'd shaken off Gu Ziyi's pursuit, his pupils contracted. A massive fist radiating golden light appeared before him out of nowhere. He had no time to dodge, sent flying straight by the blow. Immediately after, a long sword fell from above, cleaving him cleanly in two. The corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The sword slowly came to rest beside Gu Ziyi, its blade radiating two powerful auras, light and darkness. This was none other than the dark radiance sword Xiao Ziling had gifted her not long ago. Daring to ambush me? You're asking for death. Gu Ziyi's full lips twitched, but she lingered no longer, continuing on her way. Though she didn't know who her opponent was, within the secret realm, life and death were irrelevant. Gu Ziyi pressed onward. She sensed this place was no longer safe to linger in, feeling powerful waves of pressure surging around her. This aura is incredibly strong, already on par with the old woman. I must leave this place immediately. Just as Gu Ziyi departed, deep within the shadowy forest, a pair of golden eyes slowly opened. The white pupils pierced through the void, locking onto Gu Ziyi's figure with pinpoint accuracy. How could this be? How is it the master's aura? Could the master still be alive? A colossal beast murmured in disbelief. Several ancient blooded beasts approached the colossal creature. We greet the sky-tearing demon emperor. The sky-rending demon emperor surveyed his followers. Years ago, he had defeated the Supreme Being. After the Supreme Being's demise, he had led a group of powerful demon beasts to settle here. Over time, this place gradually became known as the Supreme Secret Realm. Protected by its aura, as long as none of them broke through to the Great Emperor Realm, the Thunder Tribulation posed no threat to their lives. The sky-tearing demon emperor revealed Gu Ziyi's aura and form before the assembly. Use every ounce of your power to bring this girl before me unharmed and without a single scratch. The sky-tearing demon emperor gazed at his subordinates, his white pupils slowly shifting to a blood-red hue. They trembled slightly. Yes. We shall deliver her safely. Outside, they were demon lords ruling entire mountain ranges, beings capable of effortlessly annihilating entire factions. Yet now, they were merely subordinates to the sky-rending demon emperor before them. One by one, the demonic beasts departed, setting out to find the girl the sky-tearing demon emperor had spoken of. Many demon lords relayed this information to their own subordinates, and one by one, top-tier demon beasts sprang into action. Gu Ziyi, still moving through the dark forest, suddenly felt the earth shake violently. Even the other prodigies who had descended upon the dark forest sensed something amiss. Something's wrong. This is a beast tide. The prodigies scattered in all directions. A few sought out safe places to hide. Most chose to flee the dark forest swiftly. For they sensed this beast tide was more terrifying than any saint-grade beast tide they had ever witnessed. There might even be supreme-tier beasts. Gu Ziyi also sensed something was amiss and began running toward the exit. Hu Wen, who was nearby, also began running toward the edge of the dark forest, as Elder Foam had ordered him to leave immediately. Several mighty demon beasts were charging toward their direction. Both noticed each other during their flight, as the thick fog had been dispersed by the intense commotion. Neither acknowledged the other, each focused solely on their own escape. Just as they were racing at top speed, a supreme-level demon beast descended from the sky. Its gaze locked onto Gu Ziyi, halting her in her tracks. Xiao Wen, run! Before it spots you! Old Foam shouted urgently. Chapter 41, The Sky-Tearing Demon Emperor. Why does he look so much like my big yellow? Hu Wen saw that the supreme-level demon beast was targeting Gu Ziyi. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, what a pity for such a beautiful woman. But he couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. Only by staying alive could he enjoy life. Death meant losing everything. Seizing the moment as the supreme-tier Crimson Flame Griffin soared toward Gu Ziyi, he immediately executed a burst step, soaring into the air and escaping the dark forest. Other cultivators, also under attack by the beast tide, fought desperately against the demonic beasts while simultaneously making their way out of the dark forest. The dark forest teemed with too many beasts. Moreover, the environment was unsuitable for combat and exploration. Even if treasures existed, searching for them would be a waste of time. Meanwhile, Gu Ziyi found her path blocked by a supreme demon beast. The Crimson Flame Griffin landed steadily before her. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Red Flame Griffin, Gu Ziyi instinctively took a few steps back. Something's off. Xiao Ziling's gaze grew profound as a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. He vanished in an instant, completely unnoticed by the surrounding supreme-level experts. Xiao Ziling forcibly tore open a rift and entered the supreme secret realm. The will of the Xianhuang realm seemed to sense something. Xiao Ziling merely gave her a fleeting glance, and the will of the Xianhuang realm instantly vanished. That bloke again? Why's he still hanging around here? Got nowhere better to be? Xiao Ziling paid no heed to the will of the primordial chaos realm. Why should he seek anyone else's approval for his actions? Master, what's happening? Xiao Tian whispered in Xiao Ziling's ear. She had just sensed the fleeting presence of the will of the primordial wasteland. Then she watched her master force his way into the supreme secret realm. Whoosh! Xiao Ziling instantly appeared in the void above Gu Ziyi. Golden light blazed in his eyes. If that red flame griffin dared lay a finger on Gu Ziyi, he would blast this entire dark forest to smithereens. Gu Ziyi stared at the red flame griffin before her, about to step back. A giant bear appeared behind her, followed by one supreme-level demon beast after another gathering around Gu Ziyi. Seeing this sudden horde of supreme-level demon beasts, Gu Ziyi instinctively reached for the mark her father had given her. She remembered what Daddy had told her. This is an emperor's mark. Using it will grant you the power of an emperor for a short time. Within the secret realm, nothing shall be able to harm you. Daddy, won't you be outside the secret realm then? Daddy isn't always by your side. You must gradually experience growth on your own. Besides, this was given to you by one of Daddy's friends. Keep it safe and put your own safety first. Gu Ziyi gazed at the emperor's seal in her hand, deep in thought, then nodded firmly. Gu Ziyi had thought she would never need it, yet unexpectedly, the moment had come so soon. Just as Gu Ziyi hesitated over whether to activate the emperor's seal, the Tyrannosaurus-like beast before her transformed into human form. A towering, muscular man appeared before her. Don't be nervous, little girl. We mean you no harm. The man flashed what he considered a friendly smile. Little did he know, Gu Ziyi grew even more tense. A snake demon chuckled softly before also shifting into human form. A graceful, jade-like woman dressed in a dark green qipao appeared before Gu Ziyi. Little one, that's just how he talks. We truly mean you no harm. Our leader wishes to meet you. Would you be willing to come with us? The snake demon said with a seductive smile. After speaking, the red flame griffin bowed low, lowering its noble head. It gestured for Gu Ziyi to mount. Gu Ziyi surveyed the powerful demon beasts surrounding her and realized they truly held no ill will. She promptly climbed onto the red flame griffin's back. Seeing the task completed, they ordered all the beasts outside to return to the core area of the dark forest. They too hurried back to the core area at top speed. Xiao Ziling, suspended in the void, remained unclear about what had transpired. But seeing Gu Ziyi seated behind the red flame griffin, he sensed she was now safe from harm. He then prepared to depart, intending to follow and investigate what had transpired. Master, won't they attack Ziyi? Xiao Tian voiced his concern. Ziyi was only at the transformation spirit realm, how could she possibly stand a chance against these beasts? She possesses the great emperor's mark you bestowed upon her. That is the very source of her confidence in facing these demonic beasts. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement, remembering that he had indeed given Ziyi an emperor's mark earlier. Gu Ziyi followed the demonic beasts into the core area, where several more powerful creatures had already entered. Demon Emperor, we have brought her. The serpent demon addressed the sky-tearing demon emperor with reverence. The sky-tearing demon emperor observed the two who had taken human form before him. He gave a slight nod. Bring her in. It didn't mind taking human form, but it worried that after transforming, its master might not recognize it. Yes. The snake demon exited and brought Gu Ziyi inside. Gu Ziyi gazed at the lush spiritual energy surrounding her, along with the numerous treasures and immortal herbs nearby. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity as she took in her surroundings. The sky-shattering demon emperor stared at Gu Ziyi's face, his heart trembling as his entire body froze. She looks exactly like her. The sky-tearing demon emperor's eyes turned bloodshot. It never expected to await not its master, but the master's descendant instead. Little girl, what is your name? The sky-tearing demon emperor smiled gently. The surrounding demonic beasts were equally puzzled why was their leader being so gentle toward a mere human child. Gu Ziyi sensed a genuine concern emanating from this beast before her, a creature that resembled a lion, a tiger, and a dog. After a moment's hesitation, she replied softly, this junior is Gu Ziyi. The creature showed no hostility, and its power far surpassed hers. It deserved her respect. Gu Ziyi? The Gu surname? The sky-tearing demon emperor could scarcely believe it. His senses wouldn't deceive him. But why the surname Gu? Yes. Gu Ziyi nodded. Who is your father? Why are you asking so many questions? Nothing. I just feel like you resemble the daughter of an old friend of mine. I won't tell you unless you trade me something. The snake demon and the others never imagined that this little girl at the transformation of spirit realm would dare speak to His Majesty the demon emperor like that. Was she out of her mind? Xiao Tian, floating in the void, scratched her head in surprise. She hadn't expected Xiao Ziyi to start demanding something in exchange. Xiao Ziling, meanwhile, stared at the sky-tearing demon emperor before him. Why did this sky-tearing demon emperor feel so familiar? Strange, this sky-tearing demon emperor, he looks so much like my big yellow. Xiao Ziling pondered. Xiao Tian heard Xiao Ziling's words and looked surprised. Master, would you like me to help you? No need. Some things are better left unexamined. Xiao Ziling waved his hand dismissively. If he truly wanted to know, he could simply ask their divine souls. He found himself growing curious. What exactly did it intend to do by having someone bring Gu Ziyi here? Chapter 42, The Little Yellow Dog of Yesteryear, the Sky-Shattering Demon Emperor of Today. How dare you speak to the Demon Emperor like that? Mo Lu, would you dare? The burly man watched Gu Ziyi haggling, then turned to the snake demon with a faint smile. This humble maiden hasn't lived enough yet. I'm not eager to die so soon. Mo Lu flashed a seductive smile. Both men fixed their gaze on Gu Ziyi and the sky-tearing demon emperor. Gu Ziyi overheard their exchange. Oh no, this guy seems to have a pretty bad temper. Gu Ziyi watched the sky-tearing demon emperor with a hint of nervousness. The sky-tearing demon emperor merely smiled indifferently. It really does look like it. Take whatever you fancy here. The sky-tearing demon emperor gestured toward the surrounding treasures, immortal herbs, and elixirs. Such a wealth of rare treasures, if displayed outside, they could even spark an immortal war. This. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Mo Lu, punch me to make sure I'm awake. Mo Luo punched the burly man, sending him flying. No pain. Looks like I really was dreaming. Well, no big deal then. Mo Lu examined his fist and relaxed. Molu, you hit way too hard, you bastard. The burly man struggled to his feet, the pain nearly killing him. Alright, a bow. You're a primeval tyrannosaurus thick-skinned and tough as nails. What's one punch? Mo Luo shot him a glance, signaling him to quiet down. Don't interfere with His Majesty the Demon Emperor's business. Ha? Really? Gu Ziyi blinked her eyes, speaking with disbelief. These things all belong to cultivators. They're of no use to us. If you find anything useful or desire something, feel free to take it. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor spoke gently. Mo Luo and Bao stood frozen in place. Was this really their powerful leader? Why was he being so gentle with a child now? That doesn't seem right. Why don't you ask me a question first? Gu Ziyi felt a bit flustered by the sky-tearing Demon Emperor's warmth. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor smiled gently, gathering all the surrounding treasures and immortal herbs into a storage ring. These treasures belong only to the Dark Forest, and those cultivators, they aren't all the treasures of this secret realm. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor handed the storage ring to Gu Ziyi. Take it. Gu Ziyi accepted the storage ring and glanced at its contents, a large handful of magical artifacts. Most were merely magical tools and mystical artifacts, not as valuable as what Daddy had given her. Still, these would be fine for Lingxi and the others. There were also numerous immortal herbs, though she didn't recognize most of them. She'd have to ask her dad and mom about them when she got back. Thank you. Xiao Tian and Xiao Ziling watched the scene unfold in the void. Both were puzzled. Was the Demon Emperor really this good-natured? Master, do you know this Demon Emperor? Why is he being so kind to Xiaozi? Xiao Tian. Now you can tell me who your father is, right? The sky-tearing Demon Emperor already knew the answer, yet it still gazed at Gu Ziyi with hopeful anticipation. My father is Xiao Ziling. Gu Ziyi said softly. Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling. She truly is the master's daughter. As the sky-tearing Demon Emperor heard Gu Ziyi's answer, countless memories of his time with the master flooded his mind. Back when it was still a young demon beast, hunted by others of its kind, the master had saved it, cared for it, and tended its wounds. Master, back then, I left without a word. I never imagined I'd wait so long only to find not you, but your daughter instead. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor's eyes turned bloodshot as tears streamed down his aged face. Big Yellow. How could it be Big Yellow? Xiao Ziling could scarcely believe it either. The Tear Sky Demon Emperor before him. The very same little yellow dog that had always stayed by his side. Xiao Ziling instinctively reached out to tear open the void and embrace Big Yellow. But Xiao Tian promptly warned him. Master, if you appear within the secret realm now, the entire realm will be destroyed. Xiao Ziling halted his raised hand. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ziling decided to wait a little longer. Gu Ziyi watched the sky-shattering Demon Emperor before her suddenly shed tears, momentarily at a loss. Mo Lu and Bao stood frozen in place. None of them understood what was happening. Little girl, your father, is he all right? The sky-tearing Demon Emperor asked softly. Gu Ziyi nodded. Daddy's just fine. He's waiting for me outside the secret realm right now. What? The master is outside the secret realm? The sky-tearing Demon Emperor exclaimed in shock, immediately rising to his feet and breaking free from all the restraints that had once suppressed his power. Demon Emperor! What are you doing? Mo Lu and Bao looked at each other in confusion. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor broke free from the shackles and transformed into the form of a small yellow dog. This was its most primordial form. It really is Big Yellow. He's still alive. Xiao Ziling's heart swelled with joy. I must leave the Dark Forest. Escape this secret realm. You two must guard this place well. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor declared gravely. Within the secret realm, they faced no danger, but beyond its borders, the situation would be entirely different. Wow, a little doggy. Gu Ziyi gazed at the little yellow dog before her with pure curiosity. Little girl, I wish to stay by your side and accompany you to meet your father. Ah, well. I still have to stay in the secret realm for 7 more days. I can't leave anytime soon, and besides, how exactly would you get out with me? Gu Ziyi shrugged her shoulders. 7 days? Perfect. I'll take you to retrieve something valuable, and we'll exit through there. The sky-shattering Demon Emperor pondered. This was the descendant of his master. Any valuable items must be brought to the young master. You two, gather all the divine herbs, treasures, and such. Bring them here. Mo Lu and Bao took the order and immediately began gathering everything. Master, this little yellow dog is really nice to Ziyi. Xiao Tian remarked to the sky-tearing Demon Emperor. It holds a special place in my heart. Though it can't cultivate, I've no idea how it became the sky-tearing Demon Emperor it is today. But since we've met again, you must be the real sky-tearing Demon Emperor. Xiao Ziling replied softly with a smile. Xiao Tian nodded with a smile. She could sense the deep bond between her master and this big yellow dog. Young master, let's go. I haven't been out in ages. Lead the way. The little yellow dog followed closely beside Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi nodded in slight confusion. Judging by this display, it seemed the dog even knew Daddy. The girl and the dog began walking toward the edge of the gloomy forest. After Mo Green and Abao gathered the treasures, they presented them before the sky-tearing Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor, the items have been gathered. Very well. You may both return now. Keep watch over this place. In due time, I shall lead you away from here to a better place. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor smiled at the two. Though it seemed like a casual remark, Mo Lu and Abao nodded solemnly. Their leader never joked around, he always kept his word, just as he had when he saved them before. We trust you, boss. Mo Lu and Abao declared earnestly. Alright, wait for me. It won't take long, a year or two at most. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor smiled faintly at the two. Chapter 43, Leng Ruiqiu hunted by the bald man? An unexpected encounter with Qin Yue. Are they your subordinates? Gu Ziyi asked with genuine curiosity. Sort of, but not really. Ziyi doesn't understand. Those who obey are subordinates, but those who shared life and death experiences become brothers. The sky-tearing Demon Emperor chuckled softly as he paced with his little claws. You'll understand someday. Gu Ziyi nodded, her expression a mix of understanding and confusion. As they walked, their conversation flowed. Looks like there's no need to rush. We'll just wait outside the secret realm for them to emerge. Xiao Ziling smiled as he watched the man and dog below. After all his cultivation, he wasn't about to lose his patience over this. Besides, with him present, nothing unexpected would happen. The man and the dog began their journey. As she walked out, no demon beast dared to block Gu Ziyi's path. Upon seeing the two depart, they bowed respectfully before turning away. Mo Lu, do you believe the boss will return? Yeah, I believe in the boss. What about you? I believe too. That's why I'll protect this place and wait for the boss to return. I'll stay with you. Come on, the boss and the others are getting far ahead. We should head back too. Mo Lu gave a soft smile, and then the two turned away, their hearts heavy with reluctance. Outside the dark forest. One by one, the cultivators emerged. Huan also struggled to emerge from within. Master, what just happened? How could a supreme secret realm harbor supreme-level demon beasts? Huan was still gasping for breath. Had that red flame griffin not been distracted, he would have been torn to pieces by now. I don't know either. Usually, beast swarms are triggered by treasures or collective feeding. But this one was unusually fierce and dispersed quickly. Master Feng was also puzzled. Our immediate priority is to find the immortal herb that restores soul power. Only then can I help you. Huan nodded, though he still felt a pang of regret for the woman who had just perished. Such a graceful and enchanting beauty had perished so tragically. Huan continued onward, setting out to search for treasures and the divine herbs or elixirs that could restore his master's soul power. Xiao Ziling watched the departing pair from the void. They've developed quite well. It's indeed time for Ziyi to harvest them. Xiao Ziling examined the soul thread on Huan's body. Peak Emperor level, huh? It's decent enough, but now it's just a single soul fragment, and a very weak one at that. If you encounter a more powerful sovereign, you probably wouldn't stand a chance. Xiao Ziyi replied indifferently before departing. He could observe the situation here just as well from outside. Standing here was no better than going out to get some rest. By the way, what's your name? I can't keep calling you Demon Emperor forever. Gu Ziyi asked the sky-shattering Demon Emperor. Just call me Big Yellow. That's what your daddy used to call me. Oh, how did it get so different? Big Yellow. Sky-tearing Demon Emperor. De Huang ignored Gu Ziyi's question, continuing to ponder the issue. If he kept this up, he'd soon become Xiao Huang. Gu Ziyi and Big Yellow departed the Dark Forest. This supreme secret realm is primarily divided into 5 areas: the Dark Forest, the Peach Spirit Tree, the Water Element Pool Abyss, the 10,000 Phenomena Maze, and the Supreme Inheritance Main City. The Dark Forest and Water Element Pool Abyss harbor the most demonic beasts. The Peach Tree of Immortality only bears fruit every few years, and it's about to bear fruit now. Only 2 useless guards patrol the area. You could try stealing some of those peaches, they'd be quite beneficial for enhancing your cultivation. De Huang walked alongside Gu Ziyi, explaining the layout of the Supreme Secret Realm. Wow, this Supreme Secret Realm is this vast? I thought the Dark Forest was the entire realm, but it turns out it's only 1/5 of it. Gu Ziyi exclaimed in mild astonishment. Yeah, but the Dark Forest and Water Element Pool Abyss aren't places you should be. Any random demon beast could wipe you out. Come on, what we need is in the Supreme Inheritance Main City. We've got plenty of time, so let's head to the Peach Tree of Immortality first and grab a few peaches to snack on. Big Yellow strode forward with reckless abandon, heading straight toward the Peach Tree of Immortality. Gu Ziyi hurried to keep pace, walking alongside Big Yellow. Big Yellow, how come you know this place so well? Been here a while, that's why. De Huang murmured softly. This supreme being was wounded by me, how could I not be familiar? As he walked on, De Huang suddenly halted, his eyes sharp as an eagle's as he glanced backward. Is she your friend? Ha! Gu Ziyi froze, then she too sensed someone approaching. She turned her head to look behind them. A graceful, slender figure appeared before them. Lang Ruchio wore a pale yellow dress, adorned with a silver-white necklace around her neck. Her entire demeanor radiated an elegant and noble grace. "Are you from the Yaoguang sacred land?" Lang Ruchio inquired calmly. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Gu Ziyi asked warily. Dahuang remained silent, observing the two women impassively. It wouldn't interfere with anything beyond protecting its young master's safety. Cut the chatter. A beast tide just erupted in the dark forest. I ran into a bald man no match for him. He's hunting me down. If he catches up, you'll be dragged into this. You better run now. Cold Autumn left these words behind before immediately departing. Both possessed the ability to fly, but doing so would not only drain their stamina but also draw unwanted attention. It wasn't worth the cost. This was the secret realm, every move could mean life or death. Gu Ziyi didn't want to get involved and continued on her way. Shortly after the group departed, the bald man Lang Ruchio had mentioned caught up. He was none other than Pros, the Buddhist disciple who one had identified as one of the three formidable opponents. There are other auras here. This one seems stronger. Layperson, allow this monk to convert you. Observing the two auras heading in opposite directions, Pros chose to follow the stronger one. That was precisely the direction Gu Ziyi had taken. And thus, Lang Ruchio narrowly escaped danger. Following Big Yellow, Gu Ziyi simultaneously extended her senses, hoping to locate her companions from the sacred land of the Great Ant. Especially Lingxi and the others. Searching relentlessly just outside the gloomy forest, Gu Ziyi suddenly exclaimed, "Hey? Looks like I've found someone I know." Big Yellow, wait. There's a friend here. I want to go talk to her. Dahuan looked at Gu Ziyi with a puzzled expression, then nodded. Alright, let's go. Xin Yue, who had been keeping watch, suddenly sensed a presence behind her. She whipped her head around, only to find herself staring right into Gu Ziyi's eyes. Their chests collided, their ample curves bumping together. But Xin Yue clearly lost the battle, bouncing backward. You, when did you get behind me?" Xin Yue exclaimed in utter shock. She hadn't sensed the other person approaching at all. What was most infuriating was that the other person had even brought a dog along, sneaking up on her like this. Chapter 44, Nearly Suffocated, The Dark Side of Buddhism, and a Helping Hand. Ha! Aren't you being a bit too focused? I just walked right up to you like this. Gu Ziyi said with a somewhat airhead expression. Xin Yue looked utterly incredulous, adjusting her undergarments as she spoke. She'd actually lost to this little girl? So young, yet so developed. Was it good nutrition, or her mother's genes? Xin Yue glanced at the two full, round spheres on Gu Ziyi's chest. Then she looked at her own. She wasn't bad herself, but compared to Gu Ziyi, she couldn't help but feel inferior. What are you doing here? Nothing much. I just couldn't find my friends, so I came to see you first. Gu Ziyi said with an innocent expression. Xin Yue suspected Gu Ziyi, but she didn't say anything. What's with this big yellow dog? Did you bring it in? What a yellow mess, just as dumb as you. Hearing Xin Yue dare to speak to it like that, Big Yellow leaped to its feet, ready to take her on in a one-on-one showdown. Hey, Big Yellow, Garlic Bird, we've all got our struggles. She got a beating from me earlier, so she's probably feeling a bit off now. Let's not stoop to her level. Gu Ziyi reached out and hugged Big Yellow, laughing softly. Damn it, you yellow bastard. How dare you talk to this emperor like that? Let go of me, I'll eat her alive. Big Yellow's face was flushed with rage. Neither his master nor his young mistress dared speak to him like that. How dare this woman? Xin Yue suddenly grew curious. This De Huang dog, seemingly without any cultivation, could actually speak? Most demonic beasts could speak human language after reaching the spirit transformation realm. Those at the sage level could even begin to take human form. Of course, some demon beasts of noble bloodline were exceptions. You can actually talk? Hey, little brother? Who's your brother? Xin Yue covered her mouth and giggled softly, then reached out to poke the big yellow dog's forehead. You know what? For a big yellow dog, aside from that poop yellow color, you look kinda cute. Xin Yue scooped Big Yellow into her arms, pressing her two large breasts directly against his face. Alright, little doggy, settle down. Xin Yue buried Da Huang's head deep within her ample bosom. I didn't notice before, but your fur is actually a light golden color. You're actually quite handsome. Xin Yue chuckled softly before setting Big Yellow down. Damn it, I almost suffocated. After nearly suffocating, Big Yellow shook his head vigorously the moment he was set down. Wait, get out of the way. Da Huang sensed danger and urgently warned the two. Both were prodigies of the sacred land. The moment they received the warning, they instantly became alert. Gu Ziyi scooped up Big Yellow and scrambled out of the way. Xin Yue, meanwhile, channeled the spiritual energy within her body. A mighty surge of magical power coalesced in her palm. 100 flowers, 10 absolutes, falling blossom palm. Xin Yue struck out with her palm, while simultaneously, a golden palm print flew down from the sky. The two forces collided. Boom! After the explosive blast, Xin Yue was sent reeling hundreds of meters back. The arm that had just unleashed the falling blossom palm was now dripping with blood. Such overwhelming power. Xin Yue thought inwardly, secretly channeling her spiritual energy to heal her wounds. Layperson, your strength is quite impressive. However, you seem to be no match for that woman before you. A bald monk descended from the sky, hands pressed together in prayer before his chest, a rosary necklace dangling from his throat. His entire demeanor seemed detached from worldly strife, yet radiated an underlying danger. A Buddhist monk? Xin Yue snapped. Instead of searching for the treasure, you choose to kill cultivators first? That doesn't sound like your Buddhist style at all. Xin Yue's gaze sharpened. Buddhist practitioners were notoriously eccentric and possessed strange powers. She didn't want to cross them. You jest, laywoman. This monk has merely come to convert you. Proser flashed an enigmatic smile. Would you be interested in accompanying this monk back to the Buddhist sect for further cultivation? That would save this monk the trouble of guiding you. Gu Ziyi blinked, unsure what the bald monk was talking about. Heh, I've heard it all before from my master and the others. Buddhist sects often seize female disciples training outside their monasteries and subject them to inhumane torture. It seems, it's true after all. Xin Yue's eyes turned icy as a long sword materialized in her hand. Pros glanced at the weapon in Xin Yue's hand and instantly understood her intent. This monk does not understand what you mean, laywoman. But it seems I must now alter your perception of the Buddhist sect. A radiant aura of Buddha's light emanated from Pros, revealing his cultivation level without concealment. Peak transformation realm. Xin Yue's expression turned startled. Golden light surrounds the body. In an instant, Pros materialized before Xin Yue, delivering a punch straight toward her forehead. No! By the time Xin Yue reacted, it was already too late. Facing the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy before her, she could only shut her eyes tightly. When she opened them again, Pros had already been sent flying, crashing heavily into a boulder before coming to a halt. You wicked woman, are you alright? Gu Ziyi asked with concern. Xin Yue hadn't expected Gu Ziyi to actually step in and save her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she replied, I'm fine. Be careful of that guy. He's from the Buddhist sect, and he entered by pushing the limits of the Supreme Secret Realm requirements. His strength is likely already on par with a Heavenly Realm expert. Hearing this, Gu Ziyi turned to look at Pros and gave a firm nod. How interesting. Let me see what the young master is made of. Big Yellow stayed behind them, crouching down to watch the spectacle. Pros freed himself from the boulder, his head still pounding. He hadn't even seen clearly before being sent flying by a single strike. Gu Ziyi sheathed the staff and drew the dark radiance sword instead. In the heat of the moment, she'd grabbed whatever weapon felt comfortable from the storage ring De Huang had given her. Xin Yue stared at the long sword in Gu Ziyi's hand. Where did you get all these weapons? Though her knowledge was limited, she could tell the sword Gu Ziyi now held a fusion of light and dark energies was far more formidable than the Xin greatstaff she'd wielded earlier. You mean this? Gu Ziyi glanced at the sword in her hand. My daddy gave it to me. Xin Yue rolled her eyes at Gu Ziyi, feeling utterly speechless. So what if you have a daddy? It's not like I don't have anything special, I'm just not as powerful as you. This aura feels right. Pros took a deep breath, instantly feeling much more at ease. He glanced at Gu Ziyi. He sensed her constitution. Wasn't this the primordialine constitution the Buddha had instructed them to seek? How effortlessly it came to me. Honored guests, this monk wishes to avoid force. If you submit to my Buddha seal and return with me to the Buddhist realm, I promise. Pros didn't finish his sentence. Gu Ziyi activated the supreme demon god bone throughout her body. In an instant, a powerful sword she slashed toward Pros. How rude. This monk hadn't even finished speaking. Pros pressed his palms together, his expression serene, clearly holding no regard for the two. Chapter 45, The Divine Might of the Sword. Drawing Heaven Slicing Technique, The Fall of the Heavenly Prodigy. Pros couldn't be bothered with defense, merely effortlessly channeling his spiritual energy. A dazzling golden talisman appeared before him like a shooting star, seemingly intent on blocking the sword energy that streaked across the sky like a rainbow, piercing the sun with its blinding radiance. As the sword energy drew nearer, Pros finally sensed the sword intent within it. Retract the blade's edge, bide your time. Gu Ziyi said calmly. The fierce sword energy pierced through the golden talisman like an arrow. Pros swiftly gathered his spiritual energy, conjuring a golden shield before him that appeared as unbreakable as steel. The sword energy showed no sign of halting. It cleaved through Pros's shield, leaving a bloody gash on his chest from the intense blade's glare. Impossible. You've grasped the essence of the sword. Pros exclaimed in shock. This was the first injury he had sustained since leaving the Buddhist order. The excruciating pain left him writhing in agony. Interesting. I must bring you back to the Buddhist order. Pros' pupils slowly turned golden, radiating a divine light from within. His muscles began to swell, veins bulging across his skin. Behind him, a golden ring as dazzling as the sun appeared. 10,000 Buddha's golden body. Qin Yue's pupils dilated. The last time she'd felt this way was when she faced Gu Ziyi's supernatural phenomenon. Gu Ziyi arched her delicate eyebrow, observing the significantly enlarged pros before her. Just as she prepared to act, pros had already appeared behind her. "Watch your back!" Qin Yue shouted urgently. Big Yellow watched the scene unfold, his brows furrowing. Vajra fist. Pros unleashed a punch, its immense force tearing through the air with a deafening sonic boom. Gu Ziyi turned her head, her eyes widening slowly. Boom! Qin Yue arrived behind Gu Ziyi, blocking the punch with her long sword. Pro's current strength far surpassed hers. Gu Ziyi spun to catch Qin Yue, and both were sent flying hundreds of meters by the impact. The long sword in Qin Yue's hand shattered, its spiritual essence completely extinguished. Qin Yue felt her stomach churning violently. She nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you okay? Gu Ziyi asked anxiously, watching Qin Yue press her red lips together. I told you my name is Qin Yue, not some evil woman. Can you be more careful and not expose your back to the enemy? Qin Yue scolded Gu Ziyi. This girl really had no combat experience whatsoever. Oh, Ziyi understands now. Gu Ziyi nodded earnestly. Hurry up. That bald guy is among the strongest in this group of prodigies. We need to team up. Qin Yue had just stood up when she coughed up a mouthful of blood. That punch had been far too powerful. Prosco gave them no time to rest, charging toward them once more. Gu Ziyi tossed a recovery pill to Qin Yue. Rest for a moment. I'll handle him. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Ziyi's eyes. The moment pros drew near again, Gu Ziyi sensed his aura. Infusing her sword intent into the dark radiance blade, she swung it out. Pro's pupils widened slightly as he sidestepped the slash. The fierce sword energy surged like a roaring dragon, effortlessly cleaving the boulder behind him. The stone split cleanly in two, as easily as cutting through tofu. To have mastered sword intent to such a degree. Pros sucked in a sharp breath. Immediately afterward, the sound of space warping reached his ears. The dark radiance sword whizzed past his cheek before returning to Gu Ziyi's grasp. A bloody gash appeared on his cheek. Sweat poured down Pro's face. Had he not reacted in time, his head would likely have been severed? Fury blazed in Pro's eyes as his entire form transformed into a golden light, hurtling toward Gu Ziyi. Within Gu Ziyi, the supreme demon god bone activated. Surging spiritual energy, like a raging tidal wave, concentrated upon the blade. She drew the dark radiance sword from her waist and swung it the instant Pros closed in. Whirlwind slash. This was merely the most basic technique among sword cultivators, but when Gu Ziyi activated the supreme demon god bone, terrifying power shattered the very fabric of space. Pros felt the surrounding light dim. A whirlwind erupted, shattering his golden protective aura. Pros was sent flying backward, tumbling dozens of times before finally coming to a halt. That little brat. With such power, why didn't she deal with this bald-headed fool sooner? Qin Yue recovered slightly, and just as she stood up, she saw Pros lying on the ground, beaten to a pulp. Pros wiped the blood from his lips, beginning to feel a genuine apprehension toward Gu Ziyi's power. Her strength in direct combat is far too strange. I must find another chance to ambush her. Suddenly, Pros pressed his palms together, eyes tightly shut. His aura intensified as his right hand slowly descended to his waist. Vajra Demon Shattering Fist. Pro's eyes snapped open as he unleashed a devastating punch. Where the fist's wind passed, the earth shattered and the heavens trembled. Gu Ziyi remained expressionless as she gently placed the dark radiance sword at her waist, adopting a drawing stance. Sword slash to sever the heavens. Gu Ziyi's blade flashed out, instantly cleaving Pro's Diamond Demon Shattering Fist. The sword's energy continued hurtling toward Pros, piercing straight through the heavens. Missed? Qin Yue narrowed her eyes. Seeing Gu Ziyi's strike didn't halt but instead surged toward the heavens, she sensed trouble. Return blade form. Gu Ziyi remained utterly composed, gently rotating the blade to thrust her dark radiance sword backward. Thud. Beep. 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 Pros looked down at his abdomen, pierced clean through by the blade. His eyes filled with utter disbelief. He collapsed heavily backward, the blood in his eyes slowly fading. You actually tried to ambush me. I won't fall for that trick twice. Gu Ziyi said coldly, then swung her sword again, severing Pros's head. Wow, how did you get so good? Qin Yue stared in astonishment at Gu Ziyi as she jogged back. My daddy taught me, but I haven't even scratched the surface yet. Gu Ziyi scratched her head and laughed. Big Yellow watched the scene in stunned silence. She really hasn't even learned the basics. Yaoguang could sense that move was a killing technique reserved for emperor-level powerhouses. If executed perfectly, this secret realm would have been shattered by a single strike long ago. A mere golden fist of demon shattering power? It wasn't even worth boasting about. See if daddy still needs a wife? I think. No way. You wicked woman, stay away from my daddy. Gu Ziyi stared at Qin Yue with wary eyes. Come on, let's just talk it over. Qin Yue thought of Xiao Ziling's flawlessly handsome face and his dashing, captivating figure, and couldn't help but swoon. Big Yellow watched the two of them and shook his head helplessly. Elsewhere in the secret realm at that very moment, the struggle for resources was brutal. Both strength and luck were indispensable. Near the peach of immortality spirit tree, Lingxi clutched her wound as blood flowed unceasingly from her mouth. A massive wound gouged her chest, staining her entire gown crimson. I must find Ziyi, he's too powerful. A voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz escaped Lingxi's lips. She felt utterly drained, as if she might collapse at any moment. Chapter 46, Lingxi severely wounded, one woman and one sword confront the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Da Huang watched the two still chatting and laughing. He spoke softly, interrupting them. Hey, that's enough. Gu Ziyi and Qin Yue stopped. Both turned their gaze toward Big Yellow. The peach spirit tree is about to bear fruit. We must hurry over. Da Huang pointed in the direction of the peach spirit tree. The peach tree of immortality? Qin Yue looked puzzled, then followed the direction of Da Huang's little paw. What, there? No way, I'm not going anywhere near there. That place is packed with the top-tier prodigies from every major faction. I'd get beaten to a pulp over there. Qin Yue hastily waved her hands and shook her head in refusal. Gu Ziyi looked at Qin Yue's anxious expression and pulled out a Shin-grade weapon, the Spirit Wind Sword, along with some restorative pills from the storage ring De Huang had given her. She handed them to Qin Yue. That wicked woman, you watch out for my safety. I have to go find my friends. Gu Ziyi said with a serious expression. Then Gu Ziyi and Big Yellow set off together toward the peach of immortality tree. Qin Yue gazed at Gu Ziyi's weapon and pills. A strange feeling stirred within her heart. Go ahead. Best if you die there, that'll eliminate one less genius rival for me. Qin Yue snorted coldly, then remained where she stood, pulling out Proza's storage ring. She examined its contents, searching for anything of value. Young mistress, it seems she didn't follow. Big Yellow glanced back. Everyone's path is different. Those who follow different paths cannot work together. Gu Ziyi replied with a soft smile. Da Huang nodded and began leading the way for Gu Ziyi. Brother D, that woman is right ahead. A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, clad in a snow-white robe adorned with a sword pattern resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, held a blade that glinted with a cold, piercing light. He addressed a tall, slender man whose aura was as ethereal as a celestial being. She's already severely wounded. Keep pursuing. Ludi's brow was etched like a blade, his aura surging like a raging sea. Behind him, a sword shimmering with azure light hovered, resembling a blue star fallen from the heavens. What about these people? They glanced at the several Yaoguang sacred ground disciples who had already been gravely wounded. Keep them. Bring them along. They might still be useful. Ludi said indifferently, showing no regard for the group. Killing them would only soil his hands. The disciple from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary nodded. Then the group continued their pursuit of Lingxi. Lingxi, however, found a safe spot and began to rest. She took out the items her elders and master had prepared for the secret realm journey and began treating her injuries. No, the injuries are too severe. There's simply no way to heal them. Lingxi's faint voice echoed as she looked out. A sudden commotion in the sky sent all the birds scattering into flight. Damn it, they're catching up. Lingxi glanced at the bloodstains on the ground. She couldn't conceal her trail at all. Her trembling hands grasped a pill, bringing it to her lips before gently crushing it between her teeth. A disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land will never bow to anyone. Lingxi gripped her weapon and struggled to her feet. Ludi descended from the sky with a group of disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Ludi, you really aren't afraid of drawing attention, are you? Seeing Ludi and his group making no effort to conceal their movements as they traversed the sky with reckless abandon. Lingxi's red lips curved into a smile. Ludi watched Lingxi's impassive expression, his brow furrowing slightly. He felt deeply unsettled. I'm curious, where do you get the confidence to remain so calm? Including these few. Ludi clapped his hands, and the disciples behind him flung the Yaoguang Holy Land disciples out. They're the same. I nearly beat them to death, yet they still wouldn't utter a single word. Ludi declared arrogantly, lifting his foot to crush a disciple's head beneath it. Senior sister, run. Ludi. Lingxi bit her red lips, glaring at Ludi with fury. I'll give you a choice, submit to me, or... Ludi sneered, pressing his foot down harder. Lingxi's eyes locked onto Ludi's as her fists clenched tightly. Her fingers dug into the flesh. 3. Ludi began the countdown. 2. A wave of helplessness washed over Lingxi. For the first time in so long, she truly realized how weak she still was. 1. The moment Ludi finished counting, he whipped his head around, drawing the blue sword from its scabbard. The sword's roar thundered across the heavens, its energy surging like a rainbow, churning the clouds and overturning the seas, as if it would tear the void itself apart. It collided directly with the descending sword energy. The powerful shockwave stunned everyone present. A large yellow dog seized the moment to carry the disciples of the Yaoguang sacred land to safety. Gu Ziyi also reached Lingxi's side, lifting her into her arms. Together, they fled the scene. By the time Lu Di and the others reacted, Lingxi and the recently captured Yaoguang Holy Land disciple had vanished in an instant. Brother Di, it seems they've escaped. A trembling disciple of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land approached Lu Di and reported. Do you think I'm blind? Hurry up and chase them. Lu Di kicked the disciple beside him. He was furious. He'd been so close to success, yet the prize had slipped through his fingers. I'll see who dares snatch food right from my mouth. Meanwhile, the others had reached a cave. Gu Ziyi set down Lingxi, who was severely injured. Sister Lingxi, how are you? Gu Ziyi looked at Lingxi with deep concern. She was no stranger to major incidents. But now, seeing the massive gash across Lingxi's chest, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. She took out some pills and magical herbs and began administering them to Lingxi. Just a minor injury, Ziyi. You must be cautious of that fellow, he's from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, and his strength is no less than mine. Lingxi's faint voice drifted over. She had been leading disciples from the Yaoguang sacred ground to vie for the Peach of Immortality when they were ambushed by the Heavenly Sword sacred ground. Severely wounded, she was no match for Lu Di, let alone the other disciples. Not even a single blow could withstand Lu Di's power. Alright, Lingxi, rest well. I'll deal with them shortly. Gu Ziyi murmured softly, then carefully wrapped a bandage around Lingxi's chest to staunch the bleeding. She then produced medicinal pills to treat the other 3 individuals brought back by Big Yellow. The 3 looked at Gu Ziyi. Thank you, junior sister Gu. Be careful, junior sister. He's not only powerful but utterly unscrupulous. He's already resorted to every dirty trick in the book. The 3 cautioned Gu Ziyi. Unlike Lingxi, their injuries were not as severe. Gu Ziyi nodded firmly. She stepped out of the cave, the dark radiance sword in hand, her eyes gleaming with cold resolve. Before entering the sacred land, both her mother and father had urged her to take care of herself and, within her capabilities, assist the disciples of the sacred land. They were all carefully selected by the sacred land young disciples of sound character. Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, you've provoked me. A fierce sword chi descended from the sky. Gu Ziyi remained unflinching. Behind her, a colossal divine form suddenly materialized, towering like a mountain. Her palm strike erupted with earth-shattering force, instantly pulverizing the piercing sword energy into oblivion. Chapter 47, A single sword slays the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary's prodigy, stunning all. Holy crap, no way! What is this woman's background? All the disciples of the Celestial Sword Sanctuary stared at the divine form behind Gu Ziyi, each of them utterly astonished. Lu Di, in particular, had been supremely arrogant throughout their journey. He even intended to complete his path to invincibility within this supreme secret realm. Yet now, the Dharma image behind Gu Ziyi exerted an unprecedented pressure upon him. It felt as though he ought to bow down before this divine form. Resistance was forbidden. Gu Ziyi's icy gaze swept over the group as she slowly raised the dark radiance sword in her hand. The Dharma image behind her mirrored her motion, summoning a colossal sword. Gu Ziyi swung her blade, a golden lightning bolt tearing through the sky, carrying boundless might and awe as it crashed down upon them with devastating force. Light shatters clouds. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary instinctively scattered in flight. Only Lu Di showed no sign of evasion. His gaze locked onto the colossal blade descending toward him. The swordsman embodies the sword's heart. I am invincible. Lu Di's blue blade surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. The clashing sword intents of the two collided like 2 meteors. Lu Di was somewhat astonished. It had taken him years of cultivation to grasp this sword intent. Yet this seemingly young girl before him had also grasped it. Is this what they call, there's always someone better out there? Lu Di gritted his teeth, resisting Gu Ziyi's sword intent. Gu Ziyi looked utterly relaxed, while Lu Di was already drenched in sweat. Shatter! A powerful force sent Lu Di flying backward. Sensing danger, he instantly retreated hundreds of meters. The other disciples of the Celestial Sword Sanctuary, who had watched Lu Di absorb the blow and were about to come to his aid, all fell victim to that single strike. Brother Di, save us! Lu Di stared at the sword intent that could cleave through the very void itself. How could he possibly dare to go and help now? He could only watch helplessly as the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary perished before his eyes. Abandoning your comrades so swiftly. Truly treacherous. Gu Ziyi's icy voice pierced Lu Di's ears. Just a bunch of useless trash. Good for nothing but sucking up to me. Lu Di brushed the dust off his clothes. He smiled at Gu Ziyi, then glanced at the illusory form behind her. Such immense power, you couldn't sustain it for long, could you? Only if I buy enough time will you still fall at my hands. Lu Di chuckled inwardly. He sensed that Gu Ziyi's cultivation was inferior to his own, and the Dharma image behind her was already beginning to fade. He knew his chance was fast approaching. Gu Ziyi, too, saw through Lu Di's scheming. She swiftly unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, her spiritual energy and sword intent merging like a violent storm, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. Wave after wave of sword energy shattered the space, surging toward Lu Di. Lu Di focused his mind, dodging Gu Ziyi's sword energies. The space around him shattered continuously. Facing such relentless assault, even he struggled to hold his ground. Something's wrong. Is this guy's attack endless? Lu Di gasped for breath, observing Gu Ziyi unleash her attacks relentlessly while the illusory form behind her remained unbroken. After a moment, the illusory form behind Gu Ziyi finally dissipated. Lu Di seized the moment. The chance has finally come. Lu Di began gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. His stamina was severely depleted. He had to finish Gu Ziyi with a single strike. Heaven and Earth sword art, one sword splits the heavens. Lu Di gripped his long sword tightly with both hands, raising it high above his head. A colossal sword chi surged skyward, tearing through the entire expanse of the heavens. Gazing at Lu Di, who had finally ceased evading, Gu Ziyi's lips curved into a faint smile. She too leapt into the air. A colossal sword, interwoven with golden and purple hues, materialized behind her, its terrifying power warping the surrounding space. Da Huang stared at the two swordsmen's overwhelming aura, dumbfounded. What the heck? Is this really the power of a Huatian realm cultivator? Ji Ju Duan Yu. Break! Gu Ziyi stood suspended in the air, her eyes now one golden, one purple. She resembled a celestial maiden, her robes billowing as if untouched by the mundane world. Gathering her entire body's strength, the colossal sword behind her followed the speed of her arm, striking down toward Lu Di. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of the surrounding prodigies. One by one, they began rushing toward Gu Ziyi's location. Could it be some treasure has emerged? Many believed a rare opportunity had presented itself. Of course, some powerful prodigies recognized Lu Di's sword intent. It's that Lu Di. Who is he fighting? Some sensed that Lu Di's current aura had surpassed their own, instantly realizing that someone had pushed him to fight with all his might. Two world-shattering sword beams collided. Feeling Gu Ziyi's overwhelming power, Lu Di fought with everything he had. Such terrifying might left him no escape. Either I die, or you perish. Blood began streaming from Lu Di's 7 orifices as his aura intensified relentlessly. Gu Ziyi intensified the force in her blade, shattering the surging sword energy with a single strike. The massive blade came crashing down upon Lu Di, slicing through the ground as easily as tofu. Lu Di was utterly obliterated in a single blow, his body cleaved in two as it crashed to the ground. His eyes held utter disbelief at Gu Ziyi's power. The powerful sword aura showed no sign of stopping, instantly obliterating Lu Di into a mist of blood. Wherever Gu Ziyi's dark radiance sword passed, it left behind a terrifying aura of sword intent. Combined with the dark radiance sword Daddy gave me, this move feels way more powerful now. He. Gu Ziyi chuckled happily, then began running back to the cave to tend to Lingxi and the others' injuries. The prodigies who had just arrived witnessed this scene. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief. Lu Di, who had ranked among the top contenders in this supreme secret realm expedition. Had he truly perished like this? And killed by some unknown little girl? What terrifying power! Lang Ruqiu observed the sword intent exchanged between the two moments ago. She knew she wouldn't stand a chance against either of them. Yet she could sense that if she had faced Gu Ziyi's strike, her fate would have been just as grim as Lu Di's. Looks like that bald guy was taken care of by her, Lang Ruqiu remarked with a faint smile. She had also noticed the bald man who had been chasing him suddenly vanish, and now she witnessed Gu Ziyi's astonishingly formidable strength. The reason behind it all became clear. What astonishing sword intent! I'd assumed Lu Di would be my greatest opponent this time, but it seems her power is even more terrifying. A man clad in blue, his wrists bound by protective guards and knuckles encased in brass knuckles, his muscles bulging, chuckled. He tousled his black hair, his face alight with excitement as he watched Gu Ziyi. He was Xinlanxin, the most promising prodigy at this Thunder Sanctuary to inherit the secret realm's legacy. Hu Wen and Elder Feng, observing the lingering force of this attack, were also startled. They had arrived a moment too late, missing the battle entirely. That girl might just be your toughest rival yet. Old Master Feng stroked his beard with a faint smile. I just feel she's quite appealing. Hu Wen licked his lips. He intended to pursue Gu Ziyi. Only by winning such a woman would he live up to the stature befitting a future emperor. Chapter 48, The Battle for the Peach Spirit Tree, the first prodigy of the Xingxia dynasty. Gu Ziyi also noticed the crowd around her, her icy gaze sweeping over them. Most were so intimidated by this display that they immediately left the area. Of course, several formidable prodigies locked gazes with Gu Ziyi for a moment. They smiled faintly and then departed. To claim the supreme legacy, a final battle between them was inevitable. Who would have thought that before the true contest for the supreme legacy even began, so many geniuses would already have fallen? Xinlanxin shook his head regretfully, then made no further delay. Let's go. We should retreat too. The peach spirit tree is about to bear fruit. We must hurry back. Feng Lao said to Hu Wen, who nodded in agreement. Now was not the time to pursue Gu Ziyi, they must proceed step by step. Gu Ziyi watched the departing figures, her expression unchanged, and continued back into the cave. Sister Lingxi, how are you all holding up? Gu Ziyi channeled spiritual energy into the bodies of the others. Lingxi had recovered significantly, while the other two were beginning to regulate their qi. Don't worry, Ziyi. We're mostly fine now. Thank you so much for this time. Lingxi and the three disciples expressed their gratitude to Gu Ziyi. Without Gu Ziyi's intervention, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Gu Ziyi smiled and shook her head. We're all from the Yaoguang sacred land. Helping each other out is only natural. Junior sister Gu speaks wisely. Should you ever need assistance within the sect, do not hesitate to call upon us. Lingxi glanced at the three disciples. She knew they would likely become even more devoted to the Yaoguang Holy Land from now on. Z, thank you. Sister Lingxi, no need for words now. Focus on healing your injuries first. Gu Ziyi draped a coat over Lingxi's shoulders. Her chest wound from the sword strike hadn't fully healed yet. Gu Ziyi retrieved a quasi-holy weapon and several medicinal pills from her storage ring, handing them to Lingxi. Senior sister, I have some matters to attend to. You two rest well. I'll be heading out for a while. Lingxi smiled and nodded gently. Gu Ziyi approached Big Yellow and whispered softly, Big Yellow, it's time to go. Da Huang stretched lazily before walking out of the cave. Sister Lingxi, take care of yourself. Gu Ziyi left these words behind before setting off toward the Peach of Immortality tree. The Peach of Immortality tree's fruit has ripened. Everyone, hurry up. Only two great wood apes at the Cavern Realm stage stood guard beneath the peach spirit tree. Seeing the peaches ripen, they immediately began scrambling to snatch them. Roar! A thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth halted everyone in their tracks. The two giant apes glared at the crowd with ferocious expressions. Those present were all prodigies from their respective sacred lands, imperial dynasties, or sects. How could they possibly fear two giant apes? You're asking for death. As Lang Ruiqiu swung her sword, a torrent of powerful spells descended upon the two giant apes. The attacks felt like mere tickles against the colossal apes. They raised their thick arms and slammed them down onto the ground. The violent tremors knocked everyone off balance, sending them soaring into the air. Vines suddenly shot up from the ground, snatching several cultivators by the ankles and flinging them away. Lang Ruiqiu, too, was suddenly seized by a vine around her ankle. The abrupt force threw her off balance. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift, and she severed the vine immediately. But the giant tree ape, which had been some distance away moments before, had already closed in on her. Lang Ruiqiu stared at the colossal creature, as massive as a mountain. It sent her flying with a single punch. Poof! So-called prodigies? Nothing special after all. Shen Lanqin watched the self-important prodigies locked in bitter combat. Couldn't help but sneer coldly. Brother Shen, are you going to join the fray too? A ghostly shadowed, enchanting woman materialized beside Shen Lanqin. The black stockings on her legs bore a few holes, yet they somehow complemented her rose-red dress. Shen Lanqin glanced at the woman beside him and let out a soft, cold chuckle. What? You're not planning to snatch the peaches? Brother Shen, you jest. One needn't lift a finger to snatch the peaches. Another dashing figure arrived then, a man with an air of carefree ease about him, a gourd flask in hand. Oh? What's your take on this, you drunkard? Shen Lanqin looked at the newcomer with unexpected surprise. Thunder Sanctuary, Ghost King Sect, Xianbing Sanctuary. The attendees were quite well represented. Ha! Someone here seems to enjoy stealing the spotlight. The man chuckled as he took a sip of wine. Several fireballs as massive as celestial meteors, blazing with intense flames, plummeted from the sky like shooting stars, bearing down fiercely upon the giant wood ape. Hu Wen, hiding in the shadows, watched the scene unfold with a jolt of shock. More experts? Old Master Feng gazed at the Peach of Immortality tree, which stood like a pillar piercing the heavens, and stroked his beard with satisfaction. It truly has ripened. Master, I sense quite a few powerful individuals here. I was supposed to conserve my strength for the Supreme Inheritance battle. If I reveal too many of my trump cards now, might it? It matters not. You are a man of great fortune. Seize the chance to obtain a few peaches, no need to fight seriously. Master Feng stroked his pale beard and chuckled. Damn it, this guy showed up too. Many prodigies recognized the newcomer. Dressed in robes of white and crimson, like the clouds at the horizon's edge, a golden dragon patterned upon his garments seemed poised to soar skyward and roam the heavens. He descended slowly from the sky. This man was none other than the foremost prodigy of the Xingxia dynasty, Qin Jia. A bunch of ants. He looked down on the crowd with disdain, glancing at the two fallen giant wood apes before striding past them to stand before the Peach of Immortality tree. Shen Lanqin and the others also arrived beside Qin Jia. Brother Qin, as the saying goes, those who witness share in the spoils. Surely you wouldn't wish to claim it all for yourself? A bewitching, soul-stealing voice echoed. Xin Jia frowned. They were all here after all. Why hadn't they made a move earlier? Opportunity favors the strong. There are 30 peaches here. How many do you want? We 3 didn't intervene. 9 for us should suffice. The rest are yours, Brother Qin. How does that sound? Shen Lanxin spoke with a smile. Since they hadn't intervened, they couldn't very well ask for more. They understood Qin Jia simply didn't want to start a fight now, not because he feared the 3 of them. Seeing they weren't making outrageous demands, Qin Jia nodded in agreement. Hey! Why should you get all the shares? Didn't we contribute too? Why? Because I'm the strongest. Qin Jia turned to face the group, unleashing a blazing aura that instantly intimidated them. Everyone took a few steps back, unwilling to argue with the 4 figures in the sky. Huan frowned deeply, gazing up at the domineering quartet in the sky. Let them have it. All 4 have reached the heavenly realm. They've been suppressing their cultivation all along, only breaking through after entering the supreme secret realm. Old Feng stated calmly. Huan sighed. Though he felt some reluctance, the greater good must take precedence now. Just as everyone thought the owner of the peach had been decided. A colossal golden sword, forged from boundless magical energy, pierced through the clouds, ripping open the heavens as it descended to crush the group. The 4 watched the golden blade hurtling toward them and immediately joined forces to block this terrifying assault. The immense force forced them back hundreds of meters before finally halting. Who dares to strike? Qin Jia's gaze swept across the crowd, seeking to discern the source of the attack. A voice echoed from the heavens. You just said that opportunities are for those with the ability to seize them. Well, then, I'll take all these peaches. Chapter 49, I said it, I want all these peaches. A clear, ethereal, and graceful voice echoed into everyone's ears. All eyes turned skyward as a familiar figure descended. Isn't that the immortal maiden who slew Lu Di not long ago? Strange. Didn't she just battle Lu Di? How could she be here so quickly? The crowd began whispering among themselves. Since they couldn't get the peaches anyway, might as well enjoy the spectacle. Gu Ziyi landed before Qin Jia and the others. Big Yellow lay curled on her shoulder. Both women wore composed expressions. Qin Jia's gaze met Gu Ziyi's calm face. Without a flicker of emotion, she gave a faint, cold snort. Interesting. This prince will give you one more chance. Repeat what you just said. I said, I want all these peaches. Gu Ziyi's expression remained unchanged as the words fell. Qin Jia unleashed her domain. A colossal dragon, engulfed in ferocious flames like a volcanic eruption, shot out from within the domain like a burning meteor. It opened its gaping maw, lunging toward Gu Ziyi. Shen Lanxin and the others watched the two erupt into battle without warning, their brows furrowing in concern. They had originally planned to grab the peaches and leave immediately. But now, it seemed they wouldn't be leaving so easily. Gu Ziyi flickered 2 fingers, and the dark radiance sword shot out from the fire dragon's side, instantly extinguishing it. In all my years, I've never seen anyone so brazen. Qin Jia radiated an intense heat, and Shen Xianxin and the others watched her face, now twisted with fury. They all took a few steps back, not wanting to be caught in Qin Jia's fiery wrath. Just as Qin Jia raised her hand to unleash her domain's flames, a powerful aura surged forth. Thud! 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 Gu Ziyi unleashed the power of the supreme demon godbone. The terrifying pressure made everyone's hair stand on end, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Gu Ziyi placed the dark radiance sword behind her back, then flicked 2 fingers. Her spiritual energy condensed into several golden miniature swords. They all charged toward Qin Jia. Qin Jia's pupils instantly dilated. Igniting her flames, she retreated while deflecting the golden blades. Our young mistress is quite skilled. To refine her spiritual energy to this level, wielding so many flying swords with such effortless precision. Da Huang watched as Gu Ziyi overwhelmed Qin Jia, leaving her utterly defenseless, and offered a faint smile. It knew full well that from the very beginning, its young mistress had never unleashed her full power, instead treating her opponents as mere sharpening stones. Damn it, these flying swords are so stubborn. Qin Jia's eyes flashed with vicious intent as he pushed his focus to its absolute limit. He dared not let a single blade slip past, striking each golden sword away. A stinging pain shot through his arms. How could these tiny blades, formed from her spiritual energy, possess such formidable power? Gu Ziyi saw the moment was ripe. Her slender jade-like fingers traced an arc in the air. The space above Qin Jia was torn apart by a powerful force, and a massive golden sword descended. Qin Jia's pupils dilated as she unleashed her flame spiritual energy with all her might. Flaming Dragon's Fawn. A magical formation appeared beneath Qin Jia's feet. A massive crimson dragon blade shot out from within, a fiery dragon clutching the blade. Together, dragon and blade collided with the golden greatsword. The collision of golden and crimson energies erupted in a blinding, dazzling light. The immense force and shockwaves caused the surrounding space to rattle and groan. Aren't you going to stop them? Those 2 freaks, aren't they going to destroy this place? I can't stop them. Shen Lanxin watched their battle with a detached gaze. Xinjia raised her right hand, braced firmly against the massive sword. Break! Gu Ziyi uttered the word coldly. The golden greatsword instantly shattered the dragon blade, its sharp sword light surging toward the fire dragon and Xinjia. Boom! As the golden light dissipated, Xinjia clutched her arm, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You three, she didn't give us a single peach. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Xinjia gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain radiating through his body as he addressed the three nearby figures. If not for his numerous life-saving techniques, he truly would have met his end here. This girl didn't look like much, yet her strength was unexpectedly formidable. Upon hearing this, Shen Lanxin turned his gaze toward the other two. Seeing both nod in agreement, he stepped forward first. Fellow Taoist, you've already fought Lu Di once, and now you've battled Brother Qin. Surely your remaining spiritual energy is running low. Shen Lanxin spoke with great confidence. I am Shen Lanxin of the Thunder Sacred Land. Everyone, let's stop this bickering. How about we five divide these peaches equally? Xinjia felt anger welling up at the thought of sharing equally with them, but he held his tongue. After all, he was no match for Gu Ziyi. I don't think so. Exactly. Sharing equally is best. That way. Shen Lanxin had assumed Gu Ziyi would agree after all, he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. He was about to clap his hands in celebration when it suddenly hit him. Gu Ziyi had actually turned him down. Didn't that mean she intended to face all four of them? You're talking too much. Gu Ziyi's eyes were icy cold as a colossal divine magic form suddenly materialized behind her. Earlier, from a distance, Shen Lanxin and the others hadn't sensed anything. Now, confronted with this terrifying spectacle, fear instinctively gripped their hearts. Either fight, or get the hell out of my way. Shen Lanxin shook his head helplessly. What an unwise choice. Li Mo, Su Yan, attacked together. Deep Blue Xan's body was enveloped in blue thunder, charging toward Gu Ziyi like a bolt of lightning. Just as he neared Gu Ziyi, the divine form behind her struck him with a single palm, sending him flying backward. Stunned by the sudden blow, Shen Lanxin felt every muscle ache. Damn, am I really that far behind? Li Mo and Su Yan were startled. This little girl was far too powerful. Quick to read the situation, they chuckled. Heh, we were just messing around. It's all yours, go ahead and take it. They parted to make way for Gu Ziyi. Jokes aside, this girl might look young, but her strength was clearly a whole level above theirs. And seeing that even the Ghost King sect and the Xingxia dynasty couldn't handle her, what could they possibly say? Weird. Aren't these people supposed to fight you to the death? Then wait to get beaten up? Why did they back down so fast? Big Yellow muttered, eyeing the two who had parted for Gu Ziyi. Even Xinjia dared not continue blocking her path. Outside the secret realm, Xiao Ziling watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile. Master, it seems Ziyi is becoming more and more like you. Xiao Tian chuckled softly. That chosen one of heaven must be losing his patience too. Xiao Ziling murmured. Meanwhile, Elder Fei of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, noticing Xiao Ziling lost in thought, slowly approached his side. Are you worried about your sanctuary's people? Rest assured, our Lu Di is quite gentle. Perhaps he might. Xiao Ziling didn't wait for him to finish. A powerful psychic force slammed him into the ground. He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, his cultivation completely destroyed. Shut up! Then they threw him out without hesitation. Chapter 50, Who Stirs the Pot, All Join Forces, Gods and Demons Subdue the Eight Desolations. The surrounding Supreme Realm experts watched as Xiao Ziling suddenly struck down Elder Fei. Yunju and Elder Wu exchanged a glance. Both frowned, and the atmosphere on the field suddenly grew tense. Elder Fei. The two elders glanced at Xiao Ziling, sensing the sharp, icy aura emanating from him. Their bodies trembled, and they immediately turned away from Xiao Ziling, flying together toward Elder Fei. The others instantly sensed Xiao Ziling's formidable strength. He was not someone to be trifled with. Elder Wu, it seems this friend from Yaoguang Holy Land is truly formidable. Elder Yunju Rui remarked with a gentle smile. Elder Wu could only nod awkwardly. She hadn't witnessed Xiao Ziling's combat skills firsthand, but his composed demeanor and unassuming manner had already hinted at his extraordinary nature. Yet she never imagined his power would so far exceed her expectations. Elder Fei was slightly stronger than her, and she now felt fortunate to have recognized both of their identities earlier. Otherwise, she would have offended them. Xiao Ziling closed his eyes, ignoring the curious stares of the others as he continued to focus on the secret realm. He was likely the only one here who could perceive what transpired within the secret realm. Within the secret realm, Gu Ziyi observed the others obediently stepping aside. The dark radiance sword appeared behind her, hovering in the air as they approached the peach of immortality spirit tree together. Gu Ziyi extended her hand, enveloping a peach with her spiritual energy. Instantly, a green, crystal-clear fruit appeared in her grasp. She examined the peach in her hand. So this is the peach of immortality that enhances spiritual energy purity? It looks quite decent. De Huang spoke up then, peaches are quite beneficial to you all, especially someone like you who hasn't been cultivating for very long. She nodded, and in the next instant, all the peaches were drawn toward her. Gu Ziyi waved her hand, storing all the peaches into her storage ring. Big Yellow observed Gu Ziyi. Her psychic power and control were quite impressive. She hadn't displayed this before. What's going on? Why did she suddenly get so serious? After stowing away all the peaches, Gu Ziyi was about to leave. A voice suddenly spoke up. Aren't you being a bit greedy? Consuming more than 3 peaches will negate their effects. Taking them all at once seems rather unfair, don't you think? A booming voice rang out from the crowd, his words seeming to stir a spirit of resistance within everyone. Exactly. They may take more, but at least they leave some behind. What right do you have to take them all? As one person led the charge, one prodigy after another stepped forward. Huan, seeing his words had taken effect, let out a soft chuckle. Haha, you lot better start fighting. Once you've beaten that fairy girl to a pulp, I'll swoop in to save the day. She'll be head over heels for me, ha ha ha. Huan chuckled inwardly, his gaze fixed on Gu Ziyi in the sky as he fantasized about his heroic rescue. Did you all go deaf just now? Gu Ziyi's icy gaze swept over the crowd. The dark radiance sword appeared before her. Controlling it with her psychic power, she swung it in a single strike. Seeing Gu Ziyi resort to violence at the slightest provocation, the excitement in their eyes turned to terror. Boom! Their abilities were no match for Gu Ziyi's speed. Many prodigies were instantly gravely wounded by that single strike. Ah! Damn it! This woman's even more ruthless than Qin Jia. Everyone, attack her together. We can't let her get away so easily. Huan shouted from within the crowd before slipping away stealthily. They were just waiting to subdue Gu Ziyi. Right. Let's all attack together. Just as Lang Ruqiu regained her senses, she witnessed streaks of sword energy and spells as swift as startled swans piercing the sky, as long as rainbows tearing through the heavens plummeted like meteors into the air. Powerful explosions roared like raging dragons, their aftershocks surging like turbulent waves, churning up billowing clouds of dust. A wave of shock hit, and Lang Ruqiu raised her hand to shield her face. What on earth is happening? Endless spells and sword energies charged fiercely toward the heart of the smoke, only to collide with an invisible barrier. Like striking an impenetrable wall, they were brutally repelled. Frequent bolts of lightning, like raging dragons, struck down from the sky, attempting to pierce the barrier. But every single one was blocked by Gu Ziyi. Their attacks couldn't harm her in the slightest. Deep Blue Xian had barely scrambled to his feet when he witnessed a barrage of spells pelting a figure shielded by the barrier. Holy crap, is this even a Nascent Soul cultivator? We're only at the Nascent Soul stage, we shouldn't be like this. This is terrifying. Can we really handle someone like this? Su Yan waved her hand helplessly. Damn it, how can she be this powerful? A prodigy had already unleashed every technique at their disposal. Yet still, they couldn't inflict any damage on Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi placed her hands behind her back as the spiritual energy radiating around her began to converge toward her. Her eyes turned a deep purple gold, and her hair began to flutter lightly. Divine demon suppression of the 8 desolations. A terrifying energy erupted from Gu Ziyi's body, obliterating every spell and the ultimate techniques of all the prodigies in an instant. Boom! Deep Blue Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the apocalyptic force bearing down upon them. Deep Blue Xian stood stunned for a long moment before finally discerning a trembling voice from Su Yan. This is bad. Run! The 4 immediately fled without hesitation, sprinting backward. Not even Huan, who had been stirring the pot, or Lang Ruqiu, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, could have imagined Gu Ziyi would suddenly strike like this. Get out of here fast. Old Master Feng called out to Huan, who was still mesmerized by Gu Ziyi's captivating figure. Huan snapped out of his trance and hurriedly fled the scene. A powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through the area, engulfing every prodigy who had just attacked Gu Ziyi. Da Huang stared at Gu Ziyi's face, somewhat stunned. So this is how low-key my little master has been all along? Has that unpleasant aura vanished? Gu Ziyi lingered no longer, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Yet that figure, seemingly graceful and radiant in the prime of life, left an indelible memory upon everyone present. That was terrifying. Shen Lanqin and the others returned, clutching their chests. They had fled so swiftly just moments ago, yet they were still caught in the aftermath. This was a wide-area killing move. Anyone within its radius would suffer damage. Even the peach tree of immortality, reaching skyward, swayed violently. The air thickened with the scent of blood and the lingering power of their spells. In a single instant, so many prodigies had been gravely wounded. Huan, seeing his plans go awry and himself caught in the aftermath, slammed his fist into a tree in fury. He vented his rage and pressure onto the tree. The trunk shattered clean through, and the entire straight trunk crashed to the ground. Ha ha, don't worry. If you want to take down that little girl, I happen to have a plan. Ha ha ha. Old Master Feng stroked his beard, revealing a mischievous grin. Oh? Hu Wen's interest was instantly piqued. Chapter 51, Rising to Fame, Preparing for the Supreme Inheritance Capital. Seeing Gu Ziyi depart, the remaining crowd helped each other to their feet. Gu Ziyi's icy, mountain-like divine countenance, like a proud plum blossom in the snow, was deeply etched into their hearts. That cold beauty demoness is just too damn terrifying. Sigh, I exhausted every last life-saving artifact just to barely avoid serious injury. As prodigies from the major sacred lands, they all possessed some means of self-preservation. Those without such safeguards, however, were gravely wounded by that single strike. Ugh, if she's also after that supreme inheritance, won't we be in big trouble? Su Yan shrugged helplessly, her face edged with resignation. Gu Ziyi's strength was clearly several tiers above theirs. Even if they joined forces, they would struggle to overcome her. Nonsense. The most precious thing in this supreme secret realm is the supreme inheritance that has been preserved all this time. Aren't we all here for the inheritance? A confrontation between us and her is inevitable. Shen Lanqing cleared his throat softly twice. Su Yan shot him a withering glance. If you want to fight her, go ahead. I've no desire to cross paths with that demoness. Su Yan said indifferently, then a cloud of black mist appeared beneath her feet, instantly carrying her away. Humph, Ghost King sect members are truly unreliable. What are the two of you planning? Qin Jia emerged, clutching his wounded arm. Truth be told, he never wanted to associate with these people either. In his eyes, they were nothing but rats. But now, someone's power far exceeded his expectations. If they didn't unite, they'd likely be no match for her. Liemo began to ponder, we should tend to our injuries and replenish our spiritual energy. Then see if we can team up with those other guys. See if they're willing to take on the female demon. That way, we might have a chance. Liemo voiced his plan aloud. Many powerful individuals had come to the supreme secret realm this time. If they could truly unite their efforts, perhaps, it might be worth a try. Shen Lanqing and Qin Jia exchanged a glance. Both naturally proud individuals, they had grown sober after witnessing Gu Ziyi's formidable power. I'll see if I can persuade those from my Imperial dynasty. I'll also go back and see if I can rally our Thunder Sacred Ground and Xianbing Sacred Ground. Oh, and didn't a few members of the Primordial Clan enter as well? Should we try to recruit them too? Shen Lanqing pondered for a moment before addressing the two. We can try. Though we're not on good terms with the ancient Imperial Clan, they can't claim the supreme inheritance. They probably won't demand overly unreasonable conditions. After discussing it, the three concluded that defeating Gu Ziyi wasn't entirely impossible. They each departed to seek reinforcements. Their plan was to ambush the female demon lord within the Supreme Legacy's main city. Meanwhile, Hu Wen followed his master's instructions, beginning to refine pills using the medicinal herbs they had previously obtained. Master, are these pills truly that potent? Heh, rest assured. With my experience, that woman's strength won't be able to withstand this potion's effects. But master, how do we get her to take it? She's not some little cutie. There's no way she'd just obediently swallow a pill. You're so naive. Just coat the blade with this pill. As long as you wound her, the potency will take effect. Then, ha. Master Feng's lips curled into a faint, wicked smile, as if such matters were second nature to him, effortless and routine. But master, doesn't that make it even harder? Injuring her? That's harder than winning her over. Hu Wen sighed. He had been quite confident, but after witnessing Gu Ziyi's formidable strength, that confidence had vanished like smoke. Foolish. If I can't defeat her, how could you? Once you find something to restore my soul power and I recover a bit, dealing with weaker Great Emperor realm opponents won't be a problem. Old Master Feng chuckled softly, stroking his beard with confidence. After all, he had once stood with one foot in that realm. Could he really not handle a little woman? She is a bit strong, though. Makes sense. Then we should hurry to the Supreme Inheritance main city. Most of the treasures seem to be there. Hu Wen immediately found this plan feasible. Yeah, it's been a long time now. If we don't go soon, they'll get there first. Old Feng nodded in agreement. Just as the two were forming this plan, they suddenly felt something new on their bodies. On Gu Ziyi's side, she had just returned to the cave she had been in before. She found only Lingxi sitting in meditation, restoring her spiritual energy. The other three had already departed. Sister Lingxi, I'm back. Where are the others? Gu Ziyi smiled softly, her demeanor now a stark contrast to the icy resolve she'd displayed while sweeping through the gathering of prodigies. Oh, them? They've gone to seek their own opportunities. Everyone has their own path. Lingxi's bright phoenix-like eyes turned to Gu Ziyi as she spoke. They no longer had a chance to vie for the supreme inheritance. Instead, they should focus on harnessing their unique abilities and seek more opportunities within the secret realm. Big Yellow leaped down from Gu Ziyi's shoulder, stretched lazily, and flexed its limbs. Sister Lingxi, here are 3 peach of immortality fruits. Please take them. Gu Ziyi smiled as she placed the 3 peaches into Lingxi's hands. Lingxi stared at the fruits in her hands, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had originally intended to compete for these peaches herself, but had been thwarted by Lu Di. Moreover, the gathering was packed with prodigies, even she couldn't guarantee securing so many peaches. Z, you can't accept these from your senior sisters. Quickly put them away and consume them. Your chances of obtaining the supreme inheritance will greatly increase. Lingxi's tone was urgent and flustered, her eyes devoid of any greed, filled only with concern for Gu Ziyi and thoughts of her future. She immediately tried to return the peaches. Sister Lingxi, you should take these. Ziyi has plenty more. Gu Ziyi felt Lingxi's genuine concern and was touched. Seeing Lingxi's disbelief, she promptly produced 3 more peach spirit fruits. Witnessing this scene, a premonition began to take root in her mind. Could Ziyi have uprooted the entire peach tree of immortality? Sister Lingxi, please take these. That way, you'll be able to help Ziyi later, won't you? Sister Lingxi gazed at the peach spirit fruit in her hand, as if making up her mind. Then she nodded firmly. Sister Lingxi, take it quickly. We'll head to the Supreme Inheritance main city together shortly. While the two were still chatting, Big Yellow's nose twitched. He sensed a familiar scent approaching. It silently transmitted to Gu Ziyi, someone's approaching. Gu Ziyi sensed it too. Just as she prepared to intimidate the intruder first, a figure emerged from the darkness, slender and exuding an alluring, enchanting charm. Your affection truly makes this lady envious. Chapter 52, Su Yan's news. Lingxi, are you a lesbian? Gu Ziyi and Lingxi both grew wary at the hauntingly seductive voice. Gu Ziyi's gaze fixed on the figure slowly materializing. Her expression shifted from tension and unease to mild surprise. It's you? What? You didn't make a move when there were so many people earlier, but now you plan to come alone and fight the two of us? Gu Ziyi looked at the enchantingly alluring beauty before her. Her already slender, alluring figure was accentuated by eye-catching black fishnet stockings. Made her appear as gentle as water yet fiery with passion. Fighting and killing is so unpleasant, and besides, this humble servant is no match for you two. Both recognized the enchanting beauty before them. She was none other than the Ghost King Sect's holy maiden Su Yan, whom Gu Ziyi had already encountered before. Then why did you come over? Gu Ziyi asked in a calm voice. She had spotted Su Yan standing with those people, and her first impression of them had been unfavorable. Lingxi approached Gu Ziyi's side. Her gaze turned coolly toward Su Yan. Su Yan, don't come here fiddling with that soul brush of yours. If I recall correctly, none of you Ghost King Sect members ever do anything that doesn't benefit yourselves. Su Yan's delicate brows twitched slightly. She hadn't expected the senior disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land to be such a formidable opponent. Heh, you're joking. It's not just our Ghost King Sect, doesn't everyone in this world act for their own gain? Su Yan gave a bitter laugh. Lingxi and Gu Ziyi remained silent. They merely watched Su Yan with impassive gazes. Ladies, I truly came here with no ill intent. Su Yan smiled helplessly. She had come bearing good news for them. Why was their hostility so intense? She hadn't even laid a finger on them before. Speak. What brings you here? Lingxi and Gu Ziyi turned their gaze toward Su Yan, while Big Yellow's golden eyes watched the trio with a slightly unfocused stare. Any one of the 3 women they'd casually picked out was a top-tier beauty in this secret realm expedition. We're all here for the supreme inheritance, I presume. And you, little girl, you just gave a group of prodigies a thorough thrashing. Now Qinjia, Shenlanqin, and the others are rallying other prodigies to ambush you at the supreme inheritance's main city. Su Yan's gaze shifted to Gu Ziyi, her gentle tone turning stern. Lingxi's eyes widened in shock. What? Ziyi had taken down those prodigies? She knew her little junior sister was formidable, but even Qinjia and the others weren't a match for Gu Ziyi? Qinjia's strength had already ranked among the top during this supreme secret realm expedition. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Saint Dragon Dynasty's forces and the few prodigies from the ancient clan hadn't intervened, few could stand against Qinjia. Now Qinjia and the others, even joining forces, couldn't defeat Ziyi? And now they actually need to seek reinforcements? Was this really necessary? Z, is what she said true? Lingxi found it hard to believe Su Yan's words and quietly asked Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi nodded. That little fire spirit. I think her name was Qinjia. Lingxi's face twitched. Little fire guy. That definitely was Qinjia. Su Yan, you're not being this kind, are you? Spill it, what do you want? Lingxi looked at Su Yan. She knew the Ghost King Sect people all too well. Given enough incentive, they'd dare to do anything. You jest. This information comes free of charge. Su Yan smiled faintly. Moreover, I know a way to enter the Supreme Inheritance main city through the back door, thus avoiding detection. However, she added, this method does come with a fee. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as her fingers rubbed together. Gu Ziyi and Lingxi exchanged glances, communicating silently. Sister Lingxi, what do you think? If those guys have already set up formations to ambush you, you'll definitely be in danger. Lingxi began to ponder. What do you want? After pondering, Lingxi decided to ask Su Yan directly. Su Yan's lips curved slightly as her gaze shifted to Gu Ziyi. I want you. At Su Yan's words, both Gu Ziyi and Lingxi's bodies trembled. Gu Ziyi immediately covered her two large breasts. You're a lesbian? Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. She immediately shielded Gu Ziyi behind her. How dare you set your sights on my Ziyi? Believe it or not, you'd be torn to shreds by my senior the moment you step outside. What the hell? Su Yan stared at the two of them, utterly speechless. I don't want her. I want her father. That's even less likely. I'd rather fight you than hand daddy over to you. Gu Ziyi and Lingxi both took a step back. They eyed Su Yan warily, knowing full well she had ulterior motives. You actually want the senior? I wouldn't even dare to think about it, and you want to go after him. Lingxi shot Su Yan a glance. You've completely misunderstood. I only want his father. Once we're outside, he can help us block the people from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Su Yan's voice was slightly subdued. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary? Why? Didn't Lu Di die at our hands? The two women were puzzled. They had already incurred the enmity of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Stepping outside would inevitably lead to confrontation with them. Even if she hadn't mentioned it, a clash between Yaoguang and the Heavenly Sword was inevitable. Su Yan seemed to read their thoughts. It's different. Once we step outside, they'll target us first. Su Yan shook her head helplessly. Did you two get into trouble again? Lingxi eyed Su Yan suspiciously. Big Yellow watched the three of them bickering, which was disturbing its rest. Alright, we don't need her help. I know how to get to that back door. Big Yellow spoke up at that moment. Lingxi and Gu Ziyi looked at Big Yellow, then Lingxi turned to look at Gu Ziyi again. Gu Ziyi explained to Lingxi, this is Big Yellow. He's my good friend. You can trust what he says. Lingxi nodded. They had been saved by Big Yellow before, so naturally, they trusted him first. Watching the two walk away, Su Yan looked utterly bewildered. Wait, then let's change the terms. I can help you deal with Qingjia and the others. No need. I'll tell my daddy. Whether he's willing to help you is another matter. Gu Ziyi replied with a faint smile. Gu Ziyi and Lingxi, guided by Big Yellow, began their journey toward the Supreme Inheritance main city. Only Su Yan remained, her face etched with helplessness. That elder must be incredibly powerful to tame the barefoot golden crow. Su Yan made up her mind. She would follow them, hoping to offer assistance. That way, if they could speak well of her before that elder, they might just have a chance to escape this crisis. Su Yan promptly set off toward the Supreme Inheritance main city from another direction. The secret realm had been open for several days now, and most of the prodigies had already approached the Supreme Inheritance main city. Huan limped his way here as well, while Elder Feng had already fallen into a deep slumber. Damn it! They said I had great fortune, but why does it feel like nothing but bad luck? Huan roared at the sky, venting his frustration. Chapter 53, The Unlucky Huan enters the Supreme Inheritance main city. Ever since leaving the Peach of Immortality tree, his journey had been a relentless ordeal, constantly hunted by the ancient Imperial clan and demonic beasts, or struck by heavenly tribulations. Only he knew the hardships of this journey. Now his clothes were torn, and he was covered in dust and grime, looking like a beggar. Even his master had fallen into a deep slumber due to the lightning tribulation. His once perfect plan was now completely shattered. This won't do. I must find a spirit-restoring herb or pill as soon as possible. Only then can my master awaken. Master Feng was his trump card. Without him, facing powerful demonic beasts or enemies, he had no guarantee of victory. Today's been nothing but bad luck. I wonder how far the Supreme Inheritance main city is from here. If it's too far. Huan was still grumbling when suddenly the ground began to shake violently. Huan instantly tensed up, not daring to make a sound. Then he slowly turned his head. Roar! One by one, ferocious beasts charged toward him, each possessing the cultivation level of a transformation spirit realm expert. Such a massive horde was far beyond what he could handle. Most crucially, these beasts seemed to have targeted only him from the very beginning. Along the way, he had encountered other prodigies, but these demonic beasts ignored them. They kept chasing him relentlessly. Are you all insane? I never touched your mates. Why are you chasing me? Huan roared furiously as he ran. His spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted, forcing him to sprint relentlessly across the ground. One of the beasts heard Huan's roar and instantly took it as a challenge. It leapt into the air, raising two massive arms to slam them down onto the ground. The earth cracked open under the immense force. Huan lost his balance. By the time he regained his footing, a horde of demon beasts had already closed in on him. You. Ah! No! A wail of agony echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Gu Ziyi and Lingxi, still on their journey, heard the wretched cry and both turned to look. What a heart-wrenching cry! Da Huan, perched on Gu Ziyi's shoulder, chuckled softly. Anything can happen in the secret realm. We just need to be careful. Lingxi said softly. Guided by Big Yellow, the two soon approached the vicinity of the Supreme Inheritance main city. They gazed at the city gates, which had stood for so long yet showed no signs of corrosion. They gazed at the main city center, which resembled a coiled dragon, magnificent and soaring. At its very peak, a blue beam of light pierced the sky like a sharp sword, piercing through the entire expanse of clouds. Flanking the main entrance like two towering mountains stood two colossal lion statues. Their imposing presence sent a chill down one's spine. The entire city was clad in a warm golden-brown hue, constructed from the golden earth of the sacred soil veins. The grandeur of the scene was in no way inferior to their sacred temple. The previous owner of this supreme secret realm must have been extraordinary to leave behind so many treasures. But it's also a bit strange. I didn't see a single treasure near the peach tree of immortality, and neither did Dai and the others when they came out of the dark forest. Could it be that all the treasures are truly hidden within this Supreme Inheritance main city? Lingxi stroked the strands of hair at her earlobe, her gaze shifting to the side as she began to ponder with a serious expression. Gu Ziyi glanced at Big Yellow, who was also looking up at the sky. The weather was truly splendid today. Gu Ziyi had already figured out that Big Yellow might have instructed his subordinates to bring all the items to her. Plus, the secret realm had been activated several times already. It was only natural that quite a few treasures had been lost. Sister Lingxi, let's hurry into the main city. Seeing Gu Ziyi and De Huang already heading toward the back gate, she quickened her pace to catch up with them. Along the way, she spotted Qin Jia and the others already at the main entrance of the Supreme Inheritance City. But now, only he and a man dressed similarly to him remained. Lingxi noticed the two men staring intently into the distance, as if still waiting for something. Those shameless bastards actually intend to ambush Ziyi. A cold glint flashed in Lingxi's eyes. She had already made up her mind no matter the cost, she would help Ziyi obtain the Supreme Inheritance. De Huang led them to the back door, which was sealed with a magical barrier. For such a low-level spell, De Huang merely extended his paw and tore the spell seal apart. Let's go. We must hurry. The moment De Huang stepped into the main city of the Supreme Inheritance, a familiar sensation flooded its mind. A faint smile touched its lips, its eyes brimming with unprecedented confidence. Young master, I may need to attend to some matters and will be leaving for a while. De Huang said with a faint smile. Ha? Big Yellow, how are we supposed to get you out then? Gu Ziyi wasn't worried about De Huang. Its power far surpassed her own. The sky-tearing demon emperor who in this secret realm could possibly challenge him? It's fine. Once the inheritor of this secret realm is chosen, I'll be able to leave with them. De Huang chuckled lightly. No matter who the inheritor was, it would be able to follow them out. At that moment, De Huang seemed to recall something. Young master, remember to go to the place where the blue beam is emitted. There's a decent treasure there, you should take it. Take care. If you truly face danger, just call out to me in your heart. After speaking, Big Yellow cast a lingering glance at Gu Ziyi with a hint of reluctance in its eyes. Then it vanished instantly from its spot, leaving Lingxi staring at the two with a puzzled expression. But this was clearly none of her business. De Huang, take care of yourself too. Gu Ziyi silently prayed for De Huang before setting off toward the summit together. The Supreme Inheritance and the artifact that emitted the blue beam both lay there. After parting ways with Gu Ziyi and Lingxi, Big Yellow trudged forward with heavy steps, surrounded by endless darkness beneath its paws. De Huang let out a low growl, and the entire space instantly brightened. The spiritual energy here was even more abundant than within the secret realm, and the environment felt fresher and purer. Oh dear, don't be so hot-tempered. Wasn't it you who injured me back then, and now you're staying here to avoid the thunder tribulation? A figure clad in white robes sat cross-legged nearby, eyes fixed on the chessboard before them, deep in thought. Seems this time you truly intend to relinquish your inheritance. De Huang declared sternly. It was all because of this person before him that he couldn't stay with his young master. If anything happened to the young master, he would level the secret realm even if it meant defying the heavens, so be it. Well, that's why I invited you over for tea. Oh, and those two you brought, the younger one, the one who looks like a celestial being? Not bad. What? You have your eye on someone? De Huang smiled faintly. This time, the one receiving the legacy would undoubtedly be its young master. Hard to say. This year's prodigies, they're all exceptional. Outside the Supreme Inheritance's main city, on an open field, Hu Wen, who had fainted from excruciating pain, was jolted awake by the urine of a deer. He jolted upright, suddenly feeling a sharp pain below. Unable to bring himself to look down, he slowly lowered his head with eyes closed, then cautiously opened them a crack. No! My dragon root! It's gone! Chapter 54, Dare Anyone Still Lurk? The celestial prodigies unite against the primordial Imperial clan. Hu Wen's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't believe his second brother was gone like that. Damned beasts! I'll slaughter every last one of you. Hu Wen cursed under his breath. Just as he rose, he saw a several-meter-tall yellow-clawed hyena grin at him, then lick its lips. Absolutely delicious. Damn it! gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from his lower body. Hu Wen struggled to his feet. The yellow-clawed hyena, seeing Hu Wen rise with a look that seemed to say it would tear him limb from limb, turned its back to him and wiggled its seductive rear. Then it swiftly vanished from the scene, its speed so blindingly fast that Hu Wen lost sight of it in an instant. Outside the supreme secret realm. Ah, that guy really got it bad. Xiao Tian clutched his stomach, laughing so hard tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Xiao Ziling remained impassive. A scum like that doesn't deserve to live. Death would be too easy for him. Xiao Ziling looked at Hu Wen, who was in a sorry state. Xiao Tian, looks like your stuff really works. Of course. This, weeping of the wretched sky, could even land 2 hits on the great emperor himself. Xiao Tian wiped the tears from the corner of his eye, then composed himself before speaking. The wailing of decline was a talisman that could reduce a person's luck to its absolute worst for 3 days. Unless one possessed immense cultivation power, there was no escaping the misfortune it brought. But one destined by heaven surely isn't so easily killed. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. Over the past few days, Xiao Ziling had been examining the treasures Hu Wen had acquired. Aside from the immortal herbs and elixirs, which Xiao Ziling had taken for himself, he hadn't taken the burning heaven Dan cauldron, certain weapons, or cultivation techniques. This led the heavenly Tao of the Xianhuang realm to conclude that Hu Wen still held value. Perhaps he could accumulate more heaven's willpower, allowing Ziyi to reap the rewards in the end. He can't stir up much trouble anymore. Xiao Ziling ceased observing Hu Wen, shifting his focus entirely to Gu Ziyi and Lingxi. Gu Ziyi and Lingxi had already entered the inner city of the Supreme Inheritance. The two began ascending toward the highest point of the main city. Lingxi glanced at the skeletal remains scattered around them. Seems quite a few people have been here before. Ziyi, let's take our time climbing up. I've heard that while this main city holds many treasures, no one has ever been able to take them all away. Lingxi's light voice echoed. Why? Gu Ziyi asked in confusion. Why wouldn't one take the treasures? Because the treasures here are guarded by countless traps and demon beasts. Those who came had no guarantee of surviving the traps and beasts. So many of these skeletal remains before us perished at the hands of these traps and beasts. As they walked and talked, they realized the Supreme Inheritance main city was far larger than they had imagined. They reached a flat area above. The moment they stepped onto it, a beam of light enveloped the space. The space around them began to shift, transporting them into a blue-hued realm. An intense pressure washed over them. Something's wrong, Ziyi. Be careful. Lingxi urgently warned Gu Ziyi, and then the space they occupied split apart. Sister Lingxi. Gu Ziyi watched Lingxi vanish before her eyes. A surge of spiritual energy coalesced in her hand, forming a golden longsword. Go! Gu Ziyi hurled the sword, attempting to shatter the spatial barrier. But the sword collided with the spatial barrier, causing no damage whatsoever. This space is incredibly sturdy. Gu Ziyi was taken aback. Just as she drew the dark radiance sword, intending to see if she could carve an opening in this space, the intense pressure suddenly vanished. The blue space slowly dissipated, revealing the scene before her. She stepped out cautiously. She scrutinized her surroundings meticulously. This place seems to be. Gu Ziyi studied the inscriptions carved into the surrounding stone walls. Her eyes lit up instantly, for what was recorded here was a martial art technique. Centrifugal slash. It's actually a sword technique. Gu Ziyi traced the characters on the stone wall. Swords and blades were not vastly different, one could say they shared the same origin. No sooner had she studied it than she suddenly tightened her grip on the dark radiance sword, swinging it backward in a single stroke. A powerful sword aura sliced through the air, tearing a gash in the space. The figure behind her startled and dodged away swiftly. A sword-like gash, radiating the intent of the blade, was left behind on the stone wall. Oh my, I've been discovered. A cold, sinister voice echoed. A gaunt, masked figure materialized before Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi frowned at the man before her, clad entirely in black and reeking of blood. Gu Ziyi observed the bloodstains on his clothes and said coldly, so someone's been lurking here? Judging by your appearance, you must have been here for quite some time. You've probably killed quite a few people this way, haven't you? Quite clever. But I'm after the leaders of several major factions. Their treasures alone will make me rich. The masked man gave a wicked smile. But now, you seem like a decent target too. He glanced at Gu Ziyi's figure, as ethereal as a celestial maiden, her flawless skin tempting him to touch it. Gu Ziyi gave him a cool glance. Slowly raising the dark radiance sword in her hand, spiritual energy began to gather within her. Destroy. The masked man, who had been wearing a carefree expression, suddenly realized he had underestimated Gu Ziyi as her sword swung toward him. No! Faced with the overwhelming sword intent and primordial force suddenly bearing down on him, the masked man immediately activated all his defensive measures. Tortoise shell shield. The defenses shattered the instant they touched Gu Ziyi's blade. The fierce sword chi pierced straight through the masked man's body. The sword energy slammed into the stone wall, leaving a deep gash as a powerful blade aura radiated outward from the wound. In that instant, the masked man was slain by Gu Ziyi's single strike. Gu Ziyi took a few steps forward and used her spiritual energy to remove the mask. His eyes were filled with bitter resentment. He couldn't believe the woman before him could be so terrifying. Gu Ziyi glanced at his true face, finding no memory of him, and then used divine demonic power to completely obliterate his corpse. Outside, Xinjia and the others had finally gathered. They had been guarding the main gate the entire time, but after waiting for ages, they still hadn't seen Gu Ziyi. Strange. Shen Lanxin murmured. According to their calculations, she should have arrived by now. Hey, you guys aren't messing with us, are you? We've been waiting forever and haven't even seen her shadow? A sharp, piercing voice cut through the air. Brother Long, don't fret. They should be here soon. Liamo took a swig of wine, his face flushed with drink. Oof. You better be telling the truth. If that bastard weren't so terrifyingly powerful, I'd never have agreed to cooperate with these ancient Imperial clan scum. Xinjia whispered telepathically to a man beside her. Brother, is that woman really as terrifying as you say? He was none other than Qin Yi, a prodigy of the Xingxia Imperial dynasty alongside Xinjia. You'll see for yourself once you face her. She's far more terrifying than we ever imagined. They gazed at the ancient Imperial clan's prodigy before them Long Pei. He wore golden robes, with a pair of dragon horns on his head, pale golden pupils, dragon scales on his arms, and wings folded behind his back. His demeanor was arrogant, defiant, and utterly unrestrained. Chapter 55, The Primordial Imperial Clan's Prodigy. All prodigies besiege Gu Ziyi. Now the three of us will help you deal with that so-called monster. Once it's done, don't forget we still need that thing. A hoarse voice echoed in their ears. This figure possessed a massive frame, its face resembling the cracked surface of weathered stone. A profound aura emanated from his body. Beside him stood a graceful beauty, her smile shy, dressed in a crimson gown. They were the prodigies of the Stone Clan and the Phoenix Clan within the ancient imperial lineage. Bin and Fenglan. All three were outstanding prodigies within the primordial Imperial Clan. Qin Yi, seeing these ancient Imperial Clan members acting even more arrogant than his own group, felt a surge of anger and wanted to challenge the three before him. Xinjia stepped in to restrain him. Alright, they may be arrogant and overbearing, but they possess genuine strength. The foundations of the primordial Imperial Clan run far deeper than we ever imagined. Xinjia took a deep breath. His injuries had only recently healed. If they were forced into battle now, who would be left to deal with that demoness? Xinjia found himself utterly speechless at the thought. A bunch of weak-limbed, dim-witted fools. Liamo and Shen Lanxin remained silent. The primordial Imperial Clan's power was simply too overwhelming. The powerhouses behind the primordial Imperial Clan Ancestral Dragon, Ancient Emperor were ultimate beings whose strength had reached the peak of Great Emperor. In the past, some Great Emperor-level experts from primordial factions in ancient sacred lands had even dared to challenge the primordial Imperial Clan. Yet they were effortlessly crushed by the ancient Imperial Clan's might. These were Great Emperor's beings towering above billions of living creatures. Though the figures before them weren't the primordial Imperial Clan's true prodigies, their power was already on par with those true prodigies. Senior brother, this female demon you mentioned, is she really that formidable? Shen Lanxin, a fellow disciple of the Thunder Sanctuary like himself. He asked Shen Lanxin, though for some reason, both he and Shen Lanxin had developed robust physiques from cultivating thunder energy. His skin, however, was noticeably darker, perhaps from enduring too many heavenly tribulations. Powerful. Extremely powerful. You'll understand once you face her yourself. Shen Lanxin's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. He didn't want to recall it now. Haven't you heard of the female demon lord? Li Mo chuckled. He hadn't wanted to antagonize that female demon either. But as long as the demoness remained, they wouldn't even have a chance to vie for the supreme inheritance. I've heard of her, but the stories about her seem a bit exaggerated. Everyone claims that after defeating Qin Jian's senior brother, that female demon lord went on to defeat dozens of transformation realm experts. Seriously, they don't even bother to make up their lies properly. I even claimed I defeated hundreds of great emperors. Su Riwen sneered dismissively, unconvinced a woman could be that formidable. Shen Lanxin, however, was utterly mortified. Who was spreading such rumors? Would someone sacrifice others just to protect their own reputation? She clearly crushed Qin Jia and him first, then casually dispatched dozens of Nascent Soul cultivators. Zhong Xiang, a sword master summoned by Liamo, stood with a massive sword bound in bandages strapped to his back. His physique radiated righteous energy, his brow sharp as a blade. An intangible sword aura emanated from his body, his intent radiating outward. Brotherly, is that Lu Di fellow truly dead? Like Liamo, he was a disciple of the Cloud Sword Holy Land. Their Cloud Sword Sanctuary had long maintained connections with the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Disciples from both sides frequently discussed the ways of the sword. Lu Di's prowess surpassed both of theirs, and they frequently sought his guidance. Recently, both had significantly improved their skills. He had intended to seek further guidance from Lu Di to gauge his current strength. They're dead. Most of the other disciples from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary are dead too. It's a pity, but such is the nature of the secret realm. Danger and opportunity coexist. Don't fret. Once you face that female demon, if she survives, you'll never lack for worthy opponents for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Liemo patted Zhong Xiang on the shoulder. Hearing this, Zhong Xiang showed no sign of tension in his eyes. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders with a hint of excitement. Senior brother, after hearing you say that, I can't be bothered to join the others in hunting down that female demon anymore. Liemo blinked, shooting Zhong Xiang a look that screamed, you little cutie. They had been surveying their surroundings, but now that some prodigies had approached and saw them guarding the main gate, they hesitated to make a move. Hey, you guys aren't messing with us, are you? Where's this so-called female demon? Long Pei looked at them with an arrogant expression. Just as he was about to press further, a powerful fluctuation erupted from within the supreme capital city. All eyes instantly turned toward the supreme main city. Damn it! Someone actually got in. Long Pei's eyes flashed with alarm, his anger rising. He suddenly suspected these people might be deceiving him, planning to send someone else to claim the supreme legacy. Sure bin. Feng Lan. Follow me inside to see what's happening. Long Pei said with some irritation. He then shot a glance at Qin Jia and Shen Lanqin. You'd better not try any tricks on me. The three prodigies of the primordial clan charged directly into the supreme capital city, leaving the 6 others standing there, utterly bewildered. They would definitely arrive before the demoness unless someone else was inside, or there was another way in. Damn it! Move! We're going in too! Qin Jia glanced at the 3 who had charged in, then whispered to the others beside him. The others nodded and followed into the supreme main city. Long Pei scanned the surroundings. Along the way, he noticed most of the traps had already been triggered. The treasures within had vanished without a trace. He closed his eyes, beginning to sense the source of that powerful spiritual energy fluctuation from earlier. Finally, he pinpointed it to a room. He slowly raised his head to look upward. Found you. Long Pei's hands transformed into dragon claws as he thrust his legs off the ground and leapt upward. The massive dragon wings unfurled behind him. He triggered several traps, but they posed no real threat to him. This was the physical strength the ancient Imperial clan prided themselves on. Those swords and spells landing on Long Pei were like tickling him. Shi Bin and Feng Lan remained close behind Long Pei. Gu Ziyi, who had only recently grasped the essence of the centrifugal slash, momentarily lost control of her aura, causing her sword intent and spiritual energy to spill out. However, she quickly reined it in. Ordinary people wouldn't have noticed a thing. Another one. Before Gu Ziyi could savor her triumph, her eyes turned icy. She immediately channeled her spiritual energy, unleashing it like a bursting flood before her. In an instant, it coalesced into an impenetrable protective barrier. Boom! A colossal dragon wave, formed from a tidal wave of spiritual energy, surged toward this location like the head of a mighty dragon, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. It reduced the area to utter ruin. Gu Ziyi's eyes remained icy as the dark radiance sword materialized behind her. Long Pei, Shi Bin, and Feng Lan landed before her. Hand over all your treasures, and I will spare your life. Chapter 56, The Supreme Inheritance is about to begin. The great celestial prodigies display their divine might. Gu Ziyi stared at the 3 figures towering in the air. A chill emanated from her eyes. What if I refuse? Gu Ziyi's expression remained composed and calm. She made no attempt to hide her thoughts, stating them directly. A little dragon man, a little bird man, and a stone man. What gives you the right to demand I hand over my belongings? At these words, Shi Bin and Feng Lan both froze. A surge of rage ignited within Long Pei. His ears weren't deaf, he'd heard every word Gu Ziyi had spoken. Good. Very good. His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing within. This time, entering the secret realm, besides obtaining that treasure, he intended to trample these so-called prodigies of the heavens underfoot, preventing them from acquiring the supreme inheritance. Just like the previous times. To strike fear into the hearts of the ancient royal clans. Shi Bin and Feng Lan exchanged a glance, nodding to each other. Having fought together for years, their mutual understanding had reached a level of knowing each other inside out. Shi Bin and Feng Lan positioned themselves on either side of Gu Ziyi. Forming a triangular formation, they encircled Gu Ziyi. Long Pei's arms slowly erupted with dragon scales, transforming entirely into claws. His pupils vertically slit, his eyes now resembling a pair of golden dragon eyes. You should not have crossed me, and you certainly should not have challenged the ancient Imperial clan. Long Pei murmured arrogantly. Over here, Gu Ziyi's eyes were icy cold, her expression indifferent as her gaze slowly swept across the crowd. A sonic boom erupted within the space as Shi Bin's arm absorbed the surrounding stone particles. Countless fragments fused together, coalescing into a colossal stone fist that slammed toward Gu Ziyi. Clang! How could this happen? A look of bewilderment flashed across Sherbin's face. For just as his fist was about to strike Gu Ziyi, it was halted by a barrier. Even exerting his utmost strength, he couldn't advance an inch. Gu Ziyi closed her eyes, and the spiritual energy within her coalesced into a golden phantom form. Is this, the human clan's Dharma form, heaven and earth? Fonglan's face showed a hint of astonishment. Their elders could also release their divine souls in this manner, condensing them into Dharma forms. But that was something only top-tier great emperor-level beings could achieve. Emperors! Those were supreme beings. And yet, this mere transformation spirit realm girl before them could do the same. Gu Ziyi opened her eyes, her violet gold gaze radiating out. Having just consumed the peach of immortality and attained sudden enlightenment in the centrifugal slash, her cultivation had surged to the threshold of the cavern realm. Once she condensed her heavenly realm, she would become a heavenly realm powerhouse. Xin Jia and the others, who had just entered the supreme capital city, immediately saw that indelible phantom figure etched in their minds. No way, it's her again. Xin Jia's heart trembled, but seeing so many prodigies by her side, she quickly steadied her resolve. This time, she would reclaim everything she had lost. How did she get in? Didn't we secure the entrance? Liamo glanced back at the main gate, noticing that with their absence, the prodigies outside were already stirring, eager to seize their share of the spoils. There must be another entrance. I knew this demoness wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Shen Lanqin clenched his fists. Let's go. We need to hurry over before those three arrogant fools get beaten to death. Xin Jia said calmly. The group then headed toward Long Pei and Gu Ziyi. Su Yan, who had just entered through the back door, hadn't even begun surveying the area when she sensed an overwhelming aura of power. Wow, they're already fighting? Hee hee, time to watch the show. Su Yan's face lit up with a smile, and her figure vanished like a ghost into the darkness. Long Pei's expression remained composed as he unleashed his aura, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept across the entire supreme capital city. Those below, sensing this pressure, hastily released their own spiritual energy to counter it. This ancient Imperial clan, their power is truly terrifying. Xin Jia raised her hand to block the pressure, her expression shifting unsteadily. For a moment, she couldn't decide whether to confront the female demon first, or confront those arrogant fools. Who would have thought? I came in just for fun, yet I stumbled upon such breathtaking beauty. I'll give you one chance, submit to. Just as Long Pei attempted to subdue Gu Ziyi, she raised her hand. The shadowy figure behind her stirred, unleashing a torrent of boundless magical power as a fist surged toward him. His brow suddenly furrowed as he raised his entire dragon claw to strike at Gu Ziyi. It collided head-on with the shadowy figure behind Gu Ziyi. In that single exchange, Long Pei felt the sheer terror of Gu Ziyi's power and was sent flying by a single punch. To Sherbin and Fonglan's eyes, Long Pei's figure recoiled violently, his entire body flying backward. He crashed directly into the wall. Long Pei felt his stomach churn violently. He bit down hard on his tongue, swallowing the mouthful of blood. He had never encountered such astonishing power among his peers. Among the ancient Imperial clans, there were many prodigies stronger than him, but their cultivation levels far surpassed Long Pei's. Thus, among the younger generation of the primordial Imperial clan, he was considered one of the top talents. Yet now, before Gu Ziyi, he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Seeing this, Sherbin hesitated not a moment. His other arm gathered more stone particles from the surroundings, and he unleashed a furious punch toward Gu Ziyi. Fonglan also gathered divine flames before her chest, the surging waves of fire coalescing into a blazing bird that soared toward Gu Ziyi. Xin Jia and the others had arrived at this very moment. The moment they arrived, they witnessed Sherbin and Fonglan unleashing their ultimate attacks against Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi's expression remained unchanged. She slowly extended both hands and effortlessly intercepted both attacks. Sherbin and Fonglan stared in stunned disbelief. This was far too powerful. Just as Sherbin froze in shock, the space above his head ripped open. A golden greatsword, heavy as a mountain crushing an egg and brimming with immense magical power, crashed down. No! In that split second, he sensed the aura of death. He raised his hand, summoning his treasure, the rock shield. The collision of the two forces sent ripples of spiritual energy surging outward, prompting everyone to shield their eyes. Whoosh! In the next instant, the golden sword pierced through Sherbin's treasure like a bolt of lightning, faster than anyone could react. The rock shield shattered instantly, unleashing a massive wave of residual energy. As the light and dust settled, everyone looked toward Sherbin's position, but he was nowhere to be seen. Their gaze shifted to Fonglan's side. Unbeknownst to them, Sherbin had already fled to Fonglan's side. The two abruptly retreated, landing beside Long Pei. Long Pei. That woman is strange. Her strength is absurdly powerful. Sherbin warned Long Pei in a low, urgent voice. Hidden in the shadows, Su Yan watched Gu Ziyi instantly repel all three of them, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She's even more formidable than I imagined. Xin Jia, Shen Lanqin, and the others began whispering among themselves. Both Long Pei and Gu Ziyi were troublesome for them. Take out that female demon first. After a brief consultation, it was clear that Gu Ziyi's performance was far more terrifying. Chapter 57, United Forces confront the 9 celestial prodigies. Long Pei, Fenglan, and Sherbin gazed at Gu Ziyi, who seemed like an invincible deity. The trio was utterly stunned by Gu Ziyi's power. Sherbin, if I recall correctly, that's the mystical artifact you obtained earlier, right? Sherbin slowly nodded. Correct. It's the rock shield capable of withstanding a strike from a peak-level Heavenly Realm expert. No way. You call that withstanding a peak Heavenly Realm expert's strike? How come it looked like paper against that little girl? Fenglan shot the two a disapproving look. They clearly knew their opponent was no ordinary foe, yet here they were joking around. If she didn't bring out something real soon, she truly wouldn't stand a chance against the woman before her. Gu Ziyi retracted the Dharma image behind her. Her gaze fixed on the trio as her fingers flickered, summoning countless golden flying swords behind her. In an instant, they sliced through space, hurtling directly toward the trio. Damn it! You ambushed me earlier, and I didn't react in time. Do you truly believe I'm no match for you? Long Pei's eyes blazed with fury. Watching Gu Ziyi continue her attack, he raised his dragon claw hand and effortlessly swatted the golden flying swords away. Xinjia, Shenlanqin, and the others arrived at Long Pei's side. Together, they helped him fend off Gu Ziyi's flying swords. What are you doing here? Long Pei glared at Xinjia and the others. Not a single one of them kept their word. He could sense the lingering scent of blood clearly. Many had already entered the Supreme Inheritance main city. Yet the three of them were still foolishly waiting at the entrance. At this moment, he felt like he'd been tricked like a little fool. Brother Long, she is the female demon we warned you about. If we don't join forces, we truly stand no chance against her. Xinjia placed her hands behind her back and approached Long Pei, speaking softly. What? She's the one who defeated you all and then severely wounded dozens of Nascent Soul cultivators? Long Pei frowned. Under these circumstances, cooperation might indeed be preferable. Yes, Brother Long. Let's join forces against her. Once we succeed, we'll help you obtain that thing you desire. What do you say? Xinjia offered a faint smile. Agreed. Once she's dealt with, we only want that treasure. Everything else, you can handle yourselves. Long Pei wiped the corner of his mouth and slowly stepped forward to confront Gu Ziyi. The others gathered behind Long Pei. For a moment, the air thickened with battle intent, the tension palpable. Gu Ziyi's expression remained cold and indifferent, one hand clasped behind her back while the other gripped the dark radiance sword. On Long Pei's side stood 9 men, each brimming with fighting spirit. Each was a prodigy from their respective factions, each possessing their own pride. Today, they would take down the female demon. Too bad we didn't find that bald monk from the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, our odds of winning would be even better. Xinjia thought to herself, yet glancing at the men beside her. This battle, they would win. Let me be the first to face you. A dark-skinned man with short hair stepped forward, his entire body radiating thunderous power that caused violent ripples in the space beneath his feet. The entire ground trembled. Brother Shen, has this buddy of yours always been such a hothead? Li Mo chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha, we Thunder Sanctuary folk are all like this. I'm used to it by now. Shenlanqin chuckled, then transformed into a blue bolt of lightning, his body crackling with terrifying thunderous energy. The two men closed in on Gu Ziyi from both sides. Boring. Gu Ziyi tightened her grip on the dark radiance sword, striking out with a horizontal slash. I'll see for myself just how formidable this sword intent of yours is, the one that killed Lu Di. Zhongxiang watched Gu Ziyi strike, its sword intent far exceeding his comprehension. Su Riwen was struck by the sword chi and immediately wounded by its immense power. Fortunately, his physical constitution was superior to others at the same cultivation level, so he didn't sustain serious injury. Just as Shenlanqin smiled, certain victory was his, Gu Ziyi unleashed a palm strike. Endless golden magical energy surged like a raging tide, continuously gathering upon the colossal palm. Like a towering mountain, it bore the might to shatter heaven and earth as it slammed down upon him. Boom! Both Shenlanqin and Su Riwen were sent flying hundreds of meters back. It was in this moment that Su Riwen truly grasped Gu Ziyi's formidable power. Gazing at the sword wound on his abdomen, he thought, had this strike landed on any other Nascent Soul cultivator, would likely have been severed cleanly at the waist. She's formidable. Don't underestimate her. We must all attack with full force. Shenlanqin struggled to his feet. The 9 present instantly unleashed every ounce of their strength, attacking Gu Ziyi in unison. Divine demon power. Gu Ziyi's eyes shone with an otherworldly light. The energy from the supreme demon god bone coursed through her entire body. Wrath of Heaven Dragon Claw. Long Pei charged forward, his golden dragon claws tearing through the sky as they descended. The vast expanse itself was torn apart by the dragon claw strike. Dare to desecrate our primordial Imperial clan. Today, this shall be your burial ground. Flames on Foamland's body coalesced into countless fiery spears. Liamo and Zhong Xian likewise held nothing back. Cloud-piercing sword art. As the most formidable young cultivator of the Cloud Sword Sanctuary, Liamo possessed an innate, profound understanding of the sword's way. He enjoyed carrying a flask of wine daily, sipping while practicing his sword techniques. Zhong Xiang, who had transformed his body into a sword essence, was equally formidable. He too followed Liamo in wielding the cloud-soaring sword technique. Two streaks of sword light shot forth, tearing through the air. Xin Jia and Xin Yi unleashed their own techniques, joining the assault on Gu Ziyi. Divine and demonic energies surged through Gu Ziyi's body. Liamo, Xin Jia, and Shen Lanxin were all intimately familiar with this technique. No way. The trio sensed trouble, but in the next instant, Gu Ziyi's eyes turned a golden purple hue, and her hair began to flutter lightly. Divine demon suppression of the 8 desolations. A terrifying energy erupted from Gu Ziyi's body, obliterating everyone's ultimate techniques in an instant. Dragon claws, flaming spears, sword energies all vanished into nothingness before the might of divine and demonic power. Boom! The sound of shattering echoed through the void. In that instant, the pride within each of them was utterly shattered. So-called prodigies of heaven? Before true genius, they weren't even worthy of the threshold. The 9 hurriedly gathered together, unleashing their spiritual power and defensive measures in unison. They braced against the apocalyptic force bearing down upon them. In an instant, the Supreme Inheritance main city suffered immense damage. The violent commotion drew nearby prodigies to the scene. Feeling the terrifying pressure, they assumed some treasure had emerged. That is, Huan, who had only just recovered, watched the commotion unfolding ahead and quickened his pace to reach the scene. Though his luck had been poor these past days, and he had lost his most precious possession, fortunately, he had found the immortal herb that could aid Elderfang's recovery. Now he only needed to wait for old Master Feng to recover. He would sweep through the entire secret realm. Yikes, the one you've set your sights on is about to destroy this place, truly terrifying. Hearing the voice, Big Yellow merely twitched his ears but paid no heed. Chapter 58, The Legacy Begins, The Battle of the Celestial Prodigies, The 9-Colored Rainbow Bridge. A figure clad in white robes noticed Big Yellow's indifference. He merely smiled indifferently and shook his head. I'm about to activate the inheritance. After that, I won't be coming back here. With your strength, coming and going shouldn't be too difficult. De Huang's eyes lit up. Oh? So you're finally ready to hand over the legacy? I thought you'd guard it for the rest of your life. If you're really this stingy, I might as well call my men to hand out some inheritance too. Big Yellow glanced at the figure before him. He was practically 6 feet under, yet here he was, clinging to this worthless legacy, refusing to pass it on. Every year, people came and disrupted its quiet cultivation. Fortunately, its power was formidable. Those low-level fools posed no real threat to it. The main reason is that I haven't found a suitable candidate yet. Besides, with your keen eye, you could help me pick one out. The figure rose slowly, smiling. He had once fallen to the hands of the sky-tearing demon sovereign before him, witnessing firsthand its ascent to emperorhood. What a pity I was born in the wrong era. I've no time for this. I told you this emperor must depart now. Whether you choose to pass on the legacy is your decision. But no one can stop this emperor from leaving this place. Behind De Huang, the illusory form of his true self materialized the sky-tearing demon emperor. The figure, already beginning to fade into transparency, offered a faint smile. Rest assured, my legacy doesn't favor strength, it favors destiny. Once I initiate the inheritance, I shall bestow it upon the chosen one, whoever she may be. De Huang glanced at the person before him. Though neither of them could stand the sight of the other. But when it came to parting forever, that indescribable feeling was truly unbearable. Within the Supreme Inheritance's main city at that moment, Gu Ziyi exhaled softly, drawing back the spiritual energy swirling around her. It transformed into her own spiritual energy. Su Yan, hiding in the shadows, surveyed the apocalyptic scene of utter destruction around her. The 9 who had marched in force to confront Gu Ziyi had all fallen to her single strike. Truly a demoness. With power like that, why bother with the supreme secret realm? She should just go straight to the ancient Imperial clan and pilfer their dragon bones, dragon flesh, and dragon blood. Wouldn't that be far more profitable than coming to the supreme secret realm? Su Yan's delicate brows twitched as she remained hidden. She breathed a sigh of relief at her earlier decisive choice. Moreover, a woman's intuition made her unwilling to antagonize Gu Ziyi. Otherwise, she'd be the only one lying on the ground right now. The prodigies from other sacred lands and major factions had also arrived at the Supreme Inheritance main city. Gazing upon the main city, now 1/3 destroyed, and the 9 figures sprawled on the ground, their hearts felt as if struck by lightning, causing their entire bodies to tremble slightly. Are those the prodigies of the ancient Imperial clan? Not only that. They're Xin Lanxin from the Thunder Sacred Land, Xin Jia from the Xingxia dynasty, Liamo from the Cloud Sword Sacred Land. Who possesses such power to gravely wound all of them? The newly arrived prodigies were still unaware of what had transpired. But some possessed keen eyes and broad knowledge. They instantly recognized the 9 figures lying on the ground. This shouldn't be possible. With their combined strength, as long as they avoid the ancient demon beasts lurking within the secret realm and its forbidden mechanisms, sweeping through the entire secret realm should be no problem. Exclaimed a cultivator who had just arrived and had also reached the half-step heavenly realm. Long Pei heard the commotion around him, his expression dazed as he staggered to his feet. Damn it, nearly all the human cultivators have made it this far. What do we do now? With that woman here and so many human cultivators. That treasure, we might not get our hands on it. Feng Lan approached Long Pei. Both were prodigies of the primordial Imperial clan. Their physical strength far surpassed that of cultivators at the same realm. The previous attack had been intercepted by all 9 of them together. Thus, the 3 members of the primordial Imperial clan suffered minimal damage. In contrast, Qin Jia, Shenlanqin, and the other 6 suffered varying degrees of severe injury. Even Qin Yi and Su Riwen, the 2 with the weakest cultivation bases, had their arms completely crippled and their cultivation levels plummeted significantly. Sherbin remained utterly silent. The blow Gu Ziyi had dealt him this time was simply too devastating. He fixed his gaze intently on Gu Ziyi, wary of her striking again. Just as the standoff dragged on and the crowd prepared to enjoy the spectacle, a stone door leading to the uppermost level suddenly swung open. A cold, ancient voice echoed through the air. The contest for my legacy begins now. Enter the stone gate, where you will find the 9-colored rainbow bridge. Cross the entire length of the 9-colored rainbow bridge. Whoever completes it first shall inherit my legacy. The second and third finishers shall also receive treasures. At the sound of this voice, a flicker of excitement passed through the eyes of those present. Legacy! The supreme legacy! A cry erupted from the crowd, instantly snapping everyone back to reality. For all these years, we've never heard that venerable predecessor mention such an event. Could it be that this time, among us prodigies, someone has caught the Supreme's eye? Bro, you're being way too suspicious. That supreme being has been dead for ages, how could he possibly favor anyone? It's clearly just our luck, heh. Supreme legacy, we really hit the jackpot. A cultivator at the peak of the transformation of spirit realm chuckled to himself. With so many powerful cultivators here, they'd surely scramble to be the first through that stone gate. They might even come to blows, leaving me to pick up the scraps. Long Pei and the others exchanged glances. The treasure lay above, and others might vie for the supreme being's inheritance. But they didn't need that. They'd come here solely for that treasure. As for the rest, what did it matter to them? Go! Into the stone gate. Long Pei leapt forward, eager to be the first to enter the stone gate. A colossal golden palm, surging with overwhelming magical power, crashed down upon him. Seeking death? No one can stop me. Long Pei's brows knitted tightly as fury ignited in his golden dragon eyes. To provoke him time and again, did they truly believe he possessed no strength? Long Pei thrust out a hand, and vast magical power surged, coalescing into a colossal golden dragon claw within his grasp. It radiated a power capable of tearing apart the heavens and shaking the very foundations of the sky. That's the supreme divine technique of the ancient Imperial clan, the 10,000 Dragons Court. Golden Dragon's Claw rending. Qin Jia and the others, who had just been roused by the commotion, snapped back to attention. That's a supreme divine technique of the ancient Imperial clan. He actually has the qualifications to learn it. And he's even grasped a sliver of its essence. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The golden dragon claw lunged directly at the colossal golden palm, 2 terrifying forces colliding head-on. After a moment, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Dragon Pei was immediately knocked back by that palm strike. Gritting his teeth, he clutched his fractured shoulder. Then he looked toward the figure appearing at the stone door entrance, radiating dazzling colors and blinding light. Chapter 59, One man holds off all the heavenly prodigies, reinforcements arrive. Long Pei's eyes locked onto the figure in the air that had stopped him. Unconsciously, he found himself harboring a hint of fear toward this figure. It's you again. What do you think you're doing? Long Pei stared at Gu Ziyi, who stood alone blocking the entrance to the stone gate. He couldn't comprehend her actions for a moment. Qin Jia slowly stepped forward a few paces. Interesting. What? Do you intend to challenge all the prodigies again, just like you did at the Peach of Immortality tree? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Jia's eyes. No one here could be her match, yet by doing this, she was effectively blocking everyone's path. Even if she agreed, the others certainly wouldn't. Exactly. Who the hell are you? We can compete based on our abilities. What do you mean by directly barring us from entering this stone gate? The group of prodigies began to step forward. Some among them did not recognize Gu Ziyi. But others recognized the demoness before them at a glance. Damn it, why is it always this demoness? Yeah, let's get out of here fast. Don't fight this demoness, she's way too terrifying. The damage she inflicted last time is still haunting my fragile little soul. If you got beaten into stupidity, then you got beaten into stupidity. What's this about a tender little soul? Most who recognized her didn't want another confrontation with Gu Ziyi. Of course, many others coveted the supreme legacy. Given a sufficiently great reward, they weren't entirely unwilling to take the challenge. Gu Ziyi didn't immediately answer the crowd's questions. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the stone door. She sensed Lingxi's presence within. Hold them back. Let Lingxi go first to cross the 9-colored rainbow bridge. A thought began to form in Gu Ziyi's mind, since the top 3 spots all came with rewards. As long as the top spot went to one of her own, she could then lead Big Yellow out of the secret realm. Her own ranking didn't matter. My meaning is clear, none of you are allowed to go. Gu Ziyi said calmly, but the expressions of the others changed abruptly. You just said that so bluntly and coldly? Xin Jia was taken aback too. Truth be told, this was exactly the image of the female demon lord they had in mind. Ha ha ha. Do you think we're the same people who were at the Peach of Immortality tree last time? Neither our numbers nor our strength can be compared to what we were back then. Xin Jia spread his hands with a laugh. This is your final chance. Move aside. Xin Jia's eyes were icy cold, showing no trace of the beating he'd recently taken from Gu Ziyi. Liu Mo, Shen Lanqin, and the others felt their confidence surge. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. Now that they were all joining forces, they were confident they could handle a half-step Heavenly Realm cultivator. Though this half-step Heavenly Realm cultivator was absurdly powerful. Long Pei gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and forcefully reset his dislocated shoulder and fractured arm. The excruciating pain nearly sent him reeling into unconsciousness. But the treasure wasn't secured yet, he couldn't collapse here. Too bad. I thought 3 of us would be enough for this trip to the Supreme Secret Realm. So we didn't send too many people. Fenglan watched the crowd preparing to confront Gu Ziyi, a flicker of delight crossing her face. This might just allow them to follow the trail and retrieve that treasure inside. Heh, I never imagined the human race would produce such a freak. I'll tell my elder brother and the others when I return. I'm sure they'll be quite interested in such a prodigy. Sure Bin remarked indifferently. That woman is truly foolish. Instead of going in herself, she stays here blocking us all. Does she not want the Supreme's inheritance anymore? A flicker of confusion crossed Long Pei's eyes. Heh, whatever happens, it's best if they turn on each other. That way, we can get our hands on that thing. Xin Jia and the others had assumed Gu Ziyi would step aside due to concerns about the overwhelming number of prodigies present. Even Hu Wen, who had just arrived, shared this assumption. Step aside quickly. I still need to enter and claim the inheritance to see if that great being can restore my second brother. Hu Wen was ready to charge through the stone gate the moment Gu Ziyi moved aside. But then Gu Ziyi's icy voice cut through the air. Truth be told, in my eyes, you're no different from them. Her expression remained impassive, her tone icy, showing no intention of yielding. Fully prepared, Hu Wen hadn't anticipated Gu Ziyi's response. He bent his knees and thrust forward, propelling himself directly toward Gu Ziyi. Golden-purple light flared in Gu Ziyi's eyes. A massive golden phantom form materialized behind her. She swung a fist toward Hu Wen as he leaped toward her. Hu Wen had no time to react and immediately sought help from his master Old Master Feng. But Master Feng was still immersed in restoring his spiritual energy. And failed to hear Hu Wen's plea. Yet, possessing numerous treasures, he swiftly summoned a defensive artifact. The artifact instantly positioned itself before Hu Wen, forming a protective shield. The illusory fist, as massive as a mountain, carried the power to shatter the heavens and earth. It slammed Hu Wen, along with the treasure's barrier, violently into the ground. The intense impact drove Hu Wen deep into the earth. At that moment, everyone held their breath, their expressions frozen. Countless eyes converged upon that breathtakingly beautiful figure, radiant as a celestial being. Charge! Everyone, drive her back and enter the stone gate. As Hu Wen fired the opening salvo once more, the surrounding prodigies charged toward Gu Ziyi in unison. One after another, geniuses at the transformation spirit realm level charged at Gu Ziyi, only to be sent flying by her single palm strike. An overwhelming barrage of spells descended upon Gu Ziyi. Yet every spell and sword beam was blocked, as if striking an impenetrable mountain range. Not a single one could budge her. Only now did the crowd grasp the sheer terror of Gu Ziyi. No wonder she dared to confidently block us outside. This power is simply terrifying. Fenglan watched as the endless barrage of spells struck Gu Ziyi, yet failed to inflict any harm. If these attacks had struck them, even with the formidable physical strength of the primordial Imperial clan, they would have struggled to withstand them. Zhong Xiang and the others now watched Gu Ziyi, who seemed like a goddess, repelling enemy after enemy who dared approach her. They stared in disbelief. This is the true demoness. Xin Jia and the others wasted no time, immediately joining the fray. Just as Xin Jia prepared to unleash her domain, a plum blossom formation mark appeared beneath her feet. No! Xin Jia's expression darkened as she tried to break free, but the plum blossom formation began radiating an intense glow. A vivid red blossom instantly engulfed Qin Jia. Then it exploded violently. Those beside Qin Jia were startled by the sight. In the next instant, plum blossom markings appeared beneath their feet. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with vibrant rose-red blossoms. Chapter 60, 100 Flowers 10 Absolutes Mystic Flower Shadow, Senior Sister's Magnanimity. You big men, you're so lacking in grace. How dare you gang up on a defenseless woman? How can you even show your faces? Qin Yue and Huang Xinmei arrived with the people of the 100 Flowers Sanctuary. Huang Xinmei's hands were still forming seals, weaving arrays that flickered beneath the feet of the other prodigies. Then they exploded, instantly throwing the scene into utter chaos. The three onlookers, including Long Pei, were not spared either. They scrambled to evade the onslaught using their own evasive techniques. Damn it, what the hell are they? Long Pei stared at the sudden appearance of a group clad in robes adorned with floral patterns. Qin Jia spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the prodigies from the 100 Flowers Sanctuary who had materialized out of nowhere. 100 Flowers Sanctuary. What do you think you're doing? Can't you see this woman is trying to block all of us out? Do you even want the inheritance anymore? Of course we want it, but we want you to fail even more. Huang Xinmei's tone was cold and indifferent. She and Qin Yue approached Gu Ziyi's side. Then, raising her jade-like hand, powerful spiritual energy radiated from her surroundings. It slowly transformed into a falling flower and flew toward the crowd. Qin Jia and the others cursed under their breath. Nosy women. They all scrambled to dodge the falling blossom. In the next instant, the fallen blossom emitted a dazzling light, blooming amidst the crowd. Boom! The prodigies of the major factions watched the scene unfold before them. They instantly sensed something was amiss. They had already expended so much energy before even entering the stone gate. Would they truly be able to outpace these top-tier geniuses when crossing the 9-colored rainbow bridge? Qin Jia and Shen Lanxin exchanged a glance. They decided to ignore the demoness and sprint toward the stone gate. If just one of them could enter the stone gate, then the demoness's attention would inevitably be diverted. She might even enter the stone gate herself. That way, everyone could slip inside. You little brat. How did you end up with the demoness? Qin Yue approached Gu Ziyi and gently patted her shoulder. With a smile on her face, she teased Gu Ziyi. She hadn't been idle these past few days, though. She knew she couldn't do much to help Gu Ziyi. Staying by her side might even be a burden. So she sought out the other prodigies of the 100 Flower Sacred Land, along with its eldest senior sister Huang Xinmei. Thanks to the relationship between the Sacred Lord of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land and the Sacred Lord of the Yaoguang Sacred Land, the two sacred lands frequently exchanged friendly visits. Persuading them to assist wasn't difficult. During her journey to find Huang Xinmei and the others, she naturally heard of Gu Ziyi's formidable prowess. She knew Gu Ziyi was formidable when she got serious, but never imagined that even all the prodigies combined couldn't stand against her. They even dubbed her the demoness. They provoked me themselves. I merely dealt with them. Gu Ziyi offered a faint smile, as if it had been nothing more than a casual task. You really are formidable. Qin Yue murmured softly. Huang Xinmei approached Gu Ziyi. We've met before, haven't we? My name is Huang Xinmei. She extended her hand toward Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi looked at the stunning beauty in front of her, dressed in a yellow dress and radiating extraordinary charm. She nodded lightly and shook Huang Xinmei's hand. Since they were here to help, she couldn't very well act aloof. Gu Ziyi. What's the plan now? We're not really going to be stuck here forever, are we? Qin Yue also remembered the matter at hand. Exactly, little missy. What are you doing blocking the way? You're not seriously giving up the supreme inheritance, are you? I want it. Someone's already crossing the 9-colored rainbow bridge inside. All we need to do now is block them, or rather, delay them as much as possible. Gu Ziyi said calmly, her gaze shifting toward the stone door. Huang Xinmei looked surprised. She asked Gu Ziyi why she would do this. So this was all about buying time for someone else. But then, senior sister, what about us? Qin Yue looked troubled. She was already barely qualified for the supreme inheritance. But senior sister was different. As the foremost prodigy of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land, she was fully qualified to vie for the supreme inheritance. Huang Xinmei's gaze remained calm as she quietly asked Gu Ziyi. Who's inside? Gu Ziyi hesitated for a moment before answering, Sister Lingxi. Huang Xinmei's expression froze for a moment before she let out a light, easy laugh. Oh, it's her. She's quite fortunate to have a friend like you. Huang Xinmei glanced at the prominent prodigies gathered nearby. Then she addressed the people of the 100 Flowers Sanctuary sternly. Everyone, block anyone attempting to enter the stone gate. Qin Yue's face lit up with delight. She knew her senior sister intended to help the little girl. She glanced at Huang Xinmei's ample bosom. Senior sister, your magnanimity is truly admirable. You. Gu Ziyi was momentarily speechless. She couldn't fathom why Huang Xinmei had so quickly decided to relinquish the supreme inheritance. But before she could react, a voice reached her ears. Even if they gave it to her, she still couldn't beat me. Gu Ziyi rubbed her forehead. As expected of two rivals who'd constantly competed this dynamic, this pride. Qin Jia watched as the 100 Flowers Sanctuary disciples actually stepped in to help her block the attackers. Qin Jia muttered angrily under her breath, "Are the people from the 100 Flowers Sanctuary out of their minds?" Xin Lanqin knew the 100 Flowers Sanctuary and the Yaoguang Sanctuary had a good relationship. But he never imagined they would abandon the supreme inheritance for this. Everyone, the opportunities within the secret realm belong to all. You can compete for them with your strength, but you won't even give us a chance to compete. Do you accept this? Ignore her. Charge through the stone gate behind her. All the prodigies snapped into action. As the elite representatives of their respective factions, they quickly grasped the situation. Once one person entered the stone gate, she would surely seize her obstruction. Charge! With that thought, the prodigies ignited their vital essence, unleashing every technique at their disposal. They charged toward the stone gate. Gu Ziyi watched as the prodigies surged forward one after another. Her delicate brows arched, and her eyes began to emit a chilling gaze. The illusory form of her Dharma image materialized behind her, while the power of the supreme demon godbone surged within her body. Qin Jia and the others joined the crowd of prodigies charging toward the stone gate. Long Pei and the other two watched this dazzling spectacle. Long Pei transmitted his voice to Feng Lan and Sherbin. "I'm burning my essence blood to activate my life-bound divine ability. If necessary, you two can use yours too." Feng Lan and Sherbin nodded in agreement. Now, whoever entered the stone gate would aid them in obtaining that treasure. The 100 Flowers Sanctuary began intercepting those attempting to enter the stone gate. But facing the unrestrained prodigies from various factions, they found themselves struggling. Huang Xinmei, relying on her formidable strength, unleashed the 100 Flowers 10 Absolutes, Mystic Flower Shadow, repelling numerous prodigies. Just as Qin Jia, Xin Lanqin, and others prepared to ambush Huang Xinmei, hundreds of sharp blades, infused with nascent sword intent, flew toward them. Qin Jia swiftly unleashed her flaming domain, repelling the blades. "You dare bully the Yaoguang Holy Land like this? Do you truly believe it's devoid of capable defenders?" Hearing this voice, a faint smile appeared on Huang Xinmei's face. "I thought you were all dead." Chapter 61, Master Feng steps in, stuns the crowd, and enters the stone gate. Chen Guanjie and the Yaoguang Holy Land disciples slowly materialized before the crowd. "We're not so easily killed. Thanks for your help." Qin Jia's expression darkened instantly upon seeing Chen Guanjie and the Yaoguang Holy Land's people suddenly appear. Her expression darkened instantly. Dealing with one female demon was already more than enough for them. Now they had to contend with the 100 Flowers Sanctuary and the Yaoguang Sanctuary as well. This was going to be even more trouble. Huang Xinmei smiled indifferently. The relationship between their two sanctuaries was exceptionally close. These favors were nothing to speak of. Before they could exchange more than a few words, a massive fireball hurtled toward them. Huang Xinmei swiftly evaded it using the Mystic Flower Shadow technique. Chen Guanjie and the Yaoguang Sacred Land disciples also scattered immediately. They began assisting the 100 Flowers Holy Land disciples in blocking the other prodigies. Chen Guanjie and Huang Xinmei turned their gaze toward the source of the fireball. Feng Lan fluttered her wings lightly, her eyes blazing with fire, while Sherbin stood beside her. She pointed her finger skyward, and a fissure tore open. Countless fiery raindrops poured down from within. Qin Jia reacted with lightning speed at this sight. She immediately unleashed her own flaming domain. She coordinated with Feng Lan, intending to wipe out everyone in one fell swoop. "Oh no!" Chen Guanjie and Huang Xinmei's brows furrowed. They urgently warned the disciples still locked in combat. "Everyone, get out of the way." The prodigies who had been battling the 100 Flowers Sanctuary and the Yaoguang Sanctuary. Witnessing this attack, as scorching as the blazing sun of hell, the scorching rain of fire sent a chill through their hearts. "Damn it, are they trying to burn us all alive?" The crowd began to retreat from the area. Along the way, some merely brushed against the fiery rain. Instantly, they were scalded. Huan, who had just recovered, watched the fiery rain falling from the sky. His ass clenched in terror, and he immediately scrambled away. "Holy crap, what's going on? I only passed out for a moment. How did this place turn into hell in an instant?" Huan sprinted at top speed, escaping the fiery downpour and the confines of the flame domain. As soon as he escaped, he gasped for breath. This supreme inheritance is no joke. What kind of monsters are these people? Huan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt that if he'd been even a fraction slower, the fiery downpour would have swallowed him whole. "Ah, not so fast." Huan recognized the familiar, reassuring voice. A smile spread across his face without a trace of concealment. "Master, you're awake? I've recovered quite a bit of soul power. If I hadn't channeled it all into resisting that thunder tribulation, I could have restored even more by now." "Ah, what a pity." It's all because my luck has been so poor these past days. I haven't found many treasures, and even my second brother is gone." Listening to Hu Wen's lament, Master Feng turned his gaze toward him. He could sense the loss of Hu Wen's supreme yang energy. And below, it seemed a bit hollow. Meanwhile, Chen Guanjie and Huang Xinmei dodged the fiery downpour while blocking Shen Lanqing and the other prodigies from closing in on Gu Ziyi's position. But as prodigies of comparable strength, both of them found themselves struggling in one-on-one combat against Shen Lanqing and the others. 100 flowers 10 absolutes, startled flowerfall. 9 forms of the Yaoguang sword art. Vast, surging spiritual energy erupted from their bodies. Facing prodigies whose strength matched their own, they dared not let their guard down for even a moment, unleashing their most formidable techniques. Their attacks shattered the heavens, their roar echoing across the land. The surrounding void was scarred with the marks of their destruction. Damn it! Were these two ever this troublesome before? Deep blue Xian's eyes blazed with fury as thunderous energy surged around him, wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Had they not been so severely drained earlier, they would never have been able to hold back these top-tier prodigies. Moreover, their opponents weren't truly engaged in combat. Their primary goal was to breach the defenses and enter the stone gate. Gu Ziyi stood closest to the stone gate. They'd be instantly repelled by the phantom figure behind Gu Ziyi. Just as the two barely managed to hold everyone back, a figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. The speed was so blindingly fast that neither of them could react in time. Oh no! When did he get through? The figure who had just charged forward was none other than Long Pei. His eyes now glowed with a golden light. Mysterious patterns began to emerge from the golden dragon scales covering his face and arms. A chilling aura of authority radiated from his body. To make me react like this, you have every reason to be proud. Long Pei roared furiously. He had believed he could sweep through the entire secret realm unchallenged. Yet here he was, forced to burn his own vital essence by a mere girl. "Z, be careful." Xin Yue, who had been assisting Gu Ziyi in fending off other prodigies, suddenly saw a golden light surging toward the stone gate. Gu Ziyi looked up at the sound. Long Pei paid her no mind as long as he could enter the stone gate. They would succeed. Gu Ziyi raised the dark radiance sword, unleashing an endless surge of sword intent. Long Pei remained unmoved, a golden dragon's phantom slowly materializing around his body. Raging Dragon Heavenly Charge. That's Long Pei's innate divine ability. Xin Jia exclaimed in shock. He had heard that the ancient Imperial clan possessed special methods, capable of temporarily boosting their cultivation and power. Looks like we're going to succeed. Xin Jia's heart leapt with joy. As long as one person entered, the female demon would surely follow. Long Pei transformed into a golden, enraged dragon, colliding head-on with Gu Ziyi's force. The overwhelming dragon's might instantly dispersed Gu Ziyi's sword energy, which had contained boundless sword intent. Gu Ziyi's fair face paled. She darted forward, positioning herself in front of Long Pei. A formidable aura surged forth as her icy gaze locked onto Long Pei. Long Pei's heart trembled. He actually sensed the aura of death emanating from Gu Ziyi. Behind her, the illusory form of a Dharma image flickered with divine light. A colossal golden handprint, as vast as a mountain, descended upon Long Pei with earth-shattering might. Long Pei sensed the surging, overwhelming divine power emanating from the golden handprint. Though fear gripped him now, he had no other choice. Just as Long Pei thought he would be crushed mercilessly by the giant palm, a force as fine as a strand of hair pierced straight through the colossal palm. The golden handprint slowly dissipated into spiritual energy. With no obstruction, Long Pei seized the moment. Gu Ziyi was startled and swiftly dodged past her, entering the stone door. What immense power! Gu Ziyi scanned the crowd, searching for the person who had just intervened. But finding none, she turned and entered the stone door herself. Before anyone could react, a figure followed Gu Ziyi through the stone gate. With Gu Ziyi no longer blocking their path, the other prodigies also attempted to enter the stone gate. But they were stopped by the disciples of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land and the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Damn it! She's already gone in, and you're still blocking us here? Have you lost your minds? Some prodigies could no longer contain their anger and blurted out curses. They had traversed countless secret realms, yet this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Chapter 62, The Nine-Colored Rainbow Bridge, Confronting Elder Phone, Terrifying Power. Chen Guanjie and Huang Xinmei also sighed. Without Gu Ziyi's assistance now, they simply couldn't hold back the remaining prodigies. She's already gone in. Are you still going to stop us? Xin Jia now radiated like a flame lord, her body emanating scorching waves of heat. Shen Lanqing, Liu Mo, and the others slowly took a step forward. But Chen Guanjie and Huang Xinmei still managed to block their path. What happened inside was beyond their control now. But now, all they could do was stop one person at a time, one by one. Seeing Chen Guanjie and Huang Xinmei still refusing to move aside, Xin Jia snorted coldly. If he couldn't defeat that female demon, could he not defeat the two of you? Looking for death. Xin Jia unleashed a punch, its force like a tiger devouring mountains and rivers. It charged toward the two like a raging beast. Su Yan, watching from the shadows, could only shake her head softly. It was now impossible to continue blocking the prodigies of the major factions from entering. It was only a matter of time before the defenses of the Yaoguang Sacred Land and the Hundred Flower Sacred Land were breached. Seeing the fierce battle raging, she immediately utilized her unique innate talent to reach the stone gate and entered within. Long Pei entered the stone gate and plunged headfirst into the ground. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the scene before him, a vast expanse resembling a sea of stars. A vibrant rainbow bridge appeared before his eyes. This was a distinct, isolated space connected to the supreme capital. The source of that blue beam piercing the heavens was also located here. Just as Long Pei was about to search for the treasure they needed, when he saw a woman of striking beauty, dressed in white robes, standing before the nine-colored rainbow bridge. What's going on? When did someone get in here? Long Pei was utterly bewildered. While they were locked in fierce combat outside, someone was sneaking in here to feast. If the others outside found out, they'd be furious enough to burst a blood vessel. But Long Pei seemed to have realized something. No wonder those bastards had blocked them all outside. Damn it, so all this time they were just stalling for you. Lingxi saw someone enter and slowly floated up to his side. Her gaze remained calm as she looked at Long Pei, though it was clear to see a flicker of joy across her strikingly beautiful face. You're from the ancient Imperial clan? How did you get in? Where are the others? Lingxi recognized Long Pei's identity at a glance. After all, the dragon horns and scales on Long Pei's body, his dragon wings, and those pale golden eyes. Long Pei blinked his eyes. How dare this woman ask him how he got in? By risking his life. Fighting until his head was split open. In the end, he barely dodged the female demon's attack. Then he flew in. Seeing Long Pei covered in wounds, his aura still faint and weak, Lingxi's brow furrowed. The next moment, Gu Ziyi also passed through the stone door and arrived here. Watching Lingxi and Long Pei converse, Gu Ziyi's brow furrowed slightly. She thought Long Pei was threatening Lingxi. She immediately lunged forward with a burst of speed. One strike sent Long Pei flying. You worthless worm! How dare you let him in? Gu Ziyi's gaze was icy, her tone laced with coldness. Ziyi! You made it in too. A smile spread across Lingxi's face as the two embraced each other. Yeah, Lingxi, you heard that Supreme Being's voice earlier, right? Gu Ziyi's icy eyes softened. If anyone outside saw that the female demon had such a side to her, they would surely doubt that the demoness they faced earlier was the same person before them now. Not long after the two entered, the figure that had just attacked Gu Ziyi also entered the room. Its arrival abruptly interrupted the two. Gu Ziyi looked at the figure before her, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. Yet it felt like she didn't. What she could be certain of was that he carried an aura that filled her with profound revulsion. Gu Ziyi's gaze fixed on the newcomer. The figure slowly raised his head to look at Gu Ziyi and Lingxi. It was Hu and no, it should be Elder Feng. Earlier, outside, old Master Feng had just regained consciousness. He had been listening to Hu Wen's complaints when suddenly he sensed another presence within the stone chamber. He immediately seized control of Hu Wen's body. As Long Pei charged full force toward Gu Ziyi, he intervened to break through her obstruction. Though he now inhabited Hu Wen's body, the hollow sensation emanating from beneath Hu Wen's body still left him profoundly unsettled. Old Feng sighed softly and shook his head slightly. From now on, she's just a little girl. Old Master Feng could do nothing about this situation, for Hu Wen had collapsed unconscious at the time. He hadn't taken proper measures when the damage occurred. Now, the lower region was completely necrotic. Now, gazing upon the two heavenly beauties before him, with their slender, graceful figures, he felt no arousal whatsoever. Their plans thus came to naught. It's all right, my disciple. At worst, I'll forge 2 new physical bodies for us later, and we'll all move into fresh ones. Master Feng said indifferently. Master Feng unleashed his formidable aura. Lingxi felt the sudden surge of pressure emanating from Master Feng. She was startled and immediately stepped in front of Gu Ziyi, releasing her own spiritual energy to counter Master Feng's pressure. Not bad, you two little ones. Hu Wen sneered contemptuously, then slowly amplified his own aura. He held neither of them in the slightest regard. What kind of female demon does she think she is? Don't imagine that sweeping aside a few little kids out there makes her a match for him. Lingxi felt the relentless pressure intensify, beads of sweat slowly forming on her forehead. Gu Ziyi shot Lingxi a worried glance before fixing Hu Wen with an icy stare. Centrifugal slash. Gu Ziyi's dark radiance sword came into her grasp. Divine and demonic energies surged within it. With a single swing of her sword, a colossal sword intent merged with the divine demonic power, surging toward Hu Wen in an instant. Hu Wen remained unconcerned, merely extending a single finger. But when the terrifying sword energy reached his face, he finally sensed the immense power contained within. How could such power exist? Feng Lao exclaimed in shock. Gu Ziyi's current strength had surpassed his wildest expectations. The sword energy pierced through Old Feng. He glanced indifferently at his palm as blood dripped down. Truly formidable. Old Master Feng's expression turned icy. Had he not switched to using his palm just now, that sword strike would have severed Hu Wen's fingers clean off. Gu Ziyi's eyes locked onto Old Master Feng. She sensed the formidable power of the enemy before her, far surpassing any prodigy she had encountered before. Old Master Feng gave a faint smile, yet his gaze was as cold as a river. He was truly enraged. If my soul power weren't so depleted, I'd have enjoyed toying with you all a bit longer. Controlling Hu Wen's body, Old Master Feng's eyes turned a pale blue-white. A terrifying force filled the surrounding air. Beside him, Long Peilong's eyes widened in shock. He sensed an authority from Old Master Feng that only the elders of their clan possessed. Gu Ziyi's eyes shifted to one gold and one purple as a massive golden sword materialized behind her. Chapter 63, Sealing the Sky, Divine Might Descends, One Sword Slays. Lingxi watched the two sweep through their foes with devastating force, her eyes wide with astonishment. Sister Lingxi, you retreat first. Watch out for that earthworm. Lingxi heard Gu Ziyi's voice and glanced back at Long Pei. She nodded firmly. Only now did Long Pei realize how insignificant he was in front of Gu Ziyi. So you never used your full strength the entire time? Long Pei shook his head with a bitter smile, his spirit deeply shaken. Never in his life had he felt so utterly defeated. Lingxi approached Long Pei, observing his dull, lifeless eyes. She raised an eyebrow. Why are you so pale? Did you scare yourself silly? Lingxi murmured to herself, then turned her attention to Gu Ziyi. She kept glancing at Long Pei from time to time, wary of any underhanded moves he might make. Old Master Feng observed Gu Ziyi, whose presence held its own against his own. Felt a pang of emotion. Young people these days are truly formidable. What a pity. Today, you shall meet your end here. Old Master Feng channeled his power into Hu Wen's body. Behind him, a fissure tore open in the void. A luminous liquid, resembling water, slowly seeped out. It coalesced into a golden figure, standing proudly behind him. It towered over the entire space, like an emperor suppressing the heavens and earth. How could this be? Lingxi's slender frame trembled. Having seen an emperor before, she recognized this as the Imperial might only a supreme emperor-level cultivator could possess. Imperial aura? How could a peak spirit transformation cultivator possess Imperial aura? Long Pei gasped in disbelief. Such a terrifying presence, was this the end for him? Forget obtaining that treasure now, all he wanted was to escape this place safely. Watching the scene unfold from another space, Big Yellow and the figure there were also taken aback. Seems something else has infiltrated my domain. The figure remarked indifferently, the current situation already exceeding his expectations. Heh, who cares what it is? In a moment, it'll be nothing but a corpse. Big Yellow slowly rose to his feet. He was leaving this place, no one would harm his young master. The figure sighed softly, knowing he couldn't stop Big Yellow now. Well, it's fine. The successor has already been chosen. You should go prevent things from spiraling further out of control. That would be best. Gu Ziyi sensed the terrifying Imperial aura emanating from Elder Feng. As an ancient emperor, Old Feng's profound foundation far surpassed that of figures like Emperor Yuan or Emperor Yaoguang. Though somewhat stunned by Old Master Feng's power, Gu Ziyi's eyes held not a trace of fear. Imperial might is merely your aura. How much of it can this mere divine transformation realm body truly contain? Gu Ziyi instantly saw through the ruse and leapt into action. Ji Ju Duan Yu. The colossal sword on her back soared into the air alongside her movement. Its blade seemed to carry a might capable of shattering suns, moons, and star rivers. Break! As Gu Ziyi swung her sword, the golden blade sliced through the heavens, leaving behind a trail of shattered celestial energy. Her mastery of this technique grew ever more refined. With her cultivation steadily rising, the sheer power of this strike was now sufficient to overturn mountains and rivers. Old Master Feng showed no mercy either. He was prepared for this strike to utterly annihilate Gu Ziyi right here. Heaven's sealing light meteor. Master Feng raised both hands high above his head, while the golden figure behind him thrust its massive hands into the void. Infinite law energies coalesced within his palms. A radiant orb began to form within the golden phantom's grasp. Within it lay power sufficient to obliterate the vast expanse and overturn the sun and moon. This is bad. This power far exceeds the limits the secret realm can withstand. Lingxi watched the terrifying energy of the two and the surrounding space beginning to collapse. Long Pei had shed all trace of his former arrogance. Now, he could only focus entirely on how to escape this place. Da Huang sensed the force and his heart trembled. Damn it, that guy isn't seriously planning to just watch as others destroy his heir in this place, is he? Da Huang didn't know that the shadowy figure was already straining every ounce of strength to stabilize the secret realm. It simply couldn't spare the energy to stop the two now. Gu Ziyi's eyes blazed with purple gold light as she strained every ounce of strength to slam the golden greatsword on her back down toward Old Master Feng. Old Feng had now gathered sufficient power. Just as he let out a cold laugh, preparing to hurl the glowing orb at Gu Ziyi. A mysterious fluctuation flashed through the air. The entire space seemed to be locked in place. Every action froze mid-motion. All attacks were suspended, even heartbeats halted. Even Big Yellow, who had just arrived, was immobilized by this force, stripped of all sensation. A rift tore open in the void behind Old Foam. A palm, radiating terrifying divine power, pressed down upon Hu Wen's head, which Old Foam had been controlling. "Old man, you're quite adept at bullying the weak, aren't you?" Old Foam suddenly regained his senses, able to perceive the surroundings, yet utterly unable to control Hu Wen's body to move an inch. Hearing the cold, deep voice behind him, just one sentence made Old Foam feel as if his very soul was about to shatter into oblivion. "Ha! Since you enjoy bullying the weak, then I shall experience it myself." Foam Lao felt an utterly terrifying force yank him out of Hu Wen's body. Simultaneously, a suffocating sensation washed over him. He wished this sliver of soul would simply vanish into nothingness right then and there. After a moment, he finally regained his composure. Discovering he could move again, he turned his head. A colossal, 10,000-foot-tall, godlike apparition gazed down upon him. "You, who, what kind of being are you?" Old Master Feng stammered, his voice trembling. Xiao Ziling paid him no mind, instead slowly clenching his fist and completely obliterating that sliver of soul. He cast a tender glance at Gu Ziyi. Then he turned and stepped back outside the secret realm. The entire secret realm, which had been frozen in time, instantly returned to normal. However, having lost Old Feng, Hu now controlled his own body. He was still utterly bewildered how had Old Feng vanished so suddenly. With Master Feng gone, his heaven-sealing light meteor had completely dissipated into spiritual energy. Now, there was nothing left to block Gu Ziyi's sword strike. Gu Ziyi showed no mercy whatsoever, driving her sword straight down. Hu snapped back to his senses just as the golden greatsword descended before his eyes. Ah! Boom! A piercing scream echoed as Hu was instantly slaughtered on the spot, his flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Gu Ziyi's technique, Jiju Duanyu, possessed the power to sever even divine souls. It ended Hu Wen's life completely, even reversing time couldn't bring him back. After Hu Wen's demise, the fortune energy that had belonged to him now flowed into Gu Ziyi's body. She felt a sudden wave of comfort wash over her body. This fortune energy was immediately devoured by Gu Ziyi's Annihilation Gaze, transforming into nourishment for her. It transformed into an even more terrifying force of destiny, nourishing Gu Ziyi in return. Chapter 64, The Supreme Inheritance concludes. Who claims first place? After Gu Ziyi's sword had utterly annihilated Hu Wen, her eyes still held a hint of dazed innocence. Not even a hint of pressure? Gone just like that? Long Pei and Ling Shi, watching from the sidelines, blinked in astonishment. That man possessed an imperial aura and terrifying strength. And yet he was so ruthlessly cut down by Ziyi? Why wasn't there any commotion? But seeing Ziyi unharmed, Ling Shi's eyes brimmed with unhidden joy. Just as Ling Shi was about to jog over to Ziyi's side, she suddenly remembered the little earthworm beside her. She turned to look at Long Pei, startling him out of his awe at Gu Ziyi's formidable strength. "Warning, you behave yourself, or I'll have you hung up and beaten later." Ling Shi's eyes flashed with a strange light as she spoke coldly to Long Pei. Terrified, Long Pei nodded immediately. "You guys are the boss." Seeing Long Pei fall into line, Ling Shi paid him no further mind and instead trotted over to Ziyi. Gu Ziyi, however, was entirely focused on the comfort that had just washed over her body. She then took the storage ring Hu Wen had left behind into her own hands and tucked it away. She couldn't shake the feeling that this storage ring was no ordinary item. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching. Turning her head, she saw Ling Shi rushing toward her. "Ziyi, how are you? Is everything okay?" Ling Shi began examining Gu Ziyi's injuries. As the senior apprentice sister, if anything happened to the disciples under her care, she would bear the greatest responsibility. "Senior Ling Shi, don't worry. I'm fine." Gu Ziyi replied softly with a smile. Seeing that Gu Ziyi was unharmed, Ling Shi breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Big Yellow arrived at the scene. As soon as he got there, he noticed the battle had already ended? That shouldn't be possible. With their abilities, it should have been effortless for Xiao Ziling to intervene without anyone noticing. As soon as Big Yellow arrived, he began surveying the surroundings. He saw that the person who had just unleashed the Imperial might was now nothing more than a bloody mess. Yaoguang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she's okay, that's what matters. "Big Yellow, you're back." Gu Ziyi looked at Big Yellow with a hint of joy. Yaoguang leapt lightly onto Gu Ziyi's shoulder. Young mistress, let's hurry. Once we cross the 9-colored rainbow bridge, we can head straight out." Yaoguang smiled faintly, already eager to reunite with his master. Gu Ziyi nodded, and the three hurried toward the 9-colored rainbow bridge. "Ziyi, there's a mysterious pressure ahead. Every so often, it weakens for a few seconds. I crossed during one of those brief moments." Ling Shi smiled. Indeed, she had already crossed the 9-colored rainbow bridge and obtained this supreme inheritance. Now, she just had to wait for the second and third people to complete the 9-colored rainbow bridge. Gu Zi'yi nodded lightly, then approached the 9-colored rainbow bridge. But she approached it as if nothing were amiss. She walked straight up to the 9-colored rainbow bridge. She felt not a trace of the oppressive aura Lingxi had mentioned. Ha! How come Ziyi crossed so easily? Yaoguang, perched on Gu Ziyi's shoulder, let out a faint smile. Such a minor aura could never affect our young mistress. Yaoguang chuckled lightly. Besides, he was right there. Gu Ziyi crossed the 9-colored rainbow bridge with remarkable ease. The moment she stepped off, the entire space began to tremble. The space slowly began to shatter. The voice that had appeared directly then echoed throughout the area. The top 3 have been determined. The succession has concluded. All participants will now be gradually transported out of the secret realm. As the voice echoed, everyone present froze in shock. Even those still desperately holding their ground outside were utterly bewildered. Chen Guanjie stared awkwardly at Xin Lanxin and Qin Jia before him. Seeing the murderous looks on their faces, he could only offer an awkward wave with a forced smile. See you next time. Bye. The assembled prodigies blamed the entire incident on the female demon, the Yaoguang Sacred Land, and the 100 Flowers Sacred Land. If not for their meddling, they could at least have gone inside to see what the 9-colored rainbow bridge looked like. Chen Guanjie. Huang Xinmei. You two better make sure you leave here alive. Qin Jia's eyes were icy cold, her expression tinged with anger. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly defeated, unable to fight back within the secret realm. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the final location for the inheritance battle. As the voice echoed out, the blue light enveloped everyone present, gradually enveloping them before they departed. One by one, the prodigies emerged from within. The saints and supreme masters who had been waiting outside all wore expressions of joy. For anyone who emerged alive from the secret realm was bound to have gained something significant. Wonderful! We from the Cloud Sword Holy Land are the first to emerge. The first to emerge was none other than Liamo. Upon seeing him, the elders of the Cloud Sword Sanctuary rushed forward to greet him. Liamo, how are your gains within the secret realm? Liamo saw his elder approaching. He merely shook his head with a bitter smile. Though he had always loved drinking, he couldn't bring himself to take a single sip now. Gradually, more prodigies began emerging from the secret realm. The present powerhouses began attending to their disciples. Members of the 100 Flower Sanctuary also emerged, with elders Yun and Wu stepping forward to inquire. Huang Xinmei, Qin Yue. You both look refreshed and rejuvenated, seems you gained quite a lot in the secret realm. Huang Xinmei and Qin Yue both gave faint smiles and shook their heads. There were indeed benefits, but they had offended even more people. A sense of foreboding settled over them. Would a holy war erupt here any moment? Xiao Ziling watched the group emerge, his expression impassive. None of this concerned him. As for whether they'd cause trouble later. Ha! Together, they couldn't even withstand a single breath of his. And they dared to challenge him? When Chen Guanjie emerged, Xiao Ziling stepped forward to greet the group. A rare flicker of a smile touched his icy face. He gave Chen Guanjie a light pat on the shoulder. Good work, kid. Everyone will get a reward when we get back. A smile spread across Chen Guanjie's dust-covered face. Though they had obtained treasures, they were far inferior to the inheritance. Now, the elder had even mentioned rewards upon their return. Awesome. Rewards too? Ha, you're the best, senior. Disciple Chen Guanjie, thanks you, senior. Disciple. The group bowed respectfully to Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling gently raised his hand to help them up. He motioned for them all to gather behind him and wait. After Qin Jia, Xin Lanxin, and the others emerged, they scanned the crowd, searching for the female demon's figure, but to no avail. Furious, they glanced toward the direction of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the 100 Flowers Holy Land. They then dispersed back to their respective factions, intending to settle accounts with them later. Chapter 65, Obtaining the Supreme Inheritance, the Mysterious Treasure, the Primordial Origin Ring. Within the secret realm, Gu Ziyi, Lingxi, and the others were enveloped by a blue light and teleported away one by one. Immediately after, Long Pei was enveloped by a blue light. He glanced around the space. He realized only the 3 of them remained, as Huan, who had entered earlier, had been slain by Gu Ziyi's sword. Perfect. What a stroke of luck. Though I don't recall crossing the 9-colored rainbow bridge. As Long Pei pondered this, he realized he had already materialized outside the secret realm. Fenglan, Bin, and the ancient Imperial clan's powerful figures stared at him. Both sides blinked in bewilderment. Especially in Bin and Fenglan's eyes, it seemed to say, wait, how did you get out so fast? Did you get the item? The ancient Imperial clan's great power stepped forward, his voice heavy with gravity. Long Pei sighed, I'm sorry, elder. I didn't succeed. Oh? Among the human race, there actually exists someone who can give you trouble? The ancient royal clan's great power did not blame Long Pei. Failure was a common occurrence. Without experiencing setbacks, how could one grow? Long Pei nodded and recounted the events within the secret realm to the ancient Imperial clan's great power. Yet the more the ancient Imperial clan's great power listened to Long Pei's account, the more he felt it was merely an excuse for his failure. Enough! Long Pei, I didn't blame you for failing to succeed. Now you tell me there was some little brat inside who could beat you all senseless, and single-handedly intercepted every prodigy. Then an emperor's might appeared inside. Worst of all, you're telling me that little girl with a half-step heavenly realm actually slew someone possessing an emperor's might? You have disappointed me greatly. A trace of disappointment flashed across the ancient Imperial clan's powerful figure's face before he turned his gaze toward Fenglan and Sherbin. To his surprise, both reported the same events though without the final twist. At this point, the ancient Imperial clan's great power suddenly felt he might have misjudged Long Pei. But, could such a terrifying genius truly exist? The ancient Imperial clan's powerhouse pondered. Even the few prodigies within the ancient Imperial clan couldn't match that. Unless, it was one of those still slumbering. Don't rush off just yet. Let's see who took that treasure and try to strike a deal with them. If not, then don't blame the ancient Imperial clan for showing no mercy. Lingxi and Gu Ziyi remained unaware of the commotion outside. They had each been transported by blue light into a mysterious space. Lingxi arrived first. After the blue light faded, she slowly took a step forward. What followed was a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Gu Ziyi and the disciples of the Hundred Flowers Sacred Land and the Yaoguang Sacred Land were holding off the prodigies outside for her. They had prevented them from entering and disturbing her. Ziyi, Huang Xinmei, Guan Jie, and everyone else. Lingxi's eyes welled up, reddened with tears. So it was everyone helping her all along. And it was because of her own luck that. Little one, why aren't you happy about winning first place? A figure appeared before Lingxi, helping her to her feet. Lingxi recognized the figure before her. Seeing the mist swirling beneath his feet, she instantly guessed his identity. Junior Lingxi greets the senior. It's rare to find such a polite child these days. Senior, truly. I don't deserve this first place. It should have been Ziyi's. I thought my arrival at the 9-colored rainbow bridge was due to luck, but it was truly my friends who sacrificed behind the scenes for me. This first place is undeserved by this junior. Lingxi bowed respectfully to the figure. In that case, you should cherish it all the more. Cherish this first place, cherish this legacy, cherish your friends. To have such good friends, that is your luck. The figure was thoroughly pleased with Lingxi. To receive his legacy required not only strength, but also destiny and character. With a light tap on Lingxi's head, he imparted his legacy. Contemplate my legacy well and complete what I left unfinished. With that, the figure slowly faded away, and Lingxi began to absorb the legacy. Over on Gu Ziyi's side, she and the big yellow dog on her shoulder looked around in utter bewilderment. Weird, where'd that guy go? Big Yellow scratched his head. Sorry to keep you waiting, both of you. What took you so long? Alright, slow is slow. Just hurry up and bring out all your treasures. Haha, I don't have any treasures left, I've already given them all away. Pfft, if you're broke, just admit it. Don't make excuses. De Huang chatted openly with the figure who had appeared before him. Gu Ziyi sensed the two might have known each other for a long time. Young mistress, this is my friend, also the master of this secret realm. You needn't pay him any mind. Big Yellow whispered directly into Gu Ziyi's ear. Gu Ziyi smiled and ruffled Da Huang's little head. Young mistress, it seems your relationship is rather special. Mind your own business. Alright. I was planning to give you that item anyway. Its value far exceeds that of the inheritance. I knew you wouldn't be so stingy. Da Huang's face lit up instantly, leaving Gu Ziyi a bit confused about what the two were discussing. But seeing Big Yellow so delighted, it must be a valuable treasure. Without further ado, he produced the treasure. A ring-like artifact appeared before Gu Ziyi, none other than the origin ring. Gu Ziyi accepted the ring and thanked the figure. Junior Gu Ziyi, thank you, senior. Another polite young girl. You tell her about it. I'll be going now. Alright, off you go. Da Huang, seeing the item secured, promptly waved its little paw at the figure. Da Huang, what is this? You seem quite pleased to have found this treasure. Gu Ziyi asked with a faint smile. This is the key to forming this secret realm, a treasure capable of containing the entire supreme secret realm. That fellow got it by sheer luck. With this, we can take this secret realm with us. Oh, so that means your friends can come with us too? Yeah, and with this, we can come and go as we please from now on. Even those powerful beings can't do anything about this treasure. Da Huang murmured. Gu Ziyi instantly grasped the extraordinary nature of this treasure. So this secret realm had such origins. The supreme inheritance is useless to you, but this treasure is different. After chatting idly for a while, they were both pulled into a separate space. Gu Ziyi immediately spotted Lingxi. The moment Lingxi saw Gu Ziyi, her eyes turned slightly red. She scampered forward and embraced Gu Ziyi tightly. Thank you both so much. Gu Ziyi was a bit confused, but she gently patted Lingxi on the back. Sister Lingxi, stop crying, you're turning into a little kitten. Lingxi composed herself and let out a laugh. You too, have you forgotten about me? A familiar voice echoed in their ears. Chapter 66, Why is it always you? Wow, you smell so good. Gu Ziyi and Lingxi both heard the voice and turned to look. Why is it always you? You're like a ghost that won't go away. Lingxi recognized the alluringly curvaceous beauty before them. Su Yan awkwardly brushed a strand of hair beside her earlobe. Even Gu Ziyi, who was notoriously bad at remembering faces, instantly recognized the black stockings with their telltale holes. Su Yan, what are you doing here? Gu Ziyi's gaze fixed on Su Yan, her tone tinged with reproach. Don't get mad, don't get mad. I just found out about this path too, so I snuck in quietly. Sneaked in? Gu Ziyi's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Don't look at me like that. I didn't attack you guys outside just now. Su Yan suddenly realized she hadn't actually done anything to offend the two of them, and her confidence surged. She immediately stood up straight and declared. But immediately she sensed the powerful aura emanating from the two of them. And the big yellow dog on Gu Ziyi's shoulder. Now that everyone had been transported out of the secret realm, this big yellow dog could still remain here. It must be no ordinary creature. You didn't attack me, but you didn't help us either. Gu Ziyi remarked coolly. Su Yan was at a loss for words. You swept those guys aside. What difference does it make whether I helped or not? Oh my, ladies, I truly meant no harm. I've been following you just to see if I could help out. Who knew you'd be this ridiculously strong? Su Yan wasn't lying, her eyes were sincere. Though truthful, she hadn't finished her thought. She still hoped to find a chance to help Gu Ziyi. Then, perhaps Gu Ziyi could get that person outside to help her. Seeing that the two women had let down their guard, she quickly produced the items she'd acquired this time. 2 cultivation techniques, several immortal herbs, and a supreme puppet that could consume elixirs. Hee, these are for you. Lingxi and Gu Ziyi looked at Su Yan with slightly puzzled expressions. What are you doing? We're not bandits, we never said we'd rob you. Lingxi asked in confusion. She had received the supreme inheritance, so most of the valuable items were already in her possession. As for Gu Ziyi, her performance had long earned the approval of that figure. Plus, considering Big Yellow's favor, the Source Origin Ring was handed directly to her. For Gu Ziyi, the Primordial Origin Ring was far more valuable than any immortal herbs or cultivation techniques. Please, both of you, just help this humble woman. Once we're outside, could you ask your senior to assist me? Su Yan adopted a pitiful expression as she pleaded with the two. As she spoke, she bent her knees and knelt down, wrapping her arms around Gu Ziyi's thigh. Her expression screamed, if you don't help me, I'll die right here. Wait, get up first. Don't cling to me like this. Gu Ziyi gently reached out her jade-like hand to pull Su Yan away, trying to free herself from her clinging. Su Yan delivered an epic kick right between Gu Ziyi's thighs. Swoosh swoosh. Wow, you smell so good. Gu Ziyi's eyes slowly turned icy, her delicate brows furrowing. She slowly raised her palm, poised to strike Su Yan. Startled, Su Yan immediately released Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi's frown eased. Lingxi, however, remained deeply troubled. She strongly suspected Su Yan was, no. She must be a lunatic. Tell us about your dealings with the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, Lingxi said calmly. That will determine whether we inform the elders. Lingxi spoke calmly. Gu Ziyi nodded in agreement. The fact that Su Yan had surrendered everything, even the supreme puppet. This trouble must be no small matter. Su Yan nodded happily and began recounting their encounter with the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Not long ago, before arriving at this supreme secret realm, I stopped at an inn to rest. There, I encountered an extremely arrogant and domineering man. He set his sights on me and asked if I'd be willing to become his concubine. You agreed? Lingxi asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. No way. I flat out refused him, of course. He got really upset, probably felt humiliated. He ordered his men to restrain me and force himself upon me. I fought back and killed them all. Only after doing so did I learn that man was the son of the Holy Master of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Now the powerful figures of the Ghost King sect know, and they've decided to abandon me. Su Yan shook her head with a bitter smile. This time, the Ghost King sect had sent only her alone. The reason was twofold: most of the valuable treasures from the Supreme Secret Realm had already been taken, so they saw no point in sending more people. Second, sending her alone served as their explanation to the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Moreover, they would announce to the outside world that they had severed all ties with her. Su Yan was Su Yan, and the Ghost King sect was the Ghost King sect. They were no longer connected in any way. Those people didn't know yet, but once they found out, she was finished. So, you've already offended the entire Heavenly Sword Sanctuary? Yes. Oh, and if you're willing to speak to him on my behalf, I'll reveal the Blood Demon sect's hideout and the reason they attacked the Yaoguang Holy Land if he agrees. Su Yan's eyes gleamed with desperation. She truly had no other options. Xinjia, Shenlanxin, and the others were utterly incapable of aiding her. As for the ancient Imperial clan, each and every one of them was a proud and arrogant bastard. She didn't even have a chance to communicate with them. Gu Ziyi and Ling Shi both hesitated. After a moment, they conferred briefly. Finally, Gu Ziyi stepped before Su Yan. Alright, I can speak to my father on your behalf. But whether he chooses to help you is entirely his decision. Gu Ziyi stated earnestly. She wouldn't do anything to put her father in a difficult position. Su Yan's eyes lit up. That demonist's father. To have such a demonic daughter, he must be an extraordinary being himself. Just pass on the message for me. If it really doesn't work out, I'll accept my fate. Actually, you could try talking to him again. If he's willing to help, I'll give him anything he wants. Even offering myself as a bride wouldn't be a problem. As Su Yan spoke, she fluttered her seductive eyelashes. Ling Shi and Gu Ziyi instantly boiled over with rage. Ling Shi kicked Su Yan flying with a single blow. What kind of trash are you? Daring to set your sights on our senior? I'll teach you a lesson. Gu Ziyi glared at Su Yan with icy eyes. Another wicked woman. Wait, I'm sorry. I was just joking to lighten the mood. Oof. If you dare make jokes like that again, don't blame me for being impolite. After Lingxi spoke, her piercing gaze fixed on Su Yan, sending a shiver down her spine. Su Yan quickly nodded. Su Yan explained to the two that she had been hiding in the shadows all along. Right after Gu Ziyi had finished crossing the 9-colored rainbow bridge, she had followed behind and completed it as well. She was the third to finish, mainly because of the overwhelming pressure. Not everyone could handle it like Gu Ziyi, who seemed completely unfazed. The weight she had to bear was still quite taxing. Chapter 67, Senior, I have something to discuss with you. After a moment, the figure approached the three of them. So it seems you three know each other. Nice to meet you. The figure smiled gently, its gaze kind as it looked at the three. The trio also noticed the figure. It's time for you to depart. Your journey has only just begun. Instantly, a blue light enveloped the trio, transporting them away from the place. After watching them depart, the figure slowly faded away. The gentle smile on its face, however, never changed. Su Yan emerged first. Upon exiting, she discovered that most of the stronger factions hadn't left at all, still waiting in place. With nowhere to go, she kept glancing back, checking if Gu Ziyi and Ling Shi had emerged yet. Isn't that the prodigy of the Ghost King sect? Why did she take so long to come out? Not sure. Probably got some treasures too. But have you heard about the recent events at the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary? Heard about it. That girl really is pitiful, just abandoned like that by her own sect. Many prodigies still hadn't emerged, and they'd been worrying whether something had gone wrong. But now they saw Su Yan emerge safely. They assumed their own disciples must also be acquiring treasures or inheritances. A moment later, Gu Ziyi also emerged from the secret realm. It's her. The peerless female demon. A disciple suddenly shouted from within the crowd. He glared at Gu Ziyi. As a prodigy of considerable talent himself, had Gu Ziyi not obstructed him, he wouldn't have been denied even the chance to see the 9-colored rainbow bridge. Hearing his voice, the other prodigies present turned their gaze in the direction of Gu Ziyi. Damn it, it really is her. That demoness. Even some supreme-level powerhouses turned their gaze in that direction. Meanwhile, Big Yellow, who had been resting on Gu Ziyi's shoulder, sensing the waves of energy directed at them, merely glanced at the crowd with his own gaze. A wave of dread instantly surged from the depths of their souls. What level of demon beast is this? Some supreme-level powerhouses also recognized the terrifying aura emanating from Dahuan on Gu Ziyi's shoulder. That power to devour 10,000 heavens was in no way inferior to that of the great emperors. It was precisely because of Big Yellow's warning. The present powerhouses refrained from reckless actions. Yet they had no intention of letting the matter drop, especially the elders of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. They had already dispatched a great power from the sanctuary. For it was not merely about retrieving Su Yan. Moreover, they had learned from the prodigies present that Lu Di was dead. They had been skeptical at first, but seeing that not a single disciple of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land had emerged, they immediately sensed something was terribly wrong. May the Holy Land's reinforcements arrive swiftly. The two elders glanced at the crippled Elder Fei, then turned their gaze to Xiao Ziling. Without reinforcements from powerful cultivators, they wouldn't even be able to handle that barefoot golden crow outside. Yet both harbored their own calculations. Gu Ziyi had managed to offend the prodigies of so many factions. Those coming to denounce them shortly would certainly not be limited to just them. Daddy! As soon as Gu Ziyi stepped out, she spotted Xiao Ziling. Among the crowd, there was only one man whose aura was as ethereal as a fallen immortal, whose features were flawlessly handsome, and whose physique was tall and well-proportioned. Gu Ziyi swiftly made her way to Xiao Ziling's side. With a light leap, she landed in his arms. Big Yellow also leaped down from Gu Ziyi's shoulder, its eyes glistening with moisture. It really is my master. You're still as radiant as ever. Xiao Ziling stroked Gu Ziyi's head with tender affection. In this world, there were likely few people left who could make him smile like this. Ziyi, how did it feel inside? There's so much stuff in there, and a huge tree. I've already brought it out. Later, I can take Daddy, Mommy, and Auntie inside to see it. Gu Ziyi explained to Xiao Ziling, perhaps because this was the first time she'd ever chatted like this with her biological father. A beautiful, captivating smile spread across Gu Ziyi's cold yet slightly rosy cheeks. The prodigies who had been beaten senseless by Gu Ziyi in the secret realm were now frozen in shock. They couldn't believe this was the same demoness they'd encountered before. Holy crap, who is this heavenly beauty? I don't remember her at all. I clearly saw a demoness before. How did she transform into such a gentle, understanding beauty now? Even Qinjia, Longpei, Shenlanqin, and the others were momentarily stunned. Oh, and Daddy, I met Big Yellow in there too. Gu Ziyi stepped aside, revealing Big Yellow, whose eyes sparkled with excitement yet held traces of nervousness and fear. Master. Its excitement stemmed from having been separated from its master for so long, while its fear arose from worrying its master might not recognize it. And then there was that abrupt departure all those years ago. He owed his master an explanation. Big Yellow, it's been a long time. Once we get back, we'll have a good long talk. Xiao Ziling crouched down, reaching out to stroke Big Yellow's forehead, his smile unwavering. Big Yellow was overjoyed inside his master hadn't forgotten him. Soon after, Lingxi emerged from the secret realm. The moment she stepped out, the entire entrance collapsed instantly. No one could enter again. Except for Gu Ziyi, who possessed the Yuanshu ring and could bring others in. Gu Ziyi approached Xiao Ziling and gently took hold of his arm. Behind him, disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land bowed in greeting upon seeing Gu Ziyi. After all, within the secret realm, Gu Ziyi's prowess had profoundly shaken everyone present. Junior Sister Gu. Junior Sister Gu. The disciples she had previously assisted were also among the first to greet her. Gu Ziyi smiled and nodded to them in acknowledgement. The moment Lingxi emerged, she immediately looked toward Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi, then noticed Su Yan standing frozen beside her. Lingxi whispered to her, "Wait here while I speak with the senior first." Su Yan nodded with a look of gratitude and relief. Lingxi approached Xiao Ziling and bowed respectfully. Lingxi greets the senior. Xiao Ziling responded with a faint smile and a nod. How did the journey to the secret realm go? Yes, thanks to Ziyi's assistance, Lingxi gained quite a lot. Seeing everyone return safely, Xiao Ziling remarked calmly, since you've all returned unharmed, the most valuable gain isn't the treasures, but your personal growth. I know you all care deeply about outcomes, but sometimes, the journey matters more than the destination. Xiao Ziling's stern words resonated with the disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It felt as though a knot in their hearts had been untied by Xiao Ziling. With grateful eyes, they bowed deeply to Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling raised his hand, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy lifted them all to their feet. Simultaneously, he healed their injuries. Senior, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 68, Tensions Run High. I won't hand it over. What can you do about it? Just as Xiao Ziling prepared to lead everyone to depart the secret realm alongside the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary and return to the Yaoguang Sanctuary, he had plenty of matters to attend to now. But Lingxi spoke up at that moment. She then recounted the matter Su Yan had entrusted them with. Xiao Ziling listened, then turned his gaze toward Gu Ziyi and Lingxi. Lingxi, based on your intuition, how much of what she said do you think is true? Xiao Ziling gave a faint smile, not rushing to answer Lingxi. Instead, he posed a question to the two of them. Both fell into thought, pondering for a moment. Senior, we cannot discern it. What she just said truly seemed to come from the heart. We feel it was not false. Lingxi paused briefly before speaking softly to Xiao Ziling. Gu Ziyi carefully recalled her earlier conversation with Su Yan. She felt every word Su Yan had spoken then was utterly sincere. She shouldn't be deceiving them. Xiao Ziling observed the two without comment. He merely smiled faintly, then instructed Lingxi to bring Su Yan over. Lingxi approached Su Yan and exchanged a few words with her. The senior wants you to go and speak with her in detail. Remember, answer whatever the senior asks. If you dare to withhold anything, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lingxi said coolly. Su Yan nodded. A short while later, Su Yan approached Xiao Ziling. Junior disciple Su Yan greets the senior. The prodigies from various factions nearby watched as Su Yan made her way toward the Yaoguang sacred ground. Those unaware of the reason looked perplexed. But those who had already heard the rumors showed little surprise. So the rumors are true. Su Yan, the Ghost King sect's holy maiden, has been expelled from the sect. And, it seems the Heavenly Sword Holy Land won't let her off the hook. She actually sought help from the Yaoguang Holy Land. But then again, that fairy, that demoness. She killed Lu Di of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. A clash between the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary and the Yaoguang Sanctuary is inevitable. True. One must admit Su Yan is quite resourceful. Some prodigies began whispering among themselves. Ah, no wonder she didn't help us earlier, she already had her own plans. Shen Lanqin sighed. They were the ones who suffered the most losses in this secret realm expedition. They'd fought the female demon several times, putting in a lot of effort for little reward. In the end, they were no match for the Demoness. They couldn't win in combat, and they barely got any treasures. Xiao Ziling looked at Su Yan's face, figure, and those torn stockings. He remained expressionless, for if one could truly judge a person by their appearance, then lies would cease to exist in this world. You say you killed the son of the Holy Lord of the Celestial Sword Sanctuary? Su Yan hesitated briefly before nodding lightly. Xiao Ziling regarded Su Yan with a calm expression, then said nothing more. Senior, I can explain right now why the Blood Slaughter Sect is attacking the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Afterward, you may weigh whether this information merits your assistance in aiding this humble maiden. Xiao Ziling offered no reply. After a moment's thought, he nodded. The Blood Demon Sect's assault on the Yaoguang sacred ground is to capture the daughter of the Demon Empress, intending to use her as leverage against the Demon Empress. Additionally, the Demon Empress possesses a unique constitution, one naturally suited for dual cultivation. They intend to use this to coerce the Empress, too. Su Yan's voice trailed off as she sensed an oppressive aura emanating from Xiao Ziling. An unprecedented, terrifying pressure slowly emanated from Xiao Ziling. In truth, this was already under Xiao Ziling's utmost restraint. Had even a shred of his true might been unleashed, everyone present would have been reduced to ashes. Yet years of cultivation and slaughter had made this killing intent and pressure constant companions, ever present around him. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ziling swept away all traces of that pressure. Only Su Yan had sensed that pressure, the others felt nothing. Even the mighty Tier Heaven Emperor, De Huang, had failed to detect it. They only registered the icy glint in Xiao Ziling's eyes and the chill emanating from his body. Your information is valuable. I'll protect you this time. Once we return to the Yaoguang Holy Land, take me to the Demon Clan's territory and lead me to the Blood Slaughter Sect's lair. Xiao Ziling spoke calmly, his expression unchanging. Su Yan felt a divine power, as pure as fresh air, enter her body. It eased the oppressive pressure, healed her wounds sustained in the secret realm, and dispelled the killing intent that had just surged. If Xiao Ziling's killing intent wasn't purged promptly, even an immortal tainted by it for a short time would have their vitality eroded by that malevolence. Seeing Xiao Ziling agree, Su Yan's heart finally settled. Xiao Ziling's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, even meeting his gaze felt like encountering an unfathomable abyss. Su Yan quieted down, obediently staying behind Gu Ziyi and Ling Shi. The other disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land were puzzled, but since neither the senior nor the senior sister, nor even Gu Ziyi, had objected, they accepted it. Besides, she was a beauty naturally, they had no objections. Master, is Mistress in danger? Should I? Big Yellow secretly transmitted to Xiao Ziling, suggesting he could head to the Demon Clan first if necessary. It's fine. She's perfectly safe now. Just some fleas that need my attention. Daddy, is mommy going to be okay? Gu Ziyi's eyes brimmed with worry. Z, your mommy is fine now. Once we return to the Yaoguang Holy Land, Daddy will take you to find her, okay? Xiao Ziling replied softly with a smile. Gu Ziyi nodded happily at his words, ready to go find her mommy. Xiao Ziling led the Yaoguang Holy Lands group to the 100 Flowers Holy Lands people, preparing to depart together. Fellow cultivators of Yaoguang Sacred Land, are you aware of the wicked deeds your disciples committed within the secret realm? Shouldn't you give us an explanation? A supreme powerhouse from the Xingxia dynasty stepped before Xiao Ziling and Yunzhu. Blocking their path, he saw others stepping forward. Representatives from the Thunder Sanctuary, Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, Cloud Sword Sanctuary, Ancient Dynasty, Buddhist Order, and several minor factions also stepped forward. As for the Shenbing Holy Land, due to Lang Rucho's warning, none of their disciples had engaged Gu Ziyi in battle. Thus, they merely watched the spectacle unfold, waiting to see how events would unfold. Evil deeds? Confession? Are you mocking me? Xiao Ziling remained composed, hands clasped behind his back. His snow-white robes and transcendent aura made him appear like a fallen immortal, leaving the crowd mesmerized. How can someone be this handsome? The sovereign of the Xingxia dynasty snorted coldly. Hand over that female demon. We'll set aside the rest for now. Hearing the sovereign's words, disciples from both the Yaoguang Sacred Land and the 100 Flowers Sacred Land braced themselves for sudden combat. I won't hand her over. What can you do about it? The moment Xiao Ziling spoke, a tremor rippled through the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure instantly forced everyone present to their knees. Only those from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the 100 Flowers Holy Land remained unscathed. Terror filled the eyes of the crowd as they stared at Xiao Ziling in disbelief. Just as despair began to set in, an imperial aura erupted from the heavens. They can't do anything? What about me? Chapter 69, even an emperor must kneel, more overbearing than the female demon. Yunzhu, standing beside Xiao Ziling, instantly sensed trouble. An emperor had actually come here. Yunzhu turned her gaze to Xiao Ziling. Even she struggled to withstand this imperial aura that blanketed the entire area. Yet how could he still appear so utterly unperturbed? Those present already found Xiao Ziling's imposing presence overwhelming. Now, with another great emperor arriving, what were they cultivators at the Huatian realm supposed to do? Xiao Ziling turned his gaze toward the figure slowly descending from the sky. And who are you? With all those swords around you, are you the little sword man? Xiao Ziling's expression remained calm as he raised his arm slightly, his gaze fixed on the descending figure. That is, sword energy radiating out, clad in white with a blue band, 9 divine swords encircling his body, the 9 Swords Emperor. 2 elders of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land saw their own great emperor finally arrive. Their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. The 9 Swords Emperor's flowing hair and pure white robe exuded an aura of tense mystery and overwhelming pressure. It's actually the 9 Swords Emperor, one of the 3 great supreme masters of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. He actually came here in person. Some of the supreme sovereigns present had been traversing the martial world for years. They naturally recognized an unparalleled powerhouse like the 9 Swords Emperor. Within the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, aside from its founding patriarch, few could stand against this 9 Swords Emperor. Su Yan took a deep breath, her gaze shifting to Xiao Ziling. She never imagined the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary would send an emperor-level powerhouse. Even if Xiao Ziling handed her over now, she would have no complaints. After all, an emperor was an unparalleled existence. A single such being possessed the power to overturn heaven and earth, to turn mountains and seas upside down. Even a sacred land dared not provoke such a being lightly. The 9 Swords Emperor heard Xiao Ziling's words, and his aura surged instantly. His brow was like a sword, his gaze like a sharp blade that shook the soul. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like this. Your audacity commands my respect. Hand over the 3 women behind you. For daring to challenge this emperor, for killing Lu Di, and for crippling Xiao Fei. I can pretend I never saw it. The 9 Swords Emperor folded his arms, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Ziling and the 3 women behind him, Lingxi, Gu Ziyi, and Su Yan. He stood like an emperor, towering above all, looking down on the masses with utter disdain. Xin Jia, Long Pei, and the other prodigies stared at the supremely arrogant emperor of 9 swords. Is this what an emperor is? Deciding life and death with a single word. Indeed, one who fails to become an emperor remains but an ant. What supreme being? What sage? They don't even have the right to challenge an emperor. Su Yan thought Xiao Ziling was about to hand her over, but she suddenly noticed that the disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land showed no fear on their faces. Each wore an air of calm and composure. Listening to the 9 Swords Emperor's barking, Xiao Ziling chuckled in exasperation. Then, the arm he had raised gently lowered. The 9 Sword Emperor, who had been towering proudly in the sky, instantly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if the entire heavens were crushing down. The 9 sharp swords that had constantly circled around him were forced down to the ground along with him. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. I thought you were something special. The 9 Swords Emperor's kneecap shattered as his entire body collapsed to his knees before Xiao Ziling. His face contorted in fury as he realized he had gravely underestimated Xiao Ziling's power. This power transcended any realm of cultivation. He tried to regain control of his 9 blades, but the moment he attempted to connect with them, they instantly disintegrated into dust. The crowd's expressions turned grim. Who exactly was this formidable figure from the Yaoguang Holy Land? To have suppressed the 9 Sword Emperor with such effortless ease. Even Yun Zhu and Elder Wu were now utterly stunned. The man who had just been chatting with them, was this formidable? Su Yan, who had thought her doom was sealed, now stared wide-eyed, her bright phoenix-like eyes as round as copper bells. Even those supreme experts who had cultivated for years couldn't help but lose their composure. How could he be so terrifying? Even an emperor-level powerhouse couldn't withstand his pressure? What's the point of our cultivation then? They had trained relentlessly, striving to reach the level of the 9 Swords Emperor. And even that required considerable fortune. Yet now, a powerhouse from the Yaoguang Holy Land had crushed the 9 Swords Emperor with mere pressure alone. This sent chills down everyone's spines, leaving them unable to believe their eyes. Lingxi, however, pouted at the 9 Swords Emperor in the sky. What 9 Sword Emperor? At best, he's on par with the great emperors Yuan and Yaoguang. And he dares to challenge our elders? Xiao Ziling glanced at the 9 Swords Emperor. In the next instant, the 9 Swords Emperor shattered like the 9 swords themselves. He turned to dust and vanished from the world. The 2 elders of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary who witnessed this scene were now drenched in sweat. The 9 Swords Emperor was their greatest hope. Now, before their very eyes, the 9 Swords Emperor had turned to dust. No wonder you're so formidable. Now I see, your father must be even more unimaginable. Su Yan looked at Gu Ziyi, feeling relieved that she had made the right choice. Big Yellow looked at his master, his heart brimming with joy. Truly worthy of being my master, now your power surpasses even mine. It seems all these years, you never slackened in your cultivation. Upon witnessing the Nine Swords Emperor's demise at Xiao Ziling's hands, the elder generation of powerhouses present, even those possessing supreme power, mightier than that of a sage, were now visibly shaken by Xiao Ziling's power. Xiao Ziling turned his gaze toward the supreme masters of the major factions present. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd. Do any of you have objections? Shall I hand over the person? The supreme sovereigns closest to Xiao Ziling, representing the Xingxia dynasty, the Thunder Sanctuary, the Buddhist Order, and the Cloud Sword Sanctuary, all lowered their heads, unable to meet Xiao Ziling's gaze, fearing that the slightest misstep might lead them to the same fate as the Nine Swords Emperor. Xiao Ziling snorted coldly, and the oppressive aura emanating from the Supreme Masters intensified once more. One by one, the Supreme Masters either knelt or prostrated themselves on the ground. Had they not shielded the younger generations behind them? Even cultivators at the transformation of Spirit Realm would be crushed into mincemeat under this terrifying pressure. With a mere flick of his wrist, Xiao Ziling summoned the weapons and storage rings of the Supreme Sovereigns who had just been boasting. Their weapons and storage rings materialized before Xiao Ziling. You were the loudest just now. These will serve as compensation for me how pitifully meager. Xiao Ziling's expression remained cold as his voice carried a faint detachment. Then, accompanied by the disciples of the Hundred Flowers Holy Land and the Yaoguang Holy Land, he departed from this place. As Xiao Ziling and his group slowly departed, the oppressive aura surrounding the crowd finally began to dissipate. That was terrifying. What kind of being is that? Xiao Ziling's formidable strength had been deeply etched into everyone's minds. The supreme experts whose treasures had been taken felt utterly helpless. The treasures they had painstakingly accumulated over so long. And yet they were dismissed as pitiful. Long Pei, who had clashed with Gu Ziyi earlier, shook his head with a bitter smile. This great power is even more domineering than that female demon. Chapter 70, returning to the Yaoguang Holy Land with riches in hand. Everyone present, even the Supreme Masters, could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Who dared seek vengeance against the Yaoguang Holy Land? Hadn't they seen the fate of the Nine Swords Emperor? He was an emperor, after all, one who had cultivated for thousands of years to finally reach such heights. They weren't that foolish. Survival meant a future. Xiao Ziling and his companions began making their way toward the secret realm's exit. A bunch of puny little chicks, how dare they talk back to my master? Xiao Tian glanced at the supreme masters behind them, then pulled down his lower eyelid and stuck out his tongue in mockery. Then, she leaned close to Xiao Ziling's ear and whispered softly, Master, Ziyi has broken through her cultivation again. This time, she even completed the secret realm journey. It's been quite a fruitful journey. Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled brightly. She too had restored a significant portion of her energy. Xiao Tian, exchange this reward for Han Nian's current location and verify and refine the information Su Yan provided. Xiao Ziling's gaze fixed ahead as he spoke softly to Xiao Tian. Yes, Master. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Tian immediately entered the system space. Xiao Ziling's eyes were as deep and profound as the starry sky. Whoever they are, I will track them all down and settle the score, one by one. Yunzhu hesitated, her voice tinged with shyness. She no longer dared to chat with Xiao Ziling as freely as before. Originally, based on Elder Wu's account, she had assumed Xiao Ziling's strength was at most comparable to her own. But now she realized the gap between their strengths was far greater than she'd imagined. Even Qin Yue, a disciple of the Hundred Flower Sacred Land, hadn't fully recovered from her shock. She had seen her own Holy Land's ruler before. Yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Nine Swords Emperor far surpassed that of her own sanctuary's master. Was this due to the disparity in strength? No. The sovereign of the Hundred Flowers Sacred Land possessed cultivation comparable to Ruan Mengshi. Both were quasi-emperor level powerhouses. Clearly, Xiao Ziling had dispelled the pressure for everyone just now. She watched Gu Ziyi clutching Xiao Ziling's arm. Now she didn't even dare to chat or joke with Gu Ziyi. As Xiao Ziling walked, he handed a portion of the items he had just seized to Yunzhu. Elder Yun, Elder Wu, these are for you. Thank you both for the Hundred Flowers Sacred Land's assistance within the secret realm. Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. This caused Yunzhu and Elder Wu to pause. Yunzhu declined, not at all. Our two sacred lands have always been closely connected. This is nothing. Precisely because of that, Elder Yun should accept it. Besides, this isn't for you, it's for the disciples behind you. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, since it was all borrowed from others anyway. The disciples of the Hundred Flower Sanctuary had gained little from the secret realm, having spent their efforts assisting Gu Ziyi. Well, then, on behalf of them and the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary, thank you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Yunzhu expressed her gratitude. She now understood that Xiao Ziling wasn't as cold and heartless as he appeared on the surface. The crowd following behind Yunzhu wore expressions of pure joy. Gu Ziyi approached Qin Yue. She retrieved 10 peach spirit fruits from her storage ring and handed them to Qin Yue and Huang Xinmei. I can't let you help me for nothing. These peaches are yours. Thank you both for your assistance this time. Qin Yue and Huang Xinmei both paused in surprise, exchanging a glance before Huang Xinmei accepted the peaches. Huang Xinmei accepted the peaches. Thank you, little one. I won't settle this contest with you this time. We'll settle it next time. Huang Xinmei stared at Qin Yue in utter disbelief, wanting nothing more than to distance herself immediately. Elder Wu turned his head away, pretending not to recognize Qin Yue. Fine. I'll give you a break then. Gu Ziyi replied with a smile, then bid farewell to the two and returned to Xiao Ziling's side. Xiao Ziling had observed Gu Ziyi's actions just now. Possessing such an ability to discern others' true nature was quite commendable. A faint smile touched his lips. Just as Qin Yue was about to retort, "I don't need you to let me go," Huang Xinmei grabbed her arm. Enough, enough. Even if she spared you, you wouldn't stand a chance against her. Senior sister. Don't hold me back. I'll take her down right now. Elder Wu's face darkened as she approached Qin Yue. Seeing her master approaching, Qin Yue reluctantly calmed down. You neglect your cultivation day after day, and now when you need your strength, you realize it's lacking? Elder Wu glared at Qin Yue, startling her. She had never seen her master so furious before. Master, Yue knows she was wrong. I'll return and practice diligently, no more fooling around. Qin Yue spoke these words sincerely. Had it not been for sheer luck during this secret realm expedition, she likely wouldn't have made it this far. At least you show some remorse. Return and cultivate until you reach the level of a saint before you may leave again. What? Master, you've only just reached Supreme Sovereign yourself and you want me to cultivate to saint? But seeing her master's displeasure, she could only nod rapidly like a chick pecking at grain. After a while, the group reached the entrance of the Yama forest. The barefoot golden crow that had brought them here was still waiting. Xiao Daoyu, we shall return first. When you have time, come visit the 100 Flowers Sacred Land. We shall personally host you. Yunju bid farewell to Xiao Ziling and the others before departing. Xiao Ziling nodded, then cleared his throat softly twice. Hearing the sound, the barefoot golden crow approached Xiao Ziling. Oh dear, master. A great emperor just entered inside. I couldn't get in either. Are you all right? How is that great emperor? The barefoot golden crow sighed. Even with its ancient golden crow bloodline, that man had long since ascended to emperor level. It was simply no match for him. We're fine. It's been taken care of. Your task was merely to escort us. That person has nothing to do with you. Xiao Ziling replied indifferently. The great emperor was already reduced to ashes. What else could be done? Got it. Little Jean will escort you both back now. The barefoot golden crow fawned obsequiously. Suddenly, it noticed Big Yellow standing beside Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi. Behind Big Yellow, a faint shadow materialized, none other than the sky-rending demon emperor. His imperial might was no less formidable than that of the great emperor it had witnessed earlier. Demon emperor. The barefoot golden crow drew in a sharp breath, thinking to itself. De Huang, too, noticed the golden crow's gaze and offered it a faint smile. My master truly is extraordinary. Even the dog by his side is an emperor-level being. The barefoot golden crow felt a twinge of embarrassment, grateful for its own contentment and resourcefulness in avoiding provoking its master. Master, please board. We shall return now. The group climbed onto the barefoot golden crow's back and began their return journey to the Yaoguang sacred land. Wonderful. We've truly returned with a bountiful harvest this time. Lingxi finally relaxed completely. Having the senior present was truly reassuring. Chapter 71, What's the matter? Can't even let dogs eat dog food? The barefoot golden crow carried Xiao Ziling and the others as it began flying back toward the Yaoguang sacred land. Along the way, Xiao Ziling struck up a conversation with Big Yellow. Lingxi, meanwhile, brought out some immortal herbs and elixirs, distributing them to Chen Guanjie and the other junior sisters and brothers. Though they initially hesitated to accept, they couldn't resist the eldest sister's warmth. After accepting the herbs and pills, they all expressed their gratitude to Lingxi. After all, these herbs were far more precious than any treasures they had gathered within the secret realm. Lingxi also offered some gifts to Gu Ziyi, but Gu Ziyi declined to accept them. She had already gathered quite a few treasures during her time in the secret realm. Lingxi smiled and engaged Gu Ziyi in conversation. In the eyes of the disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land, Gu Ziyi had already become the second in command among their disciples, second only to the eldest senior sister. Xiao Ziling glanced at the group of young girls behind him, merely smiling without paying them much mind. Master. Young mistress truly resembles you. Big Yellow gazed at Gu Ziyi's smiling face. For a moment, he recalled the first time he had met his master. No matter how much hardship they endured later, no matter how many obstacles they faced, his master never once showed any intention of abandoning him. The greatest fortune of its life was having Xiao Ziling as its master. That's not necessarily true. You'll see when you meet Ziyi's mother. Xiao Ziling smiled softly, leaving De Huan to ponder. Big Yellow's face clouded with confusion. Yes, master. Who is Ziyi's mother? Have I met her? Xiao Ziling nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Not only have you met her, but didn't you also tell me to find someone as beautiful as both of them in the future? Da Huang's lost memories suddenly began assaulting his mind. 2. Master. You wouldn't be referring to that holy maiden and that one from the demon clan. Da Huang trembled as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Ziling. Then, with eyes wide in disbelief, it saw Xiao Ziling nod. Master, you're incredibly powerful to have actually succeeded. But how come I don't remember? I think I left around the same time, right? A hint of confusion flickered in Big Yellow's eyes. A hint of bitterness flickered in Xiao Ziling's eyes. Don't tell me you don't know I don't even know myself. Goodness, time flies. It's been so long already. Having followed Xiao Ziling for so long, Big Yellow could sense his mood. Anyway, he'd see him again eventually, no need to rush. When his master was ready to talk, he'd be all ears. Oh, Big Yellow, I thought you couldn't cultivate? I never imagined you could cultivate now, let alone reach the level of a demon emperor. You've been keeping that talent well hidden. Xiao Ziling smiled. Only these old friends could elicit such a playful grin from him. Ah, master, I wasn't hiding anything. A long time ago, a certain feeling guided me to that place. But back then, I didn't want to leave you. However, I saw that your opponents were all the holy sons from the sacred lands. Even the women by your side were saint maidens. So I didn't want to be a burden to you anymore. I wanted to help you too. So I followed that feeling's guidance, went to the ancient Imperial clan, obtained the bloodline inheritance, and made my way to this point. As he spoke, Big Yellow explained to Xiao Ziling why he had departed without a word. Xiao Ziling gazed tenderly at Big Yellow and reached out to pat his head. You've worked hard all these years, Big Yellow. Once we return, you must transform for me. Xiao Ziling stroked De Huang's head, sensing that the karmic force of transformation within him had reached its peak. De Huang sensed the concern emanating from Xiao Ziling. He nodded firmly. Along the way, they chatted about how it had ended up in this supreme secret realm. The Golden Crow's barefoot speed was swift, allowing everyone to catch up and chat. Before long, they arrived at the Yaoguang sacred land. The disciples and elders of the Yaoguang sacred ground gazed at the barefoot golden crow that appeared. Their eyes widened with shock, and they immediately sounded the sanctuary's alarm bell. Helan and Elder Yuning followed Ruan Mengshi to this place. They immediately spotted Xiao Ziling and the others atop the barefoot golden crow. Ruan Mengshi signaled to everyone that there was no danger, it was merely the returning disciples and the sacred lord. The elders on alert instantly breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, everyone dismounted from the red-footed golden crow. Xiao Ziling addressed the golden crow calmly. Your task is complete. You are free. The barefoot golden crow bowed respectfully to Xiao Ziling before departing. That was quick. Da Huang murmured, glancing at the departing bird in the sky. His gaze immediately fell upon Ruan Mengshi, who had jogged up to stand before Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling instinctively embraced Ruan Mengshi and pressed his lips to her tender mouth. The others present all politely turned their heads away. Lingxi pulled Gu Ziyi to one side. Big Yellow was pulled by the tail, turning his head the other way too. Why aren't they feeding the dog food yet? Big Yellow offered no resistance. He'd been wondering who this woman was, but it only took him a moment to remember. Holy cow, my owner is amazing, she actually pulled it off. Big Yellow felt happy for his master. After a while, Xiao Ziling released Ruan Mengshi. His lips twitched slightly, as if he still wanted more. But Ruan Mengshi, who had regained her senses, suddenly realized how many people were present. She gently nudged Xiao Ziling. Then she cleared her throat softly. Husband, how was this journey to the secret realm? Not bad. Lingxi obtained the supreme inheritance, and everyone gained quite a bit. Hearing Xiao Ziling's words, the disciples and elders present who hadn't gone on the expedition exchanged surprised glances. Having obtained the supreme legacy, Lingxi would at least reach the supreme realm in the future. She might even surpass that supreme tier peak powerhouse and ascend into the ranks of the emperors. Everyone present rejoiced for Lingxi. Lingxi, however, waved her hand shyly. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts, and Ziyi. Without your help, I wouldn't have obtained the supreme inheritance. Ruan Mengshi nodded with a look of delight and joy. After such prolonged continuous combat, everyone must be exhausted. She then ordered everyone to return and rest first, instructing them to gather again at the Yaoguang Hall shortly. After everyone departed, Ruan Mengshi and Yuning finally noticed Big Yellow and Su Yan. Big Yellow waved a paw at Ruan Mengshi with a smile. Ruan Mengshi recognized him immediately. Isn't this the little dog that used to follow my husband around? Husband, who are they? The Ghost King Sect's sacred maiden, Su Yan? Wasn't she? Yuning recognized Su Yan's identity and frowned. Su Yan nervously clutched the hem of her robe. Elder Yuning, find her a place to rest first. I'm aware of the situation. Xiao Ziling said to Yuning in a calm tone. Yuning nodded and led Su Yan to a place to rest. Regarding Han Nian, we'll discuss it once we return. Seeing that further discussion here would be a waste of time, Xiao Ziling signaled for everyone to leave, allowing Ziyi to rest. Ruan Mengshi nodded earnestly, and the three returned together to Ruan Mengshi's main peak, with Big Yellow following alone. Chapter 72. Big Yellow prepares to take human form. His combat power is still too overwhelming. On the way back, Ruan Mengshi asked Xiao Ziling, "Husband, isn't this little yellow dog the same one that used to be by your side?" "Yes, this is Big Yellow. He left for certain reasons back then, but now we're reunited," Xiao Ziling replied with a gentle smile. Ruan Mengshi sensed the aura emanating from Big Yellow. She distinctly remembered that the little yellow dog back then had no aura at all. It used to hide behind Xiao Ziling whenever anything happened. Yet now, she sensed no aura at all emanating from Big Yellow. Moreover, De Huang now carried an aura that was utterly extraordinary. Xiao Ziling sensed the astonishment radiating from Ruan Mengshi. "Honey, Big Yellow's power now surpasses yours. From now on, he can lend a hand whenever you need it." Xiao Ziling smiled softly. "That's right, mistress. If anyone tries to bully you or the young master, just tell me, I'll take care of them." De Huang still looked like a puppy, and his voice carried a charmingly adorable, slightly dopey quality. This made Ruan Mengshi and Gu Ziyi burst out laughing. "Alright, thank you so much, Big Yellow." They soon arrived at Ruan Mengshi's main peak. After arriving, Gu Ziyi briefly spoke with Xiao Ziling and Ruan Mengshi, then headed back to her room to rest. The recent battles had left her somewhat exhausted. Xiao Ziling also urged her to rest well. Once she woke up, they would search for mommy together. "Big Yellow, you should also prepare to transform. The karmic burden on your body has grown too heavy." Xiao Ziling waved his hand, pulling Big Yellow directly into his own miniature world. Generally, achieving transformation only required reaching a certain level of cultivation. Except for some demonic beasts who wished to maintain their beast forms. In such cases, they would not transform. Generally, after transforming, one could freely shift between forms after a period of time. However, this process requires the beast to expend spiritual energy. After entering Xiao Ziling's miniature world, Big Yellow no longer found his master's extraordinary, heaven-defying abilities surprising. Upon entering Xiao Ziling's miniature world, Big Yellow immediately sought out a clearing in the mountains and began to manifest his true form. Transcending the transformation tribulation. Seeing that Big Yellow and Gu Ziyi had both left the area, a mischievous grin spread across Xiao Ziling's face. "Honey, now that no one's around, shouldn't we?" "Hold on. You still haven't said who that woman is. And, didn't you say it had something to do with Han Nian? Explain yourself quickly, or else I'll get angry." Ruan Mengshi pouted, a faint blush spreading across her flawless, snow-white face. She put on an act of being upset. "Is this jealousy?" Xiao Ziling chuckled inwardly. "Only someone who loves you would feel jealous over you. She's just a passerby." Xiao Ziling pulled Ruan Mengshi into his embrace. Because of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary's pursuit, Xiao Ziling explained the entire situation clearly. Ruan Mengshi's face flashed with anger upon hearing this. She never imagined the Blood Demon Sect's assault on the Yaoguang Holy Land was truly for Ziyi. Blood Demon Sect. Ruan Mengshi hissed coldly. "Don't be angry. I plan to visit the Demon Clan once Ziyi has rested. Bring Han Yen back here and take care of those rats behind the scenes while you're at it." A flash of anger flickered in Xiao Ziling's eyes. If you bring Han Yen back, perhaps I can help comfort her. That way, she won't beat you to death." Ruan Mengshi smiled softly, her captivating, bashful eyes fluttering. Xiao Ziling smiled and pressed a kiss to Ruan Mengshi's vibrant lips. "Rest assured, what I owe you both, I'll repay with the rest of my life." Xiao Ziling's eyes held deep affection as he spoke, then lifted Ruan Mengshi into his arms and carried her into the room. Ruan Mengshi, her face flushed, simply nodded softly in Xiao Ziling's embrace. He casually sealed off the surrounding space, fearing the noise might disturb Gu Ziyi's rest. Meanwhile, in the Demon Clan's sacred sanctuary, the Valley of Despair, Gu Hanyang returned here with the group of powerful warriors who had accompanied her to the border battlefield. "Senior brother, I never imagined you would actually attack Ziyi. Then do not blame me for showing no mercy." Gu Hanyang had already shed her battle armor, still clad in that purple qipao. Her graceful form resembled a blooming lilac bush. Her entire delicate form hovered in midair, surrounded by her most trusted confidants. Each was a loyal confidant willing to sacrifice their lives for Her Majesty the Empress. "Empress, the Blood Demon Sect recently failed in their assault on the Yaoguang sacred grounds. They seem to have quieted down for now, but I fear they may be plotting mischief in secret." A formidable figure approached Gu Hani, his entire being radiating a chilling darkness and bloodthirsty aura. Clad in heavy armor, his imperial presence sent shivers down spines as he spoke in a low voice. Gu Hani nodded. "Have you identified who gave the orders?" Her eyes grew icy. "A mere Blood Demon Sect. They wouldn't dare attack the Yaoguang Holy Land, and the fact that an emperor-level power had intervened meant there must be an extremely terrifying force backing them." "Not yet, but we have some leads. Hearing this, even the battle-hardened leader of the demonic race felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Yet rest was not an option now. Foreign invaders? Hidden forces lurking in the shadows? None of it could stop her from seeing her daughter. No one could harm her daughter. Ziyi, are you okay? Mommy misses you so much. You scoundrel, where are you now? I'm so tired. The powerful figure beside Gu Hanyin trembled, then clenched his fists. Blood Slaughter Sect. Damn them! Meanwhile, Xiao Ziling, who had been in deep slumber, suddenly felt as if something had stirred within him. He slowly opened his eyes, a faint, sweet fragrance drifting toward him. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly as he gazed at Yuan Mengxi's sleeping face. He was now completely wrapped up in her embrace. It was likely one of Yuan Mengxi's sleeping habits. Xiao Ziling pulled the quilt over, letting Yuan Mengxi hug it. He then took another blanket and covered Yuan Mengxi with it. Watching her face, he suddenly smiled. Seems she's still having a sweet dream. Xiao Ziling murmured softly, then pushed open the door and stepped outside. He took a deep breath of the fresh air. He truly cherished these peaceful moments. Once he found Han Yan, he would take them both out to see the world and live a truly comfortable life. Daddy! Gu Ziyi rubbed her eyes as she approached. Daddy, you woke up so early? They had long since transcended the sea-clearing realm and mastered the art of fasting. They could easily go days without food or sleep, sustaining themselves through spiritual energy consumption and meditation. Still, Gu Ziyi preferred to rest by sleeping. Xiao Ziling looked at Gu Ziyi, his eyes softening with a gentle smile. How's your rest going? Hee, I feel like I've been fully recharged. Where's Auntie? She's still resting. Let's wait for her. Give her some time. Xiao Ziling touched his earlobe, feeling a bit awkward. His combat prowess was indeed formidable, and last night had taken a toll on his wife. Chapter 73, Ancestral Level Bloodline, the God-slaying Divine Mastiff, and the whereabouts of the ultimate Imperial weapon. Gu Ziyi smiled and nodded. Father and daughter sat down for a proper chat. Gu Ziyi recounted past events to Xiao Ziling. Listening to her account, Xiao Ziling felt a deep ache in his heart. Z, once your aunt wakes up, we'll go find your mom. We'll bring your mommy back with us. No one will ever be able to bully you two again. Xiao Ziling said with unwavering resolve. Gu Ziyi nodded happily. The two were still chatting when Xiao Ziling suddenly sensed a disturbance emanating from his small world. Looks like Big Yellow is ready to complete his transformation too. Xiao Ziling thought to himself. Z, come on. Daddy will take you to see Big Yellow. It seems like it's about to complete its transformation. Xiao Ziling gently extended a finger and the two instantly appeared within his miniature world. The moment they entered, they witnessed the final bolt of the lightning tribulation striking Yaoguang. The thunder tribulation, brimming with destructive power, tore the earth apart. A tremor shook the very foundations of the earth. Wow, this heavenly tribulation is way stronger than Ziyi's lightning trial before. Xiao Tian kept darting around Xiao Ziling. The lightning tribulation simulated within my microcosm is no different from the real thing outside. Xiao Ziling remarked calmly. His eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. Gu Ziyi also watched intently as the thunder tribulation descended. Once the karmic energy of the tribulation dissipated, Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi both turned their gaze toward Big Yellow. They saw that Big Yellow had not transformed into human form. He remained exactly as he had been before. Dahuan, why haven't you transformed into human form? Xiao Ziling looked at Big Yellow with some confusion. Master, I have completed the transformation ordeal and dispelled the karma binding me. But I don't know why I can't transform. Dahuan was equally perplexed. Seeing this, Xiao Ziling's brow furrowed slightly. He then extended his arm, releasing a faint beam of light that entered Dahuan's body. Strange. There doesn't seem to be any issue. If anything, his cultivation appears to have advanced slightly. And this barrier. He already had an answer in mind, but he still needed Xiao Tian to come out and confirm it. Just in case. Xiao Tian, time to get to work. Xiao Ziling transmitted his voice to Xiao Tian. Coming. Xiao Tian had been right beside Xiao Ziling all along. Upon hearing his master's call, he immediately materialized. He then scanned Big Yellow thoroughly. Wow, such pure bloodline power. Xiao Tian's eyes lit up. This was the second primordial level bloodline beast she'd encountered while following her master. The first one was that Imperial Phoenix creature, wasn't it? Master, Big Yellow's bloodline is showing signs of atavism. It hasn't transformed for far too long, so now, if it wants to transform, it must first enhance its cultivation. For primordial level beasts, no, for those who should be called sacred beasts and divine beasts. Big Yellow has only just passed its juvenile stage and is currently in its growth phase. Xiao Ziling nodded slightly upon hearing this. So that was it. No big deal. He'll be able to transform once his cultivation improves later. Master, no need to worry. The karmic burden of transformation has already dissipated. Dahuan won't be in any danger now either. Xiao Tian, do you know what bloodline Big Yellow possesses? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the legendary god-slaying divine mastiff bloodline. How does it compare to the Imperial Phoenix? The Imperial Phoenix is more powerful. But it's certain that Big Yellow's bloodline purity is also of the progenitor level. In the future, he won't be much weaker than the Imperial Phoenix. Xiao Ziling nodded lightly. If Big Yellow weren't still so weak, he'd almost be tempted to let the Imperial Phoenix come out and play with him. Big Yellow watched his pensive master, feeling the power within his body. Master, perhaps I shouldn't transform. This current state is actually quite good. Da Huang spoke with a smile, unwilling to trouble his master. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, then looked at De Huang and said, De Huang, this is a case of ancestral bloodline regression. Combined with the long period without taking physical form, you now need to elevate your cultivation level to transform. De Huang's eyes brightened. Truthfully, none of this mattered to him. As long as he could stay by his master's side, that was all that mattered. Daddy, what does reverting to ancestral traits mean? Gu Ziyi stroked Big Yellow, a hint of confusion appearing on her face. It means even if Da Huang's ancestors were incredibly powerful beings, Da Huang is now beginning to gradually strive toward becoming that powerful being. Xiao Ziling explained softly with a smile. That's a good thing for Big Yellow. Da Huang nodded, looking as if he understood yet didn't quite grasp it. Let's go. We should head out. Your aunt should be waking up soon. Xiao Ziling waved his hand, and the group returned to Ruan Mengxi's main peak. Ruan Mengxi stirred awake at that moment, gently brushing her hair back. Auntie. Gu Ziyi greeted Ruan Mengxi. Ruan Mengxi offered a gentle smile and nodded softly. Come, Auntie will help you comb your hair and make you look all pretty. Sure. Seeing the two of them happily head off to get ready, Xiao Ziling didn't pay it much mind. You're already this beautiful, do you really need to dress up? Big Yellow shook his head and chuckled. Xiao Ziling looked at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, are the things ready? Yes. Master, just wait a moment. Xiao Tian busied herself, fiddling away at her device. After a while, she finally found a blue screen. Master, we've located the second mistress's position, she's among the Demon Clan. But Su Yan wasn't lying, she just didn't tell the whole story. Xiao Tian said, staring at the information on the blue screen. Didn't finish? What did she conceal? The reason the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary is hunting her down isn't just because she killed the son of their holy lord. She also knows the whereabouts of the ultimate Imperial weapon the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary is searching for. Xiao Tian said sternly. Su Yan hadn't revealed this information, clearly not wanting Xiao Ziling and the others to compete with her for this Imperial weapon. She intended to obtain this ultimate Imperial weapon before anyone else. Oh? Xiao Ziling's gaze turned cold. He held little interest in these matters. I see. At least that's honest. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Heavenly Sword Holy Land aren't on friendly terms. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. Xiao Tian, can you pinpoint Han Nian's exact location? Sure. Xiao Ziling nodded, then immediately instructed Xiao Tian to pinpoint Gu Han Nian's location. This trip to the Demon Clan would settle everything once and for all. Moments later, two beauties descended like ethereal nymphs from a painting. Their enchanting attire made them appear as pure and pristine as snow lotuses, their beauty rivaling that of celestial beings. Xiao Ziling gazed at the exquisitely adorned pair, his expression tinged with surprise. He had seen countless celestial maidens, empresses of the immortal court, divine maidens of the academy. Yet none could compare to Ruan Mengxi and Gu Ziyi. Especially Ruan Mengxi, her exquisite features, unreal figure, and flawless skin were one thing, but she was also a walking stat monster. Husband, do I look beautiful? Ruan Mengxi fluttered her eyelashes at Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling smiled indifferently and nodded lightly. Very beautiful. Chapter 74, preparing to head to the Demon Realm, the battle at the Demon Emperor's palace is imminent. Hearing Xiao Ziling's praise, Ruan Mengxi's heart swelled with joy. Her heartbeat quickened, and a blush spread across her cheeks. Husband, Ziyi, let's go. Let's go to the Yaoguang Hall together. I've already had everyone gather there. Ruan Mengxi said with a faint smile. The two nodded. Big Yellow leapt up and landed on Xiao Ziling's shoulder. Xiao Tian perched on Xiao Ziling's other shoulder. Xiao Ziling merely smiled at the two of them. Then the three of them proceeded together to the Yaoguang Grand Hall. The assembled elders, the Yaoguang Emperor, and the core disciples were waiting there. Upon seeing the arrival of the Yaoguang Holy Sovereign, the Yaoguang Holy Lord, and others, all bowed respectfully to the two. We greet the Holy Sovereign. We greet the Holy Lord. MHM. The two nodded to the crowd before taking their respective seats. Gu Ziyi stood alongside Lingxi and the others. Su Yan, however, stood behind them. She was no stranger to such occasions. However, those had been gatherings of her own sect. This was her first time attending another sect's meeting. This made her feel somewhat nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, our Yaoguang Holy Land disciples have achieved remarkable results during their journey through the secret realm. Their dedication and growth are surely evident to all present. Ruan Mengxi's voice rang out, not particularly loud, yet it pierced through each person's heartstrings like a thread. The assembled elders nodded in unison, beginning to exchange whispers among themselves. They too saw in these disciples the potential to inherit their positions in the future. Their legacy was assured. Next, Ruan Mengxi distributed prizes to the assembled disciples. Ling Shi, in particular, received a defensive armor of sacred weapon grade. Gu Ziyi, meanwhile, was granted the 9 forms of the Yaoguang sword technique. In truth, Ruan Mengxi and Xiao Ziling had already secretly imparted the 13 forms of the Yaoguang sword technique to her. However, presenting this to Gu Ziyi directly cemented her prowess and her status as a true disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land. The assembled elders and disciples broke into applause. They were thoroughly convinced by Gu Ziyi's prowess and character, having witnessed both firsthand. The Yaoguang emperor nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the Yaoguang Holy Land nurturing new generations of prodigies filled her with immense joy. After a long while, the meeting finally concluded. The elders and disciples present bowed and withdrew. Only Su Yan, the Yaoguang Great Emperor, and Yu Ning remained. Lingxi exchanged a glance with Gu Ziyi in the shadows, smiled, and then departed as well. Ruan Mengxi then shared with the others the story of Su Yan and the Celestial Sword Sanctuary. After all, when Gu Ziyi had slain Lu Di with her sword within the secret realm, and this incident could not be concealed. Conflict between them and the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary was inevitable. Elders, I only need your protection to leave the secret realm. Once I fulfill the promise I made to you, I will depart. I won't cause too much trouble for you all. The others present looked at Su Yan, feeling sympathy for her misfortune in getting entangled in such a major predicament. The others raised no objections. They too harbored distaste for the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. It's nothing. A mere Heavenly Sword Sanctuary wouldn't dare challenge us. Ruan Shiming said calmly. You've already taken that step? Emperor Yaoguang exclaimed in shock. Ruan Shiming gave a slight nod. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary wasn't much stronger than them to begin with. And now they'd lost a 9-sword emperor. Yu Ning, has the Grand Elder not returned yet? Ruan Mengxi asked in a solemn tone. Yu Ning nodded. The Grand Elder seems to have gone to attend to some matters. It might take a few more days before she returns. Hearing this, Ruan Mengxi felt somewhat stumped. She wanted to head to the Demon Clan's sacred land now. But without the Grand Elder present, she felt it would be inappropriate to leave. Emperor Yaoguang seemed to sense Ruan Mengxi's thoughts. Mengxi, is something troubling you? Yes, ancestor. I wish to leave the sanctuary for a while to find a friend. Ruan Mengxi offered a faint smile. But I fear that if I leave, the sacred land might be left without anyone to manage and guard it. The great Emperor Yaoguang chuckled. So that's it. I thought it was something serious. Go ahead without worry. I've recovered significantly now, so keeping watch for you won't be a problem. Indeed, Holy Master. With me and the ancestor here, there should be no issues. Besides, the Grand Elder should be returning soon. Seeing this, Ruan Mengxi nodded happily. Hee, finally I can go out and play with my husband. After discussing it among themselves, Emperor Yaoguang and Yu Ning departed. Only they remained, along with Big Yellow and Su Yan. Honey, don't worry. With me here, if anything really happens, we can return quickly. Xiao Ziling offered a faint smile. Ruan Mengxi responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Soon, the group arrived outside the Yaoguang sacred grounds, preparing to head toward the Demon Clan sacred grounds. At that moment, within the Demon Clan sanctuary, Gu Hanni led the powerful warriors who had accompanied her to the border to confront the alien races. Together, they departed the Valley of Despair and returned to the Demon Emperor's palace. Her senior disciple, Gao Maisheng, stood at the palace gates with a group of powerful demonic cultivators. Their eyes gleamed with greed, and each emanated an aura that no longer belonged to the Demon Clan. Instead, it resembled something more akin to evil energy. Junior sister, you've returned. Gao Miesheng, you've been waiting here for quite some time, haven't you? Ha! What's this? You've stopped calling me senior brother now? Gao Miesheng gazed at Gu Hanni with a wicked glint in his eyes. When Master brought you here all those years ago, it was precisely to unite us to harness the power of your pure Yin constitution. But look at you now. You went out once and came back with a child. This time you've gone out and returned refusing to even acknowledge me as your senior brother. What will happen next time? A cold glint flashed in Gu Hanyan's eyes. Our master passed away years ago. If you continue to slander him, I'll take it upon myself to cleanse the sect in his stead. Ha, little sister. Your talent surpasses mine, but you're far too impatient. Gao Miesheng's face darkened with cold fury as the powerful auras of the elite warriors surrounding him erupted. On Gu Hanyang's side, her own powerful allies unleashed their auras in kind. The overwhelming pressure, as heavy as Mount Tai, caused the surrounding space to shatter like a mirror. Dark clouds instantly gathered overhead as faint glows began to emerge from each of their bodies. Junior sister, I'm giving you a chance. Submit to me, serve me well, forget that wild man outside, and relinquish the Empress's throne. I'll still be your senior brother. Otherwise. Gao Miasheng's eyes grew icy, a crimson glow emanating from his pupils. Oof. You ceased to be my senior brother long ago. As for the wild man you speak of, do you even deserve to mention him? Gu Hanni showed no sign of yielding. Her imperial aura surged forth, instantly thickening the air with tension. Chapter 75, The Might of the Demon Clan's Overlord. The Scythe of Judgment, Demon God Armor activated. Gao Miasheng sneered coldly. Very well. Let your senior brother witness just how much you've advanced over the years. A shadowy black manifestation appeared around Gao Miasheng, wielding two massive axes. A terrifying, sky-filling blood aura surged forth, its overwhelming killing intent sending chills down everyone's spines. Just how many people has this Gao Miasheng killed? Even those powerful outsiders don't carry such heavy bloodlust, do they? The mighty warriors who had fought alongside Gu Hannian at the frontier felt the bloodthirsty aura radiating from Gao Miasheng. They all took several steps back. Gao Miasheng has been a great emperor-level powerhouse for years now. I wonder if Her Majesty the Empress has any confidence in this. A warrior clad in heavy armor, his own aura equally cold, dark, and bloodthirsty, observed Gao Miasheng and Gu Hannian. Gu Hanyang's gaze remained utterly indifferent as she studied Gao Miasheng. A scythe over 2 meters long materialized in her hand, her imperial weapon, the Scythe of Judgment. Gu Hanyang channeled the Demon Clan's supreme technique, devouring demon heavenly art. A shadowy figure nearly as large as the one behind Gao Miasheng materialized behind her. However, the phantom behind Gu Hanyang was more substantial and dense, wielding a weapon similar to the Scythe of Judgment. A look of shock flashed in Gao Miasheng's eyes. He now sensed that Gu Hanyang's aura was even more terrifying than his own. After all, when she had journeyed to the border, their strengths had been evenly matched. My dear junior sister, let me see how much you've improved. Gao Miasheng offered a wicked grin. In an instant, Gu Hanni and the phantom behind her materialized directly behind him. Boom! The scythe sliced through the void, its razor-sharp blade mercilessly striking toward Gao Miasheng. Gao Miasheng reacted, just as he was about to dodge and counterattack. His pupils suddenly dilated, his eyes betraying utter disbelief. Unbelievably fast. Seeing Gao Miasheng now unable to evade, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the illusory form. No! Gao Miasheng is about to detonate the illusory form behind him. The group of powerful individuals following Gu Hannian attempted to rush over to assist, but they were all stopped. Where do you think you're going? Damn it! Are you aiding Gao Miasheng to defy the Emperor's decree? Imperial command? Any demon can become emperor except this wet-bearded brat. You're courting death. The armored warrior who had always followed Gu Hanni, radiating imperial authority. Now, his eyes flashed with intense killing intent. The other powerful figures accompanying Gu Hanyang also unleashed their auras. The faces of those supporting Gao Miasheng turned deathly pale. How is this possible? That bastard has actually broken through to the Emperor realm too? Both sides instantly clashed. Though some among them were infinitely close to Emperor level, those not yet Emperors simply couldn't defeat an Emperor. Boom! Gao Miasheng wiped the blood trickling from his mouth. Though detonating the illusory form behind him inflicted significant damage upon himself. But Gu Hannian was closer to his phantom, meaning she would suffer even greater damage. Gao Miasheng scanned the area where smoke billowed upward, waiting for the dust to slowly settle. His face suddenly paled, and an intensely dangerous gaze fixed upon this spot. Impossible! Impossible! How could you have mastered that technique? Gao Miasheng began frantically retreating backward, his face twisted with terror. As the smoke finally cleared, a suit of armor began to manifest on Gu Hanyang's body. Demon God armor activated. Gao Miasheng. The moment you laid a finger on my family, you should have known your time was up. Gu Hanyang's eyes blazed crimson and violet, an icy aura radiating from her back. Gu Hanyang. I'm your senior disciple. How dare you? What is there that this emperor dares not? Gu Hanyang's gaze was icy as she swung the scythe in her hand. The massive shadow of the scythe sliced across the sky, tearing open a gash in the heavens. Boundless demonic energy gathered upon the scythe's blade. The blade struck Gao Miasheng directly, instantly shattering him along with the earth beneath him. The heavens and earth echoed with the impact. No! Gao Miasheng's side is in trouble. Damn it! The leader of the Demon Clan truly possesses formidable power. The powerful figures on Gao Miasheng's side were stunned by Gu Hannian's strength. You dare fight us while distracted? With an emperor-level powerhouse on Gu Hannian's side, the others found it remarkably easy to deal with Gao Miasheng's forces. Seeing Gao Miasheng unable to match Gu Hanyang, the powerful figures on his side began to harbor their own thoughts. Preparing to flee this place. With an emperor-level powerhouse present, casualties began to mount among Gao Miasheng's forces. A rain of blood began falling from the sky, as if weeping for the fall of the Supreme Being. Gu Hanyang breathed lightly, yet she remained vigilant. As she drew her scythe back, A cold, arrogant voice echoed from the distant azure sky. Truly worthy of being the leader of the demonic race. It's just a pity you're still not ready yet. A single utterance caused the entire cosmos to tremble, the heavens and earth quaking in awe. Xiao Ziling and the others had just departed from the Yaoguang sacred ground. Just as Su Yan was about to guide them. Xiao Ziling spoke indifferently, no need for such trouble. I'll lead you to the demon clan first. As soon as Xiao Ziling finished speaking, a beam of light enveloped the entire group. Amidst the curious gazes of the others, the light quickly dissipated. This left Su Yan utterly stunned. What kind of power was this? After all, the distance from the Yaoguang sacred land to the demon clan was more than double or triple that to the Yama forest. Yet this being before them had effortlessly transported them tens of thousands of miles to the demon clan sacred land. De Huang, Wan Mengshi, Gu Ziyi, and the others had already witnessed glimpses of Xiao Ziling's power. Though surprised, they accepted it quickly. This power doesn't belong here. The heavenly Tao of the Xianhuang realm turned its gaze this way. Xiao Ziling shot her a glance. The Tao of Xianhuang realm recognized that familiar figure. Him again. Xiao Tian, take care of it. Understood. As Xiao Tian fiddled with the screen, the Tao of the Xianhuang realm soon dissipated and departed. Husband, is this the sacred land of the demon race? Ruan Mengshi held Xiao Ziling's hand, her face brimming with curiosity as she surveyed the surroundings. Da Huang and Gu Ziyi also gazed around with equal curiosity. Gu Ziyi had been taken away from the demon clan before she was old enough to understand. This was essentially the first time any of them had ever set foot in the demon clan. Yes. Lead the way. Xiao Ziling nodded, then turned to Su Yan and said in a calm voice. Su Yandan nodded and began leading the group toward the blood demon sect's stronghold. After only a few steps, Xiao Ziling's brow furrowed. His gaze turned deep as he fixed it on the core area of the demonic tribe's sacred land. Hold on. We need to change our location first. A cold aura emanated from Xiao Ziling's eyes. Su Yan shuddered. That aura and oppressive pressure were returning. It was nearly identical to what she had felt in the secret realm last time. What could possibly enrage such a mighty being? A flicker of confusion crossed Su Yan's eyes. Chapter 76, The Emperor's Peak Powerhouse Emperor Kongming. No one can separate us. Gu Hanyan raised an eyebrow, her gaze lifting toward the source of the voice. Not far away, a passage had opened in the space. Immeasurable law energy churned the surrounding air currents. A peak emperor-level powerhouse. A hint of astonishment flashed in Gu Hanyan's eyes. Such powerful spatial fluctuations. That figure is the Emperor of the Void. The assembled powerhouses gasped in horror. Feeling the breathtaking pressure, shock spread across their eyes. This was a peak emperor-level powerhouse. Already among the most elite in the Xianhuang realm, even within the legendary immortal realm, he would be considered top tier. One must understand that the peak emperor realm was but a single step away from that legendary realm. Such beings were typically the ultimate trump cards of the most powerful factions. By all logic, they should not act so casually. The Void Dark Emperor. Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion? A flicker of intrigue passed through Gu Hanyan's eyes. Her master had been a powerhouse at the very pinnacle of the great emperor realm, yet tragically, he never managed to take that final step and ultimately perished. As his disciple, she knew all too well the sheer power of those at that level. Setting aside the gap in cultivation, those who reached the pinnacle of emperor level were all top-tier geniuses. They were the victors who had risen from the golden age. No wonder that scoundrel Gao Miasheng dared defy the emperor's command. With such a formidable power backing him, he truly has no reason to fear Her Majesty the Empress. The powerful figure following Gu Hanyan grasped the situation. But a peak emperor-level powerhouse shouldn't be aiding Gao Miasheng. After all, those who reach this realm are considered to have transcended worldly desires. They shouldn't covet anything Gao Miasheng possesses. Ha 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 ha, splendid. Gao Miasheng does indeed have a backup plan. We'd best retreat for now. This emperor is no pushover. The powerful figures on Gao Miasheng's side seized the opportunity to retreat. Gu Hanyan's side possessed a genuine emperor-tier powerhouse, not someone these pseudo-emperors could trifle with. Emperor Kongming's eyes were as dark as an abyss, and the sheer pressure radiating from his entire being sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. A spatial portal appeared beside him, and Gao Miasheng dropped down from it. The powerful figures who had just retreated caught him. Gu Hanyan looked toward the spot where her scythe had struck, finding only a massive crater and traces of blood. It seemed that strike had only wounded Gao Miasheng. Before she could finish him off, the great Emperor Kongming had rescued him. Damn you, Gu Hanyan. You actually went for the kill. Gao Miasheng clutched his shoulder, torn open by the scythe, then glanced at the massive gash across his chest. Dark crimson blood flowed unceasingly from the wound. Gao Miasheng gasped for breath, then used elixirs to restore his injuries and spiritual energy. He never imagined his master would actually teach her that technique. He had come first. The position of Demon Emperor, the leadership of the Demon Clan, both should have been his. Why should it fall into the hands of a shameless woman? A purine physique wasn't that meant to be his plaything? Emperor Kongming shot Gao Miexing a look filled with disgust and contempt. That old demon has managed to teach two rather peculiar disciples after all. Emperor Kongming thought to himself. One was an underground rat who knew only slaughter and plunder, the other was an empress who shone brilliantly and commanded the winds and clouds. Elder Emperor Kongming, today's matter concerns our demon clan. You have no right to interfere, do you? Heh, Empress, you jest. Someone paid this emperor handsomely to intervene and they were quite generous. Besides, the previous demon emperor has fallen. I'm quite curious to see if this new generation's abilities meet my standards. Emperor Kongming's tone was cold and detached as he stood proudly in the void, towering above all. She didn't give the crowd the slightest bit of respect. Gu Hanyan's eyes flashed with icy coldness as he tightened his grip on the scythe of judgment. The great Emperor Kongming hadn't made a move in ages, and no one knew just how powerful he was now. Ah, Gio. Let everyone out of here shortly. I'll do my best to hold him off. Empress. If they leave, I will never leave. The armored emperor-level warrior fixed his gaze on Gu Hanny, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Gu Hanyan's eyes flickered with a mix of helplessness and deep emotion. She lifted her gaze toward the sky, where her daughter's figure seemed to appear. My daughter, I'm so sorry. I promised I'd come see you the moment I returned, but now, I might break that promise. Emperor Kongming seemed to understand everyone's intentions. Heh, the great emperor of the void spoke calmly, this entire space has been sealed by me. Today, this place shall be your final resting ground. Gu Hanyang paid no heed to the emperor of the void, her gaze fixed upon the sky. My daughter, I long to hear you call me mom just once more, but it seems, there won't be a chance. Gu Hanny closed her eyes, a single tear tracing the corner of her eye. The judgment scythe in her hand swung upward as her eyes snapped open. Those behind her prepared for battle. Today, they intended to test his mettle. This was the Emperor of the Void, a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the emperors. You don't know when to quit. The Emperor Kongming's thunderous roar shook the heavens. Boom! The Emperor of Empty Darkness extended a hand, unleashing a tornado that tore through the heavens and shook the earth. The earth began to crack as countless magical seals coalesced in the void, radiating golden light. My dear junior sister, farewell. It's a pity your senior brother never got to truly savor you. Gao Miexing's heart chuckled coldly. Mommy! Just as a terrifying pressure was about to crush everyone, this cry rang out. With a thunderous crash, the barrier sealing this place by the great Emperor Kongming was instantly shattered. Then, the great Emperor Kongming, Gao Miexing, and the others vanished completely, along with that terrifying aura and the world-shattering magical power. Gu Hanyang heard that familiar voice and thought she was hallucinating. Is this the peak of an emperor? Did I not even have time to react? Gu Hanny murmured to herself. Empress! Someone's coming from behind. Gu Hanyang snapped back to reality at the sound of a Jew's voice and turned to look. There stood a girl identical to the figure she had been constantly longing for in her mind. My daughter! It's my daughter! Gu Hanyin murmured, tears welling in her eyes as she ran toward Gu Zi'yi and Wan Mengshi. Mommy! Ziyi brought Auntie and the others to find you. Gu Ziyi's face lit up with a joyful smile. As they drew near, she lightly leapt forward and threw herself into Gu Hanyan's arms. Tears welled up in Gu Hanyan's eyes. Time and again, she had battled formidable foes. Countless times, she had thought she would never see her daughter again. After a moment, Gu Hanyan gently released Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi gazed at the tears on her mother's cheeks. Gently, she wiped them away. Mommy, don't cry. Ziyi found Daddy. From now on, we can all be happy together. No one can ever separate us again. Gu Ziyi smiled, revealing dimples as she whispered softly into Gu Han's ear. Chapter 77, The Rogue Has Returned? His might shatters the supreme. Gu Hanyan snapped back to reality. Found Daddy? The playboy is back? How could that be? Even that jade pendant couldn't locate him. How did Ziyi find him? A look of confusion flashed in Gu Hanyan's eyes before she turned to look at Ruan Mengshi. Ruan Mengshi smiled and nodded at her. Gu Hanyan could no longer hold back her emotions. She threw her arms around Gu Ziyi and burst into loud sobs in her embrace. These past days had truly exhausted her. The weight lifted from her shoulders finally allowed her to catch her breath. Han Yen. Ruan Mengshi didn't know how to comfort Gu Hanyan. Over the years, she had endured far too much. The hardships were beyond words. Behind the three of them, Big Yellow and Su Yen stood oblivious. Especially Big Yellow, it was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't the mistress that sacred maiden? Why did the young master just call this woman mommy? Something's off. And this beautiful young woman. She looked so much like that demonic being from before. Da Huang was now thoroughly confused. He shook his head. Forget it, his brain wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed anyway. Overthinking it wouldn't help. Ah Jiao and the others had all arrived here, staring at their empress with equally bewildered expressions. Her Majesty the Empress has finally found her family. A Jew remarked calmly. All these empresses had fought relentlessly against the alien races, driven by the single-minded goal of returning home to find their daughters. The others shared a bitter look. Soon, Big Yellow sniffed the air. Among these people, it sensed a thick, pungent scent of blood. Roar! Behind Big Yellow, the shadowy form of the sky-tearing demon emperor materialized. But it lingered only briefly, letting out a furious roar before dissipating. Its eyes glowed with icy coldness as it fixed its gaze on Ajiao. A powerful aura of authority pressed down upon everyone. The aura of a demon beast emperor instantly forced everyone to their knees. Only Ajiao remained standing, defiantly declaring, "I bow only to the Empress. To no one else." Zhou bit his lip, and an imperial aura surged forth from within his armor. Yet it was no match for Big Yellow. Ajiao now sensed that Big Yellow was no ordinary little yellow dog, but a colossal beast of unimaginable power. The pressure radiating from Big Yellow now rivaled that of the empty Void Emperor, whose cultivation had reached the peak of Emperor level. With the surrounding barriers shattered, Big Yellow's aura now spread outward. The great powers and ancient sages of every faction within the Demon Clan's sacred land had sensed the earth-shattering pressure emanating from Big Yellow. What a tumultuous time. If I recall correctly, Her Majesty the Empress should have arrived by now. What terrifying pressure. Which peak emperor is this? One by one, the ancient powerhouses turned their gaze toward the direction of the Demon Emperor's palace. The Demon Clan's situation was already turbulent. The newly enthroned Empress lacked both the authority and power to command full allegiance. Yet many were captivated by the Empress's divine beauty, her alluring figure, and her unique constitution, coveting her for themselves. Even the Void Emperor, who had been in seclusion, opened his piercing eyes. This isn't the aura of Kong Ming. There's another powerful being among the Demon Clan. Gu Hanyan, Wan Mengshi, and the others were suddenly startled. They hadn't expected this little yellow dog to be so formidable. Big Yellow, what's gotten into you? Gu Ziyi slipped from Gu Hanyan's embrace and approached Big Yellow, speaking softly. Young mistress, this creature carries a heavy blood aura. I fear. A strange gleam flashed in Big Yellow's eyes as he watched Ajiao warily. Gu Hanyang noticed too this little yellow dog was also a friend of Wan Mengshi and her daughter. Big Yellow, right? Don't be nervous. Ajiao and the others are my friends. The blood aura on them comes from battles against the alien race. It's not the kind of aura left by indiscriminate killing of innocents. Gu Hanyang spoke in a soft, refined tone. Had she not possessed a special cultivation technique allowing her to conceal and control her aura? Moreover, she doesn't casually look down on others like Gao Miashang. Otherwise, the bloodlust radiating from her might have been even more intense than Ajiao's. Hearing his young master's mother speak thus, Da Wang's imposing aura gradually dissipated. I see. My apologies, I was rude. Out of respect for Gu Ziyi and Gu Hanyang, Big Yellow apologized to Gu Hanyang and the others. The others waved it off, insisting it was nothing. A powerhouse comparable to the Void Emperor apologizing to them? It was something they never dared dream of. By the way, Sister Sheer, Dingtu, has he really returned? Gu Hanyan was about to say that scoundrel, but seeing her daughter present, she quickly restrained herself. But she didn't know what else to call Xiao Ziling. She'd always referred to him as that scoundrel back then. At the time, everyone had been so astonished by her and Wan Mengxi's beauty that they'd only dared to steal a glance. As for what they were thinking, and the lecherous glances in their eyes, Gu Hanny found them deeply distasteful. Only Xiao Ziling had stared intently, his gaze filled solely with admiration devoid of any lewdness or lustful greed. This left a profound impression on Gu Hanyang. Her figure was exceptionally perfect, a graceful, enchanting form that even some succubi couldn't rival. So even when the three of them traveled together later, she felt quite favorable toward Xiao Ziling. Adding to this, her longtime rival, Wan Mengxi, treated Xiao Ziling exceptionally well, which made her curious to see what was so special about this man. You're back. No one will be able to bully us anymore. Wan Mengxi stepped forward and gently embraced Gu Hanny. In the past, whenever they met at this time, the two would inevitably engage in a contest of their two large spheres. And every time, Gu Hanyang would lose. But now, they simply held each other in silence for a moment, which calmed Gu Hanyang's nerves after days of tension. Sister Shi, where is he now? Gu Hanny scanned the surroundings but saw no sign of Xiao Ziling. Oh, him. He's probably busy sticking up for you right now. Wan Mengxi replied with a faint smile. Gu Hanny also noticed the absence of the empty Void Emperor, Gao Miasheng, and the others. Could this all be the work of that lecher? Within the space created by Xiao Ziling, the Emperor of Empty Darkness, Gao Miasheng, and the others were firmly held down by a pressure as vast and overwhelming as the Starry Sea. They were firmly restrained, kneeling upon the ground. What's happening? What is this oppressive force? The powerful figures accompanying Gao Miasheng were utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Even the mighty Emperor Kongming, at the pinnacle of his power, now revealed a look of panic and horror in his eyes. What a formidable technique, even I cannot break free. Xiao Ziling hovered above, with Xiao Tian standing beside him. His gaze was cold and detached as a murderous aura radiated from his body. Below, a supreme-tier powerhouse couldn't withstand Xiao Ziling's overwhelming pressure. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body instantly exploding. The blood splattered directly onto Gao Miasheng and the others. The terror and panic in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Chapter 78. How can you be so tough? Xiao Ziling, this place is still pretty soft. Xiao Ziling gazed at the supreme being shattered by his pressure. His brow furrowed slightly. I haven't granted you permission to die yet. Xiao Ziling extended a finger and flicked lightly. In the next instant, the supreme being whose body had just been shattered by Xiao Ziling began to reassemble before the stunned gazes of the crowd. Began to reassemble, piece by piece. Emperor Kongming's heart trembled. He had never witnessed such a feat before. He could revive the dead, but only by reversing time for a limited period. But for someone like this before him to simply bring a person back to life like that? Even a peak emperor specializing in the great restoration art couldn't achieve that, could they? Could it be that this figure had already stepped into that legendary realm? At this moment, the great emperor of empty darkness dared not utter a single word, nor could he. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiao Ziling alone was enough to tear everyone apart. Humph! Xiao Ziling let out a cold snort. A burst of light erupted from his body, spreading outward like a barrier of energy. The moment the light touched them, even the mighty Kongming Emperor, a peak emperor-level powerhouse, began to dissolve. Their flesh began to melt away bit by bit, slowly revealing their bones and torsos. Ah! What is this thing? Agonized screams echoed as they watched their flesh and bodily fluids dissolve before their eyes. After a while, faint golden light began to spurt from their ears, noses, mouths, and pupils. Soon, only skeletal frames remained. Xiao Ziling snapped his fingers once more, and the group slowly began to regenerate their flesh and blood. Once fully restored, every one of them stared at Xiao Ziling with eyes that might have been fixed upon a demon. Even Gao Miasheng, who had claimed countless lives, now stared at Xiao Ziling with terror in his eyes. Emperor Kongming had never witnessed such a feat before. In all his years of cultivation, this was the most vivid experience of death he had ever known. Xiao Ziling remained impassive. With a single grab, he summoned the great Emperor Kongming, who moments before had crushed Gu Hanian and the others beyond hope of victory, directly before him. Emperor Kongming's eyes betrayed an unprecedented terror. His prideful spatial law power was utterly useless in this moment. You were the most arrogant just now. A peak emperor, let me see what gives you the right to brag so loudly. Xiao Ziling intensified his pressure, forcing the Emperor of Empty Darkness to bow low and kneel before him. He felt as though a giant hand had seized his throat. The suffocating sensation rose to his heart, as if pierced by 10,000 needles. The excruciating agony made him cry out in pain. Xiao Tian frowned, covering her ears. She wanted nothing more than to kick the Emperor Kongming right now. You bunch of little bugs. I'll give you a couple of punches, you dare bully the second mistress. Xiao Tian swung a few punches at the great Emperor Kongming's face, a hint of anger flashing across her adorable features. Xiao Ziling also found him a bit noisy, so he left him aside and dragged the second emperor present, Gao Miasheng, over. Gao Miasheng endured suffering even more excruciating than Emperor Kongming's. His bones were snapped one by a force of psychic energy, while his soul was relentlessly tortured by a terrifying power. This was agony he had never known before. He clutched his head desperately, his eyes bulging with bloodshot veins. Xiao Ziling snorted coldly, his expression impassive. Gao Miasheng's soul was torn apart, his pupils slowly rolling back as his memories were completely extracted by Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling's expression turned icy. He repaired Gao Miasheng's soul only to subject it to further torment. For the deeds Gao Miasheng had committed in his lifetime were utterly abhorrent to heaven's way, and truth itself demanded his annihilation. He betrayed his master, exterminated his ancestors, slaughtered women, and abused others. His mind was filled with filth, harboring no shortage of depraved thoughts toward his own junior sister. The assembled powerful figures watched Gao Miasheng, tortured beyond recognition, their eyes glazed over with lust. A demon! He is nothing but a demon! Xiao Ziling paid no heed to the collective wails. A golden light swept over the crowd, instantly extracting their memories. Seeing they were now useless, Xiao Ziling clenched his fist. A beam of light dissipated, and the bodies of those present instantly swelled. Boom! Blood instantly splattered everywhere. When it reached Gao Miasheng and the Emperor of Emptiness, their bodies also exploded. A thick, pungent stench of blood filled the entire space. Xiao Ziling felt nothing. Back when he was a divine sovereign, he had faced the encirclement of powerful beings across an entire star domain. After all, when a divine sovereign falls, all things rise. Only by slaying him, the Daoyu divine sovereign, and seizing his treasures could that star domain rise to prominence. But the power of a divine sovereign was beyond their comprehension. He single-handedly annihilated an entire star domain. Countless mighty beings fell, and it was then that the name Daoyu Divine Sovereign was forged. Who would have thought there were so many people behind the scenes? Xiao Ziling murmured to himself. Within the memories of Gao Miasheng and the Void Emperor, he had glimpsed the same figure he had previously seen in the memories of the Emperor of Yuan. Emperor Kongshu, just you wait. When I get to you, you'll be known as Emperor Kidney Deficient. Xiao Ziling spoke calmly, his eyes betraying no emotion, yet the aura emanating from him instantly shattered the surrounding space. The moment Xiao Ziling emerged from the space, Ruan Mengshi, Gu Hanni, and the others below instantly noticed Xiao Ziling. The moment those supreme powerhouses and a Jew laid eyes on Xiao Ziling, he struck them as profoundly unfathomable. Xiao Ziling descended, his gaze softening as he looked at Gu Hanyan and Ruan Mengshi. Little fatty, it's been an age. Tears welled up in Gu Hanyan's eyes once more, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She lifted her feet lightly and ran toward Xiao Ziling. Ah Jiao and the others froze in place. Who could this person be? What kind of person could elicit such a reaction from Her Majesty the Empress? And, if they hadn't misheard, had that man just called Her Majesty the Empress, chubby little one? Seeing Gu Hanyang running towards him, Xiao Ziling gently opened his arms. A smile spread across his face as Gu Hanyan flew straight into his embrace. She buried her head in his firm, strong, and warm embrace. Xiao Ziling's face softened completely. He had braced himself for a good thrashing from Gu Hanyan. Indeed, he thought to himself. Happy men always have sensible, well-behaved wives by their side. Xiao Ziling thought to himself with inner delight. Just as his guard dropped, Gu Hanni opened her mouth and bit down on Xiao Ziling's neck. Don't! Xiao Ziling tried to warn Gu Hanni that even in his relaxed state, his body wasn't something just anyone could take advantage of. Sure enough, the next moment, Gu Hanni released her luscious lips. Not a single mark remained on Xiao Ziling's neck. Gu Hanyang gazed at Xiao Ziling with tear-filled eyes. Why are you so hard? That really hurt. Xiao Ziling sighed, rubbing Gu Hanni's cheek. This is actually the soft part. Gu Hanni closed her eyes, burying her head in Xiao Ziling's embrace as she rested quietly for a moment. Where have you been all these years? Didn't you say the jade pendant could find you? Gu Hanyan was a little tsundere. Only Xiao Ziling could make her show this side of herself. I'm sorry. I got into some trouble. From now on, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay by your side forever, okay? When you weren't here, they all picked on me. At these words, a chill emanated from Xiao Ziling's body. Chapter 79, No need to go to the Blood Demon Sect, I'm already here. Those present sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Xiao Ziling. It must be noted that before arriving in the Xianhuang realm, Xiao Ziling had already suppressed his strength and cultivation. Now, he deliberately suppressed his aura. Yet even so, Jiao and the other powerful figures felt that if Xiao Ziling wished, a single wave of his aura could crush them all. My dear, such terrifying power, is it truly something we can even hope to contend with? Some of the powerful figures murmured with a touch of embarrassment, for the feeling Xiao Ziling instilled in them was simply too terrifying. Rest assured. With me here, no one will dare bully you anymore. Xiao Ziling's eyes were resolute as he spoke with utmost sincerity. Gu Hanni felt the warmth and care radiating from Xiao Ziling. She nodded gently. She gently pulled away from Xiao Ziling's embrace. Xiao Ziling glanced at the group who had been following Gu Hanni, nodding to them in gratitude. Thank you all for helping Hanni. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into their bodies, and they felt lingering ailments begin to heal. Some even sensed their cultivation bottlenecks loosening, as if they had already set one foot into the realm of the great emperor. Shock filled their eyes. Such power was terrifying. The Empress had such a husband. We are deeply grateful for your kindness, Your Excellency. Assisting Her Majesty the Empress is simply our duty. A Jew led the others in expressing their gratitude to Xiao Ziling. The others bowed their heads in gratitude toward Xiao Ziling. This was the first time they had ever stood so close to such an existence. Even the great emperors of old were notoriously haughty, rarely deigning to acknowledge mere supreme beings like them. Yet this great being possessed such an unexpectedly kind disposition. Let's go. We'll return to the Demon Emperor's palace first. Gu Hanyang said softly to the group. Xiao Ziling, however, seemed to recall something and shook his head gently. Han Yan, take them to your place to rest for a while. I need to settle some old scores with the Blood Slaughter Sect first. Gu Hanyan also recalled the Blood Slaughter Sect's assault on the Yaoguang Holy Land, their attempt to seize her daughter. I'm coming too. Don't be silly. You've just returned. Go rest properly first. Besides, shouldn't you take Ziyi and Sheer on a tour of the Demon Emperor's palace and properly catch up? Xiao Ziling watched Gu Hanyan's pouting lips and smiled faintly. Generally speaking, persuading Gu Hanyang to change her mind was practically impossible. But this was Xiao Ziling speaking, and Ziyi and Sierra's sister were here too. Gu Hanyan calmed down. Then I'll wait for you to return. Be careful. Gu Hanyan had a slightly proud and stubborn streak in her personality, but without that, how could she have ascended to the throne as empress? More than any of that, she craved someone who understood her and would stand by her side. Rest assured. Those who harm you, I won't spare a single one. Xiao Ziling's gaze turned icy as Big Yellow hopped lightly onto his shoulder. Master, I'll go with you. MHM. Xiao Ziling gave a faint smile and nodded. Then he turned his gaze to Su Yan. Lead the way. Su Yan trembled slightly. You powerful beings really have peculiar personalities. Just moments ago, he was so gentle and affectionate toward them. Why are you so cold toward me? Nevertheless, Su Yan didn't linger. She led Xiao Ziling and Big Yellow, spurring their horses to gallop swiftly toward the Blood Demon Sect. Within the Blood Demon Sect, several powerful figures deliberated incessantly in the sect's grand hall. Damn it! That overwhelming pressure must have been released by Her Majesty the Empress and her companions. What should we do? They've already returned. Alas, not long ago, under the instructions of that great person, we dispatched too many powerful cultivators to the Yaoguang Holy Land. Now, barely any elite warriors remain within the sect. The Blood Slaughter sect's leader lamented. He had calculated every possibility, yet never imagined that even with so many elite warriors dispatched to the Yaoguang sacred ground, they still failed to seize it. With so many elites now lost, coupled with that noble one's current indifference toward them. If Her Majesty the Empress were to capture Gao Miexing and his followers, their very existence would be in grave peril. Master, should we seek aid from that lord? If the Empress decides to settle accounts, we'd be the first to take the fall. A supreme-level powerhouse below spoke up. Alas, I have already sought aid from that great master. We are still awaiting his response. Xiansha, the sect master of the Blood Demon Sect, sighed. Then, as if remembering something, Xiansha turned his gaze toward a supreme-level elder responsible for maintaining relations with other sects. Third elder, what news from the Ghost King sect? Reporting to the sect leader, they are unwilling to assist us either. Xiansha felt his heart turn to ashes upon hearing this. Indeed. True colors show in times of need. When real interests are at stake, everything else is just bull. The Blood Demon Sect and Ghost King Sect frequently interacted, which explained how Su Yan, the Ghost King Sect's sacred maiden, knew the location of the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold, and why she possessed such extensive intelligence. Just as the group was still debating their next move, the disciples guarding the entrance rushed in breathlessly. Report! Sect leader! A man of terrifying power, accompanied by a dog, has just stormed into the sect. Hearing the disciples' report, they instantly grew alert. A powerful presence had approached, yet they hadn't sensed it. They were about to leap to their feet to investigate who dared trespass into their blood slaughter sect. No need to go. I am already here. A voice that shook the heavens and pierced the cosmos descended, carrying an earth-shattering, world-shattering pressure. In the next instant, the roof of the sect's grand hall was shattered by a colossal force. Jade clay and divine wood shattered, scattering across the floor. Xiao Ziling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a terrifying aura radiating from him. Xiansha struggled to lift his head, desperate to see Xiao Ziling's face. But the overwhelming pressure forced them to bow their heads and kneel, unable to rise even with every ounce of strength mustered. No, you're too weak. You don't even have the qualifications to challenge Yaoguang. Xiao Ziling's eyes radiated icy coldness as his voice remained indifferent. Su Yan, standing beside him, wore a look of sheer terror. This power was utterly beyond compare. These were all supreme masters before him, yet they didn't even have the right to lift their heads in his presence. He actually wiped out an entire sect single-handedly. Xiao Ziling reached out and grabbed a supreme expert. Instantly, the supreme expert felt a terrifying force clamp down on his neck. In the next instant, his pupils slowly turned white, his entire being seeming to lose its soul. Seeing the man was completely unaware, Xiao Ziling crushed him to death with a single squeeze before snatching Xiansha before him. He saw Xiao Ziling's ethereally handsome face and golden eyes radiating a frigid aura. Xiao Ziling instantly absorbed all of Xiansha's memories, while the latter's body began to burn away bit by bit. Chapter 80, Annihilating the Blood Demon Sect, Big Yellow Strikes. Sky-shattering star-crushing claw. Xiao Ziling had confirmed the man was indeed nearby. Humph. Let's see where you can hide. Xiansha clutched his throat tightly, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only watch as his body burned away bit by bit. This flame can scorch the soul. It won't consume you instantly, it'll let you savor the agony slowly. Xiao Ziling said coldly. The other powerful figures present watched the horrifying scene unfold before them. Originally, they'd heard only one person was coming, and they hadn't been overly concerned. Perhaps if they all attacked together, they might stand a chance against this person. Yet now, Xiao Ziling crushed them like ants underfoot. They had no chance to retaliate. The image of Xiao Ziling crushing a supreme-tier powerhouse moments ago now haunted them like a nightmare. Your mission is complete. Shall I teleport you back near the Yaoguang Holy Land? Xiao Ziling turned his gaze toward Su Yan, his voice calm. No need, senior. I'm heading back to the Ghost King sect anyway. I plan to explore other places now, seeking my own opportunities. Su Yan bowed respectfully to Xiao Ziling. After seeing Xiao Ziling nod in agreement, Su Yan departed immediately to seek her own destiny. Big Yellow watched Su Yan depart, his eyes growing unfocused as he stretched lazily. Then he hopped down from Xiao Ziling's shoulder. Master, what now? We've located that person's hiding place. Xiao Ziling's gaze grew profound, the vast expanse of stars flickering within his eyes. Whoever you are, if you dare set your sights on my daughter, your fate is sealed. Death. A black hole appeared at Xiao Ziling's fingertip, its gravitational pull steadily intensifying. It began to devour everything around it. The gathered powerhouses felt the immense pull emanating from the black hole. They tried to resist, but it was utterly futile. What is this thing? No. I'm only a few hundred years old. I still have so much future ahead of me. No. No. Ah. Silent extinction, return to the void. Xiao Ziling's gaze grew cold. He hurled the black hole forth. It relentlessly devoured its surroundings, sucking every powerful cultivator of the blood demon sect into its terrifying maw. Once the black hole had gathered sufficient energy, it slammed into the ground in an instant. De Huang felt the terrifying air currents and shockwaves, dust and smoke swirling everywhere. It could sense that the black hole had even devoured space itself. Master has become so powerful. It gazed at the massive crater gouged into the earth. The entire blood demon sect had vanished, just like the Xianxian sect before it. A mere blood demon sect dared to set their sights on the young master and the mistresses? They deserved to die long ago. Xiao Tian, sunglasses perched on his nose, sipped delicious juice and smiled as he spoke. Xiao Ziling watched the leisurely Xiao Tian and smiled indifferently. Then he continued onward with Big Yellow toward their next destination. This time, he intended not only to utterly annihilate the blood demon sect and those behind it. He would also annihilate those he had just glimpsed in the memories extracted from Gao Miashang and the Void Emperor. The Soul Demon Sanctuary. The Evil Soul Sect. Xiao Ziling's eyes grew icy. These sanctuaries happened to lie just ahead of the figure behind the blood demon sect. You supported Gao Miashang, oppressed Han Yan, and hunted down Han Yan and Ziyi. You deserve to die. A fissure appeared in the sky above the Soul Demon Sanctuary. Xiao Ziling emerged from it, accompanied by Big Yellow. One by one, powerful figures radiating Supreme Realm peak level auras flew out. The leader among them possessed cultivation reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. He was none other than the sovereign of the Soul Demon Sacred Land. The moment he emerged, he sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from Xiao Ziling. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he immediately dispatched someone to notify the Patriarch. Who might you be, sir? This is the Soul Demon Sanctuary. May I ask the purpose of your visit? Before the Soul Demon Sanctuary's master could finish, Xiao Ziling seized him and several other powerful figures present, dragging them before him. He then tossed all four directly into a spatial pocket he had conjured. I leave you to Han Yan's judgment. As for you. With a light wave of Xiao Ziling's hand, a terrifying light erupted, carrying a scorching heat wave. It instantly engulfed the entire Soul Demon Sanctuary. Boom! The powerful beings couldn't withstand this terrifying heat wave, and the structures were gradually consumed by the scorching waves. Stop! The Soul Demon Patriarch watched as elders and disciples of his sanctuary wailed in agony under the scorching assault. Those agonized cries pierced his heart like needles. You're asking for death. Da Huang saw the Soul Demon Patriarch charging toward him. His body abruptly transformed, instantly becoming a colossal beast hundreds of meters long. Sky-shattering star-splitting claw. This single claw strike ripped open the entire sky, its overwhelming power causing the heavens and earth to wail. The Soul Demon Patriarch's pupils instantly contracted at the sight. He instinctively reacted. He immediately summoned every defensive measure at his disposal. Yet the claws sliced through his defenses like a knife through tofu, shredding the ancient Soul Demon's shields in an instant. A torrent of blood instantly poured down. The Soul Demon Patriarch didn't even have time to react. He fell dead under that single strike. Big Yellow blared at the ancient Soul Demon ancestor with golden eyes, watching as his corpse shattered into countless fragments, plummeting from the distant sky. An emperor's fall, the heavens and earth wailed. With a single move, he had torn the demon shattering ancestor, another great emperor, to shreds. This was the terrifying might of a progenitor-level bloodline. Those engulfed by the scorching heat had glimpsed the arrival of their own ancestral patriarch. A flicker of hope had flickered in their eyes. They believed salvation was at hand, already plotting how to punish Xiao Ziling and Da Huang. Yet barely had the ancestor materialized when he was instantly slain by that single strike. How could they possibly accept this? Xiao Ziling spoke coldly. Destroy. A single word reduced the entire Soul Demon Sanctuary to ashes in an instant. A vast sacred land was thus obliterated. Thousands, even tens of thousands of years of history were swallowed up in an instant. Next, Xiao Ziling and Big Yellow arrived at the Evil Soul Sect. By now, the entire sect had already sensed the commotion from earlier. All present had regained their senses. Under the command of the sect's powerful figures, they began deploying defenses. The sect's protective formation was activated in time. Useless. Xiao Ziling's face turned icy as he crushed the sect's prized defensive array under his foot. Panic instantly swept through the crowd on the field. Xiao Ziling's psychic power seized all those who had pursued Han Yan and Ziyi, imprisoning them alongside the captives from the Soul Demon Sanctuary. He intended to hand them all over to Han Yan for punishment upon their return. Right. Now it's just you left, the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Xiao Ziling gazed into the distance. In a distant spatial void, the Void Emperor seemed to sense something, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was filled with blue stripes. Is it time? What a pity. You shall perish by my hand, and I shall become the foremost immortal of the Xinhuang. Chapter 81, The One Behind the Scenes, This place shall be your grave. Xiao Ziling glanced in the direction of the Void Emperor and smiled indifferently. Seems he knows I'm coming for him. Don't worry, master. With his abilities, he merely sensed the fluctuations of a powerful battle. And the three factions generating those fluctuations are the Blood Demon Sect, the Soul Demon Sanctuary, and the Evil Soul Sect. He just figured the next one would be him. Xiao Tian took a sip of juice and chuckled. Not necessarily. I didn't sense even a trace of fear in his heart. If anything, it felt like an inexplicable confidence. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. He was eager to see where this kidney-deficient emperor got his confidence from. Xiao Ziling turned his gaze to the remaining remnants of the Evil Soul Sect. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ziling's terrifying aura tore them apart. Clusters of blood mist exploded in the rain of gore as the Evil Soul Sect met its end. No! No! What kind of being is he? I haven't even slept with that many women yet. I don't want to die. Ah! The Xinhuang sect disciples watched as those around them continuously transformed into blood mist. The stench of blood mingled with the rain in the air. The entire Evil Soul Sect lay like a mass grave, becoming the final resting place for its members. A bunch of trash. Serves you right. Big Yellow glanced down at the disciples and elders of the Evil Soul Sect, now reduced to mist, and spoke coldly. Xiao Ziling sighed softly. Then he rescued the children, who had been tortured beyond recognition, from beneath the ground. Each of them had lifeless eyes and bloodless faces. Their entire bodies had withered away. Damn those vermin of the Evil Soul Sect. How are their actions any different from those of demonic cultivators? De Huang gazed at the young children. Even as a demon beast, he felt the members of the Evil Soul Sect were more beast-like than anything else. They are indeed heretical cultivators, sacrificing others to enhance their own power. Xiao Ziling waved his hand, redeeming the children's souls and guiding them toward reincarnation. Let's go. This matter is settled. Big Yellow nodded and followed closely behind Xiao Ziling. The two began their journey toward the final destination. The Void Emperor, who had been waiting for Xiao Ziling and De Huang for a long time. He moved with feeble steps, gasping for breath with each stride. His entire frame appeared skeletal and fragile, as if the slightest touch would reduce him to dust. Yet from this frail, elderly figure emanated an overwhelming aura. The surrounding void warped and distorted under the pressure of his formidable presence. As if sensing the Void Emperor's presence, several Supreme-tier peak cultivators and 3 Emperor-level powerhouses approached him. We greet the Void Emperor. Prepare yourselves. Go outside, to welcome our friend. The Void Emperor ran his fingers through his sparse, remaining hair, a gesture that defied all expectations. This short, white-haired old man, unsteady on his feet, was none other than the famed Void Emperor. After receiving their orders, the group headed outside to prepare for welcoming Xiao Ziling. Kong Ming, I never thought you would die. We fought each other our entire lives, yet you never once defeated me. I suppose you died with unfulfilled wishes. Rest assured, I'll send someone down to keep you company. The Void Emperor sighed, coughed twice, then walked toward a secret chamber. Within, a golden rose was nurtured by various immortal herbs. The aura emanating from it far surpassed any immortal herb found in the Xinhuang realm. My treasure, you have finally matured. A tender, enigmatic affection flickered in the Void Emperor's eyes. He drew a deep breath of the rose's divine fragrance. An overwhelming sense of comfort instantly washed over him. Master, we've arrived. The Abyssal Sea. Gu Ziyi alerted Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling understood immediately and gave a slight nod. In the next instant, waves of overwhelming Imperial might surged toward them. The entire sky erupted with thunder and lightning, shrouded in dark clouds. Xiao Ziling watched as the earth below was torn apart relentlessly, a hint of boredom flickering in his eyes. This is the Abyssal Sea. The place of seclusion for Lord Void. Depart now, and I shall consider you never to have come. A cold glint flickered in the eyes of one of the great emperors. The terrifying Imperial aura radiating from his body pressed down upon Xiao Ziling. The other 2 great emperors turned their gaze toward Xiao Ziling. Their eyes brimmed with waves of contempt. Is this the mysterious powerhouse who slew Yuan and the others? How come he looks no different from an ordinary mortal? Indeed. Ha. Look at him even bringing along a little yellow dog. The 2 great emperors sneered. But soon, they sensed something amiss. The aura emanating from that little yellow dog was actually that of an emperor-level being. Xiao Ziling raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled figures. You're letting me go? How interesting. Xiao Ziling gathered a surge of energy in his hand. The three great emperors regarded him with impassive stares. Suddenly, another one sensed something amiss. No spiritual energy seemed to gather in his hand, yet a force more terrifying than spiritual energy itself drew toward Xiao Ziling's palm. Oh no! The energy sphere in Xiao Ziling's hand shot forward violently, carrying a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth. The ground and sky were crushed by this energy, leaving a shattered path in its wake. Shock filled everyone's eyes. Everyone immediately acted together, attempting to block this overwhelming force. Boom! De Huang's body trembled as he stared in utter disbelief at the group swallowed by the energy. Big Yellow muttered under his breath, "This is beyond belief." As the energy slowly dissipated, every supreme peak and emperor-level powerhouse lay motionless on the ground. Many had their veins shattered, their cultivation paths forever halted. Even the three emperor-level cultivators were gravely wounded by this strike, their cultivation levels plummeting to the quasi-emperor stage. Xiao Ziling paid them no further attention, walking slowly past them. De Huang watched Xiao Ziling with puzzlement. The next moment, after Xiao Ziling had passed, all those supreme peak and great emperor-level experts turned to ashes, their divine souls completely scattered. These were emperor-level powerhouses, supreme beings even within the sacred lands. Now, Xiao Ziling had obliterated them with a single thought. This scene left Big Yellow utterly stunned. However, he had already witnessed a fraction of Xiao Ziling's power before. It accepted the reality quickly. Though it still felt a bit trillion unclear about its master's true power. But it was confident it wouldn't take long to catch up. Xiao Ziling entered the Abyssal Sea, where the Void Emperor had been waiting for them for quite some time. You finally arrived. Xiao Ziling's expression remained impassive, offering no direct response to the Void Emperor. Big Yellow's eyes widened in surprise, then he scrutinized the Void Emperor from head to toe. Damn, why do you look so empty? Heh, how else could I be called the Void Emperor? The Void Emperor chuckled faintly, then raised both hands in a haughty smile. You should count yourselves fortunate to witness this momentous occasion. For this very place shall be where your bones are laid to rest. Chapter 82, The Erosion of the Golden Immortal Rose. The Emperor of Emptiness steps into the realm of legend. The Void Emperor turned to the two figures, then drew forth the golden rose from his hand. Placing it in his palm, he crushed it directly. De Huang watched the divine aura radiating from the Void Emperor, golden light swirling around his form. His heart trembled. A sense of unease began to take hold. He could sense that this aura was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Watch closely, the Void Emperor declared. This is the way of immortality. The Void Emperor had transformed completely. Once emaciated and utterly exhausted. After the golden light continuously entered his body. His aura shattered the Peak Emperor realm, breaking through to the immortal realm. In an instant, this boundless, surging power shot straight into the heavens. A gaping rift tore open in the skies above the Xianhuang realm. Ha 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 ha. Under this heavens. Who dares challenge me? The Void Emperor roared with maniacal laughter, feeling himself hundreds of times stronger than before. If he were to fight the Void Emperor again, he felt he could crush him with a single finger. This upheaval that shook the entire Xianhuang realm had already caught the attention of other factions, as well as those great beings in ancient powerhouses. What on earth is happening? The entire sky has been torn open. Emperor-level powerhouses witnessed the scene, their eyes widening in shock. That Void Emperor actually took that step? He truly has some tricks up his sleeve. Far away in the eternal secret realm within the Xianhuang realm, the Eternal Emperor. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from outside, it only strengthened his resolve to break through to the legendary realm. Sigh, what level of existence is this? It likely far surpasses even an emperor, doesn't it? The man who had once played chess with the Emperor of Eternal Life sighed as well. He only hoped these events wouldn't jeopardize his son's boundless future. Powerhouses from other sacred lands also turned their attention here. Even some ancient Imperial clans' mighty figures stirred from slumber. The Golden Age has arrived. Let the younger generation prepare themselves. Deep within the primordial Imperial clan, a pair of dragon eyes shone faintly in the pitch-black, bottomless darkness, their gaze fixed upon the demonic sect's sacred land. Within the Abyssal Sea, the Void Emperor looked down with contempt upon the entire Xianhuang realm. Indeed, when one ascends to another realm, their former self seems utterly insignificant. He slowly sensed the majestic divine power surrounding him, as boundless spiritual energy surged into his body. He gazed at the star-studded sky above. Is this the world beyond the Xianhuang realm? It seems rather unimpressive, doesn't it? The Void Emperor chuckled faintly, his gaze shifting to Xiao Ziling in Big Yellow on the ground. Have you witnessed it? This is the unbridgeable chasm between mortals and immortals. To me now, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Feel it well. This power far surpasses that of an emperor. The Void Emperor unleashed his aura without restraint. In an instant, every powerful being across the entire Xianhuang realm felt the oppressive weight of this immortal energy. Oh? This is the erosion gold immortal rose? Xiao Ziling murmured to himself. His discernment was keen, he had seen many treasures. Among them was this very erosion gold immortal rose. This treasure could indeed allow even an emperor-level powerhouse to grasp a thread of divine soul, absorbing divine energy to reach the realm of immortality. However, from that point onward, they could only remain at the immortal realm, never able to ascend to new heights. At that moment, Xiao Tian also removed his sunglasses, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Whoa, where did he get such a treasure? Xiao Tian thought to himself in silent shock. Erosion gold immortal rose. This was a supreme treasure imbued with the power of immortal souls. It could enable even an emperor-level powerhouse to instantly comprehend the immortal soul, grasp the essence of immortality, and then break through to the ranks of the immortals. That shouldn't be possible. The Xianhuang realm shouldn't possess enough divine energy to nurture such a treasure anymore. The Xianhuang realm was a minor world, its spiritual energy utterly incomparable to other realms. For the mighty within the Xianhuang realm, reaching the level of a great emperor is already the pinnacle. Unless they leave the Xianhuang realm and journey to other worlds, it would be exceedingly difficult to ascend to immortalhood. Consider the nearby immortal realm, whose spiritual energy abundance far surpasses Xianhuang realm. And the foreign realm's territories deemed alien by the Xianhuang realm's powerful beings. While the immortal realm currently boasts few immortal-level powerhouses, they do indeed exist. He must have obtained the seed of the erosion gold immortal rose by sheer coincidence, nurturing it with countless immortal herbs. Only then did it mature, imbued with immortal energy. Xiao Ziling remained impassive, having expected some trickery from this so-called emperor of kidney deficiency. Ruan Mengshi, Gu Hanni, Gu Ziyi, and a Jew were not far from the abyssal sea. Other powerful beings could sense this colossal, immortal force, and naturally, they could feel it too. What terrifying aura! This power far exceeds what an emperor could possess. What kind of being is this? Has it actually transcended the emperor realm? A flash of astonishment flickered in Gu Hanyan's eyes. This aura wasn't far from here. Clearly, a mighty being from the demonic race had broken through to this legendary realm. Husband, be careful. Ruan Mengshi had great confidence in Xiao Ziling's strength, yet a lingering worry still tugged at her heart. Gu Hanyang and Gu Ziyi suspected something might have happened to Xiao Ziling in Big Yellow. They had just been about to go check, but Ruan Mengshi stopped them both. Gu Hanyan and Ruan Mengshi had known each other for a long time, and they could usually sense what the other was thinking. The Void Emperor had now fully absorbed the divine power contained within the erosion gold immortal rose. He now appeared as a strikingly handsome man, his aura shrouded in divine energy, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light. Rest in peace, Heaven's awakening demon seal. The Emperor of Void lifted his fingertip, pointing toward the boundless sea of stars. Instantly, boundless divine energy and spiritual power gathered behind him, forming a mystic seal already 1/10 the size of the Xianhuang realm. Blue patterns began to weave within the seal. A terrifying aura of power spread around him. Were he not outside the Xianhuang realm, this force would have already thrown the realm into utter chaos. Now, even the powerful beings of other realms had noticed this place. An immortal within the immortal realm also turned his gaze toward the Xianhuang realm. Oh my, people these days just love to fight and brawl. Can't they sit down and enjoy a cup of tea in peace? The Void Emperor grinned, the divine seals behind him instantly turning blood red as massive meteorites emerged from within. Each meteorite measured thousands of meters in diameter, descending with world-shattering divine flames. He intended to bury Xiao Ziling and the entire demon clan alive, burying his minions alongside them. Big Yellow looked at his master. Not a trace of retreat flashed in his eyes. So what if they were immortals? So what if he slew this immortal today? Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, then waved his hand. Boom! 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 The meteors instantly exploded, shattering into countless smaller fragments that streaked across the sky above the Xianhuang realm. They formed a dazzling, magnificent meteor shower. Chapter 83, Divine Universe Supports the Heavens. Crushing the Void Emperor, shaking the cosmos. Though the Xianhuang realm couldn't see the terrifying giant meteorite, countless smaller ones now streaked across the horizon. They transformed into a dazzling meteor shower, a sight that delighted the eyes. Meanwhile, Big Yellow, who had been beneath the massive meteorite moments ago, now had his jaw hanging open. Master, your power is terrifying. Yaoguang blurted out a curse. This was beyond even what any immortal could achieve. A meteorite that massive, shattered into fragments with just a casual wave of your hand? Xiao Ziling merely smiled faintly. Xiao Tian crossed his legs and floated down beside Xiao Ziling. It's just some immortal a weakling emperor who only reached that rank by devouring immortal herbs. How could he possibly be a match for our master? Xiao Tian showed the Void Emperor no mercy whatsoever, launching into scathing mockery. For such an arrogant and insolent being, such individuals deserve to be thoroughly punished by the master. You're courting death. How dare you resist me, an immortal? The Void Emperor seethed inwardly, though he was also startled by Xiao Ziling's power. After all, that single meteorite had been powerful enough to annihilate an entire emperor. This fellow, his background seems far from ordinary. Exactly. What's so special about being an immortal? Why stand so high above everyone? I don't like looking up at people. Xiao Ziling remained impassive. Big Yellow was also somewhat baffled. Master said that, yet his hands remained clasped behind his back. What was he up to? What is this guy talking about? The Void Emperor's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura of pressure. He glanced around, finding only a sky filled with stars and countless small worlds transformed into planets. No figures were present. Glancing downward, he saw that Xiao Ziling and Yaoguang were still below. Yet despite this, the oppressive aura grew stronger and stronger. When he looked up, a golden figure towering 10,000 zhan high, its might shaking the cosmos, appeared within his pupils. The Void Emperor's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body trembling violently. Impossible. I never feared anyone when I was an emperor. Now that I'm an immortal, how could I possibly be afraid? The Void Emperor tried to calm himself with this thought, but when he looked at the golden figure again, he felt utterly insignificant before it, not even an ant. He was no larger than a tenth of the being's eye. Divine universe supports the summit. Xiao Ziling murmured calmly. The golden figure above the vast expanse radiated a thread of overwhelming pressure, its palm crashing down upon the Void Emperor. Stars crunched under the crushing force, and an uninhabited dead planet, upon contact with that golden palm. It instantly fused into embers, vanishing into the boundless sea of stars. The Void Emperor watched as this golden palm, carrying boundless divine power and transcending all laws, descended upon him like a sky-shattering avalanche. He clenched his teeth, his brow furrowed. Impossible. How could you be such an existence? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Empty radiance void mark. The Void Emperor channeled all his power into shards of void rifts, slashing at the golden palm. Yet it had no effect whatsoever. Fear and astonishment filled the Void Emperor's eyes. Now he knew fear, but the golden palm gave him no chance, crushing down with overwhelming force. A colossal force erupted, stirring up a raging tempest. The entire Xianhuang realm trembled. Divine energy exploded beneath the golden palm. Then, carrying its boundless, terrifying might, the golden palm slowly dissipated. At that moment, the ultimate powerhouses of both the immortal realm and the other world gazed upon this scene with eyes brimming with dread. That colossal palm just now, what on earth was it? Too terrifying a single strike could obliterate the entire immortal realm. Exclaimed a powerhouse from the immortal realm in shock. Though fear and shock flickered in the eyes of the powerful beings from the other world. But deep within their eyes, a madness burned brighter. Too powerful, ha ha ha. Only such an existence is worthy of ruling us. Only such an existence can lead us toward a brand new future. After witnessing but a fraction of Xiao Ziling's power, the foreign realm's mighty ones grew even more resolute in their mission to awaken the great end. Big Yellow was now speechless, gazing at his master with nothing but adoration in his eyes. Only they were present. The one who had just struck down the Void Emperor without mercy could only be their master. The mere thought of the Void Emperor crushed beneath that golden palm without even a chance to resist. Even escape was impossible. Its entire body trembled. Wow! Master is mighty. Master is the strongest. One palm smashed the Void Emperor to death. Xiao Tian chattered like a chatterbox, giggling incessantly in Xiao Ziling's ear. The powerful beings of the Xianhuang realm had just sensed two terrifying forces descend upon their world. Then both vanished without a trace. How peculiar. Why are such strange things happening now? The powerful figures from these major factions each began to harbor their own secret thoughts. After all, the Golden Age had arrived, and they too began their preparations. Even within the Zhurong court, the mightiest faction among the ancient Imperial clans, those twin dragon eyes flashed once more. The ruler then commanded his subordinates, "Go. It is time to awaken them." Yes. Xiao Ziling remained impassive after witnessing the Void Emperor's soul and essence utterly shattered by that single strike. He spoke indifferently to Xiao Tian, find out how the Void Emperor obtained the Erosion Gold Immortal Rose. Yes, Master. Xiao Tian nodded and immediately entered the system space to begin searching. Xiao Ziling had forgotten to strip the Void Emperor's soul before striking him down, accidentally ending his life with that single blow. He couldn't be bothered to retrace his steps. Handing it over to Xiao Tian was sufficient. Xiao Ziling glanced at Big Yellow, noticing its mouth was still wide open. "Big Yellow, what's wrong?" Yaoguang finally snapped out of its awe at its master's terrifying power. He snapped his jaw shut and swallowed hard. His mouth had gone dry from gaping so long. "Nothing, Master. I just nearly got lost in the sheer magnitude of your power." "Ha ha ha, your talent isn't bad. It won't be long before you reach this level too." Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, and he wasn't joking. After all, this was a primordial level bloodline, the god-slaying divine mastiff. Truthfully, given a bit more time, Big Yellow could have handled that Void Emperor on its own. Let's go, Big Yellow. It's time for us to head back. Xiao Ziling realized they'd been out quite a while. If they didn't return soon, his wives and daughter would start worrying. Xiao Ziling and Big Yellow were now moving at the speed of an emperor-level being, and soon they arrived at the Demon Emperor's palace. Upon his return, he saw the great emperor clad in armor, radiating a bloodthirsty aura, shaking Gu Hanyan's hand relentlessly. Gu Hanyang spotted Xiao Ziling's return and patted Ajiao's head. Ajiao, too, noticed Xiao Ziling and De Huang's return and released Gu Hanyan's hand. Chapter 84, The Empress is concerned. Fear not, I'm back. You rogue, you're back? Are you hurt? Concern flashed across Gu Hanyan's face. She scampered forward, then began circling Xiao Ziling incessantly, checking him for injuries. I'm fine. They can't hurt me. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Across the heavens and earth, the 3,000 great cosmic realms, there was likely no one who could wound him. Phew, glad you're okay. That was some serious commotion just now. Did you guys see it? The sky tore open a massive fissure. Golden light poured out, and there was a meteor shower filling the sky. Gu Hanyang exclaimed with evident excitement and joy. Xiao Ziling smiled as he looked at Gu Hanny. This little chubby one was still just like before. Except he was growing more and more handsome. Suddenly, without warning, Gu Hanyan threw herself into Xiao Ziling's arms. A soft sob escaped her lips. Even someone as supreme as Xiao Ziling was momentarily taken aback. Not knowing how to respond, he could only gently pat Gu Hanny's petite frame. Why? Why? Ha? Didn't you say that if we came to you, you'd definitely help us? But I couldn't even find you. Carrying Ziyi alone was so frightening, so exhausting. Gu Hanyang buried her face in Xiao Ziling's shoulder, her voice choked with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. She wanted to pour out her heartache to the man before her. No matter how proud and imperious she might be, no matter what empress she claimed to be, right now she was just a mother to a little girl, and the lover of the man before her. Xiao Ziling felt a deep ache within him. 1,000 words now could never make up for everything. He would spend his entire life answering to Gu Hanyan. As long as he was still here, no one would ever hurt them again. Don't be afraid. I'm back. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Xiao Ziling murmured his concern to Gu Hanyang, his voice gentle yet radiating an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Gu Hanyang lifted her head slightly, her enchanting lavender eyes fluttering. Then, meeting Xiao Ziling's gaze, she gave a gentle nod. I envy you, master. Both your wives are so reasonable, beautiful, and wise. Xiao Tian pulled out a napkin and blew his nose. He then wiped his own tears with his hand, looking as though he'd been moved to tears. Seeing Gu Hanyan asleep in his arms, Xiao Ziling turned to look at Ajiao, his expression calm as he spoke. Your name is Aju, correct? Aju looked at Xiao Ziling. For some reason, though Xiao Ziling hadn't done anything and his voice was gentle, he gave off an aura that felt impossible to offend. Yes, yes. Aju wore armor, and a deep voice emerged from within it, sounding somewhat like a man's. Take me to where Han Nian is resting. Xiao Ziling spoke calmly, his tone neutral yet carrying an air of command that brooked no refusal. Understood. I'll escort you there immediately. The Empress's friends are also there. Xiao Ziling nodded. Those friends must refer to Sierra and Ziyi. Da Huang glanced at Ajiao, then motioned for him to hurry and lead the way. Aju promptly took the lead, guiding Xiao Ziling and the others to Gu Hanyan's backyard. As soon as they entered Gu Hanyan's backyard, they saw Gu Ziyi and Wan Mangshi enjoying some divine fruits and delicacies. This sight made Big Yellow's mouth water instantly. It had been ages since he'd tasted human delicacies. These are delicacies the Empress has arranged for you. Ajiao explained to Xiao Ziling and the others. Xiao Ziling nodded, while Big Yellow approached Gu Ziyi. Wow, young mistress, give me a chicken leg to try. I haven't had one in ages. Big Yellow's eyes sparkled as he gently tugged at the hem of Gu Ziyi's skirt. Gu Ziyi noticed the two had returned, gave a slight nod, and then took some food to feed Da Huang. She then approached Xiao Ziling alongside Ruan Mengshi. My lord, you're back. How did things go over there? Ruan Mengshi took Gu Hanyan from Xiao Ziling's arms, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at the two. I've taken care of it. Nothing to worry about. Xiao Ziling smiled, his eyes softening with tenderness. He knew Sierra must have already spoken with Han Nian. Otherwise, Han Nian wouldn't have let him off so easily. To have such well-educated and refined wives, and a daughter so obedient and sensible, this life truly brought him boundless good fortune. Ruan Mengshi escorted Gu Hanyan back to rest, then turned to Xiao Ziling and whispered, don't take advantage of the situation. Xiao Ziling watched the two heavenly beauties turn and walk away, smiling softly before nodding. Daddy, that was such a loud noise just now. Did you and Big Yellow see it? Mei Chem, we saw it. Hee hee, that's great. I was worried Daddy would miss it. Come eat quickly, Daddy. You never eat, and Mommy will scold you later. Alright, you two eat first. Daddy has some things to take care of. Xiao Ziling said to Gu Ziyi with a smile. Gu Ziyi flashed a small smile and nodded gently. Then she turned back to continue savoring the delicacies. Seeing this, Xiao Ziling turned his gaze to Ajio. Aju, come with me for a moment. Aju paused, hesitated for a moment, then followed behind Xiao Ziling. Aju, what's your relationship with Han Nian? Xiao Ziling led Ajio slightly outside the courtyard. Senior, Gu Han Nian and I have a good relationship, but it's purely professional, superior and subordinate. Rest assured, Senior, I am utterly loyal to Her Majesty the Empress. Aju's voice was cold and tinged with urgency. Xiao Ziling glanced at Ajiao, sizing him up from head to toe, then waved his hand to gradually dispel the killing intent radiating from Ajiao's body. No need to worry. I trust my beloved's judgment. Xiao Ziling said indifferently. With his power, he could long ago see through all illusions no disguise could hide from his eyes. But Ajio was a subordinate of his second wife, so naturally, he didn't know everything about him. Ajio stared blankly at Xiao Ziling's profile, the flawless angles of his face, his complexion as pure as unpolished jade, and the ethereal aura that seemed to have descended from the heavens. Aju couldn't help but be astonished by Xiao Ziling's divine beauty. Since you and Han Nian are so close, I want to ask you, over the years, has anyone ever wronged Han Nian? Xiao Ziling's gaze turned icy. He had already dealt with some of the offenders. However, within the Demon Emperor's palace, there were still many who resented Han Nian and frequently oppressed her. He wasn't entirely aware of these individuals and needed to verify their identities first. Ajio sensed the terrifying pressure and aura emanating from Xiao Ziling. What immense power! With such a formidable ally now supporting Her Majesty the Empress, she'll finally be spared such exhaustion. Seeing the extraordinary power of the man before him, coupled with his recent interaction with Her Majesty the Empress, Aju immediately resolved to lay everything bare. Senior, here you go, this is the list of those who bullied Her Majesty the Empress. Xiao Tian's mouth fell open, they'd even compiled a detailed list. Chapter 85, Gods and Demons Descend Upon the Nine Heavens. Assaulting the 11th Cavern Heaven. Xiao Ziling never imagined that this seemingly cold and aloof armored emperor before him would be such a vengeful person. Rest assured, Senior. Even Her Majesty the Empress herself doesn't keep records as thorough as mine. Aju's voice was heavy yet unmistakably proud. Xiao Ziling gently took the revised list from Ajiao's hand. He scanned the names of individuals and factions listed. He found that most of them did indeed match up. However, some of the powerful figures were likely too formidable and shrouded in mystery. Therefore, Ajio hadn't been able to record those powerful figures. Take the Void Emperor he had just subdued, for instance. He did not appear on Ajio's list. Moreover, Xiao Ziling had glimpsed the handiwork of other major factions within the souls and memories of those other Emperor-level powerhouses. And it's not just the demonic race targeting Han Nian, other factions outside the demonic race are also targeting Han Nian. Xiao Ziling muttered to himself. He'd have to find time to clean up this trash one by one. Too bad my power is too overwhelming. Even a single avatar of mine could instantly shatter this little world. Otherwise, I could have sent my Dharma body to bring those people here. Xiao Ziling sighed. Master, the Xiaoguang realm is already quite impressive for a minor world. Xiao Tian chuckled softly. Xiao Ziling glanced at Xiao Tian, noticing she was still fiddling with the screen. What's wrong? Didn't I ask you to investigate how the Void Emperor obtained that Erosion Gold Immortal Rose? Could the origin of this Erosion Gold Immortal Rose be more complicated than we thought? Xiao Ziling pondered for a moment. Though the Erosion Gold Immortal Rose was a supreme treasure for Xiao Tian, there might be plenty of them stored within her system space. Why was it proving so difficult to investigate? Master, you see, the entity behind this Erosion Gold Immortal Rose is nothing to you. But for Xiao Tian, it's a bit tricky. Xiao Tian needs to be discreet and avoid detection. Seeing Xiao Tian still intently working on the screen, he decided not to interfere. He'd let Xiao Tian handle it at her own pace, he didn't want to interfere. Let's go back first. Senior, I still have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Aju bowed slightly to Xiao Ziling, then departed. Xiao Ziling nodded in acknowledgement before returning to the courtyard. Observing his surroundings, Xiao Ziling reflected that as people reached a certain stage in life, everyone, upon reaching a certain level, would return to simplicity and cherish this tranquil, peaceful life. Both Xier and Han Nian now lived in environments somewhat reminiscent of his own little world. Xiao Ziling glanced at Big Yellow and Gu Ziyi. Gu Ziyi was practicing her cultivation, while Big Yellow was still devouring his meal. Big Yellow, how much have you eaten already? Xiao Ziling shook his head helplessly. How come he hadn't noticed Da Wan's appetite being this voracious before? Master, really, even though I haven't figured out which one is the mistress, but this Ziyi's mom makes such delicious food. Da Wang said between bites. Being a demon beast, eating heartily was perfectly natural for him. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Both of them are your mistresses. The one with golden hair is your primary mistress, and the one with purple hair is your secondary mistress. Big Yellow paused. You're the one, Master. You're so powerful. Then he resumed eating not because he was hungry, but because it genuinely tasted incredible. Xiao Ziling was somewhat speechless. If you could taste my current culinary skills, you'd be drooling with envy. Back when they lacked power, Big Yellow had to eat in food while following Xiao Ziling. That very circumstance had once cultivated Xiao Ziling's taste for gourmet cuisine, though he was now gradually losing that habit. He paid no further attention to Big Yellow. Instead, his gaze shifted to Gu Ziyi. Is this preparing to break through to the divine realm? Xiao Ziling cast a faint gaze toward Gu Ziyi. With a wave of his hand, he instantly drew the two of them into a miniature world. After all, Han Nian and the others were still resting in their rooms. He feared the unusual phenomena that might accompany Gu Ziyi's breakthrough could disturb their rest. Ziyi has now nearly mastered both the power of gods and demons and the primordial force. Among the great clans, she would be considered one of the top geniuses. Xiao Ziling watched as the spiritual energy surrounding Gu Ziyi surged relentlessly toward her back. A vast celestial realm materialized behind her as countless streams of spiritual energy surged directly toward it. Above Xiao Ziling's microcosm, countless illusory figures of gods and demons materialized. Divine demons descend upon the 9 heavens. Xiao Ziling observed the celestial spectacle unfolding above. It seemed Ziyi had already mastered the power of the minor achievement Supreme Demon God Bone. She had actually managed to manifest a complete celestial spectacle. Gu Ziyi swiftly completed a celestial realm. The aura emanating from it far surpassed that of the 3 celestial realms manifested by other prodigies of the younger generation. I wonder how many divine realms Ziyi can condense. Xiao Tian had finished his task and appeared beside Xiao Ziling. Is Ziyi breaking through? Xiao Tian observed Gu Ziyi, seated in meditation with terrifying divine and demonic energies surging from her body. Then he glanced up at the sky, where the heavens trembled incessantly, and at the countless celestial beings and demons filling the air. This. Xiao Tian quickly hid behind Xiao Ziling. Is this still a breakthrough? Are you sure she's not about to destroy the master's little world? It's just a breakthrough, why is it causing such a huge commotion? After completing the first celestial realm, Gu Ziyi began assaulting the second and third. Completing multiple divine realms simultaneously? Isn't Ziyi taking too big a risk? Xiao Ziyi murmured with concern. This is my own little world. The abundance of spiritual energy here far surpasses any cultivation haven outside. It can fully sustain Ziyi's cultivation of the divine realms. Xiao Ziling's gaze remained fixed on Gu Ziyi. Xiao Tian nodded, and she too grew quiet, not wanting to disrupt Ziyi's breakthrough. Time passed swiftly. Gu Ziyi had already completed the condensation of 10 divine realms, her cultivation reaching the late stage of the divine realm. Yay! Finally done! Xiao Tian cheered, raising her hands and jumping up and down. Xiao Ziling raised a hand to signal her to be quiet, simultaneously dispelling the disturbance Xiao Tian had just caused. Xiao Tian was puzzled. She had been ready to bestow rewards upon her master. What was he up to now? When she shifted her gaze and attention back to Gu Ziyi, she gasped in surprise. Gu Ziyi is attempting to break through to the 11th heavenly realm. 10 caverns is already the limit for a normal cavern realm cultivator. 11 signifies genius, while 12 marks a once in 1,000 years prodigy. Master, how many heavenly caverns did you possess back then? Then why not ask how many I have now? Every step Xiao Ziling took was paved with sweat and blood. His foundation was more solid than anyone else's. Chapter 86, Annihilation of the Eternal Gaze, the Power of Destiny. The remaining power of destiny. Xiao Tian and Xiao Ziling communicated telepathically in the shadows, while the 10 divine realms behind Gu Ziyi flashed with intense light. Each contained terrifying power. The surrounding space warped under the intense fluctuations emanating from Gu Ziyi, threads of light emerging from the distortions. Master, do you think Ziyi might fuse these 10 heavenly realms together to form one super powerful heavenly realm? In his mind, Xiao Tian already envisioned the scene, Ziyi revealing this single heavenly realm during battle against other heavenly realm powerhouses, then utterly demolishing them. You're overthinking it. The energy within each of Ziyi's caverns has reached its absolute peak. The energy contained within far exceeds what could be fused together. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. But Gu Ziyi didn't stop there. Immediately after, the 12th and 13th heavenly realms appeared together. Whoa! Master! Is Ziyi going to be okay? Xiao Ziling said nothing, instead reaching out to replenish Gu Ziyi's spiritual energy. To complete 13 caverns within the cavern realm. Is there anyone at this level who could still be Ziyi's opponent? Though Xiao Ziling was stunned, he still had unwavering faith in Ziyi. For the Annihilation Gaze had yet to be unleashed. With its power, completing the 13 caverns would pose no difficulty for Ziyi. With Xiao Ziling's assistance, Gu Ziyi successfully condensed the 12th and 13th caverns. Xiao Ziling and Xiao Tian's eyes now fixed upon the astonishing 13 caverns behind Gu Ziyi, the very pinnacle of the cavern realm as Xiao Tian understood it. It couldn't continue. Just as Xiao Tian exhaled in relief, two colossal caverns abruptly materialized behind Gu Ziyi. Extreme light energy and extreme darkness energy radiated from within. The 14th and 15th caverns. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. What was Ziyi attempting to do? Yet, Xiao Ziling's ethereal, handsome face remained serene and calm, his eyes utterly still. Perhaps the 15th cavern heaven can truly be completed. Soon, the 14th heaven coalesced completely, hovering behind Gu Ziyi. The radiant aura emanating from within altered the surrounding energy field. Xiao Ziling waved his hand, stabilizing the surrounding area. Master, should we stop Ziyi? I've never heard of anyone completing 15 caverns while still in the cavern realm. It's fine. I'm here. I've heard of it more than once or twice. The spiritual energy of the 15th celestial realm had reached an extreme peak. The sheer magnitude of power it contained made fusion an incredibly difficult feat. But Ziyi possessed extraordinary talent and the extinction-heavy eyes. Perhaps she could truly create a miracle. Xiao Ziling pondered this, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Ziyi. At that moment, a brilliant radiance surged from Gu Ziyi's body as the 15th divine realm struggled to take shape. Every convergence of energy was accompanied by tremors in the surrounding space. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within the miniature world began surging wildly, as if pulled by an invisible force, all rushing toward Gu Ziyi. Oh no, spiritual energy is erupting! Xiao Tian exclaimed. Xiao Ziling remained composed, his aura emanating outward to stabilize the spiritual energy within the microcosm. Yet Gu Ziyi's breakthrough seemed to stir some mysterious force, causing the spiritual energy upheaval to grow increasingly violent. At that moment, Gu Ziyi's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, a beam of light shooting forth. That mysterious aura of destiny swirled around her. Amidst the chaos, she forcibly stabilized the formation of her 15th celestial realm. The surging spiritual energy around her was slowly absorbed, used to solidify the newly formed final celestial realm, the 15th celestial realm. Xiao Ziling's face softened into a satisfied smile. It seemed Ziyi's Annihilation Gaze had truly taken effect. With the power of destiny protecting her, Ziyi's future accomplishments won't be too far behind those few. Xiao Ziling murmured with a faint smile. Among those he knew who had also completed the 15th cavern heaven, the least accomplished had already attained the rank of Immortal Emperor. The realms above Great Emperor were divided into Immortal Realm, Immortal King Realm, and Immortal Emperor Realm. Those at the Immortal Emperor Realm were already invincible beings capable of sweeping across 3,000 minor worlds. Wow, I never thought Ziyi would actually pull it off. Truly the daughter of the master, so impressive. Xiao Tian gazed at Gu Ziyi with eyes sparkling with admiration. At this moment, Gu Ziyi had completed the condensation of 15 cavern heavens, reaching the peak of the cavern heaven realm. Combined with directly consuming 3 peach of immortality spirit fruits, her cultivation foundation was now exceptionally solid. Seeing Gu Ziyi seamlessly integrate the final celestial realm into her body, a step that posed no difficulty, Xiao Tian suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly addressed Xiao Ziling. Oh right, master. Other chosen ones of fate have emerged in the Xinhuang realm. Ha! But Hu Wen is already dead, isn't he? Xiao Ziling frowned. Hu Wen's death had already seen his fortune power converted into destiny power by Gu Ziyi. He had witnessed this personally, there was no way he could be mistaken. Hu Wen died too soon. He hadn't fully developed yet, and the fortune power accumulated within him was too little. Now, the fortune power of others has scattered across the Xinhuang realm. They've already been absorbed by prodigies from major factions across the realm. Any idea who they might be? The power of destiny proved immensely beneficial to Ziyi. Just moments ago, when she condensed the 15th cavern heaven, she had harnessed this very power. If the remaining fortune energy could be collected, it would be quite profitable to reap the rewards. We only know the approximate locations. 2 were absorbed by the primordial Imperial clan, 1 by the eternal life secret realm, and the last one is in a small sect deep in the wilderness, the Blazing Sun sect. Xiao Ziling listened to Xiao Tian's account and nodded indifferently. His expression remained relaxed and composed. Ziyi was now more than capable of handling them. He'd simply send her to reap the rewards later. By the way, the reward for Ziyi's breakthrough to the perfected heavenly realm, would you like to claim it now? Give it to me. Xiao Ziling nodded indifferently, and 2 blue orbs of light appeared in his hands. A vial of ancient demon beast blood and a tattered book? Xiao Ziling's expression darkened. What use were these to him? Xiao Tian felt embarrassed, scratching his head lightly. His master was simply too powerful, these items probably weren't even worth his notice. Ah, well. Better than nothing. I'll keep them for now. Xiao Ziling tucked the 2 treasures away. Neither Yaoguang nor Ziyi could use the demon beast blood. Their bloodlines far surpassed that of any ancient demon beast. As for this alchemy manual, why did he feel he needed to revise it? He could refine pills too, but his cultivation and power were so immense that he rarely showed off his alchemy skills. Master, the powerful being who cast the erosion gold immortal rose seed into the primordial wasteland realm has been located. Xiao Tian discovered she's been monitoring this side of the realm and is likely already en route to find us. Xiao Tian relayed the task Xiao Ziling had previously assigned. Seeking us out? Oof. Let her come. I'll see what she intends to do. Xiao Ziling stood poised in the void, his white robes as pure as snow, his jet black hair flowing like silk, radiating emerald brilliance as it billowed in the wind. Seeing that Gu Ziyi had completed her cultivation, he raised a hand, and together they departed this small world. Chapter 87, High-ranking demonic clan figures, Xiao Ziling strikes. After Gu Ziyi had consolidated her cultivation by forming 15 divine realms, she opened her eyes that shone with a brilliant, luminous glow. Xiao Ziling led her and Xiao Tian out of his miniature world. Daddy, I broke through to the heavenly realm. Daddy saw. Very good, very good. Our Ziyi truly possesses extraordinary talent. But remember, true strength isn't just about talent. You must take each step steadily and firmly. Don't become overly arrogant. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Gu Ziyi realized her father had been by her side all along. And he was the one who brought her into the small world. So Daddy was helping Ziyi the whole time. Daddy's the best. Gu Ziyi hugged Xiao Ziling and smiled softly. What about Mommy? Outside in the courtyard, Gu Hanyan and Ruan Mengshi had been waiting for quite some time. Spotting them emerge, Gu Hanyan and Ruan Mengshi immediately rushed over. Seeing her mom and aunt approaching, Gu Ziyi let go of Xiao Ziling and ran straight into Gu Hanyan's arms. Mommy comes first. What about Grandma? Well, Auntie comes second. Seeing Gu Ziyi's response, Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hani nodded approvingly. Only Xiao Ziling shook his head helplessly. Was this really the best she could do? Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hani paid no mind to Xiao Ziling's dejected expression. Gu Hani, her face beaming with delight, took Gu Ziyi's hand and said, "Zi, it seems your breakthrough this time has brought you significant gains. You feel completely different now." Ruan Mengshi nodded with a smile beside her. Xiao Ziling offered a faint smile. Ziyi has now reached the peak of the cavern heaven realm, having condensed 15 cavern heavens. Her future cultivation path will surely be much smoother. 15 heavenly caverns. Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hanyan both gasped in astonishment. How could it be 15? Wasn't the maximum number of heavenly caverns one could condense at the heavenly cavern realm only 13? Consider that both of them were already considered geniuses, each having condensed 13 heavenly caverns. Within their realm, they had virtually no rivals. Yet now Gu Ziyi could condense 15 heavenly caverns. This utterly defied their comprehension. Husband, when I completed the 13th celestial realm, I was utterly exhausted. I never imagined it was possible to condense more beyond that. Yes. Dang. Husband. Gu Hanyan found it hard to speak, her face flushing with embarrassment as she murmured. This left Xiao Ziling thoroughly delighted. It seemed he owed these two ladies quite a bit. No, it wasn't that he owed them. Wouldn't they soon be his two wives? Ruan Mengshi smiled at the scene, having spent quite some time comforting Hanyan. After all, Xiao Ziling had been gone for so long. She had raised Gu Ziyi alone, so it was only natural for her to harbor some resentment. Moreover, she knew Ziyi intimately. The moment Ziyi returned, she sensed that her supreme demon bone had vanished, replaced by an entirely new divine bone. Ruan Mengshi had initially intended to conceal it and find some excuse, but to prevent their relationship from growing distant. She spilled everything, and Gu Hanyan rushed out in a flurry of emotion to hug Gu Ziyi, startling her in the process. She thought someone had bullied her mommy. I'm the same as sister. She or both of us are from the 13 caverns. Gu Hanyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke in a light, airy voice. All of this is Ziyi's natural talent and good fortune. Big Yellow circled around Gu Ziyi twice, feeling genuinely happy for her. Truly worthy of being the young mistress so impressive. While Xiao Ziling and the others were still laughing and chatting, a Jew descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Noticing Ajio's arrival, everyone fell silent. Ajio, what's the matter? Your Majesty, they've all arrived outside the Demon Emperor's palace. A Jew respectfully reported to Gu Hanyan. Oof. So they've finally arrived? A cold, dangerous glint flashed in Gu Hanyan's eyes. When the alien race attacked, not a single one of you lifted a finger. And while I was away, you dared to scheme against my daughter. Had it not been for my husband? I fear I would have lost my own flesh and blood. If you still harbor the same intentions as when we journeyed to the border, I shall ensure you slumber eternally within the Demon Emperor's palace. Ajio, take them into the Demon Emperor's palace first. I'll follow shortly. Yes. Hanyan, what's wrong? Ruan Mengshi, Xiao Ziling, and the others turned their gaze toward Gu Hanyan. A few old bastards are coming. They're likely like Gao Miashang, except while Gao wanted me, these ones, they want the throne and the entire demon clan. A cold glint flashed in Gu Hanyan's eyes. Ruan Mengshi stepped beside her, gently helping to steady her aura. We'll all go with you. Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi both nodded, and even Big Yellow stood up. Gu Hanyang turned to face them, her eyes suddenly brimming with warmth. Yes, she was no longer alone. MHM. The group decided to proceed together to the main hall of the Demon Emperor's palace. As they stepped into the hall, they saw several elderly figures with snow-white hair yet imposing auras standing within. Who are these people? Xiao Ziling's gaze swept over the powerful figures surrounding them. High-ranking powerhouses of the Demon Clan, all of them are above Emperor-level experts. Gu Hanyan secretly transmitted to Xiao Ziling. Their eyes gleamed with greed and ambition as they noticed Gu Hanyang and the others entering. Their auras weren't overwhelmingly terrifying, and they paid no attention to Xiao Ziling and his companions. One of the elders spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Empress, you've occupied this seat far too long for a mere woman. It's time to step down. The Demon Clan needs a more capable leader." Gu Hanyang sneered coldly, "When the alien races attacked, none of you lifted a finger. Now you seek to seize power?" The old man snorted. "You know full well what your daughter is. If it weren't for her potential to inherit your constitution, do you think any of you would have lived this long? If she can serve our purposes, we shall no longer pursue the imperial throne." Gu Hani stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. "You delude yourselves." Gu Hanyang stepped forward, her aura radiating power. "Whoever dares touch my family today will first face the scythe in my hand." Big Yellow snarled menacingly at his side. "Are all you old demons this shameless?" At that moment, Ajio and the other powerful warriors who had originally accompanied Gu Hanyan to the border all gathered behind her. Tensions flared between the two sides, a battle poised to erupt at any moment. The powerful figures present had also noticed Xiao Ziling standing behind Gu Hanyang. They saw Xiao Ziling's handsome, ethereal features, an air of extraordinary presence radiating from his brow. Clad in white robes and possessing a slender, tall figure, he resembled a fallen immortal in the mortal world. The powerful figures present likely guessed that Xiao Ziling might be the other man Gu Hanyan had on the outside. "Your Majesty, this handsome, composed, and elegant gentleman, could he be the other man you've been seeing? A mere mortal with no cultivation at all. No wonder you've been treated so poorly. He doesn't even dare show his face." Truly. A seemingly younger emperor-level powerhouse among them sneered. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as a terrifying force propelled him directly before Xiao Ziling. Chapter 88, Greetings, Lord Emperor. Has the general turned into a white-haired lowly? So, I'm here now, aren't I? Xiao Ziling's gaze was indifferent, his voice betraying no trace of joy, sorrow, or anger. A powerful psychic force instantly forced him to his knees, head bowed low. He began banging his head violently against the ground before Xiao Ziling and Gu Han, continuing even as blood poured from his wounds. The other elders watched in horrified shock. They never imagined this seemingly ordinary man possessed such terrifying power. The several great emperor-level experts exchanged glances, each channeling their spiritual energy, preparing to unite against Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling snorted coldly. A sudden surge of aura erupted around him, pale golden divine power bursting forth from his body. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire scene. Those great emperor-level experts felt as if a mountain had crushed them, immobilized. One by one, they collapsed to their knees, as if submitting to a sovereign. "You dare to brag in front of me, you dare to insult my family." Xiao Ziling's voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. With that, he swept his hand, sending a dazzling beam of light hurtling toward the elders. The elders tried to dodge, only to find themselves utterly immobilized. The light struck them, and with agonized screams, they were flung backward, severely wounded. He glanced at the man kneeling before him, and a wave of overwhelming pressure emanated from him, instantly reducing the man to dust. Numerous great emperor-level experts who had opposed Gu Hanyan were likewise reduced to dust. Such terrifying methods instantly terrified the powerful figures who had always followed Gu Hanyan. Some powerful figures also survived. "Your Majesty, might this reflect poorly upon us? Most of the Demon Clan's elite were present here. If Xiao Ziling slaughtered them all, the news spreading would tarnish Her Majesty the Empress's reputation." The Supreme Masters present attempted to dissuade Gu Hani, for they still needed these powerful figures to confront the Soul Demon Sanctuary and the Evil Soul Sect. Oof. Her Majesty and her companions know their own limits. They've been relentlessly aggressive, threatening the Empress. Allowing them to live this long is already an act of mercy. A Jew swept his gaze across the crowd. His icy stare instantly silenced them. One should not advise others on virtue unless they have endured similar suffering. No one dared speak further. Their duty was simply to support Her Majesty the Empress. "Today, I spare your lives. From now on, dedicate yourselves fully to assisting the Empress. Should any of you harbor treacherous thoughts again, this will be your fate," Xiao Ziling declared coldly. The elders dared not utter another word, hastily kneeling before Xiao Ziling, Gu Hanyan, and the others. "We greet Her Majesty the Empress. We greet His Majesty the Emperor." Relief washed over the crowd. Thankfully, they hadn't openly opposed Her Majesty the Empress earlier, choosing instead to remain neutral. Hearing the elders' titles, Gu Hanyang felt a flush of embarrassment, yet her heart swelled with joy. She knew this was her husband standing up for her. Those who followed Gu Hanyang, along with a Jew, all looked at Xiao Ziling with expressions of surprise and admiration. A crisis had been diffused with such ease. They had truly thought a major battle was about to erupt. Daddy's so awesome. He took down the bad guys with ease. Gu Ziyi beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiao Ziling. Gu Hanyan smiled faintly and nodded gently. But Gu Hanyan quickly turned her gaze to Ajio. Did you say something to your husband? How did he manage to kill them so precisely? Her tone was slightly stern. She didn't want to trouble her husband with such matters. Would he think she was incapable of handling anything? Well, I did discuss some matters with the former. His Imperial Majesty. But it was His Majesty who questioned me. When the Emperor speaks, how could I possibly withhold anything? A Jew didn't make excuses for her actions, she simply shifted all attention onto Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling approached Gu Hanyan's side and gently massaged her shoulders. Alright, it was indeed me who asked Ajio to tell me, Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. Gu Hanyang patted the iron plates on a Jew's armor. Alright. Why do you always wear that armor? There's no threat here now. Take it off already. That grating sound is making me forget what your real voice even sounds like. De Huang, Gu Ziyi, Xiao Ziling, and Ruan Mengshi all looked at each other in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? As if putting on armor and taking it off could make someone a different person. Big Yellow curled his lip. He didn't have a high opinion of this Iron Man, his voice was unpleasant, and he radiated a heavy aura of killing intent. And he's been sticking to the young master's mother day in and day out. Upon hearing Gu Hanyan's words, a Jew gave a slight nod before beginning to stow away his armor. Da Huang watched Ajio shed his armor and his jaw dropped in utter astonishment. Even Gu Ziyi and Ruan Mengshi covered their mouths, their expressions utterly astonished. Only Xiao Ziling raised an eyebrow slightly, though he too was somewhat surprised. For beneath the armor, Ajio revealed a figure with snow-white hair cascading past her pert hips, a physique that, while still carrying traces of youth, possessed a fullness that was undeniably alluring. The first impression was, she seemed a bit short. Though short might not be quite right, since everyone present was quite tall, especially Xiao Ziling, who towered over a Jew by a full head and a half. Her fair skin glowed with a delicate pink hue, her eyes deep and mesmerizing like dark pools, and beneath her petite nose sat lips of a soft, rosy red. A Jew kept her head down, her hands clutching the hem of her dress. With all eyes on her, she felt a bit shy. So Ajio is a girl. Gu Ziyi's eyes sparkled as she ran over and grabbed Ajio's hand. Big Yellow shook his head and muttered, who'd have thought beneath that cold armor lies such a delicate little girl. This little white-haired girl actually carries such an aura of menace. What kind of war is going on at the border? A Jew glanced at Big Yellow, curious about his strength. She thought she might find an opportunity to spar with him. Gu Hanyan explained with a smile, Ajio is indeed female. After joining me on the border campaign, she donned this armor and charged into battle alongside me. Her strength is formidable, though she's always kept a low profile. Ruan Mengshi nodded in admiration. You'd never guess it, this dashing general is actually a little girl. Xiao Ziling gave a slight nod. No wonder their bond was so strong. He found Ajio's performance quite commendable. A Jew flushed, murmuring softly, it is my honor to serve Her Majesty the Empress. Husband, sister she, please don't be surprised. Ajio is just like this. It's only when she puts on that armor that her voice changes a bit. Gu Hanny pressed her hand to her forehead and chuckled softly. The others smiled in understanding. The powerful figures standing among them remained silent, merely smiling. After all, it had been ages since they'd seen Her Majesty the Empress so genuinely happy. Alright, now it's time to settle accounts with you all. Chapter 89, Soul Demon Sanctuary Destroyed. Immortal King Descends. Gu Hanyan turned her gaze to the remaining few great Emperor-level powerhouses present. She walked slowly toward them. Though they feared Xiao Ziling, their eyes betrayed a hint of apprehension as they looked upon this Empress of the present age. Does Her Majesty the Empress have any instructions? A great Emperor-level powerhouse named Lobin looked at Gu Hanyang. He hadn't been particularly afraid of her before. But now, the disparity in power between them was staggering. With Xiao Ziling standing right behind her, he couldn't help but tremble. Why haven't the powerful figures from the Soul Demon Sanctuary and the Evil Soul Sect arrived? Didn't they demand I hand over Ajio earlier? Where are they now? A flash of anger flickered in Gu Hanyang's eyes as she fixed her gaze on Logan. Logan swallowed hard, then stammered nervously, Empress, I truly don't know. They did say they'd come today. Perhaps the commotion earlier was too much. They won't be coming today, will they? Hearing Logan's reply, Gu Hanyang's eyes betrayed her disbelief, yet she recognized he wasn't lying. Go. Bring me intelligence on the shifts within the demonic factions during my years of absence. After a moment's thought, Gu Hanyang ordered the others sternly. She had only recently returned and now needed to gradually reassess the current state of the demonic tribes. Yes. Logan and the remaining powerful figures nodded emphatically before departing together to gather intelligence on the major factions within the demon race. Seeing this, Gu Hanni waved her hand, dismissing the supreme peak-tier experts from the room as well. After paying their respects to Her Majesty the Empress, everyone returned to their respective quarters. Gu Hanyang felt the demon clan was now even more chaotic than before. It seems governing the demon race will require considerable effort. Han Nian, what happened? Noticing Gu Hanyang's troubled expression, Xiao Ziling approached her side and gently massaged her temples. I've been away from the demon clan for too long. I have no idea how the Soul Demon Sanctuary and the Evil Soul Sect have developed. They were always a cancer within the demon race. Their cultivation methods were intolerable to the demon race's elite. But back then, my senior brother stood in their way. I couldn't bring myself to act against them. Gu Hanyan sighed. Jiao wanted to ease the Empress's burden. Those two major factions would cease all obstruction once the Empress handed her over. Empress, if it truly comes to that, just sacrifice me. Impossible. I absolutely will not hand you over to those scummy tumors. Gu Hanyan flatly rejected Aju's unspoken suggestion. Well. Da Huang scratched his head and interrupted them. Actually, the Evil Soul Sect and the Soul Demon Sanctuary are already gone. Gone? How could that be? Aju and Gu Hanyang both gasped in shock. Both of those sacred grounds were ancient, long-established major sanctuaries. How could they just vanish like that? Yeah, Big Yellow was right. The Soul Demon Sanctuary and the Evil Soul Sect have been wiped out by it. Xiao Ziling stated with deadpan seriousness, as if he had absolutely nothing to do with it. De Huan's eye twitched. I only gave it a little push, okay? It was you, Master, who truly struck down these two great powers. Husband, what exactly happened? Tell me already. Gu Hanyan tugged at Xiao Ziling's sleeve, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Earlier, I visited the Blood Demon Sect. Afterward, I was heading to see some Void Emperor fellow. I just happened to pass by those two places. Seeing their wicked deeds, I casually wiped them out. Both Aju and Gu Hanyang were utterly stunned. They never imagined Xiao Ziling had resolved such a massive problem without their knowledge. Admiration and emotion filled Gu Hanyang's eyes as she stepped forward to grasp Xiao Ziling's hand. Husband, thank you. Xiao Ziling chuckled softly. It's nothing. Those two factions weren't worth much anyway. Just then, Logan and the others hurried over, presenting the intelligence they had gathered. After reviewing it, Gu Hanyang's frown gradually eased. The Soul Demon Sanctuary and the Evil Soul Sect had indeed been razed to the ground. Among the other factions like the Blood Demon Sect, only these three had ever truly challenged Gu Hanyang's power. The rest were merely spectators. Whoever emerged victorious would be the one they followed. Phew. That does mean I can relax a bit now. A wave of comfort washed over Gu Hanyang's heart. Her most cherished people were by her side, and her troubles had been resolved. Who wouldn't be happy with that? Empress, shall I handle these remaining matters? You and His Majesty can go explore the Demon Clan's sacred grounds. Gu Hanyang looked at Xiao Ziling, Wan Mengshi, and the others, then stepped forward to address them. Jiao, it's fine. Let's all go together. There's no rush with these matters now. As for the remaining factions, they shouldn't pose any significant problems. Aju pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. My husband, allow me to show you around the Demon Clan's sacred land. There's a place that comes alive at night. Gu Hanyan hesitated briefly before addressing the pair, her eyes constantly observing them. They'd finally reunited, and she wanted to accompany Sister Sierre, her husband, and her own daughter on this tour. Alright, thank you for your kindness, Hanyan. Ruan Mengshi smiled faintly, and the two women immediately began chatting back and forth. Xiao Ziling also smiled faintly. Daddy, Auntie and Mommy are getting along so well now. Their relationship has always been good. Just as Xiao Ziling recalled some past events, Xiao Tian's voice sounded beside him. Master! The immortal outside the Xianhuang realm is preparing to enter. Is it finally happening? I'll see what she intends by planting the seeds of the erosion gold immortal rose in the primordial chaos realm, Xiao Ziling murmured, his heart calm. Gu Ziyi sensed something was off with Xiao Ziling and asked softly, Daddy, what's wrong? Why don't you go explore the Demon Clan's sacred land with Mommy, Auntie, Big Yellow, and Ajio first? Daddy has some matters to attend to right now. Not far away, Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hanyang also overheard the commotion behind them. If her husband referred to it as business, it must be something significant. Master, should I accompany you? No need. Stay with Ziyi and the others. Ensure their safety. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile, then transmitted his voice to Gu Hanyang and Ruan Mengshi, take Ziyi over first. I'll be back soon. Gu Hanyang and Ruan Mengshi both glanced at Xiao Ziling with concern, but they still smiled and nodded to him. Xiao Ziling's figure flickered instantly, traversing tens of thousands of miles in a single stride, arriving directly outside the Xianhuang realm. He watched as a powerful figure, radiating boundless divine might, approached from the distance. His expression remained composed as he calmly regarded the immortal king-level powerhouse who had materialized before him. Chapter 90, the founder of the 10,000 Spirits Academy. The Divine King's Token. Vast waves of immortal energy surged from all corners of the starry sky, their terrifying might felt even in distant immortal realms and foreign domains beyond the Shenhuang realm. Within the immortal realm, a vast academy stood shrouded in mist, its grandeur obscuring the sun. Powerful auras emanated from within its walls. Whoa, what kind of powerhouse has appeared? How peculiar. Why has the cosmos been so chaotic lately? A cultivator at the immortal realm level within the 10,000 Spirits Academy in the immortal realm wore a look of suspicion. The immortal realm itself remained relatively peaceful for now. But this was merely a surface calm. Though the waters appeared still, a single pebble could send ripples across the entire expanse. Well, though the academy cannot remain uninvolved, they dare not lay a finger on it. At that moment, a figure shot skyward from the depths of the academy, none other than its headmaster. His gaze pierced through layer upon layer of mist, fixed upon the direction of the Shenhuang realm, his brow deeply furrowed. So even the master has taken an interest in that place, the headmaster murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the foreign realm, a group of demonic shadows stirred restlessly. Those fools in the immortal realm can't even hold their excitement better than us? Once we've conquered the Shenhuang realm, it'll be your turn, a powerful figure from the foreign realm chuckled sinisterly. That purple-haired beauty is no pushover. We sent so many sovereigns and great emperors, yet none could take her down. Put. If the emperors can't handle her, then send the peak emperor levels and the quasi-immortals. They must think we've retreated. When they lower their guard after leaving, that's when we'll seize the primordial wasteland. Xiao Ziling watched as a figure enveloped in intense light slowly materialized before her. Even through the blinding radiance, he could faintly discern the exquisite figure concealed within. The light gradually receded, revealing a woman with flowing black hair, dressed in magnificent robes. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, radiating boundless divine energy. Master! It's her! She's the one who planted the seeds of the erosion gold immortal rose in the Shenhuang realm. But her aura seems to be that of an immortal king, her power is quite formidable. Xiao Tian sensed the aura emanating from the breathtakingly beautiful woman before him. Xiao Ziling's gaze remained calm, his heart undisturbed. The exquisite woman seemed to sense the unfathomable aura emanating from Xiao Ziling. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Such a strikingly handsome man. I can't discern a single trace of his aura. The stunning woman murmured to herself. I am the founder of the 10,000 Spirits Academy, the 12th deputy head of the Heavenly Cold Temple. Mo Muyun. May I inquire about your honorable name? Mo Muyu placed his hands on his hips and bowed respectfully to Xiao Ziling. Seeing that Mo Muyun showed no hostility, Xiao Ziling replied indifferently. Dao Yu. So you are Lord Dao Yu. Muyun has come here today to investigate the matter of the erosion gold immortal rose previously placed here. I wonder if you might know anything about it. I am aware. Why did you place the erosion gold immortal rose in the Shenhuang realm? Xiao Ziling asked indifferently. I intended to deploy some erosion gold immortal roses to see if they could help certain destined individuals from the lower realms break through to the immortal realm. This would bolster the strength of our immortal domain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziling understood the reasoning. Without the erosion gold immortal rose, the great emperor-level powerhouses of the Shenhuang realm would find it exceedingly difficult to break through to the immortal realm. Great emperor-level powerhouses could leave the Shenhuang realm. Yet those who had already achieved near invincibility within the Shenhuang realm were seldom willing to risk venturing into the unknown. So that's how it is. Xiao Ziling murmured to himself. Master, Xiao Tian has already identified the woman before us. Xiao Tian chirped excitedly into Xiao Ziling's ear. He then placed the screen before Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling studied the information on the screen. A peak immortal king realm powerhouse? Xiao Ziling murmured to himself. He had once visited the immortal realm, though by that time he was already quite powerful. He held little interest in matters concerning the immortal realm. However, he had heard of the reputation of the 10,000 Spirits Academy. Countless disciples of excellent character, upright virtue, and extraordinary talent would join the 10,000 Spirits Academy. The Academy's 3 renowned trials cemented its standing within the immortal realm. Taoist Mo, the erosion gold immortal rose you placed in the Shenhuang realm has been destroyed by me. Mo Muyun's brows furrowed. Why did you destroy my erosion gold immortal rose, Lord Dao Yu? It fell into the hands of a treacherous individual who sought to harm my wife and daughter. I intervened to eliminate him. Xiao Ziling's tone was flat, offering no clue to his current state of mind. Mo Muyun's delicate brows relaxed. She too knew the erosion gold immortal rose might fall into the hands of a shameless villain. But there was little that could be done about it. Over the years, the power and ambitions of the foreign realms had been steadily expanding. At this rate, the immortal realm would soon fall behind the foreign lands. She had originally hoped to use the Erosion Gold Immortal Rose to cultivate more Great Emperor level, or even Immortal Realm level, powerhouses. Yet now, this plan seemed unfeasible. Not only did cultivating the Erosion Gold Immortal Rose require immense spiritual energy, making it difficult to mature. Moreover, the individuals acquiring the Erosive Gold Immortal Rose are a motley crew. If it falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives, it could even cultivate forces detrimental to the Immortal Realm. It is indeed my fault. My sincere apologies for causing you trouble, Your Excellency. Mingyuan apologized to Xiao Ziling. Xiao Tian, standing nearby, was both shocked and deeply moved. Master is truly formidable. That immortal king clearly fears Master's unknown power. It's nothing. Lord Daoyu, to express my sincerest apologies, I offer you this token. Mingyuan took out the bracelet she always carried and handed it to Xiao Ziling. With your strength, reaching the Immortal Realm shouldn't be difficult. Besides, as you mentioned earlier, you have a wife and daughter. Should you wish to study at the 10,000 Spirits Academy upon reaching the Immortal Realm, this bracelet will smooth out any difficulties for you. Mingyuan smiled as she spoke, confident she could guarantee this much. The 10,000 Spirits Academy? That sounds intriguing. Perhaps Ziyi could go there to explore. Xiao Ziling accepted the bracelet, simultaneously extending his hand to heal some latent ailments within Mingyuan's body. Mingyuan felt the lingering ailments from her breakthrough long ago vanish completely in that instant. She was astonished by Xiao Ziling's skill. With this, she now had a chance to challenge the realm of Immortal Emperor. No reward without merit. Since I accepted your gift, I figured I'd help you out while I was at it. Hearing this, Mingyuan silently marveled inwardly. How fortunate she hadn't provoked this mysterious powerhouse. Such terrifying prowess was beyond anything she had ever witnessed in any other powerful being. Sir Daoyu, you're too kind. Once you arrive in the Immortal Realm and come to the 10,000 Spirits Academy, feel free to seek me out for anything. I still hold authority within the Academy. A smile graced Mingyuan's face. After exchanging a few simple words with Xiao Ziling, she prepared to depart. She couldn't linger outside for too long after all, a peak immortal king wandering freely would unsettle those mysterious great powers. She still needed to retrieve those Erosion Gold Immortal Roses. Chapter 91, Guhan Yan, she wants to share a room with her husband? Master, we could actually take Gu Ziyi, the first consort, and the second consort to the Immortal Realm for a visit later. Xiao Tian whispered in Xiao Ziling's ear. After all, compared to other places, the 10,000 Spirits Academy was already quite exceptional. We can certainly visit then. I've heard of the 10,000 Spirits Academy. Let's see if Ziyi is willing to go. If Ziyi wishes to go, she can study there. Xiao Ziling said indifferently. Then, seeing the matter resolved, he was just about to leave when he sensed an overwhelming aura. Such a familiar aura. This is... I hope you know your place. There aren't many divine lords left in this vast cosmos. I don't wish to personally reduce you to ashes. Xiao Ziling's sighs grew deep as his gaze swept across the boundless starry sky. The powerful figure above the vast expanse of stars seemed to have noticed Xiao Ziling's stare. Woe truly worthy of the Tao universe. He noticed us so quickly. Every powerful being present radiated a divine might capable of obliterating entire cosmoses. The surrounding sea of star rivers could only serve as a backdrop, forming a brilliant trail in their wake. After all, this is Daoyu. He dared to be the first to break through to that realm. His power has long surpassed what we can handle. I always thought this man was cold and detached, without desires or needs. Who would have guessed someone like him could have such a beautiful wife and daughter? The powerful figures present exchanged these remarks with casual indifference, yet the Milky Way swirling around them churned with waves of energy. Is there anyone here confident they could withstand a single strike from him now? Her eyes were as dark as abysses, golden energy rippling through her form. 4 pairs of snow-white wings fluttered behind her. Her gaze swept across the assembled figures. The crowd fell instantly silent. Even when Daoyu was still a divine sovereign, they were no match for him. Much less now. Xiao Ziling seemed well aware of their limitations. Master, rest assured. At our level, we only pursue the mysterious and unknown. Xiao Ziling turned his gaze to Xiao Tian and smiled. But their greatest unknown right now was Xiao Ziling's true power. Truthfully, reaching the Immortal Realm meant flesh and blood becoming imperishable, achieving eternal life, rebirth from a single drop of blood, and an indestructible divine soul. However, having ascended to even greater heights, it was not difficult for powerhouses of their caliber to utterly annihilate a person. Of course, at great cost, they could also resurrect such a being. Unless the one they subdued would never intervene again. Seeing Xiao Tian's half-understanding expression, Xiao Ziling realized that some things were useless when discussed only in theory. Without witnessing it firsthand or experiencing it personally, how could one truly comprehend? Xiao Ziling flew back toward the Demon Clan's sacred land with Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, among the demonic race, Gu Hannian and Ruan Mengshi, accompanied by Gu Ziyi, Ajiu, and Yaoguang, were just about to enter the largest night market within the demonic sanctuary, the Amoan night market. None of them had experienced such a night market before. Master seems to be back. Yaoguang sniffed the air. His keen nose instantly detected Xiao Ziling's scent. Sure enough, Xiao Ziling soon appeared before the group. Daddy! Xiao Ziling gently embraced Gu Ziyi. Sorry I'm late, sweetheart. It's fine, it's fine. We were just about to go inside. Husband, how did it go? Did you resolve the matter over there? Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hannian also quickly approached Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling gave them both a slight nod and smiled. It's taken care of. Let's go. The group entered together. Xiao Ziling surveyed the demonic tribe residents around him. He noticed that aside from some with horns on their heads, pointed ears, or dark red pupils, the rest looked remarkably ordinary, not nearly as bizarre as he'd imagined. They began their night market adventure. As they wandered through the Demon One night market, the dazzling array of stalls was overwhelming. Gu Ziyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged Xiao Ziling along. Daddy, look at this bracelet. Xiao Ziling followed Gu Ziyi's lead, picking up the bracelet and nodding slightly. Honorable official, you truly have discerning taste. This is... Xiao Ziling didn't linger in conversation with the shopkeeper. A price tag nearby read, 10 spirit stones per item. But the desire written all over Gu Ziyi's face would surely make the shopkeeper jack up the price. He simply pulled out 100 top-grade spirit stones and bought the 3 most exquisite bracelets. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. What a big customer! The shopkeeper exclaimed inwardly, then hurriedly thanked Xiao Ziling. All right. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Xiao Ziling picked up a bracelet and slipped it onto Gu Ziyi's wrist, then proceeded to fasten ones for Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hanni. 1 gold, 1 purple, they really suit you both. Both girls glanced at their bracelets, then shared a smile. Then, one on each side, they flanked Xiao Ziling between them. This scene left passers-by beside them green with envy. Everyone was stunned by Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hannian's ethereal, otherworldly beauty. At first, they assumed Xiao Ziling had stumbled upon incredible luck to meet 2 such stunning girls. But when they saw Xiao Ziling's face, they instantly felt inadequate. His face, like natural jade, was handsome and refined. Dressed in white, his every movement was composed and elegant. Gu Ziyi, on the other hand, was alone with Ajiu. Their eyes sparkled as they examined this little trinket and touched that small ornament. Xiao Ziling gave them plenty of spirit stones, more than enough for their shopping spree. Big Yellow trailed behind Gu Ziyi, utterly disinterested in the trinkets. He'd much rather stay at the mistress's house and enjoy the delicious food. The group concluded their night market excursion in high spirits. Xiao Ziling was thoroughly impressed by the opulence and beauty of the Maoan night market. No wonder so many people came, there were plenty of treasures and quirky trinkets here. Watching the warm, contented expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Ziling let a rare, genuine smile spread across his own features. The group returned to Gu Hannian's courtyard. After bowing to take his leave, Ajiu returned to his own quarters. Big Yellow climbed onto the roof, found a comfortable spot, and promptly fell asleep. That was his favorite way to rest. Ruan Mengshi sensed that Gu Hannian was troubled by something. An idea came to her mind, so she took Gu Ziyi to wash up and rest by herself. This left Gu Hannian and Xiao Ziling alone outside. Gu Hannian's beautiful lashes fluttered as her eyes blinked. She hadn't yet grasped what Sister Mengshi was planning. But she quickly caught on. It seemed that if Gu Ziyi and Ruan Mengshi shared a room, only one room would remain. Which meant she would have to share a room with her husband, that lecherous rogue? At this thought, Gu Hannian's face flushed crimson instantly. Chapter 92, Intimacy at 100%, Chaos Spirit Fruit and 9 Transformation Immortal King Pill. Xiao Ziling was also puzzled. What was going on here? Watching Gu Hannian's flushed face, he felt a stir within himself. Gu Hannian approached him. Husband, shall we step outside to talk? Gu Hannian murmured softly, her red lips pressed together. She felt a flutter of nervousness too. Xiao Ziling's expression remained calm, yet his heart raced wildly. He followed Gu Hannian to a stone bench outside the courtyard. They sat down, and Xiao Ziling found this spot exceptionally good. Not only could they gaze upon the star-filled sky, but they could also see most of the Demon Clan's sacred grounds. Isn't this spot just perfect? Gu Hanni looked at Xiao Ziling with a gentle expression. Yes, the view is expansive, the air is fresh, and with this warm, luminous moonlight truly, the moon imprints itself upon my heart. Xiao Ziling glanced at the beauty beside him. She was gazing up at the moonlit sky, its reflection shimmering in her eyes. Husband, do you know? When Ziyi was just born, I had 2 stone chairs placed here. Every night, I would gaze at the moon like this, waiting for your arrival. Gu Hannian's eyes welled up with warmth. Every time she gazed at the moon, Xiao Ziling's figure would appear in the night sky. She knew Xiao Ziling's character and nature. He would never hide from her. He risked his life to save her. Would he hide from her over something like this? A bitter taste lingered on Xiao Ziling's tongue. He didn't know how to comfort her, but he knew he had wronged the woman before him too many times. He stepped forward, gently taking Gu Hanyang's hand. His voice was soft and reassuring. Don't worry. I'm right here beside you now, aren't I? Today, and every day from now on. Gu Hanni gazed into Xiao Ziling's resolute eyes and gently collapsed into his embrace. Husband, can you tell me where you've been all these years? These past years, I left the Xianhuang realm and journeyed to the outside world. The outside world? What's it like? Is it much better than the Xianhuang realm? No, I don't think it's as good as the Xianhuang realm. Xiao Ziling gazed tenderly at the beauty in his arms. Gu Hanyang's cheeks flushed crimson. The one I love most is right here. Isn't it wonderful to spend every day playing with my beloved? Out there, every day was spent battling those madmen. What joy could there possibly be? That's not what I meant. I'm talking about the environment and scenery there. Gu Hanni was almost led astray by Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling smiled too, gently caressing Gu Hanian's cheek. Xiao Ziling briefly described the outside world to Gu Hanni. It's quite nice over there. I'll take you both to see it when the time comes. Gu Hanni nodded with a smile. Let's go. It's time to head back and rest. Gu Hanni kept her head down, avoiding Xiao Ziling's gaze as she let him carry her into the room. Candlelight flickered softly within the room, casting a warm and tranquil glow. Xiao Ziling carried Gu Hanyang to the bedside and gently set her down. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she twisted the hem of her robe, her heart pounding like a drum. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ziling broke the quiet. Han, you've been working so hard these past days. Gu Hanyang lifted her head to meet Xiao Ziling's gaze, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Since you know how hard it's been for me, you mustn't leave without a word again. Stay with us more often. A wave of warmth washed over Xiao Ziling as he gazed at her tenderly, his hand gently caressing her cheek. Gu Hanyang closed her eyes slightly, savoring this tender moment. The two lay quietly in bed, embracing each other as they slept. Moonlight spilled over them, draping them in a layer of silver gauze. The next morning, Gu Hanni opened her eyes, still a bit drowsy. She turned her head slightly to gaze at Xiao Ziling's handsome face. Just as she gazed at him with rapt attention, Xiao Ziling suddenly opened his eyes. Startled, she quickly turned her head away. What's the matter? Are you that shy looking at your own husband? Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, then pulled Gu Hanni close. Who was the one staring at me all this time, anyway? At that thought, Gu Hanni felt a surge of confidence. Exactly. That's why I'm staring right back now. Xiao Ziling chuckled. Then he planted a kiss on Gu Hanyang's red lips. Gu Hanyang blushed and buried her head under the blanket. Who would have thought that the empress, who commanded such awe and authority before thousands, could have such a side to her? Alright, enough fooling around. Xiao and Ziyi should be waking up soon. Xiao Ziling gently patted Gu Hanyang's pert behind. I know. Xiao Ziling finished getting ready quickly and was the first to step out of the room, while Gu Hanyang still needed to freshen up. The moment Xiao Ziling stepped out of the room, he spotted Big Yellow sleeping on the ceiling beam. This Big Yellow, how come he hasn't changed a bit since before? Aren't they all great Emperor realm powerhouses now? Xiao Ziling smiled wryly. But this was the Big Yellow he remembered, not some sky-tearing demon emperor. Master, congratulations. Your intimacy with second mistress Gu Hanni has reached 100%. You have earned rewards, Chaos Spirit Fruit and 9 Transformation Immortal King Pills. Xiao Ziling's delicate brows relaxed. It seemed he owed Xiao even more now. If not for Xiao helping him soothe Han Yan's feelings, his intimacy with Han Yan wouldn't even be negative. Good to know, Master. To have such a beauty is truly a blessed union. Seeing Xiao Tian's flattery, Xiao Ziling couldn't help but chuckle faintly. Instead of wasting breath on smooth talk, why not give me something tangible? Look at these, what are they? Chaotic Spirit Fruit? Do I even need this? As for the 9 Transformation Immortal King Pill, are you kidding me? Xiao Ziling turned to Xiao Tian and said. The Chaos Spirit Fruit allows the consumer to absorb Chaos Chi, enhancing their divine soul power. The 9 Transformation Immortal King Pill could enable a peak Immortal Realm expert to directly break through to the Immortal King Realm. He had no use for these items at present, but he never turned down good things. He decided to stow them away. He possessed many treasures far superior to these, yet Ziyi, Xiao, and Han Yan simply couldn't utilize them. At the very least, one must reach the Immortal Emperor realm. Master, Xiao Tian's energy reserves are limited. Xiao Tian tapped her finger. She needed to conserve energy in case her master faced any urgent needs. Xiao Ziling said nothing. It wasn't that Xiao Tian's items were inadequate, rather, his own cultivation was simply too advanced. Big Yellow seemed to catch a sound, twitching his ears. Seeing his master had awakened, Big Yellow leaped down from the roof. Master! Big Yellow, you sure know how to take a break. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Big Yellow scratched his head. When he was with Xiao Ziling before, he'd always sleep right on the roof, so he could fall asleep gazing at the beautiful sky. Master, there's something I need to discuss with you. Xiao Ziling noticed the dog's tone had grown more serious, immediately realizing it must have something important to discuss. What is it? Chapter 93, Treasures of the Forbidden Realm enter the Source Primordial Ring. Master, several of my friends are still trapped within the previous secret realm. Could you allow them to enter your miniature world to complete their lightning tribulation breakthrough? Yaoguang looked at Xiao Ziling. It was not one to forget kindness. When it had undergone its tribulation in the Master's secret realm last time, it had sensed that the thunder tribulation within that miniature world was perfectly tailored for those undergoing the ordeal. Not only did it significantly stabilize the breaker's limits, but as the Master had mentioned, he could even control the tribulation itself. The failure rate for demon beasts breaking through the thunder tribulation was still quite high. If they could truly enter the Master's miniature world, then the probability of his subordinates safely passing the tribulation would increase dramatically. Xiao Ziling also recalled the supreme secret realm Ziyi had entered before. Back then, in that so-called dark forest, there seemed to be supreme demonic beasts as well. I understand. That's no problem. Xiao Ziling chuckled, nodding lightly. Big Yellow also chuckled happily. However, those demonic beasts were among the top-tier powerhouses within the Xinhuang realm. Even peak supreme tier experts might not stand a chance against them. The power of those demonic beasts is no laughing matter. Their innate physical bodies are incredibly resilient, with hides as tough as black iron. I wonder where they'd go if they broke through the thunder tribulation. But I suppose I can't keep carrying them around anymore. Big Yellow smiled with a sense of relief. They were all demon lords capable of dominating their own territories. Having them constantly by his side doing his bidding must have been exhausting for them. But only the two of them had awakened so far. Gu Ziyi and Wan Mengshi were still inside the room, yet to emerge. This doesn't make sense. I slept late with Han Nian last night too. Xiao Ziling murmured, gazing at the two who hadn't emerged from the room. Master, won't you tell me how you managed to win over two consorts of such peerless beauty? Da Wang's face broke into a smile. He had initially thought that securing one consort was already quite an accomplishment for his master. But to think he'd managed to win over two? That's just too fierce. It's a long story, but I'll try to make it brief. Xiao Ziling cleared his throat twice, preparing to recount his experiences. Big Yellow was just about to soak up some of Xiao Ziling's experience. Luck plus skill. With that, Xiao Ziling smiled and turned toward Gu Ziyi and Wan Mengshi's room. He had already heard the door to their room open. Sure enough, Gu Ziyi emerged first, rubbing her eyes with a sleepy look. Wan Mengshi followed shortly after. Spotting Xiao Ziling, her cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Ziling approached with a smile and asked softly, "Did you sleep well last night?" Gu Ziyi stretched lazily and pouted playfully, "It was okay. Auntie's stories were so interesting, I fell asleep almost as soon as she started telling them." Wan Mengshi nodded in agreement. Yeah, she kept pestering me to tell her several stories before she finally fell asleep." Hearing this, Xiao Ziling and Big Yellow both chuckled. Gu Ziyi buried her face shyly in Wan Mengshi's embrace. "No way. You only told me a few. Fine, next time Auntie will tell you more." By then, Gu Hanni had finished getting ready and emerged from the room. Wan Mengshi and Gu Hanni were equally stunning in figure, one a supermodel with flawless measurements, radiating breathtaking beauty. One was exquisitely delicate with perfect proportions. "Ziyi, has she been pestering your aunt again?" Gu Hanyang chuckled, yet her tone carried an innate, blood-bound authority. Gu Ziyi scampered into Gu Hanyan's arms, her adorable eyes blinking. "No, Mommy. Ziyi's been very good." Gu Hanyan smiled softly, ruffling Gu Ziyi's little head. "Auntie did such a lovely job dressing you up. That's because Ziyi has such a good foundation." Wan Mengshi chuckled, glancing at Xiao Ziling before turning her gaze back to Gu Hanyan. Xiao Ziling offered a faint smile as he slowly approached Gu Ziyi. "Ziyi, bring out the treasure you obtained in the secret realm last time. Take us back into that secret realm. I'll bring Big Yellow's friends into my little world," Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. Without hesitation, Gu Ziyi retrieved the primordial origin ring from her storage ring, the very artifact she had obtained in the supreme secret realm. Xiao Ziling studied the aura emanating from the primordial origin ring. How peculiar. Such a treasure appearing within the Xinhuang realm? Xiao Tian approached Xiao Ziling's side, examining the ring with equal curiosity. Whoa, isn't this the origin ring, the treasure stored in the forbidden realm of the immortal domain? Xiao Tian's face betrayed shock. After all, such a treasure could drive the great powers of the immortal realm to fight tooth and nail. Moreover, the forbidden realm's terrors were far beyond the reach of ordinary powerhouses. That such a treasure from the forbidden realm had appeared here could only mean that chaos had likely struck within the forbidden realm itself. A treasure from the immortal realm? Let me see what makes it so special. Xiao Ziling waved his hand lightly, enveloping everyone in a glow before they all entered the previous secret realm together. They materialized within the secret realm. Xiao Ziling surveyed his surroundings, noting that the spiritual energy here was significantly richer than even that of the Xianhuang realm. That restriction seems to have been lifted. We can now freely enter and exit this secret realm through this source origin ring. Xiao Ziling remarked calmly. Ruan Munshi and Gu Hani also began observing the secret realm with curiosity. This secret realm is quite large. Ruan Munshi remarked to Xiao Ziling, who nodded in agreement. This artifact is quite interesting. It can block external detection and attacks. It's actually quite a decent artifact, and the spiritual energy here is rich and dense. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Though this treasure couldn't compare to his own miniature world, it was more than sufficient for Ziyi to use as a formidable defensive artifact. Yes, I too valued this artifact's properties, which is why I kept those friends here all along. Moreover, the ancient Imperial clan has always coveted this artifact, even that previous sovereign. No worries. Now that we possess it, it's ours. Xiao Ziling remained composed. The ancient Imperial clan still lacked the qualifications to challenge him. Let's go, Big Yellow. Lead us to your friends. Big Yellow nodded, then led the group toward the shadowy forest. The moment they stepped into the shadowy forest, powerful auras surged toward them. A peak sovereign-tier demon beast slowly opened its eyes. Powerful beings have dared to enter this place? No, the aura of the demon emperor is among them too. This demon beast was none other than the tyrant dragon Abayo. Beside him, Mo Lu was also stirred by this aura. Quick! Follow me to the demon emperor. In an instant, the beasts of the dark forest seemed summoned, beginning their march toward Xiao Ziling and his companions. Xiao Ziling and his companions also sensed powerful auras converging on their location, causing them all to halt their steps. Master, they're coming. Big Yellow glanced in their direction and smiled faintly. Chapter 94, Entering the Miniature World, Weathering the Thunder Tribulation, Breaking Through. As soon as Big Yellow finished speaking, countless massive figures descended around the group. A terrifying aura radiated from their bodies. Their pupils dilated as their gazes locked onto Ruan Munshi, Gu Hani, and the others. The imperial aura radiating from the two women instilled an overwhelming sense of danger within them. They sensed that if the two wished, they could reduce them to ashes with the slightest effort. Ruan Munshi and Gu Hani, sensing the gazes fixed upon them, subtly released a fraction of their own aura. That mere hint of power forced all the present powerhouses to retreat several steps. Abayo and Mo Lu transformed into shadows and approached Big Yellow. Demon Emperor! You've returned! Hoof! Have them withdraw their auras. These are my master and mistress. Do not be disrespectful. De Huang commanded sternly, a faint silhouette of the sky-shattering demon emperor appearing behind him. Hearing De Huang's words, the assembled demon beasts, all of them were utterly dumbfounded. For the little yellow dog before them was none other than their demon emperor, the Tier Sky Demon Emperor. To be the master of the Tearing Heaven Demon Emperor, how immensely powerful must they be? Though Dark Green was momentarily stunned, his reaction was swift. He immediately lowered himself into a half-kneeling position and bowed to Xiao Ziling and the others. We greet you, Lord. Xiao Ziling hadn't anticipated that Big Yellow commanded such profound respect among these demon beasts. A few simple words were enough to calm everyone down. Even the most slow-witted among Mo Lu's companions, like Abao and the other powerful demon beasts, had finally caught on. They hurriedly bowed to Xiao Ziling and the others. Greetings, Your Excellency. Xiao Ziling raised his hand lightly, helping the beasts to their feet. You're too kind. Such a display of power stunned the assembled demon beast masters present. Indeed. A powerhouse capable of commanding the demon emperor's allegiance must not only possess formidable strength but also exemplary character. Xiao Ziling turned his gaze toward the demonic beasts present, while Ruan Munshi and Gu Hanyang behind him had just recovered from their shock. They never imagined that the usually small, cute, and silly Big Yellow was actually the sky-tearing demon emperor. Looks like Ajio will never get his revenge on Big Yellow now. Gu Hanyang said with a bitter smile. Earlier, De Huang's overwhelming aura had intimidated Ajio, who had wanted to fight De Huang in a fair and honorable battle. However, due to Xiao Ziling's relationship with the Empress and his terrifying power, she hadn't dared bring it up. And now it seemed clear that even if she were allowed to fight Big Yellow, she wouldn't stand a chance. Ahem, this is my master. I wish to bring you into his miniature world to endure the thunder tribulation. It's one of the few solutions I've found so far. De Huang cleared its throat twice, drawing everyone's attention to itself. Indeed, Xiao Ziling explained. The thunder tribulation within my microcosm is tailored for those seeking breakthroughs. Should you find it unbearable, I can also dispel it. Xiao Ziling explained. The eyes of the assembled demon beast masters lit up, finding this approach genuinely viable. Even Mo Lu and Abao found themselves nodding in agreement. If this were truly possible, then even if they couldn't survive the tribulation, they could still return here. Though they didn't fully trust Xiao Ziling, they placed their faith in the demon emperor. Then we humbly request your assistance, Your Majesty. The demonic beasts present thanked Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling said nothing further, merely flicking his finger lightly. A spatial fissure appeared overhead. In an instant, everyone entered Xiao Ziling's miniature world. Mo Lu and the others gazed at Xiao Ziling's miniature world, their eyes filled with awe. Even Wan Mengxi and Gu Hanni, who had never entered before, were somewhat astonished. They had no idea their husband possessed such abilities. They took a deep breath of the air within Xiao Ziling's miniature world. The place felt utterly beautiful. Xiao Ziling pointed ahead, gesturing for the assembled demonic beasts to proceed there to undergo the tribulation. One at a time. Most of you are at the Supreme Realm level, and this tribulation's power is roughly equivalent to that of a Supreme Realm being. If any of you possess significantly greater strength, I will appropriately increase the tribulation's intensity. Xiao Ziling reminded them, and surprise flashed in their eyes. Could it be that this noble before them was manipulating the tribulation? What manner of being was this noble? Just then, a massive black bear demon beast stepped forward. Its aura was more formidable than the others, second only to Mo Lu and Abao, clearly possessing greater strength. Honorable Master, I volunteer to be the first to endure the tribulation, it declared in a deep, resonant voice. Xiao Ziling nodded slightly. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and purple lightning danced within the clouds. The black bear demon beast stood ready, its eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. My lord, what formidable skill! I truly sense an unprecedented aura and pressure emanating from this divine tribulation. Mo Green and the others watched as the thunder tribulation appeared in the sky. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, its power steadily gathering. As the first bolt tore through the clouds, the black bear demon beast unleashed its formidable demonic power to resist. Yet the thunder's might far exceeded its expectations, sending it staggering backward. Mo Lu and Abao watched nervously as bolt after bolt of lightning thundered down. Xiao Ziling remained calm, closely monitoring the thunder tribulation. Just as the black bear demon beast was on the verge of collapse, Xiao Ziling raised his hand slightly. The thunder tribulation's power instantly weakened. Seizing the moment, the black bear demon beast steadied itself and gritted its teeth to endure. All these years, it had trained relentlessly, determined to one day stand on its own without hiding behind the elders. Golden claw tears the sky. The black bear demon beast revealed its true form, unleashing the tearing claw technique taught to it by the demon emperor. Alas, despite years of arduous practice, it had only grasped a fraction of the technique's essence. Old bear, that creature has actually grasped a thread of my tearing heaven claw. A flicker of surprise crossed the great yellow's golden eyes. Back then, he had seen his own reflection in the old bear. Both were driven by the same desire to grow stronger and stop holding others back. That was why it had taught the old bear the sky-tearing claw. But back then, it had seen the old bear struggle to grasp it, unable to sense even a shred of its essence. Originally, it had believed old bear was incapable of learning it, but now it seemed old bear could grasp a tiny bit of the feeling after all. Xiao Ziling watched as the black bear demon beast's aura steadily surged, its vast magical power coalescing upon its bare paw. Xiao Ziling subtly amplified the thunder tribulation's power, carefully controlling it to the very limit the black bear demon beast could endure. As a more ferocious bolt of lightning struck down, the black bear demon beast let out a furious roar. Its claw tore through the thunderclouds, dispersing the storm. It had successfully weathered this tribulation. Its aura grew even more formidable, and it looked at Xiao Ziling with eyes brimming with gratitude. Demon Emperor! Old bear hasn't disgraced you. It approached Big Yellow, then transformed into human form, smiling broadly at the dog. Dahuang also smiled, giving it a gentle nod. Continue. Xiao Ziling's gaze swept over the other demon beasts. With Old Bear having successfully endured the lightning tribulation first, the others now brimmed with confidence and began undergoing their own lightning tribulations. Chapter 95, The Unique Charm of the Beast Clan, continuing to follow the Demon Emperor. Gradually, all the mighty demon beasts present passed their lightning tribulations. They were deeply grateful to Xiao Ziling and the Demon Emperor. Without their skillful control of the tribulation, they would have struggled to survive. Countless demon beasts had already perished beneath the thunder tribulation. Seeing that everyone had successfully endured the tribulation, Xiao Ziling brought them all back into the primordial origin ring. You have all passed the thunder tribulation. Consider yourselves free to leave this secret realm now. Once you step out into the Xianhuang realm, you won't face another lightning tribulation unless you reach a new realm. Xiao Ziling looked at them. They had all been carrying injuries and had hidden within the secret realm to avoid the lightning tribulation. Husband, can we come play in your little world often from now on? Ruan Mengxi gazed at Xiao Ziling with affection in her eyes, and even Gu Hanni turned her attention to him. Xiao Ziling couldn't withstand their expressions. What's mine is yours. If you wish, I'll bring you in any time. Yay! Mo Lu and Abao looked at Big Yellow. Their lives had been saved by the Demon Emperor. Severely wounded, they had little chance of surviving the thunder tribulation. Now, without it, their injuries had healed considerably, and they all wanted to go out and see the world. All of you, transform into human form and come with us outside first. De Huang instructed the demon beasts. They nodded and transformed into human forms. If they didn't transform, the moment they stepped out of the primordial ring, so many powerful demonic beasts appearing among the demonic race would. It would immediately cause panic throughout the entire demon clan. Master, we thank you. Is there really any need for formalities between us? Both men smiled faintly. Xiao Ziling then instructed Gu Ziyi to activate the primordial origin ring, guiding everyone out of the secret realm. Upon exiting the secret realm, the group surveyed the scene outside. Some powerful demonic beasts had visited the demonic tribe. They recognized the place at a glance. Is this the demon clan's sacred ground? Yes, that's correct. Big Yellow nodded to them. They didn't object. To them, this was all human territory. You've seen it for yourselves. I'm now following my master. Do you wish to return to your own place, go elsewhere, or continue following me? Big Yellow looked at the group. He had promised them he would lead them to survival. Now he had delivered on that promise. All that remained was to lead them to a better place. We swear to follow the Demon Emperor to the death. After exchanging glances, they all made their decision. It was the Demon Emperor's aid that had saved their lives in the first place. They were willing to remain by his side until death. Is this the most unique trait of the Demon Beast clan? Ruan Mengxi and Gu Hanni watched the group who had weathered the thunder tribulation with Xiao Ziling's aid. Their eyes and expressions held an indescribable feeling. They could have fled far away at this moment, yet they still chose to follow Big Yellow. If the people of the Xianhuang realm possessed even half the unity of the demon beasts, they wouldn't have been utterly crushed by the alien races. De Huang gazed at them with a look that was almost fiery. De Huang, why not let them stay in the secret realm for now? It'll give them time to solidify their cultivation. After a while, I'll help you modify the primordial ring. After all, you can freely enter it now. Anyone who wants to go outside can just step out whenever they please. Xiao Ziling said indifferently. Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. After all, the outside world wasn't as favorable as the source primordial ring. Moreover, if anyone wished to leave, they could simply step out. This truly was a win-win solution. Yes, Demon Emperor, let's proceed this way. Agreed. I think this is a good solution too. All right. This is my young mistress. From now on, she'll be your leader. If you ever want to leave, just speak to the leader. Seeing that this arrangement was indeed satisfactory, Big Yellow approached Gu Ziyi's side and introduced her to the others. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed to Gu Ziyi. Greetings, boss. This? Big Yellow, that's not quite right. There's no need to address me like that. Young mistress, it's fine. If you ever need help in the future, you can summon them directly through the Yuanshu ring. They'll assist you. Da Huan looked at the others, who all nodded in agreement. The leader's matters are my matters. Exactly. Boss, just call us if you need anything. Everyone present had received help from Xiao Ziling and Big Yellow, and Gu Ziyi was particularly close to the two. If Gu Ziyi needed them, they'd step in without hesitation. Seeing this, Gu Ziyi's gaze shifted nervously to her mother, her aunt, and Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling turned his head away. He said nothing, but perhaps that was for the best, giving his daughter a little more protection. He could already envision the scene later on, when Ziyi fought others, a group of peak supreme tier demon beasts would appear to protect her. Ziyi really is incredibly lucky. She'll practically be able to walk all over the Xianhuang realm from now on. Xiao Tian chuckled happily. Ruan Mengxi and Gu Hanni both smiled at her and nodded gently. Seeing this, Gu Ziyi nodded in agreement. Then she led everyone back into the Yuanshu ring. Gu Hanyang had never felt so at ease. She no longer needed to worry about her daughter's safety. She looked at Xiao Ziling's handsome, captivating face. Well, she didn't need to worry now either. After a while, Gu Ziyi emerged from the Yuanshu ring. Seeing the matter resolved, Ruan Mengxi turned her gaze toward Gu Hanni and Xiao Ziling, hesitating for a moment. Husband, Han Nian, I may need to return to the Yaoguang sacred land first. Ruan Mengxi addressed the pair. What's wrong? Xiao Ziling asked, puzzled. The recruitment of new disciples at the Yaoguang Holy Land is about to begin. Yuning informed me that the Tianjian Holy Land intends to send representatives to the Yaoguang Holy Land this time to spar with its disciples. I'm concerned they might have ulterior motives. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary again. Gu Ziyi and Big Yellow both paled. Xiao Ziling also frowned. You all know the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary? Gu Hannian looked at the three of them, still not having a clear impression of the place herself. Gu Ziyi recounted the events that had transpired in the secret realm to Ruan Mengxi and Gu Hanni. They immediately realized just how shameless the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary truly was. Sister Shi, I'm sorry. There are still matters I must attend to within the Demon Clan. I cannot accompany you back to the Yaoguang sacred land at this time. Gu Hanyang also looked troubled. She had only recently returned to the Demon Clan and still had many matters to attend to. It's fine. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary is nothing to worry about. They're not a threat yet. Ruan Mengshi smiled and patted Gu Hannian's hand. Big Yellow pondered for a moment. Master, perhaps I should return to the Yaoguang Holy Land with the Grand Mistress first, while you and the young mistress stay here to assist the second mistress. Xiao Ziling considered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. If things truly went south, he could always tear open a void and return to the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Alright then. Be careful on your journey. We'll meet again at the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Ruan Mengshi bid farewell to the others. With Xiao Ziling's assistance, she set off for the Yaoguang Holy Land, De Huang by her side. Chapter 96. Since when did you start telling me what to do? Not long after the others departed, Jiao arrived at the scene. Spotting Xiao Ziling and Gu Hannian, she quickened her pace and approached them. Jiao greets Her Imperial Majesty the Empress and His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. Jiao bowed respectfully. Xiao Ziling, recognizing Jiao's arrival, gave her a slight nod. Empress, Emperor, where might the young lady and the little yellow dog be? Jiao glanced around at the people present. She realized only Xiao Ziling, Gu Ziyi, and Her Majesty the Empress were present now. They had matters to attend to and had to leave the Demon Clan's sacred grounds for the time being. Gu Hannian replied with a faint smile. She had noticed Jiao's gaze darting around the room the moment she entered. And his expression had seemed somewhat anxious. Jiao, what's the urgency? Did something happen? Oh, I remember now. The other factions have already received word of Her Majesty the Empress's return and are sending their powerful warriors and younger generations here. But just now, I sensed several powerful auras suddenly appear here, so I rushed over in a hurry, almost forgot my main business. Jiao's face broke into a smile, though his worry was unnecessary. With the Emperor here? With Her Majesty the Empress here as well, no one could possibly threaten them. Have they all arrived? Gu Hannian murmured. Her gaze fell upon Gu Ziyi, a fleeting thought crossing her mind before vanishing just as quickly. Hannian, let us accompany you. Xiao Ziling approached Gu Hannian and spoke softly. Gu Ziyi also smiled at Gu Hannian. Gu Hannian nodded lightly. Ziyi, from now on, you'll be called Xiao Ziyi. Both Gu Ziyi and Xiao Ziling froze in surprise. Xiao Ziling felt a pang in his heart, his face softening into a gentle smile. He gently brushed Gu Hannian's hair back behind her ear. Actually, Gu Hannian seemed to know what Xiao Ziling wanted to say. She gently raised her hand to press against his lips. Ziyi is my daughter, and she is also your daughter. Gu Hanni embraced Xiao Ziling gently, while Jiao's mouth opened in surprise. She had never seen the Empress display such a side of herself before. Hee, Master, congratulations. Double joy. Xiao Tian beamed beside Xiao Ziling. Double celebration? What does that mean? Xiao Ziling remained composed, as there were many people present. He silently transmitted his voice to Xiao Tian. It's a secret for my master, that way, the surprise will be even greater. Xiao Tian chuckled before vanishing into the system space, leaving Xiao Ziling no chance to press further. Xiao Ziling watched Xiao Tian vanish into the system space, silently shaking his head. With this little treasure around, life would never be dull. Let's go, my husband. We're heading to the Demon Emperor's palace together. The Demon Clan's high-ranking officials all support us now. Even if the powerful figures from the major factions harbor resentment toward me, it won't matter anymore. Gu Hannian smiled, though her gaze held a hint of coldness. For she knew exactly what these people had come here to do. Xiao Ziling and Gu Ziyi also sensed the aura emanating from Gu Hannian. It seemed this time wouldn't be so straightforward either. Otherwise, Gu Hannian wouldn't have insisted on staying behind personally. The four flew toward the direction of the Demon Emperor's palace. Numerous powerful figures from major factions had already arrived with their disciples. The demonic high-ranking officials who had previously been taught a lesson by Xiao Ziling also sensed the arrival of Gu Hannian and the others. Under normal circumstances, they might have ignored them. They all chose to stand with Her Majesty the Empress. Maintaining neutrality only hastens our demise. We must make the right choice at the right moment. The high-ranking demons gathered outside the Demon Emperor's palace to welcome the four. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Upon seeing Gu Hanni and the others arrive at the Demon Emperor's palace, Logan led the remaining high-ranking demonic elite in paying their respects to Gu Hanni. We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The powerful figures from major factions and the younger generation present gazed upon Her Majesty the Empress's peerless, otherworldly beauty and graceful form, each one utterly captivated by her stunning appearance. Many also noticed Xiao Ziyi and Jiao following behind the Empress. Each of these three women, taken individually, was a breathtaking beauty capable of making men lose their footing. Now gathered together, they offered the assembled crowd a feast for the eyes. Yet some eyes also fell upon Xiao Ziling, who had remained by their side throughout. He even walked side by side with Her Majesty the Empress. That's strange. Who is that man? No idea. Didn't they say the Empress doesn't like men? You know those are just rumors. Rumors also say the Empress is mine. Do you believe that? The crowd grew increasingly curious about the identities of Xiao Ziling and Xiao Ziyi. Many female disciples were visibly starstruck. Though they'd seen countless handsome men with striking features, they hadn't been particularly interested. But now, seeing Xiao Ziling's ethereal, otherworldly aura, his features as dazzling as stars, his physique and appearance as flawless as unpolished jade, they were utterly captivated. Add to that his pure white robes and the sleek, dark hair that fell in a slight wave. Instantly set their hearts aflutter. Who are these people? Why are they with Her Majesty the Empress? Look at the beauty beside Her Majesty the Empress, she bears a striking resemblance to Her Majesty. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. At that moment, an elder from a major faction stepped forward. His eyes held a scrutinizing gaze as he addressed Gu Han. Your Majesty, you still lack such awareness. I recall the Demon Emperor's palace isn't open to just anyone. Might I inquire about the identities of this young gentleman and lady? Gu Hanyang smiled faintly, a chill emanating from her body as her voice grew icy. And who are you? Since when do you have the right to lecture me on proper conduct? Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even the Grand Elder who had spoken earlier showed a flicker of surprise on his face. It seemed the Empress's years of border travels had transformed her profoundly. Her very aura felt different now. The Elder's expression shifted slightly, but he bowed respectfully nonetheless. My deepest apologies, Empress. I overstepped my bounds. May I inquire as to the purpose of this gathering? Gu Hanyang's gaze swept over the assembly as she replied calmly, naturally, it concerns the future of the Demon Clan. I trust you will all unite in this endeavor. With that, she led the group into the Demon Emperor's palace. As Xiao Ziling passed by the Elder, his gaze lingered on him for a moment. The Elder's pupils darkened, beads of sweat slowly forming on his forehead. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a celestial deity in that moment. His back instantly dampened with sweat. He swallowed hard before following the others into the Demon Emperor's palace. Her Majesty the Empress's cultivation has advanced even further. I fear we are no match for her now. Who could have imagined that the little girl from back then would grow to such heights? The powerful figures from the major factions turned their gaze to the Elder who still stood rooted to the spot. They instantly sensed the Empress's formidable power. Chapter 97, The Throne of the Emperor. Shockwaves ripple through the ranks as high-level supporters back the Empress. The demonic faction leaders, already chastised by Xiao Ziling, merely offered a faint, cold sneer at this spectacle. Dare to disobey Her Majesty the Empress's commands now, and your lineage will come to an end. Logan's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon those powerful figures. The powerful figures quickly sensed something was amiss. The remaining demonic faction leaders were either supporting Gu Hanyan or maintaining neutrality. Where were all the demonic elite who had opposed Gu Han's ascension to Empress? And what of Gao Mieshing, who had led the demonic elite in opposing Gu Han's ascension? With Her Majesty the Empress now so formidable, he couldn't possibly stay out of the way. It seems those who opposed Her Majesty the Empress have been thoroughly dealt with. Many powerful figures from major factions had already noticed some clues. But it doesn't affect their plans. They hadn't come here today to wage war against the Empress. They merely sought to secure certain benefits from Her Majesty. Soon, led by Her Majesty the Empress, the entire group entered the Demon Emperor's palace. They took their seats immediately upon finding places, with Gu Hani directly occupying the Imperial throne. Xiao Ziling, Xiao Ziyi, and Jiao all sat beside her. Jiao, however, sat slightly behind the other three, though this did not diminish her status. Everyone present was somewhat astonished by this sight. Didn't this imply that the status of these two individuals was actually higher than Jiao's? Most crucially, they all noticed that even under these circumstances, none of the demonic high-ranking officials present showed any intention of intervening. Instead, they wore smiles, appearing to fully support Her Majesty the Empress. Damn it, have these old fools gone blind? They're not even stepping in. A senior elder of the Flame Demon Sanctuary seethed inwardly. Not long ago, numerous powerful beings had descended upon the demon race, and he was already furious, all because of the previous Demon Emperor's misguided decision. How could these powerful beings possibly trust her? Much less assist the Empress. Empress, you may begin. Logan, representing the demonic race's high command, approached Gu Hani with a smile and whispered in her ear. This scene alone made everything clear to everyone present. The demonic clan's high command no longer opposes Her Majesty the Empress ascending the Imperial throne. In an instant, the powerful figures present all began recalculating their own schemes. If Her Majesty the Empress had truly secured the throne, then their next move would be to vie for the position of Emperor. And the position of the Empress's personal disciple. A female emperor whose only daughter is lost to the world, yet she's actually gained the support of these old fossils. Looks like we'll just have to try and secure the remaining two positions now. The elder of the Flaming Demon Sanctuary glanced at the disciples behind him, then exchanged knowing looks with the other powerful figures from the various sanctuaries. Indeed, not long after the Empress returned from her travels, the Demon Emperor passed the throne to her. Yet soon after, news of her pregnancy spread throughout the entire demon realm. Even the powerful figures present did not know who the child's father was. This was precisely Gao Miasheng's primary justification for opposing the Empress's continued reign. Even if you now have the support of the demonic elite, if that man from your past doesn't return, you must select a new emperor. The elder of the Blood Shadow Sanctuary sneered coldly. Very well. Let us begin then, Gu Hanyang said indifferently. Summoning them all here was precisely to discuss the matters of the emperor and the empress's direct disciples. These two matters determined the extent to which major factions would aid the Demon Clan. For the Demon Clan must have a ruler. And even more crucially, a successor for the future. Empress, I shall no longer pursue the matters of the past. Your valor in defending the borders against the alien races for the Demon Clan. We cannot ignore that. However, the positions of emperor and direct successor must be chosen. The elder from the Flaming Demon Sanctuary spoke. His voice seemed calm, yet his tone carried an unmistakable urgency. Indeed. And your majesty should be aware of the recent events erupting within the Demon Clan's sacred lands. Too many powerful beings have already flooded into the Demon Clan, and there was that commotion near the Abyssal Sea not long ago. I believe not only the Demon Clan, but even the powerful from other sanctuaries have taken notice. The present powerhouses began to challenge Gu Hanyan. The chaos within the Demon Clan wasn't that your responsibility as Empress? If they couldn't force you to relinquish the throne, couldn't they at least remain by your side as your men? Cold laughter flickered in their eyes. Insolent! The Empress has yet to speak. How dare you all spout nonsense here? Logan and the other high-ranking demonic clan leaders roared in anger. A powerful imperial aura erupted from his body. It instantly pinned the powerful figures from all factions present to the spot, unable to move. Terror washed over their faces. They knew the demonic race's high-ranking officials possessed formidable strength, but they never imagined these elites would reveal such terrifying power. With Logan and the others warning, everyone present instantly fell silent. They waited for Her Majesty the Empress to speak. Gentlemen, I understand your concerns. But, when I first sent you to the border, you weren't nearly this eager. Gu Hanyang's gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon the assembled crowd. Sweat drenched their backs as none dared meet her gaze. Moreover, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Gu Hanny was even more terrifying than that of Logan and the other high-ranking demons. I summoned you here not for discussion, but to announce the position of Emperor and the position of direct disciple. Gu Hanyang turned to Xiao Ziling and Xiao Ziyi standing behind her. This gentleman is my husband, and also the Demon Clan's Emperor. Her tone softened slightly as she delivered this announcement. The news exploded among them like a thunderclap. The position of Emperor had already been chosen? Their expressions turned troubled. They had always believed the Empress held no affection for men. The position of Emperor had always been their most effective leverage to pressure Her Majesty. We greet His Imperial Majesty. A Jew, the demonic elite, and the mighty warriors who had accompanied Her Majesty to the frontier. All rose to pay their respects to Xiao Ziling. Witnessing this, the others exchanged glances. After a few seconds of hesitation, they too bowed before Xiao Ziling. We greet His Imperial Majesty. Though bewildered, none dared defy the Empress's decree. As Logan had said, as long as Her Majesty the Empress hadn't broken the rules, they had no right to speak up. Xiao Ziling rose and nodded to the assembly. Those present noticed that not a trace of cultivation aura emanated from him. They couldn't help but wonder if this was merely an act staged by Her Majesty, destined to be locked away in the dungeons once they returned. The younger generation might not have noticed, but the elders and other powerful figures of the Yanma Holy Land certainly did. The high-ranking demons and the powerful figures accompanying Her Majesty the Empress all wore expressions of respect toward Xiao Ziling. There are only two possibilities: either this fellow truly possesses the power of an emperor, or his abilities have convinced those ancient fools. Chapter 98, the successor to the direct disciple position. Gu Ziyi battles Cayenne. Logan and the other high-ranking demon clan powerhouses naturally noticed the gazes of those individuals. They were emperor-level powerhouses, while those others were merely at the peak of supreme sovereign, with a few at the threshold of emperor. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even have the privilege to see them. And if you truly wish to spar with them, you'd at least need to summon your own holy sovereign. Unfortunately, the Blood Demon Sect had been annihilated not long ago, and major powers like the Soul Demon Sanctuary and the Evil Soul Sect had been razed to the ground. This forced the Holy Lords and Great Masters to remain guarding their territories, lest their own domains face the same peril. Otherwise, when Her Majesty the Empress summons them today, who would dare refuse? Your Imperial Majesty, now that the position of Emperor has been chosen, we rejoice for you. The elder of the Yanma Holy Land offered a feigned smile to Her Majesty the Empress. Ha! Is it joy for me, or regret that your own schemes have failed? Gu Hanyan cast a mental glance at the elder of the Flaming Demon Sanctuary. She detested such insincere, two-faced individuals the most. Your Majesty, regarding the position of personal disciple, do you have any candidates in mind? If none comes to mind, I might be able to recommend someone. The elder of the Flaming Demon Sanctuary offered a faint smile. According to the regulations, every demon emperor must take one person as a direct disciple, teaching them how to become the next leader of the demonic race. Seeing the elder of the flaming demon sanctuary speak, everyone turned their attention to the empress's response. With the position of demon emperor now vacant, all eyes now turned to the position of personal disciple. There's no need for the elder of the flaming demon sanctuary or the rest of you to trouble yourselves. As I stated earlier, the reason I summoned you here today was to announce the candidates for these two positions. Gu Hanyang stated calmly. The crowd stiffened. What did that mean? Had the selections already been finalized? Hadn't Her Majesty the Empress just returned from the border? Where would she have found the time to select personal disciples? After all, a direct disciple of the Demon Clan is the future heir. If their strength is insufficient, what qualifications would they have to inherit the Demon Emperor's throne? Xiao Ziling glanced indifferently at the crowd, thinking the Demon Clan's rules were more numerous than those of any major power. Then again, the demon race possessed a more warlike nature. Without proper governance, they could easily become a realm of chaos. The Evil Soul sect was the prime example of this. I wonder whom Her Majesty the Empress intends to choose as her direct disciple. The elder of the Flame Demon Sanctuary wiped sweat from his brow, seemingly displeased with Her Majesty's decision. Yet with such a formidable presence gazing at him, he dared not challenge the Empress. Ji Qin. Her Majesty has made her choice. Your constant questioning, do you presume to decide for the Empress herself? Among the demonic clan's high-ranking members, a powerful figure turned his gaze toward the elder of the Flaming Demon Sanctuary. He followed the direction of the voice. He recognized the speaker as none other than the great emperor who had once beaten him so severely he lost control of his bodily functions. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Ji Chen took 2 steps back. He now fully understood the Demon Clan's situation. The Demon Clan's high command had fully thrown their support behind Her Majesty the Empress. Their opinions held little weight now. It was likely just a formality. Incidentally, to let them know that the Empress now stands as the Demon Clan's supreme leader. Gu Hanyang and Xiao Ziling also turned their gaze toward the Emperor-level powerhouse, who noticed their attention. He hastily lowered his bearing, bowed respectfully to them, then took his seat, awaiting the Empress's proclamation. The position of direct disciple shall be inherited by my daughter Xiao Ziyi. Gu Hanyang announced to the assembly. She had already discussed this decision with Xiao Ziling and Xiao Ziyi before arriving. Initially, she had intended to defy the consensus and reject the position of direct disciple altogether. But Xiao Ziyi wished to assist her mother, unwilling to see her endure such hardship. She felt it was worth giving her a chance. Gu Hanyang initially disagreed, knowing the immense responsibilities awaiting the future empress. She didn't want her daughter to endure such exhaustion. Xiao Ziling, drawing from his past memories, had also gained insight into the Demon Clan's rules. Moreover, considering Ziyi's strength, no one among the younger generation of the Demon Clan could possibly be her match. Therefore, he assured Gu Hanyang that having Ziyi take the position was acceptable. It was merely filling a vacancy, while the Empress title could always remain with Hanyang. Seeing this, Gu Hanyang nodded in agreement. Moreover, hearing Xiao Ziying's strength described by Xiao Ziling, she couldn't help but feel astonished by Xiao Zi's prowess, then gently embraced her. Truly her daughter so formidable. The moment her thoughts surfaced, all eyes in the room turned to Xiao Ziyi. Their gazes held traces of surprise, confusion, and above all, reluctance. Given the precedent set by Her Majesty the Empress, they had no objection to the next Demon Emperor being female. But they couldn't believe the Empress would actually have her daughter inherit the position of direct successor. No wonder I thought that Fairy looked so much like Her Majesty the Empress earlier. Turns out she really is the Empress's daughter. Whoa, I thought they looked alike too, but don't you think she resembles the Emperor even more? At these words, some of the powerful figures present turned to look at Xiao Ziling with stunned expressions. They too now noticed the uncanny resemblance. No way. Could this actually be the Emperor himself? Ji Chen naturally noticed it too. Her Majesty the Empress, the future heir of the Demon Clan, must possess formidable strength. Not just anyone can command respect. Ji Chen stepped aside, and Kai Yan, the eldest disciple of the Flaming Demon Sanctuary, stepped forward. He was the son of the Flaming Demon Sanctuary's supreme master and also one of its direct disciples. Their purpose in coming today was precisely for this position of direct disciple and the throne of the Imperial Lord. With the Imperial Lord's throne now gone, they could not oppose Her Majesty the Empress's decision. But as for the position of direct disciple, that remained uncertain. Kai Yan stood with his arms crossed, his face brimming with arrogance. He held Xiao Ziling in utter contempt. As fellow cultivators at the Heavenly Realm stage, he was confident he could hold his own against anyone. Ji Chen spoke up, Your Majesty, why not let a disciple from our Yanma Holy Land challenge the personal disciple you've selected? If she can defeat Kai Yan, we shall have no objection to her taking that position. He was utterly certain that as the son of the Flaming Demon Sanctuary's patriarch, Kai Yan's strength ranked among the very best of the younger generation. Xiao Ziyi, merely the Empress's daughter, likely possessed no real talent. Moreover, the Empress had long resided at the frontier, while her daughter remained within the Yaoguang Holy Land. She likely hadn't inherited a shred of the Empress's abilities. Ziyi, what do you think? Gu Hanyang gazed at Xiao Ziyi with tender eyes. Xiao Ziyi nodded to Gu Hanny, then offered a faint smile. Kai Yan and Ji Chen were equally astonished that the Empress would actually send her daughter into battle. Such a delicate ice queen. I'll go easy on her later, wouldn't want to break her. Kai Yan chuckled inwardly. After all, he possessed peak heavenly realm strength and had even condensed 11 heavenly realms. Xiao Ziyi was also at the heavenly realm level, no match for him. Chapter 99, Kai Yan's Little Scheme, One Palm to Cripple Kai Yan. Out of respect for you being the Empress's daughter and since you seem younger than me, I won't bully you. I'll give you 3 moves first. After 3 moves, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Kai Yan wore an expression of calm indifference, striking a pose he deemed dashing. That Kai Yan probably wants to hit on the Empress's daughter. The prodigies from major factions instantly saw through Kai Yan's ulterior motives. But if he could really get close to the Empress's daughter, that would be pretty sweet. Xiao Ziyi had no idea what Kai Yan was talking about, but she knew one thing: she could strike first. Ji Chen's expression darkened. He thought Kai Yan was getting a bit too cocky. He understood Kai Yan was indeed trying to woo the Empress's daughter. The young girl before him was also a powerhouse at the heavenly realm stage, and the aura emanating from her was exceptionally potent. Her foundation must be exceptionally solid. And as the Empress's daughter, her strength couldn't be too shabby either. Kai Yan, she's the Empress's daughter. Are you sure you're up to this? Kai Yan flashed a confident smile. Senior Ji, rest assured. I won't even need to exert my full strength against her. Kai Yan turned his gaze toward Xiao Ziyi, extending a finger and beckoning her over. That provocative gesture instantly angered the demonic clan elders present. Xiao Ziling frowned. Are these demonic beings truly without brains? A serious expression flashed across Xiao Ziyi's face as a faint purple glow emanated from her bones. Divine and demonic power surged instantly, infinite laws coalescing into her palm. Divine Demon Overlord. Xiao Ziyi raised her hand, bringing it crashing down. A colossal golden palm appeared overhead, crashing down toward Kai Yan. No! Kai Yan's face paled, clearly stunned by the sheer force of the strike. For a moment, he froze, but the overwhelming pressure soon swept over his heart, jolting him back to his senses. A colossal hand of blazing divine might surged forth, intertwining fiery energies as it charged toward the golden palm, attempting to intercept it. Boom! The powerful figures present immediately shielded their disciples, stepping forward to block the shockwaves radiating from the clashing energies. Didn't you say 3 moves? Xiao Ziling's voice was calm as the golden palm obliterated the fiery giant hand. It plunged straight down toward Kai Yan. Kai Yan watched the golden palm descending upon him, the surrounding space shattered by its sheer force. Impossible! What is this thing? Fear flashed in Kai Yan's eyes as he hastily summoned his 11 caverns. The moment the 11 heavenly realms appeared, the present powerhouses and those young cultivators who had reached the heavenly realm stage were stunned by Kai Yan's display. Having attempted to condense a heavenly realm themselves, they understood the immense difficulty involved in forming 11 such realms. No wonder Kai Yan dared to be so arrogant. He'd already forged 11 heavenly realms. Looks like this inheritance belongs to that brat. The prodigies present understood the formidable power of 11 heavenly realms. Though it seemed like only one realm more than 10, the difference in might was as vast as heaven and earth. A fierce glint flashed in Kai Yan's eyes. No one has ever pushed me to this point. Today, you have every reason to be proud. Kai Yan unleashed the full might of his 11 heavenly realms. That terrifying force erupted directly from the heavens. The ground beneath Kai Yan's feet instantly caved in. The golden giant palm swept through as if crossing uninhabited terrain, pausing not for a moment. The power of the 11 caverns proved utterly ineffective against it. Witnessing this terrifying might, fear crept onto Kai Yan's face. His own celestial realm power proved utterly no match for the golden palm. His soul trembled, his eyes staring blankly at this terrifying force. He still couldn't believe it. How could his 11 heavenly realms possibly lose to this little girl? Kai Yan continued to gather the power of his celestial realms in his palm. Ji Chen sensed something was amiss. He sighed inwardly, then prepared to intervene and aid Kai Yan. The moment he shifted his weight slightly, a terrifying pressure descended upon his heart. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he scanned the surrounding demonic elite. He sought to identify who had intervened, but all the present powerhouses were utterly absorbed in Xiao Ziyi's display of strength. They showed no interest whatsoever in Ji Chen. He shifted his gaze to the Empress, only to find her smiling, her attention entirely focused on her daughter. This is strange. Whose pressure could this be? Ji Chen felt a surge of shock. Could there be another powerful figure lurking in the shadows? He glanced at Kai Yan, who showed no intention of retreating. Suddenly, Ji Chen raised both hands, channeling all his heavenly realm power to collide head-on with the golden palm. The terrifying might instantly crushed down. Boom! Witnessing this, Ji Chen could no longer remain seated. Holy sun! The instant Ji Chen moved to strike Xiao Ziyi, a colossal divine might descended, instantly forcing him to his knees. At that moment, the powerful figures among the demonic clan's high-ranking members also noticed that Ji Chen had actually dared to make a move. Humph! Ji Chen truly has no shame attempting to strike a junior? Heh, the flaming demon sanctuary sure has a lot of clout these days. Who could disagree? Looks like we old codgers will have to pay them a visit in a few days. The demonic clan's mighty figures murmured among themselves. Since they had already decided to stand by Her Majesty the Empress, they must make their allegiance abundantly clear. It was time to deal with these insolent factions. Ah! No, my arm! Blood tears streamed from Kai Yan's eyes as he felt his arm being utterly torn apart by that force. Had he not sacrificed all his cavern heaven power, he would likely already be a corpse lying in the wilderness. Empress! Is this not going too far? Ji Chen's voice was low and subdued as he remained kneeling. His voice caught the Empress's attention. Gu Hanyan shifted her gaze from Xiao Ziyi to Ji Chen. She noticed Ji Chen was now performing such an extreme act of reverence toward her. What are you doing? Gu Hanyang looked at Ji Chen, her expression filled with confusion. Your Majesty, a duel is one thing, but wasn't that blow a bit too heavy? What? You're arrogant and overbearing, looking down on everyone. Kai Yan especially loves using excuses to spar with others and crippling them. Our demon clan's prodigies have suffered many losses because of this. Gu Hanyang's eyes flashed with a sharp, icy glint. That's simply because they were outmatched. Is that so? Then may I interpret this as, your skills are also inferior? Gu Hanyan's icy voice echoed through the hall, bringing a sense of satisfaction to the assembled factions. Many of their own prodigies had fallen victim to Kai Yan's hand. The Empress's move instantly captured the hearts of everyone present. Ji Chen glanced around, noticing all eyes fixed on him. He knew he was in the wrong. Yet with no way to save face, he found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 100, The Wise Know When to Retreat. All submit. Even the powerful figures who had initially stood united with him were now watching him, eager to see how Ji Chen would respond. Kai Yan watched as his father's treasures were all destroyed, barely escaping with his life. Without these treasures, he would never have stood a chance against that strike. Kai Yan felt the energy within him completely depleted. His eyes were bloodshot, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ziyi. He dared not speak his anger aloud. Xiao Ziyi's power far surpassed his own, even giving his all, he couldn't block a single strike from her. Ji Chen felt the oppressive aura lingering around him. After gritting his teeth and hesitating repeatedly, he sighed and said, Very well, Your Majesty. We have no further dispute over the position of direct disciple. The words fell into a deathly silence. What the hell? They're bowing down this fast? Those shameless scum from the flaming demon sanctuary only dare pick on the weak. Whispers of disdain rippled through the crowd, deepening their preconceptions about the flaming demon sanctuary. Meanwhile, many factions had already made their decisions. Now was the perfect moment to pledge allegiance to Her Majesty the Empress. They were just about to offer their submission to Her Majesty the Empress. Xiao Ziyi, however, turned her gaze toward the other prodigies present. Stepping forward with a cold gaze, she declared, Weren't those behind you just itching to act? If any of you believe yourselves worthy of the position of direct disciple, come forward together. Let me see what qualifies you to challenge us. The words had barely left her lips when shock washed over the faces of the prodigies present. Hold on, sis, that was then, this is now. You've already beaten Kai Yan into a complete mess. What more could they possibly object to? This little brat is even more formidable than Her Majesty the Empress was in her youth. The demonic elite watched the formidable Xiao Ziyi with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This was the image befitting a demon emperor. The other powerful figures present felt a bit awkward. Now it was their turn to find themselves in a dilemma. If any of them backed down, wouldn't that imply they were inferior to the Empress's own disciple? But to stand their ground? That would mean challenging the Empress's own disciple. The consequences were all too clear. How could they dare to challenge? The powerful figures from the major factions turned their gaze toward the younger generation behind them. They shook their heads at them, signaling not to challenge. The prodigies exchanged glances. Then, with a nod to each other, they had already made their decision. Xiao Ziling's young companion, Xiao Tian, watched the scene unfold. Here it comes. They're about to refuse to accept it and challenge Xiao Zi, only for Xiao Zi to knock them flying. Xiao Tian watched the prodigies with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. They all took a step forward. Just as the elders behind them sighed inwardly at the unfavorable turn, they all knelt on one knee. We pay our respects to the Empress's direct disciple. Having witnessed the strength of the direct disciple, we admit we are no match. We shall spare you our pitiful displays. At that moment, everyone's faces thickened with boldness. Xiao Tian was stunned by the decision they had collectively made. Not you guys, did you get the wrong person? How could you bow down? You're the prodigies. All they could say was, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Kai Yan was crippled with a single strike. Did they go over there hoping to take a few more blows and end up like that kid? Even the elders behind them didn't see it as a disgrace. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief at the group's decision. Seeing everyone like this, Xiao Ziyi didn't know what to say. She could only turn to look at her mommy and daddy. Alright, Ziyi, come back. Xiao Ziyi nodded, then, with a gesture of gracious concession after a contest. This was a gesture of concession after a contest. This was something her grandmother had taught her to be polite to those who showed her courtesy. Others might not have noticed, but this gesture sent Kai Yan, already gravely wounded, into a rage that overwhelmed his heart. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth mid-air. Holy sun! Jichen sensed the oppressive aura had vanished and hurried toward Kai Yan. He began examining the wounds, knowing he was finished this time. He'd have to face the Holy Lord's wrath upon returning. The others paid no heed to Jichen and his companions, instead turning their gaze toward Her Majesty the Empress. In that case, the positions of the direct disciple and the Imperial Lord are settled. You may all return now. Gu Hanni announced to the assembly. The present powerhouses and prodigies bowed respectfully to Her Majesty the Empress. Thank you, Your Majesty. We take our leave. Jichen was the first to leave, eager to rush back to the flaming demon sanctuary to see if there was still any chance to save the Holy Sun. Members of other factions also began to slowly withdraw. They knew in their hearts that answers had been found for certain matters. The sudden annihilation of those factions likely involved the Empress as well. It was time for them to choose sides. After all the remaining powerful figures had departed, the demonic clan's high-ranking officials bowed to Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanni. Empress, Emperor. MHM. Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanni nodded in acknowledgement. Empress, shall we pay a visit to those sacred lands? It's time to issue them a warning. A high-ranking demonic clan member respectfully inquired. Indeed, it is time to issue a warning. Any other recent developments concerning the demon clan? Gu Hanyang's gaze swept over them and Aju. They all shook their heads. Most matters had already been resolved. Your Majesty, there is one matter concerning the Abyssal Sea, that great being seems to have vanished. Ignore him. Understood, Your Majesty. Xiao Ziling said indifferently. He had already eliminated the other party, so naturally, they were gone. The demonic elite, seeing the Emperor speak, knew better than to interject. Since there's nothing else, Logan, take men to the Flaming Demon Sanctuary. Tell them that if they continue living in the past, the Flaming Demon Sanctuary has no reason to exist. Gu Hanyang's eyes flashed with cold determination. On this matter, she could afford no delay. Understood. Leave it to me. Robin vanished instantly with several powerful followers, and the other demonic clan leaders raised no objections. Everyone, withdraw. With the demonic clan's affairs settled, we can finally recover our strength. Gu Hanyang said calmly. Over the past few days, the demon clan had lost far too many powerful members. Though they were all rotten teeth, new ones would gradually grow in their place. Empress, I shall also take my leave. Seeing everyone else withdraw, Aju smiled and addressed the Empress. MHM. Gu Hanni nodded with a smile as everyone departed the area. Xiao Ziling and the other two also returned to Gu Hanyang's courtyard. Finally done. Husband, wait for me a moment. I'll pack up our things, and then we'll go play with Sister Sheer together. Gu Hanyan smiled with evident ease, then exclaimed cheerfully. Xiao Ziling watched her and smiled back. It seemed being emperor wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Chapter 101, Journey to the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Xiao Ziling turned to Xiao Ziyi. From now on, as long as it doesn't defy heaven's principles or morality, do whatever you wish. Daddy will always stand behind you. Xiao Ziling smiled as he ruffled Xiao Ziyi's hair. He knew his daughter possessed excellent character and integrity. But in a world where might reigns supreme, even a moment's hesitation could invite greater trouble. A smile spread across Xiao Ziyi's face as she nodded gently. When Mom comes out, let's go find Auntie together. Okay, Daddy. When we go, let's buy some more snowflake cake. Didn't we just go buy some? I ate it all. I forgot to save some for Mommy. Xiao Ziyi looked a little embarrassed. She'd been hungry last time and had eaten some, only to realize it was all gone. Ah, that's good. As long as you remember your mommy. We won't tell Mommy. Daddy will take you there later and give her a surprise. Xiao Ziling smiled. Xiao Ziyi nodded happily in agreement. A moment later, Gu Hanyang emerged from the room. As soon as she appeared, she saw the two of them chatting and laughing together. She couldn't help but smile warmly inside. Earlier, she had worried that their relationship might sour when they met again. Now it seemed her worries had been unnecessary. What are you two talking about? You look so happy? Hee, Daddy told me not to tell Mommy. Xiao Ziling's expression darkened. Wait, my sweet daughter, why do you look like you're about to spill everything the moment you see your mom? Oh? Is that so? Gu Hanyang's gaze shifted to Xiao Ziling, who offered a faint smile. He walked over to Gu Hanny's side and gave her a light pat on the butt. That's a good thing. Let's go. Gu Hanny's cheeks flushed crimson at Xiao Ziling's touch. That's the real rogue. Gu Hanyan said nothing, for Xiao Ziyi had already whispered in her ear about preparing a surprise for her. Though she didn't know what the two were planning, she understood they were doing it for her sake. A warm feeling stirred within her. While the two beauties who could make heaven and earth pale in comparison were still chatting, Xiao Ziling had already torn open a fissure. Let's go. We're heading to the Yaoguang sacred grounds, Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. The two hurriedly positioned themselves on either side of Xiao Ziling, while Gu Hanyan clung to his arm. Xiao Ziyi gently took Xiao Ziling's hand. The three entered the rift together. Gu Hanyang, who hadn't yet stepped into the temporal rift, looked around with curiosity. But in less than a breath's time, the trio found themselves on an open field outside the Yaoguang sacred ground. Surrounded by flowers, grass, and trees, the Yaoguang sacred grounds remained clearly visible. It's been so long since I was last here. Gu Hanyan gazed at the Yaoguang sacred grounds before her, a wave of emotion washing over her. She vaguely recalled being bullied by Yuan Mengshi with those two giant balls during her last visit. There was nothing she could do about it. Hers weren't exactly small, but they couldn't compare to those of a true monster. Hee hee, mommy hasn't been here in a while, has she? Feeling a bit nostalgic about this place. Xiao Zi tugged at Gu Hanyan's arm, offering a faint smile as she spoke. Gu Hanyan smiled softly and nodded. Your mommy isn't nostalgic for this place, she's nostalgic for the people and events here. Xiao Ziling chuckled. Just as the three were preparing to head toward the Yaoguang sacred ground, a ragged young woman ran toward them. Xiao Ziling and the others noticed her. Their eyes turned toward the ragged girl. A demon beast was chasing her from behind. Her face was etched with utter despair. Though she knew her death was inevitable, she refused to abandon even the faintest glimmer of hope, continuing to run frantically. Suddenly spotting Xiao Ziling and the others, she briefly considered seeking their help. But unsure of their cultivation levels, she didn't want to endanger others. She swiftly changed direction and fled in another direction. Xiao Ziling, Gu Hanny, and the others witnessed this scene, their expressions tinged with confusion. What's she doing? Using a demon beast to train herself? Xiao Ziyi watched the girl suddenly dash off in another direction. She probably doesn't want to drag us into trouble. She's still being chased by that beast. Seems like it. She doesn't stand a chance against that beast. Xiao Ziyi noticed the girl's weak and unstable aura clearly. She was no match for that demon beast. Daddy, should we help her? Xiao Ziyi noticed the girl hadn't drawn the demon beast toward them, and she didn't sense any negative energy emanating from her. When deciding to help someone, you must consider your own strength and whether the other person's character is worthy of your assistance. You possess unique abilities. Daddy trusts you to make the right decisions in everyday situations. Xiao Ziling smiled as he ruffled Xiao Ziyi's hair. But now it's not about helping or not, that demon beast seems to be heading our way. Xiao Ziyi's smile faded as she turned her gaze toward the beast. Gu Hanyan also grew alert, but Xiao Ziling remained calm and composed. He had already recognized the beast's identity. Hey, this beast looks kinda familiar. Wait, is its rear end still bald? Xiao Ziyi watched as the beast, instead of continuing to chase the girl, turned and flew toward them. You know this beast? Seeing that the two recognized the beast, Gu Hanyan relaxed. Meanwhile, the girl who had just fled saw the demon beast wasn't pursuing her but was instead flying toward those people. She thought it was because of her. Oh no! She quickly picked up a rock and hurled it at the beast. You big dumb bird! I'm over here! The demon beast glanced back at her. A flicker of anger passed through its eyes, but it paid her no mind, continuing to fly toward Xiao Ziling and the others. This is bad, really bad. Something terrible is going to happen. She hurried toward Xiao Ziling and the others, but her speed was slow, and she was injured. The demon beast landed before Xiao Ziling and the others. It bowed its head before the three. Little gold greets its master. What are you doing here? Didn't I grant you your freedom? Xiao Ziling said indifferently. Gu Hanyang was somewhat surprised this barefoot golden crow with ancient bloodlines actually addressed her husband as master. Hee, master, I went out exploring for a bit, but found it rather dull, so I came back here. To guard this place for you, master, the barefoot golden crow said cheerfully. Xiao Tian also emerged from the system space. Seeing how utterly devoted the barefoot golden crow was to its master, she suddenly felt that her master was truly formidable. The system space had been closed for so long without behaving, yet it was tamed directly by the master. Do as you please, but don't disrupt this place. Otherwise, I'll have to resort to drinking chicken soup. Xiao Ziling said to the barefoot golden crow in a calm voice. Yes, master. Husband, this little demon beast is quite interesting, Gu Hanyan murmured, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. The barefoot golden crow trembled violently upon sensing the terrifying imperial aura emanating from Gu Hanyan. Its entire body trembled. Another emperor? Chapter 102, Crossing Thousands of Mountains and 10,000 Miles just to reach the Yaoguang Holy Land? Xiao Jin's body shrank back, a hint of fear flickering in its eyes. Master, she is. Little Jean looked at Gu Hanni, its voice faint. As if he were afraid of Gu Hanyang. She is my wife. Don't worry, she wouldn't harm you, little sparrow. Xiao Ziling also noticed Xiao Jin's unease around Hanyan. Gu Hanyang and Xiao Ziyi both smiled. Even Xiao Ziling chuckled, for everyone could see Xiao Jin's current predicament, his buttocks now completely bare of feathers. Now its entire rear end was completely bald. The sight of Xiao Jin's comical state made everyone burst into laughter. Little Jean noticed everyone glancing at its rear end and then laughing. Little Jean, what happened to you? Who could have plucked your feathers? Xiao Ziling asked with a faint smile. The girl who had just rushed back saw the barefoot golden crow already standing before the others. She didn't hesitate, hurling all the pebbles in her hand at the barefoot golden crow. But that's because... Before Little Gold could finish speaking, several pebbles struck it. You big dumb bird, I'm right here. A clear, elegant voice drifted over. Hearing that familiar voice, a flash of anger flickered in Xiao Jin's eyes as it slowly turned its head. It's all that little brat's fault. The little punk actually plucked my feathers while I was sleeping. The barefoot golden crow's eyes blazed with fury. It spread its wings, ready to swoop down and grab the little girl. The girl swallowed hard, knowing she was done for this time. You two, get out of here fast. After shouting this warning to Xiao Ziling and the others, she continued fleeing in another direction. It's over. It's over. These little cuties have doomed me. Am I really going to meet my end here? Xiao Ziling watched the fleeing girl before him and said calmly to Xiao Jin, bring her over. Don't hurt her. Though puzzled by Xiao Ziling's words, Xiao Jin immediately suppressed his anger and swiftly charged toward the girl. In the blink of an eye, his claws gently seized her collar, lifting her back. Husband, something's off about this little girl. Her cultivation is so weak. How did she evade the pursuit of that Supreme Realm demon beast? Gu Hanni sensed that the girl brought back by Xiao Jin possessed little strength. In fact, it was almost ridiculously weak. A girl whose golden core was destroyed, her dantian chaotic, meridian severed. Not only is she alive, but she's managed to evade Xiao Jin for this long. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. However, he had just learned something. Xiao Jin likely wanted to see if this girl was from the Yaoguang sacred land. Otherwise, Xiao Jin would have struck immediately, and the girl wouldn't have lasted a moment. Just like now, it hadn't been long before Xiao Jin caught her. Her feet flailed wildly in the air as she shrieked in terror, "Let me go! You big dumb bird!" Enough of this, Xiao Ziling sighed, shaking his head. Who are you? And why did you pluck Xiao Jin's feathers? A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. Xiao Jin? These people actually knew this demon beast? She gazed at the breathtaking attire of the three before her, utterly stunning. She looked at Gu Hanyan and Xiao Ziyi, their dazzling divine beauty. Women were beautiful, but she now truly felt utterly outshone by these two goddesses before her. Not even after meticulous grooming could she hope to match them. Hello, my name is Chuanrong. A faint smile touched Chunrong's lips before she turned her gaze to the barefoot golden crow. Let go of me right now. You plucked my feathers and still dare to be so arrogant? The barefoot golden crow glared at the little girl bouncing before him, his eyes flashing with anger. Chuanrong pouted. Who told you to sleep in such a way that you blocked me from getting the immortal herb? Chuanrong murmured softly. She hadn't meant to do it, but she'd waited forever and the big, clumsy bird showed no signs of waking. She had no choice but to pluck a few feathers from the little golden bird's rear herself. Gu Hanyang and Xiao Ziyi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Chuanrong's account. Xiao Jin also recalled that there was indeed a divine herb growing right where he'd been sleeping. Why didn't you wake me up? Xiao Jin stared at Chuanrong, their body proportions completely mismatched. This made Chuanrong tremble with fear. This was the first time she'd ever faced such a terrifying presence. Xiao Ziling also found the girl's innocence charming. Alright, little one, pulling Xiao Jin's fur was indeed wrong. Apologize to him. I promise he won't hurt you anymore. Chuanrong thought about it. She knew she was in the wrong. She turned to Xiao Jin and apologized. I'm sorry. Xiao Jin glared at her, puffed up with anger, yet dared not defy Xiao Ziling's command. Xiao Ziling, of course, sensed Xiao Jin's lingering anger. With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy instantly flowed into Xiao Jin's body. The feathers on its tail began to regrow at a visible pace. Simultaneously, it sensed its cultivation bottleneck loosening slightly. There, Xiao Jin. She didn't mean it. Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. Xiao Jin happily bowed low to Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanyan. Thank you, master. Xiao Jin will return now. I'll remain nearby. Should you need anything, simply command me. Xiao Ziling nodded with a smile. Xiao Jin then flapped its wings and departed. Only Chuanrong's stunned expression remained. She had only just realized the true power of this barefoot golden crow. If it chose to, she would have no chance of escape. And such a formidable demon beast actually called the man before her master. We must depart now. Take care of yourself. Xiao Ziyi gave her a smile before following her father and mother away. Chuanrong watched their retreating figures. She had wanted to thank them. But the thought of her own weakness, her inability to help in any way, stopped her. Even her own family. At this thought, her eyes grew moist. Her gaze turned toward the Yaoguang sacred land. Her resolve to join the Yaoguang Holy Land only grew stronger. I must join the Yaoguang Holy Land. Only then can I avenge grandfather and the others. Her path was roughly the same as Xiao Ziling and the others, though she headed for the main gate of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Xiao Ziling and the others headed directly into the Yaoguang Holy Land, toward Ruan Mengxi's small courtyard. Master, the woman detected earlier is infected with the power of destiny. Xiao Tian appeared beside Xiao Ziling at that moment. A mere golden core cultivator could be tainted by the power of destiny? No. Like that Xiao Zi'er before, she's an opponent of the chosen child, meaning she's an antagonist. So, I can use her to track down those who absorbed the fortune power. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. Indeed. Her destination seems to be the Yaoguang sacred land as well. You two might even cross paths soon. Traveling thousands of miles across mountains and rivers, all just to reach the Yaoguang sacred land? Xiao Ziling listened to Xiao Tian's account while hurrying along. Before long, the three of them arrived at the Yaoguang sacred land. Chapter 103, Yaoguang sacred land disciple recruitment begins. First trial starts. Xiao Ziling possessed the keenest eyesight, able to detect every breath and movement around him. The young girl's legs were noticeably swollen and reddened, clearly the result of constant travel and running. Moreover, her body bore numerous severe injuries, some critical enough to threaten her life. Yet this young girl had somehow managed to survive. If she truly proves capable, I wouldn't mind lending her a hand. He wasn't a saint, nor would he aid just anyone. But if Chuanrong proved worthy, he might extend a small measure of assistance. The three arrived at the mountain range where Ruan Mengxi was supposed to be, but Xiao Ziling sensed no trace of her presence, only the aura of Big Yellow. Closing his eyes, he focused his perception toward the distance. Is she in the main hall? Is she preparing for the disciple recruitment assembly? Xiao Ziling opened his eyes. Those depths, vast as the starry sky, emitted a faint glow. The moment the three landed, Big Yellow rose and approached them. Master. Second mistress. Young master. You finished so quickly? Da Huang ran toward them, his face beaming with joy. He had assumed it would take them much longer to handle things. We gave those demonic high-ranking officials a taste of deterrence earlier. They're being quite obedient now. Some matters are best handled directly by them. Xiao Ziling chuckled indifferently. The Grand Matriarch and the others are currently in the main hall. The disciple recruitment assessment is about to begin. A large crowd has already gathered at the gates of Yaoguang Holy Land, though I haven't spotted anyone from Tianjin Holy Land. Big Yellow briefed Xiao Ziling on the events of the past few days. Xiao Ziling also noticed the large crowd gathered at the entrance to the Yaoguang Holy Land. Let's go. We should head over to Sierra's place too. Xiao Ziling smiled, then led the group toward the Yaoguang Grand Hall. The Yaoguang Grand Hall was now filled with numerous powerful figures, including prodigies like Lingxi and Chen Guanjie, who had previously accompanied Xiao Ziyi into the Supreme Secret Realm. Their assistance might be needed for this disciple recruitment. Holy Lord, quite a few are seeking to join our Yaoguang Holy Land this time. Perhaps there truly is someone capable of standing against the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. With so many candidates, we must be even more discerning. We cannot allow those with poor character or unscrupulous conduct to join our Yaoguang sacred ground. Ruan Mengxi sat upon the main seat, her gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. The Yaoguang Emperor nodded in agreement. The first test for entry into their Yaoguang sacred land was based on character and virtue. Those failing this initial test would never be admitted. The second test assessed innate talent, while the third evaluated combat prowess. Lingxi, Chen Guanjie, should anyone have questions about the first test or show any dissatisfaction, it will be up to you to handle it. Ruan Mengxi's gaze fell upon the two as she spoke in a calm tone. The first gate of the Yaoguang sacred ground was always the most prone to incidents. Some possessed formidable strength and exceptional talent, yet still failed to pass the initial test. Naturally, they feel humiliated and resentful, which is when others need to help them cool down. Rest assured, Holy Master. Leave it to us. Very well. Yuning, take Lingxi and the others to the first gate. The assessment may now begin. Ruan Mengxi spoke softly. After receiving the order, Yuning bowed respectfully to Ruan Mengxi before leading Lingxi and the others toward the main gate of the Yaoguang sacred ground, preparing to commence the assessment. Ancestor, will you be joining us? Ruan Mengxi's gaze softened as she looked at the Yaoguang Emperor beside her. The Yaoguang Emperor smiled faintly and shook his head. I shall not accompany you. I have already witnessed the brilliance within the younger generation. You are all splendid. The elders present also wore smiles. Had it not been for the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary's obstruction, they might have been even happier. Then, Holy Master, we shall proceed to await you Ning and the others bringing the group over. Very well, you may proceed. I shall join you shortly. Ruan Mengshi replied with a faint smile. The elders present quickly departed one by one. However, as they stepped outside, Ruan Mengshi, who had been pondering how to handle the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, suddenly heard voices outside. Greetings, Your Divine Majesty. Greetings, Holy Lord. Xiao Ziling responded with a smile before stepping inside. Now only Ruan Mengshi and Emperor Yaoguang remained in the Grand Hall. Grandma! We've come to find you. Xiao Ziyi entered the hall first, trotting lightly to Ruan Mengshi's side. Zi, my husband, Han Yan's sister, how did you all arrive so quickly? Seeing everyone, Ruan Mengshi's face lit up with a charming smile. Things are settled over there now, so we all came to find you together. Gu Hanyan smiled. Emperor Yaoguang greeted the group upon seeing them. Greetings, Holy Emperor. No need for formalities. Xiao Ziling reached out to steady the Emperor of Yaoguang. Ancestor, these are my friends. With them by our side, even if the entire Heavenly Sword Sanctuary mobilizes its full force, they won't stand a chance against us. Gu Hanyang smiled and nodded to the elderly man. Ruan Mengshi, seeing everyone arrive, finally let her heart settle. Very well. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall retire to rest now. Understood, Ancestor. Rest assured. As the Emperor of Yaoguang passed by Gu Hanyan, he cast a glance at Gu Hanyang. This generation's demon emperor truly is astonishing. Emperor Yaoguang chuckled, then bowed slightly to Gu Hanyang. Gu Hanyan steadied her. Elder, I am also Sierra's friend. There's no need for such formality. A look of satisfaction spread across the great Emperor Yaoguang's face before she departed. Once the great Emperor Yaoguang had departed, Gu Hanyan turned to look at Ruan Mengshi with a puzzled expression. Sister Sheer, does the elder know me? A look of confusion appeared on Gu Hanyan's face. Ruan Mengshi smiled and nodded. Didn't you come to see me before? The ancestor already knew about it then. But the ancestor told me to just follow my own heart. Gu Hanyang suddenly understood. It seemed that Senior had already known about her demonic lineage back then. Husband, come on. I'll take you both to see this disciple recruitment. What do you say? Ruan Mengshi took Xiao Ziling's arm and gave it a gentle tug with a smile. Previous disciple recruitment events only required sending a few elders. This time, however, the entire sect was mobilizing, even the Holy Sovereign himself was attending. All because the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary was likely planning to stir up trouble during this event. Alright, let's go together and see for ourselves. Xiao Ziling glanced at Gu Hanny, Xiao Ziyi, and Big Yellow. They all smiled and nodded in agreement, having no objections. At the main gate of the Yaoguang Holy Land, the first stage of the entrance trials had already commenced. All disciples aspiring to join the Yaoguang sacred ground were enveloped in the radiance emanating from a divine stone. Chapter 104, Bringing them Imperial Weapons? The first assessment concluded. Just moments ago, Yuning had explained the conditions for joining the Yaoguang Holy Land to everyone. Now Lingxi and the others were all watching this first stage. A familiar figure was also present in this first stage. It was none other than Chun Rong, whom Xiao Ziling and the others had met before. She had long heard of the Yaoguang Holy Land's reputation. They valued character and virtue above all when recruiting disciples. Thus, the disciples and elders of the Yaoguang Holy Land lived in great harmony, with only a small minority succumbing to later temptations. Ultimately, they strayed down the wrong path, Elder Songhai being a prime example. Precisely because of Songhai's cautionary tale, Yuning had amplified the Divine Stone's power this time. The first trial would become even more challenging. The moment Chun Rong entered, she was met with disdain from some of the prodigies around her. Damn it, since when can a stinking beggar come here to take the assessment? A man of extraordinary bearing, profound cultivation, and slender build frowned and said. Exactly. And he's only at the golden core stage? You filthy beggar, haven't you done any research on the Yaoguang Holy Land's assessment? Don't you know the Yaoguang Holy Land has never once admitted anyone at the golden core stage? A woman dressed in garish colors sneered in mockery. Chun Rong ignored their taunts, clenching her fists instead. The assessment was the priority now, she couldn't waste time on them. Seeing Chun Rong ignore them, the two were about to press their advantage further. Chen Guanjie cut them off sharply. Enough. You two ignorant fools. Who says the Yaoguang Holy Land has never admitted golden core cultivators? I entered at that level myself. Now get on with your assessment. The powerful aura emanating from Chen Guanjie instantly silenced them. Heh, I've seen golden core disciples enter before, but never someone with your kind of character. Lingxi watched this scene from the shadows, smiling faintly. Soon, the group enveloped in light was instantly transported into an illusionary realm. The assessment has officially begun. Far away, in the vast plaza at the heart of the Yaoguang sacred land, Xiao Ziling and the others had already gathered. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary hasn't arrived yet. Those fellows probably have ulterior motives, hoping to exploit this new disciples' sparring session. They're clearly just afraid of Ziyi, Ling Shi, and the others. Some elders present were visibly angered. During their time in the secret realm, the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary must have discovered the existence of exceptionally talented young disciples within the Yaoguang sacred land. Can't we just refuse this sparring match? Xiao Ziling turned his gaze toward Yuan Munshi, clearly intending to suppress the new disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land. Yuan Munshi shook her head gently. This happens every time the sacred grounds recruit disciples. Previously, we always sparred with the 100 Flowers Sacred Grounds. This time, the Heavenly Sword Sacred Grounds requested the match themselves and are willing to put up an Imperial weapon as the prize. If we win, the Imperial weapon is ours. If we lose, we owe nothing. So it seems they're just after the reputation, huh? Gu Hanyan remarked indifferently. She'd seen this kind of petty trickery before. Yes, it's hard for us to refuse such an offer. With such a generous offer on the table, if the Yaoguang sacred land declined this opportunity for new disciples to spar, that would be cowardice. That would play right into the hands of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. A thought seemed to occur to Xiao Ziling, and he smiled faintly. This was practically handing them weapons on a silver platter. Meanwhile, within the First Gate's illusionary realm, Chunrong faced a tremendous trial. Within the illusion, she witnessed scenes of past humiliation, waves of mockery and abuse crashing over her. Yet she gritted her teeth, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, fueled by a single resolve, to pass the trial and enter the Yaoguang Holy Land. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared within the illusion, seemingly guiding her path forward. Grandfather. Finally, Chunrong passed the first trial. Sweat drenched her face, and she looked utterly drained. Struggling to her feet, she discovered that the area, which had been packed with people moments before, now held fewer than 50 individuals. The rest had been driven out of the light by the divine stones. Congratulations, young lady. You've passed the first stage. Lingxi smiled at her, then signaled Chen Guanjie to lead those who had passed the first stage to the second. Meanwhile, the prodigies who had been abruptly expelled from the first stage were still seething with resentment. They had left their sects and traveled this far to get here. Now they couldn't even pass the first stage. This can't be. Did you guys pull some trick? How could we possibly fail the very first stage? Exactly. All that talk about the Yaoguang sacred land having outstanding virtue? Nothing but lies. The crowd erupted in a chorus of curses. Lingxi listened to the crowd's curses. Remained silent, merely smiling. Everyone, you know exactly what you've done and what you've been up to. Of course, if anyone feels wronged, step forward. The Divine Stone will replay everything you just experienced, slowly. Lingxi said with a faint smile. At her words, the once rabble-rousing prodigies instantly fell silent, their faces betraying a look of guilt. Their shameful deeds within the illusory realm had all been recorded by the Divine Stone. If those memories were truly played back, they would lose all dignity. At that moment, a dark-robed figure of considerable power stepped forward from the crowd. He coldly declared, "Humph. I'll see just how miraculous this Divine Stone is, daring to accuse us of wrongdoing." With that, he strode toward the Divine Stone. All eyes watched nervously, eager to see what the stone would reveal. The stone flashed with light, and the robed man's past began to unfold. It revealed that he had once slaughtered an entire sect in a minor martial arts order to seize their secret manuals. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in horror, their eyes filled with utter contempt. Damn it! What kind of junk is this, just randomly showing this crap? The cloaked figure, enraged by humiliation, lunged toward the Divine Stone. Just as his hand was about to touch the stone, a figure instantly appeared before it. It was Yu Ning. Yu Ning glared at him coldly. "You're not worthy of causing trouble in the Yaoguang sacred ground." Seeing the situation turn against him, the black-robed man turned and fled. I thought this guy was afraid of the sun, but it turns out he's just this kind of person. The remaining prodigies looked down on the departing cloaked figure. They had merely flown too high to approach him now. It was nothing personal, certainly not because they'd done anything wrong. Even those who had initially refused to leave eventually slunk away, tails between their legs. Afterward, Chen Guanjie led the remaining group toward the second gate. Ling Shi watched the departing crowd with a smile. Those who had been sent back to the first gate yet still lingered. Their character had already failed the test. Those who failed the first gate and blamed others instead of themselves, such individuals would be a cancer even if they entered the Yaoguang sacred grounds. Chapter 105, A Single Sword Slays the Black-Robed Figure. The second gate trial begins. Yu Ning watched the black-robed figure flee, her expression unreadable. Then, a sword flew from beside her. 9 blades of icy light. The sword transformed into 9 piercing streaks of light, tearing through the void like lightning, shaking heaven and earth as they pursued the black-robed figure. The black-robed man, who had just been celebrating his escape, felt the piercing sword energy closing in behind him. His heart lurched, and he accelerated his escape. Yet Yu Ning's Yaoguang sword technique was no easy feat to evade. One of the sword beams instantly caught up with the cloaked figure, slicing a bloody gash across his shoulder. He grunted in pain but did not halt. From his robe, he drew a peculiar magical artifact, murmuring incantations. In an instant, a dark mist surged forth, completely obscuring his figure. Trivial tricks. Yu Ning watched the black-robed man flaunting his skills before her with a faint smile. She changed her hand seals, and 9 sword beams swiftly merged into one, forming a massive blade of light that slashed fiercely at the black mist. The mist split apart, revealing the cloaked figure's face twisted in terror. The blade of light sliced through the air, piercing straight through his body and cleaving him in two. Blood spattered instantly, splashing onto the recently eliminated disciples who had just departed. Witness the formidable power of Yaoguang Holy Land's elite. A wave of regret slowly welled up within them. The disciples whom Chen Guanjie had brought to the second stage also witnessed Yu Ning's terrifying strength. Their desire to join the Yaoguang Holy Land grew ever stronger. Everyone, rest assured. If you pass the remaining 2 trials well, you too will one day attain the strength of Elder Yu Ning. Chen Guanjie looked at the crowd and smiled. He himself had been weak when he first joined the Yaoguang Holy Land, yet through relentless effort, he had achieved his current standing. Seeing the sincerity in Chen Guanjie's eyes, the group nodded firmly. Is this the Yaoguang Holy Land? Chun Rong murmured softly. I absolutely must join the Yaoguang Holy Land. Yu Ning gazed at the black-robed figure she had slain. You thought to seek refuge through the Yaoguang Sanctuary? Too bad. We don't do that sort of thing here. Lingxi offered a faint smile before stepping beside Yu Ning. Senior Yu Ning is still so formidable. Come on, let's hurry over. Yu Ning glanced at Lingxi's smiling face and nodded lightly. The two immediately began to catch up with Chen Guanjie and the others. Chuanrong surveyed the remaining prodigies around her, each radiating a fierce aura. She sensed that each of them possessed cultivation far surpassing her own. They noticed Chuanrong's gaze and all offered faint smiles. They meant no mockery toward Chunrong. Anyone who passed the trial could not be underestimated. Each undoubtedly harbored their own ambitions. At that moment, Chen Guanjie, who was leading the group, looked at Elder Yu Ning who had suddenly appeared beside him. Elder Yu Ning. Chen Guanjie greeted Elder Yu Ning, and a hint of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the others. Is this the mighty one who just killed the black-robed man? How formidable. I didn't sense her presence at all. She appeared before us so silently. A beauty with a delicate, budding beauty, carrying an ancient zither on her back, smiled faintly. Another stood with arms crossed, eyes sharp as blades, an air of extraordinary presence between her brows. These two had emerged as the highest-ranked cultivators to pass the first trial. They looked at Elder Yu Ning, then glanced at Chen Guanjie beside her and Lingxi behind them. They too would become such formidable beings. Everyone, we will soon arrive at the testing site for the second stage. This stage will assess your innate talent and foundational cultivation. Elders and the Holy Lord himself will observe this assessment. Should you be fortunate enough to be chosen as their disciples? Then your future prospects will be limitless. Yu Ning addressed the disciples participating in the assessment. A flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of the crowd. The Holy Lord will personally recruit disciples? I must perform my best to become a disciple of the elders or even His Holiness himself. The crowd began murmuring among themselves. Meanwhile, Chun Rong, who was among them, saw a flicker of something unusual in her eyes. The Holy Lord is actually here too? I wonder if I have a chance to become the disciple of such an existence. Chun Rong's heart raced with anxiety. She knew her own limitations. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be stuck at the Golden Core realm after so many years of cultivation. No. Even if there's only the slightest chance, I will seize it. Her eyes hardened. If she weren't so weak, how could she have stood by helplessly as her loved ones slipped away? You all seem quite determined. Good. Relax, this stage is considerably easier than the last. Chen Guanjie observed the excitement in everyone's eyes and remarked with a faint smile. Soon, the group arrived at the second trial site. Ruan Mengxi and Xiao Ziling were already watching the new disciples enter from a pavilion not far from the square. Wow, wow, wow. This batch of disciples seems much better than the previous ones. Indeed. Though this time, the numbers seem considerably smaller than before. The elders present discussed among themselves, well aware of the implications. If their character wasn't up to par, it would only be like raising a tiger to become a future threat. Your Holiness. What are your thoughts on these disciples? An elder approached Ruan Mengxi and whispered in her ear. Ruan Mengxi surveyed the crowd below, shaking her head with a faint smile. She had no desire to take on disciples. After all, she only needed someone to inherit her position later. When the time came, Lingxi or Ziyi could take over. The elder smiled in return before turning and returning to his seat. As expected, the Holy Master remained as disinterested in these matters as ever. A massive stone pillar stood at the center of the arena, its surface etched with faint golden patterns that now appeared dull and lifeless. A terrifying aura emanated from its surroundings. An elder stood before the pillar, announcing the assessment rules. You will approach one by one. Pass through the pillar's pressure and touch it. If resonance occurs, your corresponding talent will manifest. The first to step forward was the beauty carrying the ancient zither. The moment she took a step, the pillar's overwhelming pressure instantly halted her in her tracks. This pressure, truly befitting the sacred land of Yaoguang. She no longer concealed her cultivation, revealing her late nascent soul stage strength. Step by step, she advanced slowly before touching the pillar. The moment her touch made contact, the intricate patterns on the pillar flickered with a faint glow, clear evidence of resonance. Feng Qingyu. Cultivation, late nascent soul realm. Talent, superior. The elders present witnessed the scene, their hearts already filled with the desire to take Feng Qingyu as a disciple. They knew the Holy Master would not interfere, so they could observe her perseverance and unique physique shortly. Those present with unique physical constitutions could not escape the collective scrutiny. Chapter 106, Ziyi might destroy the stone pillars directly. The last one. Feng Qingyu stared at the information displayed on the stone pillar, initially stunned by its capabilities. But she soon breathed a sigh of relief. Her cultivation and innate talent were both commendable, and she had likely already gained the recognition of the great masters of Yaoguang Holy Land. Her hunch proved correct, she had indeed gained the approval of most elders at the Yaoguang sacred ground. Yet Xiao Ziling, Ruan Mengshi, and the others weren't paying her any attention. Ruan Mengshi, however, teased Xiao Ziling. "Husband, this disciple is quite promising. Are you interested in taking her as your student?" Xiao Ziling's face twitched. "Forget it. I have no intention of taking on disciples at this point. What about you? Are you planning to leave without taking a disciple to inherit your position? Then I'll take you far away?" Seeing the smile on Xiao Ziling's face, a faint blush spread across Ruan Mengshi's cheeks. "I have no plans to take disciples either. When the time comes, Ziyi will simply inherit my position. Her strength is more than enough to command respect." Ruan Mengshi's gaze softened as she looked at Xiao Ziyi. Xiao Ziyi froze. She never wanted to be a holy sovereign or empress anyway. Xiao Ziling whispered softly into Ruan Mengshi's ear, "Ziyi is already a direct disciple of Gu Hannian from the Demon Clan. She cannot inherit your position." "Who says? My direct discipleship doesn't conflict with Sister Shier's chosen successor." Gu Hannian also approached Ruan Mengshi, and the two stood united. Xiao Ziling watched the united pair, a smile spreading across his face. Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hannian also smiled back at him. The crowd settled back down to watch the remaining candidates complete their trials. "Sister Shi, what is this stone pillar? It actually displays people's names, along with their innate talents and cultivation levels." Gu Hannian observed the stone pillar, her voice calm. Ruan Mengshi offered a faint smile before explaining the pillar's origins to Gu Hanni. This pillar was left behind by the founder of the Yaoguang sacred land, and the energy it contained had already surpassed that of an imperial weapon. As for the talent, it's determined by combining cultivation level, physical constitution, special abilities, and spiritual realm. Ruan Mengshi smiled, noting that this pillar had been passed down for many years. It has always been the most important treasure of the Yaoguang sacred land. "So that's how it is. Is the top grade the highest level?" Ruan Mengshi shook her head. "Manifesting the stone pillars is the fundamental practice of the Yaoguang sacred ground. The tiers, from highest to lowest, are supreme, superior, and ordinary." "Ah, so Feng Qingyu is only ranked second? Then why are these people so excited?" "Han Nian, you misunderstand. Simply causing this stone pillar to manifest and emit light already signifies transcending the ordinary." Ruan Mengshi smiled bitterly. After all, she herself had only barely reached Supreme Peak back then. She imagined those at the Supreme Peak tier must be geniuses on par with great emperors or even beyond. "Husband, Sister Shi, what do you think if Ziyi were to try? What rank would she achieve?" Ruan Mengshi froze upon hearing Gu Hannian's question. She hadn't considered having Ziyi test it. In her eyes, Ziyi's talent was absolutely top tier, she simply didn't need such tests. This stone pillar can test cultivators below the level of a sage. But for Ziyi, I'm not sure. Probably the highest level. I haven't seen someone reach the highest level in a long time, but I've never seen a prodigy of Ziyi's caliber either. Ruan Mengshi paused before answering. Xiao Ziyi was also curious. "Auntie, can I try this stone pillar later?" Xiao Ziyi blinked her adorable eyes, and without hesitation, Ruan Mengshi smiled and nodded in agreement. Xiao Ziling, too, had discerned the pillar's capabilities. "Ziyi, dear, your current spiritual power and physique might just shatter this pillar. Next time, Daddy will find you another one to test with. This one is an heirloom passed down from Auntie's sacred place and still has many uses." Xiao Ziling smiled as he ruffled Ziyi's hair. Xiao Ziyi listened to Xiao Ziling's words and nodded with a smile, showing her understanding. "Husband, surely it's not that bad. I'm only at the peak level, Ziyi shouldn't." But Ruan Mengshi and the others quickly recalled Xiao Zi's 15 caverns. "Perhaps it really could. It's fine. I have other methods. There's no need to use this one. It might actually burst her apart." Ruan Mengshi nodded in agreement. After all, there were differences between these 3 tiers. Even among the top tier, the radiance they emitted differed, indicating subtle distinctions between them. Everyone's gaze shifted downward. After Feng Qingyu, most of the geniuses were mediocre. Forget about top tier or supreme, more than 10 had failed to even make the stone pillars glow. The pillars simply couldn't display any information for them, it was obvious. These individuals held virtually no hope for cultivation. Soon, only 2 candidates remained unassessed. One was the man whose cultivation level had been comparable to Feng Qingyu's earlier. The other was Chun Rong. Seeing her turn had come, she drew a deep breath. She then slowly approached the stone pillar. The crowd watched Chun Rong, her aura faint and her clothes tattered. Their faces bore no trace of mockery, they simply waited in silence. The moment she stepped into the stone pillar's aura, her internal organs began to tremble violently. A wave of dizziness washed over her, but she bit down hard on her tongue to snap herself back to clarity. Step by step, she advanced toward the pillar. Witnessing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment for this young girl. Many elders even glimpsed a faint shadow of Chen Guanjie in her. However, she was considerably weaker than Chen Guanjie had been at that time. With great effort, she reached the stone pillar and touched it. Her heart began to pray even mediocrity would suffice. After a long while, the stone pillar showed no sign of glowing. Chen Guanjie sighed, assuming she had failed. Chun Rong's heart clenched, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Just as everyone thought she had failed, the stone pillar suddenly emitted a faint glow, which grew brighter and brighter. Chun Rong. Cultivation, early golden core realm. Talent, mediocre. The elders' faces showed surprise, and Yu Ning raised an eyebrow slightly, as if sensing something different about Chun Rong. Whoa, this little girl isn't so simple after all. I clearly sensed only crippled energy from her, yet I detected no trace of innate talent whatsoever. Both her golden core and meridians are damaged. Looks like this little girl isn't as simple as she seems. The elders watched Chun Rong pass the assessment, each feeling a hint of astonishment. Seeing the stone pillar illuminate, Chun Rong's heart, which had been tightly wound, finally relaxed. Excellent. The last one. Chen Guanjie nodded at her with a smile, then signaled for the final candidate to begin their test. Chapter 107, The Celestial Sword Sanctuary Strikes. Luomo battles Pei Zhe. Chun Rong stepped aside. Having passed this stage, only the final trial remained. The remaining disciple glanced at the assembled crowd before slowly approaching the stone pillar. The oppressive aura emanating from the stone pillar had no effect on him whatsoever. No way. This kid seems pretty extraordinary. The pressure emanating from the stone pillar should affect these juniors to some degree. The elders watching from the pavilion couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. The man before the stone pillar merely smiled faintly. Having spent years training beneath the waterfall and battling demonic beasts, such pressure held no real challenge for him. He touched the stone pillar, and it soon began to glow. The striations lit up, radiating a brilliant luster. And this light and radiance were actually slightly brighter than Feng Qingyu's. Could he possibly have reached the level of Her Majesty the Empress? Some elders murmured inwardly. All eyes were fixed on the stone pillar, but the answer that soon appeared left everyone present disappointed. Pei Zhe. Cultivation, peak Nascent Soul realm. Talent, superior. What a pity. I thought another genius as dazzling and peerless as the Holy Lord had emerged. It's already quite impressive. Lingxi and the others weren't much different back then. Though somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome, the elders remained content. 2 individuals present were worthy of being taken as disciples. Ha! Who'd have thought the Yaoguang Holy Land would be so eager to take in trash? You're even recruiting these worthless little ants? A maniacal laugh echoed from the heavens, tearing a fissure in the void as several figures descended. Each radiated an intense sword intent, clad in pure white robes embroidered with the image of a sword on their backs. This instantly revealed their identity to all present. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Well, Holy Sovereign Yaoguang remains as captivating as ever. What a pity, are you truly not considering my earlier proposal? Among the figures from the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, the one standing at the forefront was none other than the sanctuary's sovereign, a supreme powerhouse, and the current sovereign Gu Dongxi. Who would have thought someone like you could break through to emperor level? Truly a tragedy for heaven and earth. Ruan Mengshi gazed at the figures appearing in the sky, letting out a faint sigh. Gu Dongxi heard Ruan Mengshi's mockery, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. He motioned to a disciple beside him to touch that stone pillar. The disciple behind him nodded and slowly approached the pillar, intending to gently touch it. Chen Guanjie, thinking the disciple intended to damage the pillar, flashed forward to stand before him. Holy Master Yaoguang, is your disciple so ill-mannered? My disciple merely wished to test whether your stone pillar has grown too old and useless. After all these years of use, shouldn't you replace it? The Holy Master of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary Gu Dongxi replied with a faint smile. I don't think we're the ones lacking manners, are we? Touching someone else's property without permission. I thought Saint Master Godongshi was the one lacking manners? Ruan Mengshi smiled faintly. Hearing that name, Big Yellow, who had been dozing off, suddenly furrowed his brow. Who called me names? Godongshi merely gave a cold chuckle. He motioned for the man to continue touching the stone pillar, then turned his gaze toward the elder and the Holy Lord. Seeing the Holy Sovereign nod, Chen Guanjie allowed the man to proceed. He touched the stone pillar with his hand. Soon, an intense glow emanated from the pillar, a radiance far more powerful than the light radiating from the patterns on Pei Zhe's pillar. Lu Mo. Cultivation level, perfect nascent soul realm. Talent, superior. Lu Mo. The younger brother of Lu Di. Godongshi chuckled, while Ruan Mengshi and the elders all frowned slightly. This Lu Mo's strength was rather formidable. Among the newly recruited disciples this time, none should be his match. If someone from the Yaoguang Holy Land could defeat my elder brother, then now let me see what you're made of. Lu Mo spoke indifferently, then turned his gaze toward the disciples who had already passed the second trial. Godongshi also placed an Imperial weapon into his storage space. Yaoguang Holy Master, the Imperial weapon is here. Let the trial begin promptly. We're in a hurry. Godongshi chuckled, his eyes brimming with disdain. De Huang, having witnessed this arrogance from the start, flashed a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Ziling, too, regarded Godongshi's defiant expression. He raised his hand lightly, then pressed down. A colossal surge of divine power instantly robbed him of consciousness, the terrifying pressure forcing him to his knees. Even now, a trace of panic lingered in his eyes. Damn it! So those two elders were telling the truth. Only now did Godongshi believe the words of those two elders. It seemed the Nine Swords Emperor had truly been slain by a mighty being from the Yaoguang sacred land. Such an existence actually resides in Yaoguang. The crowd present was utterly bewildered. The people from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land had no idea why their Holy Lord suddenly knelt down. Was he proposing marriage? But judging by the other party's expression, it seemed highly unlikely they'd agree. After a moment, he sensed the oppressive aura and terrifying power vanish. Only then did he slowly rise, still trembling slightly. Ahem, the floor's a bit slippery. When will the trial begin? Ruan Mengshi glanced at Xiao Ziling beside her, gave him a smile, then turned to look at Godongshi. Since you're all so eager, let's begin. Whoever among you can defeat Lu Mo will become a true disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land. Ruan Mengshi addressed the disciples who had passed the assessment. Even Ling Shi and Chen Guanjie felt a twinge of envy. They had trained for years to become true disciples. It was a pity they weren't among the newly recruited disciples. Feng Qingyu and Pei Zhe exchanged a glance before stepping forward together. We volunteer to represent the Yaoguang Holy Land in battle. Lu Mo sneered contemptuously. Just the two of you? Fine. You may both come at once. Feng Qingyu and Pei Zhe froze, anger flickering in their eyes. Godongshi noticed their glances. Since my disciples have spoken, then both of you may come at once. Even so, their pride refused to allow such a joint effort. I'll go first, Pei Zhe stated calmly. As he spoke, spear intent surged around him. A long spear materialized in his grasp, instantly amplifying his aura. His spear swept like a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing countless afterimages that shot toward Lu Mo like sharp arrows. Lu Mo flickered like a ghostly apparition, effortlessly evading the assault. With a swift backhand swing, his sword unleashed a torrent of slashing energy, sweeping through the storm of afterimages like a violent tempest, shattering them all. Pei Zhe staggered back several steps, inwardly stunned by Lu Mo's prowess. You've grasped but a fragment of spear intent. You're utterly unworthy to be my opponent. Lu Mo's eyes were cold, showing no regard for Pei Zhe whatsoever. Chapter 108, The Arrogant Lu Mo, The Might of the Five Elements Divine Body. Pei Zhe stared at Lu Mo before him. He's grasped the rudiments of the realm too. A look of shock flashed in Pei Zhe's eyes. He knew all too well how he had cultivated his own gun intent prototype, enduring unimaginable pain to reach that level. He knew it all too well. Others only saw the dazzling exterior. They never knew how long he'd been preparing for this day. Lu Mo looked at Pei Zhe, whose eyes betrayed his astonishment. Don't think grasping a mere fragment of the essence of the spear gives you the right to boast in front of me. I gave you a chance earlier, but you refused it. Now I'm giving you another chance. Show me your full strength. Otherwise, I will crush you beneath my heel without mercy. A hint of ferocity flickered in Lu Mo's eyes as he gently twirled the sharp blade in his hand. Pei Zhe might not have sensed it, but those who had already reached the Supreme and Great Emperor realms instantly recognized that the weapon in Lu Mo's hand was no ordinary blade. This heavenly sword sanctuary is quite interesting. To actually equip a newly recruited disciple with a sacred weapon. Xiao Ziling chuckled faintly. After all, how many sacred weapons could be wielded at the Nascent Soul stage? The heavenly sword sanctuary truly spares no effort. Ruan Mengxi's expression turned serious. She knew the heavenly sword sanctuary wouldn't just hand them an Imperial grade weapon for nothing. Holy Lord, has Lu Mo already overstepped the boundaries? Indeed. Weapons below the level of a sacred weapon are utterly powerless against attacks from one. Sacred weapons and those above them undergo a qualitative transformation. Not only do they possess sentience, but the divine might radiating from them makes them nearly impenetrable to ordinary beings. If he can wield a sacred weapon, that's his skill. Ruan Mengshi remarked indifferently, leaving the others speechless. Indeed, the Yaoguang Holy Land possessed numerous sacred weapons, supreme artifacts, and even imperial weapons. But even if they were brought out now, ordinary people simply couldn't wield them. Not everyone possessed the supreme demon god bone like Xiao Ziyi. To wield a sacred weapon at the Nascent Soul stage required not only perfect synergy between user and weapon, but also extraordinary innate abilities. That weapon carries traces of the 5 elements. This Lumo's constitution must be no ordinary thing. Ruan Mengshi gazed at the weapon in Lumo's hand, her expression turning serious. Everyone else had already witnessed Pei Zhe's fate. Seeing Lumo's arrogance, Pei Zhe remained unruffled. Years of training had forged his temperament beyond the ordinary. Such taunts had no effect on him whatsoever. Pei Zhe thrust his spear into the ground, gripped the shaft firmly, and kicked the blade with all his leg strength. The sharp blade sliced through the earth, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust obscured Lumo's vision. "How old are you, still pulling these childish tricks?" Lumo focused his attention, wary of every corner. The slightest disturbance would register instantly. "Gotcha." Lumo felt the dust before him swept aside by a spear. He swung his arm lightly, thrusting his sword directly into the spearhead. 2 streams of intent collided. Lumo, whose face had been brimming with confidence, suddenly felt his body lose its balance. The spear had been thrown, and Pei Zhe had appeared at his left side without warning. Even those beasts with keen senses struggled to detect my presence. "You, arrogant fool, would never notice what's right beside you." Pei Zhe seized the spear Lumo had knocked away. Before Lumo could recover, a powerful dragon god tail strike sent him flying backward. Lumo regained his bearings mid-air and quickly stabilized his posture. The stinging sensation on his back made him seethe with anger. Had he not been wearing his defensive inner armor? This strike would have been enough to finish him. Pei Zhe steadied the trembling spear, observing the vibrations emanating from its shaft. He couldn't help but marvel at Lumo's formidable strength. He didn't pause, instead charging forward. His spear sliced through the air, thrusting toward Lumo. Lumo's expression turned icy as vast, surging 5 elements energy radiated from his body. Those present felt the terrifying aura emanating from Lumo, and all were shaken. It's actually the 5 elements' sacred body. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary actually found such promising talent. Some of the powerful figures from the Yaoguang Holy Land were startled. Go Dongxi and the elders behind him, however, merely smiled faintly. With the 5 elements sacred ground and the sacred weapon, what does your Yaoguang sacred ground have to fight back with? Go Dongxi sneered coldly. A flicker of surprise crossed Pei Zhe's eyes, but he didn't pause. He had to finish Lumo with this strike. The spear, carrying a fierce intent, closed in on Lumo in an instant. Lumo channeled the power of the 5 elements sacred body. The sacred weapon, a gleaming sword, radiated an intense light as the 5 elements energy coiled around it, colliding fiercely with the spear. In that instant, energy surged outward, howling winds roared, and the surrounding ground cracked and shattered under the immense force. Pei Zhe gritted his teeth, thrusting the spear with all his might, attempting to breach Lumo's defense. Lumo smiled indifferently. His sacred weapon then demonstrated its superiority, slicing clean through Pei Zhe's spear in a single stroke. Pei Zhe's expression changed. Only now did he realize that the weapon in Lumo's hand was far from ordinary. The 5 elements' power surged endlessly into the blade, unleashing the sacred weapon's might to its absolute limit. Lumo swung his sword, tearing open a gash in the earth and sky as a violent wind surged. Pei Zhe was sent flying backward, tumbling dozens of times before finally coming to a halt with the assistance of Chun Rong and the disciples who had already passed the trial. All eyes fell upon the gash torn across Pei Zhe's chest, blood trickling unceasingly from the corners of his mouth. Pei Zhe gritted his teeth, trying to rise, but his entire body was drained of strength. Chen Guanjie rushed to Pei Zhe's side, swiftly administering healing techniques and feeding him medicinal pills. "I'm sorry. I did my best." A flicker of disappointment crossed Pei Zhe's eyes. "It's fine. We all saw how you fought. Rest well now, junior brother." Chen Guanjie smiled at him, and the others nodded in agreement. A flicker of emotion touched Pei Zhe's eyes. He felt truly grateful he had come to the Yaoguang Holy Land. Pei Zhe seemed to recall something and quickly addressed the group. "His weapon isn't ordinary, and it looks like he's wearing inner armor. Focus your attacks on his limbs." Feng Qingyu nodded in agreement. She rose and looked at Lumo. Against the 5 elements sacred body, deploying some of her hidden cards might just make the fight possible. But the divine weapon was right there. The gap between weapons was simply irreparable. "My deepest apologies, Holy Sovereign Yaoguang. My disciple lacks restraint and inadvertently injured your disciple." Though perhaps Lumo simply didn't expect his opponent to be so weak. Go Dongxi sneered, relishing the flicker of anger he saw in everyone's eyes. "I thought you were something special. Turns out, this is all you've got? Luemo turned his gaze to the newly recruited disciples, his words dripping with scorn. His gaze then seemed to land on Chun Rome. He noticed her ragged clothes and saw that her cultivation was only at the golden core stage. Yaoguang sacred land is really going downhill. They're even taking in trashy beggars. Chapter 109, Master, I'm going to find food. Golden core challenges Nascent Soul. Luemo sneered at the newly recruited disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Xiao Ziyi, watching from the pavilion, her eyes turned cold. Auntie, can I fight him? Ruan Munshi looked at Xiao Ziyi, smiling as she gently ruffled her hair. Ziyi, don't worry. There will be plenty of chances to face off against the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary later. You'll get your chance to fight them then. Ruan Munshi smiled. Ziyi, your auntie is right. Besides, they won't be able to keep bragging like this forever. Xiao Ziling's gaze shifted to Feng Qingyu and Chun Rong. The hidden trump cards those two held were no small matter. Seeing this, Xiao Ziyi nodded in agreement. Big Yellow watched the scene unfold before him, recalling the behavior and true colors of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary people back in the secret realm. He stretched lazily, a hint of languor in his eyes. Xiao Ziling sensed that Big Yellow was preparing to leave. Big Yellow, where are you going? Master, I'm feeling a bit hungry. I'll go find something to eat. Dahuang turned back to look at Xiao Ziling and the others, offering a smile. Xiao Ziling nodded gently. Daddy, where is Big Yellow going? Xiao Ziyi looked at Xiao Ziling, a hint of confusion on her face. Oh, he's probably off to vent his anger for you too. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. Existences at the Great Emperor realm wouldn't possibly feel hunger. Unless it was exceptionally delicious, they wouldn't bother eating at all. One reason was that it was too messy and difficult to digest completely. He glanced at Gu Han Nian, she was still here. He had to admit, Han Nian's cooking was truly something else. Still, compared to his own top-tier culinary skills, there was a slight gap. If his guess was correct, Big Yellow must have gone to the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. Gu Han Nian also caught Xiao Ziling's gaze. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she muttered under her breath, rogue. Xiao Ziling smiled but said nothing, instead turning his attention back to the competition. Holy Master Yaoguang, your disciples seem rather mediocre. Send another one out. But if you lose again this time, we'll reclaim the Imperial weapon. Go Dongxi remained unperturbed, offering a faint smile. Luemo had been about to insist he could take on every last one of them without breaking a sweat. But since his holy lord had spoken, he dared not say more. The Yaoguang Holy Land disciples, however, found Go Dongxi utterly cunning. Earlier, he had proposed using the Imperial weapon as the wager for a sparring match between their disciples. Now, if they lost again, Yaoguang Holy Land would lose face and still not obtain the Imperial weapon. Yet even so, the Yaoguang Holy Land disciples found themselves unable to protest. For even if they prevailed in the end, it would only be through a relentless barrage of attacks. Such a victory would be undeserved. Among the disciples below, Go Dongxi's words had been overheard. He merely felt it was a waste of time. All that remained was to defeat Feng Qingyu, whose cultivation was also at the late Nascent Soul stage. The rest wouldn't stand a chance against Luemo. Luemo shrugged his shoulders, his gaze cold as he looked at the crowd. The defiance in his eyes was utterly unmasked. Feng Qingyu stared at Luemo. She didn't know if she could defeat him even by giving her all, but she knew she couldn't tolerate such provocation against the sacred land she intended to join. Feng Qingyu took only 2 steps before Chun Rong blocked her path. Her eyes went blank. What are you doing? Miss Feng, let me handle this. I'll make him understand that the Yaoguang Sanctuary doesn't harbor beggars. Chun Rong's eyes flashed with determination, radiating an unprecedented resolve. Everyone present froze in surprise. This golden core cultivator who had just broken through the stone pillar's pressure, was he now challenging Luemo? Hadn't they seen that even Pei Zhe had already lost? Miss Chun, calm down. This is no joke. Yes. Let Miss Feng take his place. Judging by Pei Zhe's injuries, he was going all out. The crowd began urging Chun Rong to reconsider. Only Feng Qingyu saw the battle lust burning in Chun Rong's eyes. Are you sure you can handle this? The disciples present turned to Feng Qingyu, their faces filled with shock. Could Feng Qingyu possibly trust this ragged young woman? I don't have absolute certainty, but I'm willing to stake my life on securing this winning edge. Chun Rong's eyes burned with resolve. Seems I still have much to learn. Keep pushing forward, don't let them look down on us Yaoguang disciples. Feng Qingyu sighed, then ceded this opportunity to Chun Rong. The crowd behind him also turned their gaze toward Chun Rong. Countless scenarios flashed through their minds, yet none could see it. The possibility that Chun Rong could defeat Luemo. The elders on the upper floor saw a golden core cultivator step forward from the crowd. Their expressions darkened instantly. What is Chen Guanjie doing? How could he send a mere gold core cultivator to challenge Luemo? One elder slammed his hand on the chair. Sigh. With the 5 elements divine body and the divine weapon, the outcome would be the same no matter who went up. The others fell silent, their gazes settling on Chun Rong. Ha! Is Yaoguang Holy Land completely out of options? How can you still be sending a mere golden core realm girl? Ha ha ha. Gu Dongxi burst out laughing. Even if they didn't want the Imperial weapon anymore, was it really necessary to send a little gold core realm girl to her death? Lu Mo also turned to Chun Rong. Hey, hey, hey! What's going on here? Are you seriously letting a beggar come fight? What? Afraid of losing to this beggar? Chun Rong's gaze turned icy. Afraid? You're at the golden core stage and don't even have a weapon? Why should I be afraid? Chun Rong's expression remained composed, but she said nothing more. She truly had no weapon. Xiao Ziyi recognized Chun Rong's predicament and retrieved a sacred weapon from her storage ring. Hey! Little girl, I'm lending you this, you'll have to return it. Xiao Ziyi tossed the sacred weapon beside Chun Rong. Xiao Ziling and Ruan Mengxi witnessed this exchange, merely smiling without comment. Chun Rong turned to look at Xiao Ziyi, spotting Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanyan among the others. It's actually them. A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Rong's eyes before she smiled and nodded. Lu Mo and Gu Dongxi frowned upon seeing the sacred weapon Xiao Ziyi tossed to Chun Rong. However, since they too wielded sacred weapons, they said nothing. She walked over to pick up the sacred weapon, only to discover she couldn't lift it at all. Witnessing this, Lu Mo sneered contemptuously. Trash is trash. Even if you're given something good, you can't use it. Chun Rong's face fell with distress, at a loss for what to do. A voice echoed in her mind. Child, strength originates from the earth, and the source of energy lies within the heart. Hearing this voice, a hint of shock flashed in Chun Rong's eyes, but she closed them nonetheless. She focused on sensing the energy within her heart. Witnessing this, Lu Mo merely sneered coldly before striding toward Chun Rong, intent on ending this tedious contest. Chapter 110, Power rises from the earth. Chaos without form. Chaos without evil. Just as Lu Mo was about to close in on Chun Rong, a palpable pressure filled with chaotic energy slowly radiated out from around her. Lu Mo was instantly forced back dozens of meters by the aura emanating from Chun Rong. A flicker of panic flickered in his eyes. No, Why am I afraid? She's just a lowly golden core cultivator. Right. I have no reason to fear her. Lu Mo's lips twitched as he began muttering to himself. Even Gu Dongxi wore a look of astonishment. He could sense that the little girl, who looked like a beggar, clearly had very little spiritual energy left. Moreover, at her golden core cultivation level, she shouldn't have the audacity to challenge Lu Mo. Husband, this chaos energy is incredibly dense. Could she be the legendary chaos body? A hint of astonishment flickered in Gu Hanyan's eyes. Chaos body? That seems unlikely. If she truly possessed a chaos body, she wouldn't be so ordinary. At the very least, she'd be exceptional. It wouldn't be surprising if she were even peerless. Chaos physique. That was a supreme divine physique surpassing most other constitutions, already among the pinnacle existences within their Xianhuang realm. No. She does possess a chaos physique, it's just that it remains unsealed. Xiao Ziling observed Chun Rong with a calm expression. He had already sensed it during their first meeting. He had already sensed it. It really is a chaos body. If that's the case, then she might actually be able to. Ruan Mengxi, hearing Xiao Ziling's words, also turned her attention to Chun Rong. The prodigies who had just been questioning Chun Rong, along with Feng Qingyu, who had ceded the opportunity to her, now all watched the aura emanating from Chun Rong. This little girl. Perhaps she really could defeat Lu Mo. Feng Qingyu murmured to herself. It seemed the Yaoguang Holy Land truly was brimming with talent. Pei Zhe slowly opened his eyes and fixed them on Chun Rong. Interesting. Wait until I'm fully recovered. I'll definitely challenge you to a duel. Lu Mo watched as the chaotic energy steadily closed in on him, swallowing hard. He was a genius possessing the 5 elements sacred body, with the bloodlines of the 5 elements flowing within him. How could he possibly be intimidated by some little girl? Even if I haven't fully mastered the 5 elements sacred body, I'm no pushover for a brat like you. Lu Mo growled lowly, then tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Chun Rong's eyes turned icy as she fixed him with a cold stare. Power rises from the earth, chaos without form. Slowly, she picked up the sacred weapon-grade longsword Gu Zi'yi had tossed to her. Now both wielded sacred weapons, the 5 elements divine body clashing against the unsealed chaos body. A luminous glow flared in Chun Rong's eyes. She swung her sacred-grade longsword horizontally, unleashing a burst of chaotic light as she slashed fiercely toward Lu Mo. Wherever the blade passed, space itself warped under the force of chaos. Lu Mo refused to be outdone. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the full might of his 5 elements sacred body. His sword flashed with multicolored light as he met Chun Rong's attack head-on. The clash of blades erupted in a deafening roar, sending powerful energy ripples radiating outward. Spectators nearby scrambled backward to avoid the onslaught. Holy crap! What level of powerhouse is fighting here? I'm just here for the assessment, not to die. Even disciples who had just passed their trials couldn't help but curse under their breath. This was no ordinary Golden Core stage. Why hadn't they been this powerful back when they were at the Golden Core stage? Though Chunrong's chaos body remained unsealed, the overwhelming might of chaos energy left Luomo struggling. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he continuously channeled the 5 elements' power to resist. No! No! I'll lose like this. Just as Luomo was struggling to hold his ground, Chunrong spat a mouthful of blood. Everyone present froze. What was happening? This little girl is still too fragile. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. In her current physical state, she was utterly incapable of withstanding the combined pressure of the chaos energy and the sacred weapon. The others now had their hearts in their throats. Looks like you're about to go too. Luomo had spotted Chunrong's vulnerability. A sudden plan formed in his mind. He activated the 5 elements instant movement, materializing behind Chunrong and thrusting his sword fiercely toward her back. Chunrong seemed to have anticipated this, shifting her body slightly to the side while simultaneously countering with a backhand strike. A chaotic sword chi shot toward Luomo. Luomo scrambled to dodge sideways, the sword chi grazing his shoulder and slicing through his robes. The battle intensified, all eyes fixed intently on the two combatants. Chunrong knew she couldn't delay any longer at this rate, she would faint before Luomo fell. She slashed her palm with the sacred weapon. Her body, already teetering on the brink of collapse, shuddered. Her mind snapped back into sharp focus. Countless sword chi surged toward Luomo. Damn it, you madman! Luomo began dodging while deflecting every blade of energy with his holy weapon. Meanwhile, the holy weapon in Chunrong's grasp, having absorbed her blood, began to emit faint, rippling glows. Chaos energy clung to the blade's surface. Luomo watched as a nascent form of sword intent began to coalesce upon Chunrong's sacred weapon. And she hadn't possessed it just moments ago. Without a moment to spare, he gripped the sacred weapon with both hands. The power of the 5 elements' divine body erupted from him. With a single strike of his sword, an endless torrent of spells and sword chi surged toward Chunrong. Gritting her teeth, Chunrong endured the excruciating pain in her body as she frantically channeled chaos energy into the sacred weapon. The sacred weapon hummed as the nascent sword intent instantly swelled, transforming into a colossal shadow of chaos that met Luomo's assault. The collision darkened the heavens and earth as a violent energy storm swept outward, tearing black fissures into the surrounding space. Luomo was sent flying backward by the impact, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to his feet. Ha, I won. The battlefield was shrouded in dust from their fierce clash, obscuring the outcome from the onlookers. The outcome is decided, Xiao Ziling observed the scene with a faint smile. As the dust slowly settled, Chunrong did not fall. Instead, she raised the sacred weapon high in her hand. A vast surge of spiritual energy and chaos power poured into the sacred weapon. Chaos without evil. Slash. At that moment, everyone present gasped in shock. Chunrong hadn't fallen. Instead, she was still gathering power. Go Dongxi immediately sensed trouble. The sacred weapon in Chunrong's hand swung out, unleashing a colossal chaotic sword shadow that bore down upon Luomo with earth-shattering force. Luomo's eyes widened in terror. He tried to dodge but found himself frozen in place. The sword shadow struck Luomo with brutal force. He let out a piercing scream as his entire body was sent flying. His spiritual energy dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. The entire arena fell silent in an instant, everyone too stunned to speak. After a long moment, gasps and cheers erupted. She actually won. A Golden Core cultivator defeated Luomo, who possesses the 5 elements' divine body. This is utterly unbelievable. Chunrong swayed on her feet, nearly collapsing. She forced herself to stand, her gaze unwavering. After a few moments, she could hold on no longer and collapsed backward with a thud. Feng Qingyu and Shen Guanjie arrived just in time behind her, catching her weight. Go Dongxi's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. He never imagined Luomo would lose. This meant they would lose an Imperial weapon. An elder beside Go Dongxi whispered into his ear, "Holy Lord. Should we?" Chapter 111, Acquiring the Imperial Weapon. The Heavenly Sword Sanctuary under attack. Humph. Impossible. The Yaoguang Holy Land must have a great power here. That overwhelming pressure just now. I haven't felt that even on the ancestor's body. Go Dongxi snorted coldly. The situation had already begun to exceed his expectations. But if they truly handed over the Imperial weapon, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? What rotten luck! My son died inexplicably, and the whereabouts of that ultimate Imperial weapon remain unclear. If they get their hands on it first, then our Heavenly Sword Sanctuary truly faces imminent peril. Go Dongxi had been calculating whether this might be his chance to seize the Yaoguang Holy Sovereign. He also intended to probe the Yaoguang Holy Land's true capabilities and verify whether the elder's claims held any truth. At Go Dongxi's signal, the 2 elders beside him stepped forward to help Luomo to his feet. They began treating his injuries. That little girl is surprisingly powerful. Even with his inner armor, Lu Mo ended up like this. The two elders observed the inner armor on Lu Mo's chest, torn open by chaos energy, revealing a vivid crimson wound. His arms fractured too. Seeing Lu Mo covered in wounds, they couldn't help but sigh. This time, they had truly been dealt a severe lesson by the Yaoguang Holy Land. While the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary's members were still scheming how to protect this Imperial weapon, Ruan Mengshi reached out and took the storage ring containing the Imperial weapon into her own hands. Xiao Ziling took the storage ring from her. They were concerned Gu Dongxi might have ulterior motives. So they asked Xiao Ziling to inspect it for them. It's a fine Imperial weapon indeed. Seems the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary truly never imagined they'd lose to bring out such a quality Imperial weapon. Xiao Ziling remarked with a faint smile. Since they'd practically handed the Imperial weapon over, there was no reason not to accept it. Gu Dongxi watched the Sacred Ground's Imperial weapon slip from his grasp, a pang of regret stinging his heart. Holy Master Gu Dongxi, we thank your sanctuary for the Imperial weapon. But please, come to Yaoguang's sanctuary less often. We simply cannot accept such grand gifts. Ruan Mengshi smiled faintly. Let's see if you dare come provoke us again. Holy Master Yaoguang speaks too lightly. Since there's nothing further, we shall take our leave. Gu Dongxi's mood was thoroughly sour, his expression dark and sullen. He glanced at Lu Mo. There were few geniuses of this caliber left within the Holy Land. Such losses could not continue. It seems the time has come for that one to emerge. This golden age is teeming with too many prodigies. Since you all wish to seize opportunities in this golden age, let the prodigies of our Heavenly Sword Sacred Land see what you're truly capable of. Gu Dongxi's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the two elders, instructing them to return and wait until Lu Mo had fully recovered. He must fully master the 5 elements sacred body, otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed to leave the sect. The crowd from Yaoguang Holy Land cheered and rejoiced as they watched Tianjin Holy Land slink away in disgrace. Wonderful! Yaoguang Holy Land truly lives up to its name. It seems our choice was spot on. Those who had already passed the second trial rejoiced. Everyone. Due to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land's actions, the third trial will now be a group assessment for all disciples of the Holy Land. Ruan Mengshi announced to the crowd. Pei Zhe and Chun Rong were still gravely injured. They were utterly incapable of completing the test and the impact of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Everyone within the sanctuary was feeling rather fatigued at this point. It would be better for everyone to rest first. However, the crowd's faces lit up instantly. Didn't this mean they had passed the Yaoguang Holy Land's assessment and become its members? Yuning, you handled the arrangements. Ruan Mengshi said with a faint smile to Yuning. Yes, Holy Master. After receiving the order, Yuning turned to face the disciples. Then she looked at Feng Qingyu and Chun Rong. Not bad at all. Chen Guanjie. Elder Yuning. Chen Guanjie stepped forward to stand before Yuning. Take them to the new disciples' quarters. I'll lead the girls there first. Yes. Chen Guanjie nodded, then turned to the others. Follow me. Several people then supported the severely injured Pei Zhe as they followed Chen Guanjie out of the area. Shortly after, Yuning also departed with Chun Rong and Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu, once Chun Rong recovers a bit, come find me. I'll take you both to see the Holy Master. Senior. Could we have a chance to be taken as disciples by the Holy Lord? You're dreaming. Compared to those true prodigies, you're still far behind. Yuning said indifferently, hoping that after seeing the Holy Lord and the Holy Emperor's daughter, yet still harbor such confidence. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyu's curiosity about the Yaoguang Holy Land was instantly piqued. Her background wasn't as simple as it seemed. Given a sacred weapon, she might have been able to take down Lu Mo just now. The elders atop the pavilion, after exchanging greetings with Ruan Mengshi and Xiao Ziling, departed one after another. After all, this batch of disciples contained many promising prospects. They were quite interested in nurturing them. Ruan Mengshi led everyone back to her mountain peak. Husband, you summoned those two over, could it be you're interested in them? Planning to take disciples? Ruan Mengshi's tone held a hint of intrigue. Even Gu Hanyang and Xiao Ziyi turned their gaze toward Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling met their gazes, shook his head with a faint smile, and replied. I have no desire to take disciples now. I barely have enough time to spend with you all as it is. I won't waste it on such trivial matters. Xiao Ziling smiled at the three of them. Then why did you call them here? After all, Chun Rong fought for the Yaoguang Sacred Land. As its sacred master, didn't she essentially aid you? Since she's done the Yaoguang Sanctuary a favor, I want to see if I can help her restore her golden core and meridians, and lift the seal on her chaos body. That way, the Yaoguang Sacred Land will have someone to take over in the future, and I'll take you both far away. Hearing Xiao Ziling's indirect words, Ruan Mengshi and Gu Hanny's faces flushed slightly. Yet they nodded softly. Daddy's so amazing. I haven't seen Grandma and Mommy like this in ages. Xiao Ziyi giggled softly, covering her mouth. Within the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, a colossal demon beast now hovered high above the sanctuary skies. It gazed down at the assembly of supreme sovereigns and emperor-level powerhouses below, smiling faintly. Such a formidable demon beast. Even our combined strength couldn't overcome it. What is its origin? The ancient patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary stared at the colossal creature before him. The supreme masters of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary swallowed hard, fully aware they were no match for this demon beast. Had the patriarch not intervened, they wouldn't even have been able to withstand the beast's overwhelming pressure. I was merely testing your strength on a whim to see what gives you the audacity to boast so arrogantly. The beast let out a low growl, its terrifying aura piercing the heavens, enveloping the entire Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. In the next instant, a massive, clawed paw tore through the air, swiping down toward the crowd. Seeing this sky-spanning claw, everyone's pupils instantly dilated. Chapter 112, the ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, Enraged, reclaims control. When Gu Ziyi, the ruler of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, returned with Lu Mo and several elders, he sensed the lingering aura of immense power within the sect. This is bad. Someone has attacked the sanctuary. Gu Ziyi's heart sank with alarm, and he hurried toward the heart of the sanctuary. Upon entering the sanctuary, he discovered the ancestor and other supreme masters had all sustained injuries of varying severity. Ancestor! Gu Ziyi rushed to his ancestor's side. Ancestor! What happened? Did someone attack our sect? Gu Ziyi helped his patriarch to his feet, while the other elders lowered Lu Mo to the ground. Then they went to assist the other injured elders. A great emperor-level demon beast has arrived here. It's far too terrifying. Though we are both great emperor-level beings, I sense the aura of death emanating from it. Fortunately, it showed no intent to kill. It likely only sought to teach us a lesson. The ancient ancestor of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary sighed. He was old now, no longer the formidable Heavenly Sword Emperor of yore. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyi hurriedly instructed everyone to tend to the elder. He himself went to the outskirts of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land to search for the demon beast the elder had mentioned. By the way, didn't you go to the Yaoguang Holy Land? How did it go? Did you manage to take down the Yaoguang Holy Master? The patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary had long known the character of this disciple, yet he could do nothing about it. He could only do his best to assist him. Ancestor, we didn't succeed in capturing him, and we even lost an Imperial weapon. The disciple looked troubled, momentarily unsure how to explain to his patriarch. Such matters should be addressed by the Holy Sovereign himself. After all, it concerns his decision. He sighed inwardly. As subordinates, how could they possibly challenge the Holy Lord's decision? What? You even lost an Imperial weapon? Hearing their words, the patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. Already gravely wounded, the shock now overwhelmed him. Ancestor! Ancestor! The elders who had just returned witnessed this and dared not say more. They could only lead everyone back to rest. We're done for. Both us and the Holy Lord might be in for a severe scolding from the patriarch. The group sighed and returned together to await the patriarch's orders. Meanwhile, Gu Ziyi, who had circled the outer perimeter of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary several times, found nothing unusual. This is strange. If it's not nesting, then it must be plundering or migration. Why would they attack our Heavenly Sword Sanctuary? Gu Ziyi frowned in perplexity, pondering carefully. He realized he hadn't actually offended any demon beasts. Could it be that some disciples within the sanctuary offended a demon beast? But that shouldn't be possible either. Any beast capable of defeating our elders isn't something these disciples could provoke. Gu Ziyi racked his brain for a long time but found no clues. He could only accept this as an act of misfortune, hoping the demon beast would not return. Their Heavenly Sword sacred ground had already suffered too severe a blow. As soon as Gu Ziyi returned to the sanctuary, he found the patriarch and the other elders already gathered together. Ancestor! Gu Ziyi bowed respectfully to the patriarch. Explain how the Imperial weapon was lost. A chill flickered in the old patriarch's eyes as he looked at his disciple before him, his disappointment palpable. Gu Ziyi now understood why the patriarch and the others were gathered here. Ancestor, my original plan was to have Lu Mo suppress the Yaoguang Holy Land. If Lu Mo had won, I could have proposed a solution to save Yaoguang Holy Land's face. But I never imagined Lu Mo would actually lose to that beggar. Gu Ziyi found himself at a loss for words. He himself hadn't anticipated Lu Mo's defeat. His flawless plan had been meticulously laid out in his mind. Fool! You've truly lost your mind over a woman. The patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land erupted in fury. Not only had they lost an Imperial weapon, the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary's prestige was tarnished. Lu Mo was now gravely injured, and given the Yaoguang Sanctuary's stubborn nature, even if they'd been defeated, they'd never agree to their demands. Gu Ziyi shut his mouth, not daring to defy his ancestor. Enough. From this moment on, I shall take charge of the Celestial Sword Sanctuary's affairs until you've regained your composure and the sanctuary has recovered its strength. Gu Ziyi nodded and handed over his Holy Lord's token. Within the Yaoguang sacred land, Ruan Mengshi led everyone back to her mountain peak. Gu Hanyang gazed at the familiar surroundings, a faint smile creeping onto her cheeks. Hee, mommy, you haven't been here in so long. Xiao Ziyi approached Gu Hanyang and gently tugged at her sleeve. Gu Hanyang responded with a gentle smile. It has been quite a while. Ruan Mengshi also approached Gu Hanyang, gently taking hold of her other arm. She whispered a few words softly in her ear, then smiled faintly. After hearing the words, a faint blush spread across Gu Hanyang's cheeks. She was clearly a bit shy. Xiao Ziling watched the three of them, their faces radiant with joy, and smiled gently. The group had been chatting happily when, moments later, Big Yellow returned. His face seemed refreshed and invigorated. Back already? Yeah. Da Huan looked at Xiao Ziling, a smile spreading across his face. Da Huan, where did you go just now? Xiao Ziyi also noticed Da Huan, who had just returned. Da Huan gave her a slight smile. I just stepped out for a bit. Xiao Ziyi looked at Da Huan, assuming he'd gone out to play on his own. By the way, husband, I plan to have Ziyi try that third assessment this time. Ziyi, would you like to join us? Ruan Mengshi glanced at the two of them and smiled faintly. Xiao Ziling, however, fixed his gaze on Xiao Zi. If Ziyi wants to give it a try, that's perfectly fine. Machem, auntie, daddy, I'd like to join too. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward her mother. Her wide, innocent eyes seemed to seek Gu Hanyang's approval. Gu Hanni smiled and nodded in response. Mommy, will you come watch me take the assessment? Of course we will. Gu Hanyang gently stroked Xiao Ziyi's head as she spoke softly. Xiao Ziling and Ruan Mengshi also smiled faintly. The four chatted for quite some time, during which Xiao Ziling offered some guidance on Gu Hanyang's cultivation practice. The Demon Clan's cultivation techniques had some flaws, and he helped refine them, giving Gu Hanyang the opportunity to advance her cultivation to a higher level. Just as the group was chatting and laughing, Yu Ning arrived with Chen Rong, who had recovered, along with Pei Zhe and Feng Qingyu. Holy Lord! I've brought them over. Yu Ning transmitted her voice to Ruan Mengshi from outside. Bring them in. Soon, led by Yu Ning, the three entered together. Ruan Mengshi and Xiao Ziling approached them. These two are His Holiness the Sovereign and His Holiness the Saintly Lord. Yu Ning introduced them to the pair. The moment Chen Rong caught sight of Xiao Ziling and the others, her expression betrayed a hint of surprise. It's actually them. Nevertheless, she was well-mannered and bowed to them alongside Pei Zhe and Feng Qingyu. Chapter 113, The Cloud-Piercing Silver Spear. The Chaos Spirit Fruit unseals the Chaos Body. Greetings, Holy Sovereign. Greetings, Holy Lord. The three bowed to Ruan Mengshi and Xiao Ziling. Ruan Mengshi raised her hand lightly, and a warm current lifted them to their feet. There's no need for such formalities. I am deeply gratified that you two have acted on behalf of the Yaoguang sacred land. Pei Zhe, from this day forward, you shall be an inner door disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land. Xuanrong, since you have defeated Lu Mo, as per my earlier promise, from this day forward, you shall be a true disciple of the Yaoguang holy land. Ruan Mengshi smiled as she looked at the three, her gentle and refined voice calming their previously agitated emotions. Your Excellency, you flatter us. Now that we've joined the Yaoguang holy land, we won't tolerate anyone insulting it. Fei Zhe's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve, mirrored in Feng Qingyu and Chen Rong's gazes. Ruan Mengshi watched them with a smile, quite satisfied with their resolve. It seemed there truly were worthy successors to take her place. This meant she could finally go off and have fun with her husband. Alright, it wasn't me who summoned you today, but my husband, your holy lord. Husband, you speak with them. I'll go find Han Yan and Ziyi. Xiao Ziling nodded with a smile, and Ruan Mengshi vanished from the spot. The three watched as the holy sovereign vanished abruptly. Elder Yu Ning, who had brought them here, had also already departed. Now, only the three of them remained with the Holy Lord, which inevitably made them feel a bit nervous. They still knew nothing of the Holy Sovereign's temperament. Your Highness. The three bowed to Xiao Ziling. Well done. As disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land, you should possess such insight. You're Pei Zhe, correct? Xiao Ziling turned his gaze to the sole male among the three. Yes, Your Majesty. A faint smile flickered across Pei Zhe's cold, somewhat rigid face. He hadn't expected to be remembered by His Holiness the Sacred Lord. This was truly an honor. Your fighting spirit is high, your resolve unwavering. Though you possess no special constitution, that extraordinary determination of yours will yield greater rewards than any physical gift could ever bring. Hearing Xiao Ziling's praise, even the usually cold and aloof Pei Zhe felt genuinely pleased. Do not let this pride you, for even geniuses strive. Seek not to surpass others, but only to surpass yesterday's self. Xiao Ziling offered him a faint smile before handing him a sacred spear, one he'd just requested from Xiao Tian. Even his weakest weapon far surpassed the might of an imperial weapon. This is the cloud-piercing silver spear, a sacred weapon. You fought for the Yaoguang sacred land and lost your weapon. This is your well-deserved reward. I hope you will continue to fight for the Yaoguang sacred land in the future. Xiao Ziling said with a faint smile. Pei Zhe had intended to refuse, but the thought of potentially owing Yaoguang Holy Land even more weighed heavily on him. Yaoguang Holy Land would become his home. He must grow stronger to protect his homeland. He took the spear from Xiao Ziling's hand. Sensing the powerful vibrations emanating from it, even he found himself momentarily unable to lift it. Damn, this is heavy. That was his immediate reaction upon grasping the cloud-piercing silver spear. Yet this was a system-customized artifact once Pei Zhe broke through to the spirit transformation stage. To fully harness the power of this sacred weapon. Thank you for your guidance, Holy Lord. I shall not disappoint you. You may return now. Yes, sir. After Pei Zhe departed, only Feng Qingyu and Chunrong remained. He turned to Feng Qingyu. Do you regret giving Chunrong that opportunity back then? Otherwise, the position of true disciple would be yours now. Xiao Ziling watched Feng Qingyu's eyes, eager to see how she would respond. Feng Qingyu merely smiled softly and shook her head. Your Majesty, I do not feel regret. I understand how Chunrong felt at the time. Besides, even if I had gone, I might not have defeated Lu Mo. As long as we shut them up, it didn't matter who went. Feng Qingyu's eyes were sincere, her tone earnest. Xiao Ziling nodded slightly, a faint smile touching his lips. Such magnanimity is truly rare. I know your abilities are no small feat since you've come here. Focus on your cultivation. There will be many more opportunities in the future. Feng Qingyu felt deeply gratified and promptly bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. This junior will not disappoint your expectations. Xiao Ziling smiled with satisfaction. Very well. You may return and prepare diligently for your cultivation. Feng Qingyu bowed once more before turning to leave. Now only he and Chunrong remained. Senior, I never imagined you were the Holy Lord of Yaoguang Sacred Land. Chunrong scratched her head, her expression slightly tense. She had suspected earlier that Xiao Ziling and his companions possessed extraordinary movement techniques. But she never imagined Xiao Ziling was actually the husband of the Yaoguang Holy Sovereign. Traveling such a great distance to the Yaoguang Sacred Land must have been quite a journey. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. I'd heard of the Yaoguang Holy Land before and learned of its legends. I've always wanted to join it, believing that only then could I avenge my grandfather. But now. At this point, Chunrong's eyes clouded with disappointment. Xiao Ziling looked at the disheartened Chunrong. What if I could repair your golden core and meridians? Or even help you unlock your chaos body? Chunrong looked up at Xiao Ziling in surprise. Seeing the faint smile on Xiao Ziling's face, she knew all too well the state of her body. Whether she could live even a few more days was uncertain. Back then, you were even willing to pluck Xiao Jin's fur to obtain that immortal herb. Surely, it was to use that herb to prolong your own life. Chunrong's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew exactly what kind of being the Holy Lord before her was. How could her petty schemes possibly escape the Holy Lord's notice? Elder. Holy Lord. If only you would help me restore my golden core and meridians, and unseal my chaos body. Once Chunrong fulfills grandfather's final will, this life of hers will be yours. Just as Chunrong was about to kneel and beg Xiao Ziling for help, his psychic force stopped her. Xiao Ziling then turned his gaze to Chunrong. I can offer you a sliver of opportunity. But whether you can reshape your golden core, restore your meridians, and unlock your chaos body, that depends entirely on your own resolve. Chunrong straightened her back, her gaze unwavering. Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall give it my all. Xiao Ziling heard Chunrong's reply and smiled faintly before leading her into an uninhabited mountain range. Xiao Ziling produced the chaos spirit fruit Xiao Tian had given him earlier. He had always assumed this fruit would be useless. Yet here he was, unexpectedly encountering a chaos physique. I've seen countless physiques far stronger than the chaos physique. This chaos spirit fruit can aid many chaos-type constitutions. Just how far you can go depends on you. Xiao Ziling murmured, then handed the chaos spirit fruit to Chunrong. Consume it, then prepare to do as I say. Chapter 114, Recasting the Golden Core and Meridians. Chaos phenomena fill the sky. Chunrong examined the chaos spirit fruit in her hand, showing no hesitation toward Xiao Ziling's words. She swallowed the chaos spirit fruit directly. She was already a dying woman. If the elder truly intended to harm her, why go to such trouble? The moment the chaos spirit fruit entered her stomach, it seemed to trigger some forbidden force. Two terrifying forces surged violently within her body. As she felt the dual forces, excruciating pain ripped through her heart. Gritting her teeth, she collapsed to her knees. Xiao Ziling watched her agonized state and gently extended his hand, enveloping her in a wave of spiritual energy. Calm down. Center your mind. The excruciating pain had already spread throughout Chunrong's entire body, leaving her numb. No. I can't collapse like this. Grandfather's vengeance remains unavenged. With the elder helping me like this, I cannot let him down. She crossed her legs and sat down, focusing all her energy on merging these two terrifying forces. She dared not slacken for even a moment. for she could already feel the power of the chaos spirit fruit surging through her body. Not bad. You haven't disappointed me. If you can't endure even this much pain, you won't get very far. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, then extended a finger and tapped. With the chaos spirit fruit now supporting her. Now, forging a new golden core and repairing her meridians would pose no problem. But the agony to come would likely be even more excruciating than what she was enduring now. Chunrong could feel the chaos energy surging within her, as if a barrier inside her body was being relentlessly battered. Just as Xiao Ziling prepared to recast Chunrong's golden core and meridians, he sensed the trace of chaos will that had remained hidden within her all along. This chaos body is rather interesting, it actually retains some semblance of will. Xiao Ziling murmured. He had encountered many chaos entities from other great worlds, whose forms had far surpassed their original chaotic origins. They had reached entirely new heights, though cultivating a chaos body consumed immense resources. They found it difficult to advance their cultivation realms. What a pity, Xiao Ziling said indifferently. After this unsealing, you'll likely dissipate completely. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. He did not rush to help Xuanrong unseal her chaos body. Instead, he first helped her reforge her golden core and meridians. Chunrong, who had just calmed down, suddenly sensed a force within her body beginning to recover. Is this, the senior helping me reforge my golden core and meridians? Chunrong exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for the senior's surprisingly direct and forceful approach. As Xiao Ziling's energy flowed continuously through Chunrong's body, the shattered golden core began to gradually reassemble. Ah! Feeling the pain radiating through her body, Chunrong couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Yet this sensation felt strangely familiar. Isn't this exactly how it felt when my golden core shattered before? The pain of reforging the golden core and meridians is similar to what you felt when it shattered and was destroyed before. You must endure it. If you can't push through, everything will be for naught. Xiao Ziling murmured softly in her ear. He had other methods, but if she couldn't endure this, any other approach would be futile for her. Chunrong heard Xiao Ziling's words and began to focus her energy once more. This opportunity had been so hard to come by, she had to cherish it. Beads of sweat began trickling down her forehead. Gradually, she sensed changes within her body. A power she had never felt before surged through her veins. Not bad. The golden core has been reforged. Now it's the meridians. Xiao Ziling extended a finger and gently tapped. The damaged meridians within Chunrong's body began to mend, piece by piece. The spiritual energy and chaos power from the chaos spirit fruit will be more than sufficient. The rest depends solely on your perseverance. Xiao Ziling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching silently as the meridians within Chunrong's body slowly recovered. Chunrong bit her red lips to keep from fainting. After a long while, Chunrong opened her eyes. She looked at her hands, feeling that she had completely transformed. This current golden core felt vastly more powerful than before. And these meridians, she sensed she could now even tap into the power of chaos. Xiao Ziling smiled at Chunrong, whose face was aglow with astonishment. This was indeed his doing. Restoring Chunrong's golden core and meridians alone would have been accomplished with a flick of his finger. But he intended for Chunrong to eventually succeed Xier, taking charge of the Yaoguang sacred land. An ordinary great emperor wouldn't be sufficient for the task. Otherwise, he could have simply appointed Lingxi, Chen Guanjie, or the two newcomers. Since he had already intervened, lending a little extra help wouldn't hurt. This way, when he eventually led Xier and the others away from this small world, she could depart with peace of mind. Senior, I feel rather different now. Chunrong exclaimed excitedly, gazing at her transformed self. If not for the Holy Lord currently helping her control the chaotic energy within, she felt she could break through to the Nascent Soul stage right now. Enough, enough. What could possibly be different? Xiao Ziling waved his hand dismissively. I'll help you unlock your chaos body now. Once it's unlocked, you can use its power to break through to the Nascent Soul stage. Chunrong nodded, then resumed her seated meditation, preparing to unleash her chaos body and advance to the Nascent Soul stage. Seeing Chunrong was ready, Xiao Ziling began channeling the chaos energy emanating from the chaos spirit fruit within her body. That chaos spirit fruit is quite something. Seems little Tian has quite a few treasures here. As Xiao Ziling channeled the chaos power, the energy within Chunrong's body grew increasingly turbulent. The sensation made her feel intensely uncomfortable and nauseous. Xiao Ziling frowned slightly, surprised by how formidable the seal on this chaos body proved to be. Focus your mind. It will pass soon. Xiao Ziling watched the chaotic energy surging and undulating within Chunrong's body. Chunrong gritted her teeth, sinking her entire consciousness deep within her body. Only then did the power of the chaos spirit fruit begin to truly take effect. Even the sliver of chaotic will residing within her was now aiding in the unsealing of the chaos body. As the chaos spirit fruit was gradually absorbed by Chunrong, the chaos body slowly unsealed. The sky was obscured by vast, surging chaos energy, and shadowy figures of deities appeared against the azure expanse. After a while, the sky was illuminated by the radiance emanating from a majestic white lotus. What's happening over there with my husband? How could there be such a commotion? Ruan Munshi turned her gaze toward Xiao Ziling. Though puzzled, she had a rough idea of what was happening. Is this the phenomenon of the chaos body? It seems so far removed from Ziyi's. Xiao Ziling murmured. Even the chaos body might not surpass the primordial ultimating body, let alone Xiao Ziyi's supreme demon godbone and extinction eyes. Chapter 115, Ruan Munshi is pregnant? An excited Xiao Ziling. Within the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary, Go Dongxi and the sanctuary's patriarch stood witnessing the scene of chaotic energy filling the sky. Is this the little girl you mentioned who defeated Lu Mo? Indeed. If my perception was correct, she might be the legendary chaos body. Go Dongxi addressed the ancient patriarch of the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary. His perception wasn't poor either, he wasn't so insensitive as to fail to sense the thick chaos energy present at the time. Interesting. But since this chaos body cannot serve our purposes, we shall eliminate it along with those fiends when the time comes. Go Dongxi heard his ancestor's words. A surge of excitement stirred within him. Was the Heavenly Sword Sanctuary finally deploying its true prodigy? Within the Eternal Life Secret Realm, numerous great beings were now paying attention to the events unfolding outside. Oh my, one crisis barely subsides before another erupts. We haven't even sorted out the situation with the Demon Clan, and now such a massive disturbance has erupted from the Yaoguang sacred land. Poof. It's just a chaos body. Frankly, it feels less formidable than the previous one. Enough. The true terror of the chaos entity will only become apparent once you've clashed with her yourselves. The golden age is upon us. It seems they can no longer contain themselves. An old man sighed. Among the ancient Imperial clans, the dragon race's emperors and other great powers also noticed the events unfolding outside. It's her. The chaos body. She's appeared again. Damn it. The last chaos body bearer swept through our ancient Imperial clan's prodigies, then ascended to emperorhood and vanished without a trace. After all these years, it has resurfaced? The intelligence Dragon Pei and the others brought back not long ago hasn't even been verified yet, and now this new trouble has surfaced. What is your plan? Should we deal with the chaos body first, or verify whether the monster described by Long Pei and the others is truly that terrifying? The voices of the great elders echoed ceaselessly across the heavens. Ancestors, there's no need for such concern. Whether it's the chaos body or whatever female demon they speak of, I shall crush them all. A youth with an upright posture, a sturdy build, and eyes radiating golden light slowly approached. Seeing the dashing youth, the tension in everyone's hearts eased. You've awakened too? Only one more was needed. If you join forces, the chaos entity won't stand a chance against you. Rest assured, ancestors. Even if she doesn't awaken, I alone am sufficient to crush the chaos entity. Seeing this, the many great powers of the Dragon Clan also laughed. With this, they could finally put their minds at ease. The emergence of the chaos entity had put numerous factions on high alert. After all, when the chaos body last appeared, the prodigies of numerous factions were no match for it. Those who could stand against the chaos entity, however, were close friends with its current bearer. What a troublesome time this is. Let's hope this generation's chaos body bearer hasn't fully matured yet. The great power's masters sighed inwardly. Finally, the chaos body was successfully unsealed. A colossal power surged through her body like a raging tide. Shenrong rode the momentum, shattering her bottleneck, and smoothly broke through to the Nascent Soul realm. Directly reaching the mid-stage of the Nascent Soul realm. As she slowly opened her eyes, the strange phenomena in the sky gradually dissipated. Her eyes flashed with confidence as she expressed her gratitude to Xiao Ziling. Thank you for your assistance, senior. Excitement shone in Shenrong's eyes. Feeling the power granted by the awakening of her chaos body, she knew that if she were to fight Lu Mo again now, it would be nothing like the grueling battle before. Mid-stage Nascent Soul. Not bad. Return and cultivate diligently. You've likely mastered less than a tenth of the chaos body's power. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, and Shenrong calmed the excitement surging within her. Yes. Thank you, Holy Lord. Oh, and this is that young lady's weapon. Could I trouble your holiness to return it to her? Shenrong remembered something and retrieved the weapon Xiao Ziyi had tossed her during her duel with Lu Mo. After all, it was a divine weapon. Moreover, she had already received so much assistance from His Majesty the Holy Emperor and attained the position of true. After all, it was a sacred weapon. Moreover, she had already received so much assistance from His Majesty the Holy Emperor and even attained the position of true disciple. She could no longer continue accepting others' favors. Though her debts were now beyond repayment, she had come to regard the Yaoguang sacred ground as her home. Xiao Ziling accepted the sacred weapon and gave a slight nod. Your Holiness, this junior shall take her leave. From this day forward, Chuanrong's life belongs to you. Once Chuanrong has resolved her affairs, she shall warm the Holy Lord's bed. Chuanrong said with a smile. Xiao Ziling's previously serene, smiling countenance suddenly darkened. What utter nonsense! Get out! Xiao Ziling swept his hand, unleashing a gale that hurled Chunrong flying. Seriously, how could you possibly compare to my Sierra and Han Nian? I intended for you to watch over Shier's home, yet you've grown so insolent. With that, Xiao Ziling paid her no further mind and flew back toward Ruan Mingxi's main peak. Ruan Mingxi and Gu Han Nian were still chatting and sipping tea when they sensed Xiao Ziling's return. With tender expressions, they jogged over to stand before him. Husband. Ruan Mingxi was about to greet Xiao Ziling and give him a big hug. But suddenly, a wave of discomfort washed over her body and a wave of nausea surged up. Ruan Mingxi gently pressed her red lips together and froze in place. This startled both Xiao Ziling and Gu Han Nian. Xier. Sister Xier. What's wrong? The two immediately rushed to Ruan Mingxi's side, but she was now feeling nauseous and a bit dizzy. She couldn't respond right away. Han Nian, let's help Cece back to rest first. Xiao Ziling said, simultaneously channeling a surge of energy from his palm into Ruan Mingxi's body. He treated her injuries while simultaneously assessing her physical condition. Gu Han Nian supported Ruan Mingxi back to rest, while Xiao Ziling stood momentarily stunned in place. 2. Woo woo woo. Xiao Tian picked up a flute and began to play. Hee hee, congratulations, master. 1 shot, 2 hits. Twins, oh. Xiao Tian exclaimed gleefully beside Xiao Ziling, who still hadn't fully processed the news. Though he was already a father, he hadn't known about Ziyi's pregnancy back then. But now that Xier was pregnant, and he was right by her side, how could he not be thrilled? I could sense just now that these 2 children are no ordinary ones. Master, you should already know these things yourself. Xiao Ziling nodded. With him here, no one would ever harm his family. Husband, come inside quickly. Why are you lingering outside? Gu Han Nian beckoned to Xiao Ziling, fearing her husband had encountered trouble like Sister Shi. Alright, I'm coming. Xiao Ziling quickly steadied his emotions. Then he headed over to where the 2 of them were. Chapter 116, Entering the Forbidden Zone of the Immortal Realm, Sweeping Away the Forbidden Zone's Immortal Beasts. Xiao Ziling entered the room and looked at Ruan Mingxi, whose face was still somewhat pale, his heart aching with concern. Husband, what happened to Sister Xier? Could she also be? Gu Han Nian observed Ruan Mingxi's current state. She seemed to grasp something, though she dared not be certain. She had been pregnant before, and her condition back then was exactly the same as Sister Xier's now. Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. Xiao Ziling chuckled happily, then leaned close to Gu Hanni's ear and whispered, Xier is pregnant. Ruan Mingxi hadn't quite grasped what was happening. She regained her composure a little, only to see the 2 of them whispering about something here. Husband. Xiao Ziling heard Ruan Mingxi call out to him and approached her with a smile. Xier, are you still feeling unwell? Ruan Mingxi shook her head, but the slight pallor on her face spoke volumes. Husband, what happened to me? Rest well for now. It's good news. I'll tell you about it later, okay? Xiao Ziling gently kissed Ruan Mingxi's forehead. Sitting beside the bed, he held her hand and whispered, Xier, rest well. With me here, everything will be fine. Ruan Mingxi smiled weakly and nodded gently. Then, with a weary sigh, she lay back down. Gu Hanni, standing nearby, offered comfort as well. Sister Xier, with your husband here and me taking care of you, just rest well. Feeling both of them by her side, Ruan Mingxi felt an overwhelming sense of peace. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over her mind. She drifted off to sleep. There's so much to manage during pregnancy. I must stay by Sister Xier's side. Gu Han Nian murmured softly. Xiao Ziling felt as though Han Nian's words were directed at him. Han Nian, these past years, you've worked so hard. The 2 remained quietly by Ruan Mingxi's side. Master. What is it? Xiao Ziling raised an eyebrow. How dare Xiao Tian interrupt him at this moment? If it wasn't something serious, then he wouldn't be held responsible for clearing out the system space. The first mistress is now pregnant. Her constitution is too weak. This is precisely because the 2 fetuses within her have suddenly absorbed too much energy. Wouldn't it be enough if I continuously channeled spiritual energy to Xier? Xiao Ziling frowned. His divine power was the most potent of all. Transforming it into spiritual energy should be more than sufficient. Master's spiritual energy is too intense, it's unsuitable for fetal development. Xiao Ziling pondered this for a moment. Indeed, that was the case. Xiao Tian, since you brought it up, bring out the items. Xiao Ziling's gaze turned to Xiao Tian as he smiled. Without further ado, Xiao Tian produced several treasures. Master, I have the mystic yellow essence and the sacred water for nurturing the fetus. However, we still lack the divine marrow spirit milk. The closest source for that is in the forbidden zone of the immortal realm, and it can only be preserved for 1 day. By the 2nd day, it loses its potency. So I don't have any either. The forbidden zone of the immortal realm? Xiao Ziling glanced at Ruan Mingxi and Gu Hanyang. Han Nian, please look after Xier. I'll be stepping out for a moment and will return shortly. Gu Han Nian met Xiao Ziling's piercing gaze and nodded softly. We'll wait here for you. Stay safe. Seeing this, Xiao Ziling gently pressed his lips against Gu Hanyan's soft ones. Then, with a flash, he vanished from the spot. At that moment, not far away, within the immortal realm, a domain shrouded in divine mist, teeming with powerful beings, and vast beyond measure compared to the Xianhuang realm. The powerful beings within the immortal realm suddenly felt a sense of unease. Why do I have this feeling? Some great beings looked up toward the outside, but detected nothing unusual. Hopefully it's just a false alarm. Xiao Ziling now hovered above the celestial realm, standing amidst the heavens like a deity. His eyes shimmered with a faint golden glow. In an instant, the entire immortal realm appeared in his hand, like a small sphere. He could see every detail of the entire immortal realm. The forbidden realm of the immortal domain, even an immortal king would face certain death if they ventured in. Xiao Ziling murmured to himself before tearing open a fissure in the void beside him and stepping through. Strange, it seems someone has entered here. Within the forbidden realm, terrifying laws raged, crisscrossed by forbidden lights. The moment Xiao Ziling stepped in, an overwhelming pressure slammed into him. He channeled his divine power, radiating a brilliant light that completely nullified the pressure. He walked straight through it. Suddenly, a horde of hideous-looking immortal beasts surged from all directions. Spewing runic symbols of law, they attacked Xiao Ziling. Who knows how many years it's been since anyone dared set foot here. I finally get to try something new. Xiao Ziling's eyes turned cold as beams of divine power shot out from his body, instantly slaying the divine beasts. Back then, even the 4 great sacred beasts united didn't have the guts to attack me. Now a bunch of lowly creatures absorbed from the immortal realm dare to challenge me? Xiao Ziling's expression remained icy as he pressed deeper into the forbidden zone without lingering. Some celestial beasts and ancient demonic creatures within the forbidden zone sensed Xiao Ziling's terrifying aura, their souls nearly leaping from their bodies in terror. How arrogant, you humans! A massive dragon head slowly materialized before Xiao Ziling. Those who came before you treaded this forbidden zone with utmost caution. I wonder where you found the audacity to challenge the immortal realm's forbidden domain. As the words fell, a massive rift tore open in the heavens above. The heavens and earth trembled incessantly as the heaven-shattering dragon claw powerful enough to destroy the entire Xianhuang realm slammed down toward Xiao Ziling. The overwhelming divine power emanating from it forced the surrounding divine beasts to retreat in terror. A golden light flashed in Xiao Ziling's eyes. A radiant aura, like an energy field, expanded outward from his body, directly repelling the dragon claw. The entire immortal realm forbidden zone began to tremble violently under Xiao Ziling's power. Xiao Ziling extended his hand and gave a gentle squeeze. The dragon claw, carrying the entire dragon head and body, slowly shattered. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. The great beings watching from the distant void paled at the sight. What terrifying power! I sense no cultivation aura from him, yet he gives me the feeling that he alone could rival the entire immortal realm. Surely not. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't dare claim such a thing? These powerful beings did not linger, fearing discovery by that formidable being. Xiao Ziling directly extracted the dragon marrow, dragon spine, dragon essence, and vital blood from the colossal ancient immortal dragon. Take these back. Use them to nourish Sierra's body. Xiao Ziling murmured to himself before continuing deeper into the realm. As he delved deeper, no divine beasts or forbidden zone creatures dared obstruct him along the way. Those terrifying beings, once powerful enough to slay immortal kings, now concealed their auras one by one. Unbelievable. The azure dragon of the heavens is dead. They even ripped out its spine. Chapter 117, Celestial Marrow Essence Secured. Carrying away the entire Celestial Marrow Heavenly Pool. Xiao Ziling lingered no longer, pressing deeper into the Forbidden Zone. Outside the true immortal realm Forbidden Zones, this place could scarcely be considered a genuine Forbidden Zone. This place was more like a retreat route for those who had accidentally stumbled into the immortal realm's Forbidden Zone. Venturing deeper into the unknown filled one with dread. The great beings within the Forbidden Zone had also noticed Xiao Ziling's continued advance into the depths. What could a powerhouse of his caliber possibly want in the immortal realm's Forbidden Zone? Who knows? But judging by his calm demeanor, he clearly knows something about the Forbidden Zone. He might even hold no fear for this Forbidden Zone. The crowd watched as Xiao Ziling, hands clasped behind his back, made his way deeper into the Forbidden Zone. He showed no intention of stopping, which brought them some relief. They're not much stronger than Tianyu Qinglong. Tianyu Qinglong couldn't even withstand a single strike from this terrifying powerhouse. To say he was casually crushed, this gave them the audacity to challenge Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling's gaze swept over the terrifying entities within the Forbidden Zone. A single glance was enough to send them scattering in terror, vanishing into the void. The creatures of the Forbidden Zone are truly fascinating. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. He was pressed for time now and had no patience to entertain these fools. He could only hope they'd learn to mind their own business. If they dared to obstruct his business, he'd have no choice but to send them all to hell. What a terrifying gaze. Thankfully he wasn't interested in us, or we might all have died right here. Xiao Ziling locked onto the location of the divine marrow spirit milk and headed straight for it. Ha ha ha, what's this about a forbidden zone in the immortal realm? With the master's arrival, this place is about to become the forbidden zone within forbidden zones. Xiao Tian surveyed the terrified, cowed beings of the forbidden zone. Outside, they were all top-tier beings. Establishing their own small world and becoming its rulers would pose no problem whatsoever. They're just a bunch of ancient monsters who've lived far too long. They've lost all interest in the outside world. They just want to live a secluded life. Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. However, beyond these terrifyingly powerful beings, the area also harbored ancient demonic beasts. Numerous mysterious mechanisms and unknown entities further reinforce this place as a forbidden zone. Choosing such a place where divine energy converges as their secluded retreat, they certainly know how to pick. Xiao Tian tapped his chin thoughtfully. Xiao Tian, quickly pinpoint the exact location of that divine essence spirit milk. It's right ahead. Following the direction Xiao Tian pointed, Xiao Ziling saw a barrier enveloping the area. The moment it touched Xiao Ziling, it dissolved into fragments of divine energy. Is that the celestial marrow heavenly pool? Xiao Ziling gazed into the depths of the restricted zone ahead. At the forbidden zone's heart stood an inverted mountain, its peak pointing downward, its base toward the heavens. At the mountain's base, a milky white pool swirled silently, the immortal marrow spirit milk, each drop containing the primordial vitality of opening heaven and earth. Master, be cautious. Xiao Tian senses numerous powerful beings guarding this place. Xiao Ziling had long since noticed an ancient tree beside the immortal essence spirit pool. The core of the 10,000 sovereign willow. Its cultivation has actually reached the quasi-immortal emperor realm? And there are 3 ancient demon beasts. Xiao Ziling observed the terrifying auras emerging before him, his voice calm and detached. Today, whoever stands in my way, I will take the divine essence spirit milk back. Xiao Ziling's eyes held a cold detachment as he slowly approached the immortal marrow heavenly pool. Sir, coming here to take what belongs to others, isn't that a bit inappropriate? A figure clad in white slowly materialized from within the pool. Its features bore a faint resemblance to Xiao Ziling's, yet its eyes were hollow and devoid of color. As if the soul had been lost. Looks kinda like the master, huh? The figure did bear a striking resemblance to Xiao Ziling, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. Xiao Ziling looked at the figure with some confusion. Was he really that handsome? My apologies. It's been so long since I've been here, I've forgotten what humans look like. I'll just have to borrow yours for now. The figure smiled faintly. You seem unaware of why I'm here. Xiao Ziling remarked, smiling at the figure who was now conversing with him calmly and cheerfully. Of course I know why you're here. Or rather, I know why every single person who comes here is here. But then again, no one has ever managed to take the divine realm spirit milk. The figure flickered and vanished, leaving only a faint chuckle echoing through the air. The core of the 10,000 sovereign willow and the several demon beasts all materialized before Xiao Ziling. Human! Leave this place. This is no place for you to set foot. Even as the demonic beasts continued to roar at Xiao Ziling, a golden energy fused with divine power erupted from his body. The terrifying aura instantly hurled the beasts backward. Across the vast cosmos, through the silver seas of stars. There is no place this sovereign cannot reach. Xiao Ziling's eyes were cold. A mere forbidden zone was nothing. Even the 10 great unthinkable realms of the cosmos, he could enter them at will. The figure bearing a striking resemblance to Xiao Ziling clearly hadn't anticipated such terrifying power. Yet now, he merely frowned. A seal cast long ago by a great power lay upon the surface of the immortal marrow heavenly pool. The divine essence within was utterly impossible to extract. After repelling the others, Xiao Ziling simply raised a finger. The seal covering the immortal marrow spirit milk shattered instantly, and the liquid flew directly into Xiao Ziling's hand. What the hell? How is this possible? The figure was visibly shocked. It was a spirit entity cultivated over many years within the immortal marrow heavenly pool. It had been guarding the divine essence spirit milk under the command of that great being. Now this guy had broken the seal so easily and taken the divine marrow spirit milk. Brother, what do we do now? We're no match for him. The spirit form of Wan Kuei Lu Muexian approached the figure. I don't know. This guy is far more terrifying than I imagined. Xiao Ziling examined the divine essence spirit milk in his hand, frowning. This substance could only be preserved for 1 day. Sierra still had quite some time before giving birth. This single portion wouldn't suffice, yet taking more wouldn't help either. What if I just take the entire immortal marrow heavenly pool? The thought flashed instantly through Xiao Ziling's mind. With a gentle lift of his hand, the entire immortal essence heavenly pool was enveloped by a terrifying force. The earth began to tremble violently, startling everyone present. No! He intends to take the entire immortal essence heavenly pool. The figure plunged into the pool, attempting to resist Xiao Ziling with its dwindling strength. Seeing this, the demonic beasts and Wan Kuei Lu Muexian all nodded in agreement. They had all reached this point only through the aid of the immortal marrow heavenly pool. Immediately, they all summoned their divine spirits and merged them into the immortal marrow heavenly pool, seeking to collectively resist Xiao Ziling. Chapter 118, Xiao Ziling's Miniature Realm, Forbidden Zone of the Immortal Domain. Great powers shocked. Xiao Ziling observed their actions but paid them no heed. Instead, he reached out, drawing their physical forms and the 10,000 sovereign Willowwood heart into his own microcosm. With a slight exertion, he lifted the entire immortal marrow heavenly pool and placed it within his own microcosm. He found a suitable location within his realm and placed it there, transforming it into a unique immortal pool. That figure and the demonic beasts never imagined that, despite their numbers, they would be utterly powerless against Xiao Ziling. Damn it, this guy has become absurdly powerful. The figure's face darkened. Stay put here. Don't wander off. There are far more terrifying beings lurking in this place than yourselves. Xiao Ziling addressed them indifferently. Whether it was the Imperial Phoenix he had previously subdued, the World Chaos Tree he had obtained, or any of the other terrifying demonic beasts, any one of them could utterly annihilate these creatures. The ancient demon beasts Xiao Ziling had brought in all retreated back into his body. They surveyed the pristine, fragrant surroundings, initially filled with curiosity. But soon, they sensed terrifying auras that surpassed even immortal emperors. Where is this place? Their bodies trembled as they looked at Xiao Ziling with fear. They stared at this monster who had beaten them so badly they couldn't even fight back. Xiao Ziling glanced at the crowd before leaving the place. Master, won't keeping them in your little world corrupt it? Of course not. What do you mean, my little world? This is a world I created, and everything within it is subject to my will. Besides, those few inside aren't easy to deal with. They are beings who answer only to me. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, then prepared to depart this forbidden zone. With a wave of his hand, a rift in the void appeared before him. He stepped through it slowly, leaving this place behind. The powerful beings within the restricted zone sensed Xiao Ziling's departure, and the tension that had been etched on their faces finally eased. Phew, that guy finally left. I thought he was going to stay here forever. Ha, those fools have been stuck inside that barrier, completely unaware of what's happening outside. They'll definitely go challenge that guy directly. Heh, maybe they've already been wiped out by that guy. We can see if we can get our hands on some immortal marrow spirit milk. Are you sure? With that great power protecting them, they might not have met their end. Besides, if we take the divine essence spirit milk, might that one? The timid starve, the bold feast. Just say yes or no. Let's go. The terrifying beings who had been confined within the restricted zone all headed toward the spot where Xiao Ziling had departed. The moment they entered, their eyes widened in shock. The celestial essence heavenly pool, which had always been enclosed within that barrier. Now, only a massive crater remained. The celestial marrow pool, along with the divine vein, had been uprooted and carried away. What exactly happened here? Xiao Ziling remained unaware of the scene he had left behind after taking the immortal marrow heavenly pool. The entire immortal realm's forbidden zone was thrown into panic. When he emerged once more from the void fissure, he found himself near the sacred grounds of Yaoguang. He then set off toward the mountain range where Ruan Mingxi resided. His speed was extraordinary. When he passed by where Xiao Jin was staying, Xiao Jin couldn't even sense Xiao Ziling's presence. Upon his return, he discovered that Ruan Mingxi had regained consciousness in her room. Gu Hanyang was seated at the bedside, chatting cheerfully with her. From now on, Ziyi will be the big sister. I wonder how she feels about it. Having someone to keep her company, she'll definitely be happy. Seeing that Ruan Mingxi had recovered considerably, Gu Hanyang decided to share the news of her pregnancy. This news thrilled Ruan Mingxi for a moment, but the thought of the child growing inside her quickly brought her back to reality. Han Yan, where is your husband? My husband, he should be back soon. Gu Hanyan gently patted Ruan Mingxi's hand to soothe her. Han Yan, I'm back. Xiao Ziling pushed open the door and stepped inside. Husband, you're back? Gu Hanyang smiled at Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling nodded to both of them. I'm sorry for worrying you. Ruan Mingxi struggled to sit up, but Xiao Ziling hurried forward to steady her. Cici, don't move. Rest well. Ruan Mingxi's eyes brimmed with concern. Husband, were you safe this time? She knew Xiao Ziling's abilities far exceeded her expectations, but precisely because of that, anything serious enough to require his personal intervention. It couldn't have been that simple. Xiao Ziling smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Seeing this, Ruan Mingxi let a faint smile touch her lips. Cici, Han Yan must have told you already. You're a mother carrying a child now. With me here, just focus on resting. Xiao Ziling gently stroked her forehead. Sister she, if anything, you still have me, your little sister. You helped me before, now it's my turn to help you. Gu Hanyan smiled softly. Ruan Mingxi's eyes brimmed with warmth as she reached out and embraced Xiao Ziling. After a moment, she released him. Thank you both, my husband, and Han Yan. Both men offered faint smiles. Gu Hanyang suddenly remembered something. Oh. You two chat. I'll go get you something delicious to eat. With that, Gu Hanyang promptly left the room, giving the couple no time to react. Xiao Ziling had intended to stop her, wanting to go himself. But since Gu Hanyang had already gone ahead, he smiled and shook his head, then sat down beside Wan Mengxi's bedside. He chatted with Wan Mengxi, then shared the news about the child growing inside her. Husband, does that mean I'm carrying twins? Yes, and they're both girls. Gu Ziyi won't be so lonely anymore. Wan Mengxi gently stroked her belly with a tender expression. Husband, do you prefer boys or girls? Why ask that? We're cultivators, and we won't stop at just 1 or 2 children. When the time comes, we'll have 1,000 children, both boys and girls. Xiao Ziling chuckled faintly. Wan Mengxi gave a helpless smile before reaching out to pinch his waist. Ouch. Though he felt nothing, he had to put on a show he couldn't let his wife see through him. That'll teach you to be naughty. Wan Mengxi watched Xiao Ziling's antics, covering her mouth with a soft giggle. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she seemed to be in discomfort. Xiao Ziling swiftly channeled a surge of divine power to aid Wan Mengxi's recovery. Within Wan Mengxi's womb, the 2 new lives were beginning to stir with faint awareness. Where is this? Chapter 119, Twins. The Immortal Realm Empress and the Alien Race King. Within Wan Mengxi's womb, a newly born life murmured to itself. Have I successfully reincarnated? She still remembered clearly. She had been the foremost powerhouse of the Xiahua Empire, the premier faction of the Immortal Realm years ago. One of the 10 supreme immortal emperors of the Immortal Realm, Empress Chen Yuan. Who would have thought I actually couldn't defeat that guy? What a pity. I wonder how that guy ended up. Her mind felt muddled now. Back then, when the full-scale war erupted between the Immortal Realm and the alien races of the Otherworld. As the Immortal Realm's ultimate combat power, she had naturally stepped into the fray. Her opponent was none other than the peak Immortal Emperor among the alien rulers, Purple Key Immortal Emperor. Their clash shattered the battlefield, reducing countless uninhabited planets to dust and shattering the very fabric of the Starry River. Their power was nearly equal, and their clashes were too numerous to count. Both had grown weary of such battles. Finally, they fought their way to the far shore of the River of the Dead, burning everything to destroy each other and perish together. They then reincarnated, hoping to begin new lives. Even if she were no longer this empress, she would be content to live out her days in peace. She was no longer the empress of Chen Yuan, but the pure and legitimate daughter of Xiao Ziling and Wan Mengxi. Just as she was beginning to prepare for this new life, a sudden discomfort washed over her. This is strange. Why does it feel so cramped? Could there be someone else beside me? Is this mother carrying twins? Do I have a little sister? Just as she was puzzling over this, the second girl beside her also began to stir. Am I being reincarnated? How come I still have some awareness? She was none other than the ruler of a distant realm, the Purple Key Immortal Emperor. She remembered being with that empress of the Immortal Realm, acting like a child. They battled for an unknown duration, reducing the entire surrounding Starry River to ruins. The entire starry sky bore countless scars from their clash. The battle between the Immortal Realm and the Alien Realm was the longest and most brutal of all. Once war began, it would never cease. War has no victors, those who survive write history. The last 2 battled to the banks of the river Styx, where they perished together. As immortal emperors, they could never truly die. Yet having burned everything to the ground, they chose mutual annihilation. Their clash disturbed a mighty being who had attained enlightenment in the laws of reincarnation while cultivating beyond the river Styx. Seeing their plight, the being felt some compassion and ultimately helped them reincarnate, beginning an entirely new life. Your physical bodies, souls, and divine essences are utterly destroyed. I can only ensure you have a sliver of chance to be reborn. Begin your new lives. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Ha! Is there a little sister beside me? Could it be that my mother was carrying twins? Looks like I won't be so bored after all. As Wan Mengxi drifted off to sleep, both girls believed the other was their sister. But neither paid it much mind. After all, this was a complete reincarnation, they had no connection to their past lives. What difference did it make who was the younger sister and who was the older? Though both had lost their previous physical constitutions, abilities, and cultivation levels. Their physical constitutions in this lifetime inherited those of Xiao Ziling and Wan Mengxi, far surpassing their previous strength, even while doing nothing within Wan Mengxi's womb. This constitution would still absorb spiritual energy from Wan Mengxi's body. Xiao Tian also explained to Xiao Ziling that the 2 children within Wan Mengxi's womb were the reincarnations of 2 great beings from the Immortal Realm and the Otherworld. Xiao Ziling could sense the lively presence of the 2 children within Wan Mengxi's womb. Their souls are pure and untainted, he mused, so this isn't some kind of possessive rebirth. Rather, it's a pure reincarnation, and in this life, they become my children? Xiao Ziling gazed at the 2 children within Wan Mengxi's womb, a faint smile playing on his lips. Master, rest assured. While they were indeed great beings from the Immortal Realm and the Otherworld before, in this life, they are truly your biological daughters. Had they not been reincarnated, given your and the mistress's cultivation levels, conception would not have come so swiftly. Xiao Tian smiled. I care not what identities you held before. All I know is that you are my daughters now. Xiao Ziling chuckled inwardly. He then instructed Xiao Tian to bring forth the mystic yellow essence and the fertility-nurturing holy water. He also produced the immortal marrow spirit milk he had just acquired. Ruan Mengshi stared at the three supreme immortal treasures suddenly appearing before her. Husband, what are these things? A trace of confusion flashed across Ruan Mengshi's face. Xiao Ziling smiled at her and explained, these are all top-tier immortal medicines. You're carrying twins and not just ordinary twins. I plan to prepare them and use them to nourish your body. As he spoke, Xiao Ziling retrieved the Daoyu divine cauldron he had previously used for refining pills. He placed the ingredients into the cauldron and began the alchemical process. These three are all top-tier immortal herbs. They cannot be refined with fire. I'll use my divine power to refine them directly. With that, Xiao Ziling directly channeled his power to refine the herbs. Wow, Master is truly amazing. While these herbs can be consumed directly, if Master can refine them into pills, the effects would surely be elevated to a whole new level. Xiao Tian watched Xiao Ziling's techniques with some astonishment. Ruan Mengshi watched Xiao Ziling, his face completely absorbed in the task, and felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Kids, your dad is very good to your mom and to you. You'll definitely come to love him. Ruan Mengshi gently stroked her belly, a smile spreading across her face. Soon, a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air as a furnace of multicolored pills emerged. Xiao Ziling carefully removed the pills and handed them to Ruan Mengshi. Honey, take these. They'll be very beneficial for you and the baby. Ruan Mengshi swallowed the pill without hesitation. Instantly, a warm current flowed through her body. The two children within her womb seemed to sense this energy as well. Within Ruan Mengshi's womb, the two who had been sleeping sensed the powerful spiritual energy and began absorbing it. To their delight, they discovered this spiritual energy was purer and more potent than anything they'd drawn from their mother's womb before. Their constitution was unique, essentially bottomless pits, but to avoid harming their mother, they both absorbed it with great restraint and caution, ensuring their mother suffered not a single harm. What is this? It feels so good. Empress Qin, who had been absorbing the energy, suddenly sensed another presence drawing it in as well. The two of them instinctively began competing. I don't know why, but I just feel like this little sister of mine is so deserving? Both murmured inwardly. Their complete rebirth had left them unrecognizable to each other. They began to slow down, constantly monitoring the changes in their mother's body. Chapter 120, The Third Trial. All disciples participate. After taking the elixir, Ruan Mengshi felt significantly more comfortable. Her current state surpassed even her peak condition. Her skin grew smoother and more delicate, her icy complexion and jade-like bones making her, already ethereally beautiful, now breathtakingly stunning, a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. Xiao Ziling gazed at her face, momentarily lost in its beauty. Husband, what kind of pill is this? I feel so much better now. And that unpleasant sensation is gone too. Ruan Mengshi leaned gently into Xiao Ziling's embrace. Xiao Ziling gently tickled the tip of Ruan Mengshi's nose. This is a unique concoction crafted by your husband. I'll make it for you often from now on. Just rest well. This pill will greatly benefit both you and the child within you. Ruan Mengshi nodded softly. She could indeed sense that this pill was extraordinary. But what she felt even more deeply was Xiao Ziling's care for her. Husband, thank you. Ruan Mengshi lay in Xiao Ziling's embrace, resting peacefully. Meanwhile, the two little ones growing inside her absorbed ample spiritual energy and nourishment. We were considering a normal life, but with mom's spiritual energy like this, she's definitely no ordinary person. Empress Qin sensed her younger sister and realized she had already fallen asleep. What a pity she hadn't developed yet and didn't know what her family looked like. How curious she was. Never mind. I should get some proper rest myself. Empress Qin murmured to herself before settling down peacefully. Ruan Mengshi seemed to sense that the two children within her womb had also fallen asleep. She gently stroked her belly. Rest well for a while. Xiao Ziling gently kissed Ruan Mengshi's red lips, and then both of them rested for a while. Much later, as daylight filled the room, Xiao Ziling and Ruan Mengshi both awoke. After tidying themselves, they were just about to open the door when Xiao Ziyi and Gu Hanyan appeared, having been waiting there for quite some time. Hee, I was just about to call out to you too, but it seems you're already awake. Gu Hanyan smiled at them. Daddy, Auntie, if you don't get up soon, Mommy's food will get cold. Xiao Ziyi said cheerfully. Exactly, Master. I'm stuffed to the gills already. Gu Hanyan and Xiao Ziyi laughed at Big Yellow. She always cooked extra large portions, and Big Yellow and Ziyi claimed they ate quite a lot. So Gu Hanyan prepared extra food. Big Yellow alone ate enough for 4 people, so she just made another serving not long ago. Hanyan, you really didn't have to go to all this trouble. Ruan Mengshi said with a faint smile. I beg to differ. You're at a crucial stage now, you can't afford to neglect your nutrition like this. With that, she led Ruan Mengshi to the table to begin eating. But this was only because Ruan Mengshi's complexion had improved significantly, otherwise, she wouldn't have insisted. Auntie, Mom said you weren't feeling well. Are you feeling better now? Machem, much better now. Thank you for your concern, Ziyi. Ruan Mengshi smiled faintly. She could sense that once her 2 children were born, Ziyi would surely take good care of them. That's good to hear. Auntie, please eat more. Mommy's cooking is truly delicious. The group chatted and laughed. Soon they finished their meal and rested up, just as they were preparing to head to the plaza of the Yaoguang sacred ground. Today marked the 3rd assessment stage, which also served as a comprehensive evaluation for all disciples. Every disciple within the Yaoguang sacred grounds was required to participate. Husband, let's go. Gu Hannian said beside Xiao Ziling. Xiao Ziling nodded, then turned his gaze toward Ruan Mengshi. As for that 3rd assessment, I'll handle it with Hannian and the elders. You should rest well first. If anything comes up, just let me know. Ruan Mengshi smiled and nodded. This was what they had just agreed upon after all. The place was crowded and noisy, and she was carrying twins. It was best not to move around unnecessarily at this time. Auntie, we'll head over now. We'll bring you good news back later. Xiao Ziyi waved to Ruan Mengshi. She also instructed Big Yellow, guard the house. Don't let any bad guys in here and disturb Auntie's rest. Big Yellow nodded solemnly. As an emperor-level powerhouse, ordinary people couldn't possibly get close to this place. Not to mention the backup measures Xiao Ziling had left behind. He had heard the details from his master and felt genuinely happy for him. Alright, stay safe. The 3 then proceeded to the plaza of the Yaoguang Holy Land. At this very moment, the square was already packed with every disciple of the Yaoguang Holy Land. As senior disciples among the Yaoguang Holy Land's disciples, Ling Shi and Chen Guanjie, they now stood at the forefront of the crowd. The disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land wisely positioned themselves behind the 2, though a noticeable space remained between them. Naturally, no one gave it much thought, assuming the 2 might not be on the best of terms. As for Chuanrong, who had only recently unlocked her chaos body, she still lacked the strength to compete with these senior disciples. Instead, she stood behind Pei Zhe and Feng Qingyu, alongside the disciples who had joined the Yaoguang Holy Land long ago. After what had transpired earlier, no one underestimated Chunrong anymore. A hint of competitive spirit even flickered in Pei Zhe's eyes, urging him to challenge her to a duel. Feng Qingyu's eyes flickered, but she merely smiled faintly as she watched the 2. Chuanrong, however, looked at Pei Zhe with a puzzled expression. Did he get knocked silly earlier? Why is he staring at me like that? Chunrong murmured before turning her attention away, focusing instead on waiting for the elders to arrive. Just then, Xiao Ziling, Gu Hanni, and Xiao Ziyi arrived at the square. The crowd bowed in unison as Ling Shi and Chen Guanjie stepped forward to greet them. Greetings, Your Majesty. MHM. Xiao Ziling gently raised everyone with a wave of his hand. With their arrival, the elders of Yaoguang Holy Land had already appeared in the pavilion above. While this assessment provides an opportunity to gauge the strength of Yaoguang Sacred Grounds disciples, and give the new disciples a taste of cultivation, but surely there was no need to bring Lingxi, Chen Guanjie, and the daughters of His Majesty and the Holy Sovereign? One elder spoke up. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, this might discourage the newly joined disciples. Without some setbacks, they won't truly grow. True. But, where is the Holy Lord? The elders present had no objections to the Holy Sovereign's decision. Alright, Ziyi, you can stay with Ling Shi and the others. We'll head to the pavilion first. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly, then led Gu Hanni to the tower. The elders in the pavilion bowed respectfully as Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanyang approached. We greet your holiness, and we greet Han Nian. No need for formalities. Xiao Ziling released a surge of psychic energy, lifting everyone off their feet. By the way, Your Majesty, why hasn't the Holy Sovereign come? Chapter 121, Ascending the Clouds. To the Celestial Ladder. Xiao Ziling pondered for a moment before calmly addressing the group. She is feeling unwell today and thus unable to attend. Upon hearing Xiao Ziling's words, the elders all exchanged knowing glances. Whatever assistance the Holy Sovereign and Holy Lord require, we stand ready to serve. Exactly. We can handle this assessment ourselves if need be. The elders smiled broadly, and Xiao Ziling returned their expressions with a faint smile. It's fine. She's feeling much better now. How will this assessment be conducted? Have you all been informed? Xiao Ziling addressed the group. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3rd stage has always tested the disciples' perseverance, cultivation, and innate talent. Wasn't the stone pillar in the 2nd trial also testing talent? Xiao Ziling remarked indifferently. If the 3rd stage's assessment resembled the 2nd stage's, then what was the purpose of the 2nd stage? Your Excellency may not be aware, but the 2nd trial is more comprehensive. After all, not just anyone can proceed to the 3rd stage. Quite right, Your Majesty. You'll understand once the trial begins. The elders smiled. Though they had heard that this holy lord appeared aloof. But not to the point of being so unapproachable. It was merely the significant disparity in their respective strengths that made them somewhat nervous. Your Holiness, they haven't had much exposure to this. Allow me to explain it to you and Miss Han Nian. Yu Ning stepped forward from the crowd, her gaze resting on Xiao Ziling and Gu Han Nian as she smiled. Yes, thank you for your help. Xiao Ziling nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, downstairs in the pavilion, Xiao Ziyi had approached Lingxi. The two chatted happily. The other disciples watched as Xiao Ziyi conversed so cheerfully with the two senior brothers and sisters from Yaoguang's sacred land. For a moment, they grew curious about Xiao Ziyi's identity. Who is that fairy? She's truly beautiful. I thought the senior disciples didn't get along well, so they left a large space between them. But now it seems they reserved this space for this ethereal beauty, with her graceful demeanor and divine features. Many of the new disciples didn't recognize Xiao Ziyi, and even some senior disciples had only heard of her exploits. Few had actually seen her in person. Let me tell you, this big shot is no ordinary person. Both the senior sister and senior brother have special connections with her. You'd be better off focusing less on her and more on your cultivation. A powerful cultivator who had previously entered the supreme secret realm alongside Xiao Ziyi and Lingxi addressed them. Without witnessing Xiao Ziyi's power firsthand, it was hard to imagine that such a cold, pristine beauty could possess such formidable strength. The newly joined disciples nodded in astonishment. If the senior brother said so, it must be true. Sister Lingxi, do you know what this exam entails? Xiao Ziyi looked at Lingxi and smiled. Lingxi smiled back gently. Yes, come. Let me tell you about this third stage of the assessment. It's less an exam and more like the daily routine for future disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land. Daily routine? Why? Because the third stage assessment is cloud treading. Lingxi explained to Xiao Ziyi. Xiao Ziyi's eyes flashed. That sounds pretty interesting. This treading the clouds is actually ascending the cloud ladder of the Yaoguang sacred land. At the very top of the ladder stand two demon beast statues, constantly releasing an oppressive aura and energy downward. The closer you get, the more terrifying the pressure becomes. Chen Guanjie explained with a smile to Xiao Ziyi. So that's how it is. But our cultivation levels aren't all the same, right? Could this mean? Xiao Ziyi suddenly recalled something those newly joined disciples seem to all be at the Nascent Soul stage. Don't worry. This is merely an assessment of everyone's cultivation, not a competition. Each realm has its own standard for attainment. That's right. The cloud ladder has a total of 101 levels, requiring one step per level. Reaching the 20th level is already impressive for Nascent Soul cultivators. The highest recorded is 35 levels. Lingxi and Chen Guanjie answered Ziyi's questions together. Behind them, some of the newly joined disciples listened intently to Lingxi and Chen Guanjie's explanations. Others were conversing with disciples who had been part of the Yaoguang sacred land for much longer. As for those at the Huatian realm, they can reach the 40th floor, with the highest recorded reaching the 60th floor. The Cavern Heaven realm requires reaching the 50th floor, with the highest recorded reaching the 80th floor. Only those who reach the Heavenly God realm have a chance to attempt the summit. Once you attain the level of a sage, you can essentially ignore the oppressive aura emanating from Cloud Treading Peak. Chen Guanjie remarked with a faint smile. The disciples behind him grasped the meaning. So, they only needed to reach the 20th layer. That didn't sound too difficult. All these records were set by the Holy Lord himself. Lingxi smiled faintly. In truth, they only needed to meet the basic standard. There was no need to challenge those records. All set by the grandma? Grandma is so amazing. Xiao Ziyi murmured to herself. She too must grow stronger, only then could she protect her loved ones. Meanwhile, in the tower, Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanyang listened to Yu Ning's explanation before following the direction she pointed. That is the cloud-piercing stairway. Yu Ning smiled faintly. That area was a unique mountain range within the Yaoguang sacred land, frequently visited by disciples for cultivation. A stairway reaching the heavens stood there. At the very summit of the cloud ladder, two stone lions stood guard. The faint aura emanating from them was enough to astonish any disciple who encountered it. So that's how it is. To ascend to higher levels, hidden talents and potential are unlocked. Xiao Ziling instantly grasped the meaning. This approach was indeed vastly different from the second trial. Your Holiness. I'll take them to the assessment now. They need only remain within the pavilion. Everything will be clearly visible from here. Elder Yu Ning descended before the group. Both the senior disciples and the newly initiated disciples recognized her. They bowed in unison. Greetings, second elder. Greetings, Elder Yu Ning. Very well. I shall escort you there. I hope you all achieve excellent results this time. Elder Yu Ning smiled at the group. Hearing this, their eyes flickered with both nervousness and anticipation. The elders were also watching from the gallery, which clearly signaled their intent to recruit disciples. Otherwise, everyone's background had already been thoroughly assessed. Those who had no intention of recruiting disciples wouldn't have come in the first place. What the crowd didn't realize was that recruiting disciples was merely the least compelling reason for them to be here. The main reason was the presence of the venerable elders. They had to show respect to both the elders and the Holy Sovereign. Lingxi and Xiao Ziyi exchanged a glance before the entire group followed Yu Ning to the base of the cloud ladder. Chapter 122, The Elder of Tianshan, the Might of the Chaos Body, surpasses the crowd. Soon, Yu Ning led the group to the base of the cloud ladder. Well, what brings such a large crowd this time? At the base of the cloud ladder, beside a willow tree, an elderly man who appeared frail and worn spoke slowly. Junior disciple Yu Ning greets Elder Tianshan. Yu Ning bowed respectfully to the old man. He was also one of the top combatants of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Had he not been away on business when the Blood Slaughter sect attacked, the Holy Land would not have faced such dire straits. The Blood Slaughter sect had chosen their moment while many of the Yaoguang Holy Land's strongest warriors were absent from the sanctuary at that critical time. Only the Holy Master and the Ancestral Elder remained as the strongest defenders. Fortunately, with the assistance of the elders, the Yaoguang Holy Land was spared from utter destruction. Senior Tianshan, I have brought them here to traverse the cloud-piercing stairway. I wish to use this opportunity to assess the strength of the sanctuary's disciples. I see. Very well, lead them through. Little ones, do your best. Tianshan smiled kindly at the group. The group hastily bowed in respect. Thank you, Senior. His gaze lingered for a moment, finally settling on Chun Rong and Xiao Ziyi. But only for an instant. Interesting. Truly interesting. Is this the Golden Age? It simply cannot compare to that time. Tianshan murmured to himself. The chaos body, and a terrifying power he had never sensed before. Yet his instincts told him this power would be even more terrifying than the chaos body. Then I'll take them there first. Yu Ning nodded to the elder. She then led the group to the base of the cloud ladder. Anything else unclear? Lingxi, have you explained everything to them? Yu Ning looked at Lingxi. Lingxi gave a slight nod. Second elder, I have already informed them. The newly joined disciples also nodded. Well, it's actually quite simple. Use every skill and method at your disposal to climb as high as you can. The elders hold high hopes for you all. Impress them well, and you might just earn the chance to become their disciples. Yu Ning smiled faintly, then stepped aside, signaling for everyone to begin their ascent. Lingxi was the first to reach the base of the cloud-piercing stairway. She glanced upward, the dazzling light reflecting in her eyes. The two stone lions at the summit seemed to radiate a peculiar magnetic field and an oppressive aura. Even a single glance sent a chill down one's spine. Lingxi took a deep breath and stepped forward. At her level of cultivation, the initial steps posed little challenge. Chen Guanjie watched Lingxi set off and smiled. Senior sister is still so impatient. He smiled faintly before stepping forward himself, slowly following behind Lingxi. Seeing the two set off, the disciples who had been trailing behind exchanged glances. Nodding in unison, they began ascending the cloud ladder together. Xiao Ziyi, however, was in no such hurry. She carefully observed the cloud sky ladder. This cloud sky ladder is enormous. It feels like it could easily accommodate everyone climbing it. Xiao Ziyi sensed the energy and imposing aura emanating from the cloud sky ladder. This place truly was a treasure trove, no wonder it required powerful guardians. Wow, our seniors have already set off. Shouldn't we be heading out too? Yeah, let's go. We can't let them get too far ahead. Pei Zhe remained silent. Only after all the senior disciples had departed did he step forward first, ascending the sky ladder. The moment he took his first step, an overwhelming sense of pressure swept over him. His body instinctively ducked downward. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy, causing a powerful aura to surge around him. He began climbing step by step. He finally understood that without the Nascent Soul stage, reaching the 20th level was sufficient. Now he felt every step was an agonizing struggle. Senior brothers and sisters are truly amazing, they ascend with such ease. Pei Zhe glanced up at his senior brothers and sisters still steadily ascending. Feng Qingyu watched Pei Zhe, who seemed slightly strained, and her brow furrowed slightly. Was this cloud sky ladder really this difficult? Didn't senior sister say that at least the Nascent Soul stage should be able to reach the 20th level? How could he be so exhausted already? Clearly, he's lacking in stamina. Feng Qingyu gave a faint smile before stepping forward herself. Her smile vanished abruptly. The moment she stepped forward, she sensed the two stone lions above transforming into ferocious demon beasts charging toward her. Her eyes went blank as she froze in place, taking a moment to recover. This Yaoguang sacred ground is truly formidable. She looked up at the senior disciples who had already broken through the 20th layer. Then she slowly began her ascent. Now she understood Pei Zhe. It wasn't that he was weak, this cloud ladder was simply far more challenging than anyone had imagined. Seeing that even the two exceptionally gifted new disciples among the newcomers were struggling so terribly, This couldn't help but make them worry a little. Let's go. We can't afford to fall behind. Slowly, the newly joined disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land also began stepping onto the cloud ladder. Yet the moment they took their first step, the overwhelming pressure made their entire bodies tremble. Holy crap, this pressure is way too intense. One disciple muttered under his breath. How were they supposed to reach the 20th level like this? Despite their complaints, they gritted their teeth and began climbing upward. Soon, only Xiao Ziyi and Chunrong remained below. Senior sister, aren't you going up? Chunrong approached Xiao Ziyi and smiled. Thanks to Xiao Ziyi, she had the chance to join the Yaoguang Holy Land and meet the Holy Lord. And receive His Majesty's aid. Oh, it's you. Go ahead first. I'll be up shortly. Xiao Ziyi replied with a smile. She had just felt those two stone lions looked familiar, but couldn't quite place where she'd seen them before. She had merely been lost in recollection. Earlier, thank you for your help. Chunrong looked at Xiao Ziyi with eyes brimming with gratitude. It was nothing. Both Chunrong and Xiao Ziyi smiled, then Chunrong began ascending the cloud ladder. The moment she stepped onto the ladder, an even more powerful aura instantly enveloped her. Her body swayed slightly, but the power of her chaos body surged instantly, partially resisting the oppressive force. She slowly took her second step, then her third. Each step felt like treading upon an invisible mountain. Still, compared to others, her ascent was relatively effortless. Soon, she began overtaking many disciples one after another. Many had already stopped to rest, watching in astonishment as the ragged little girl at the golden core stage who had been trailing behind them now surged past. A strange feeling welled up inside them. Chapter 123, Ancient Divine Artifact. Xiao Ziyi's overwhelming power. Soon, Chunrong directly overtook Pei Zhe and Feng Qingyu. Even they hadn't expected Chunrong to catch up so swiftly. After all, they had set out much earlier than her. They had only just reached the 11th floor. Indeed, they had only advanced 11 steps. Initially, their progress had been relatively smooth. But upon breaking through the 10th floor, the oppressive force intensified exponentially. Had they not possessed formidable strength and been prepared, they might have instinctively retreated. Feng Qingyu and Pei Zhe looked at Chunrong, who had now joined them. Chunrong nodded to them before they all began ascending slowly together. The other new disciples who had recently joined the Yaoguang Holy Land were already panting heavily. Yet seeing their senior disciples ascend so high, they gritted their teeth, fully aware that it wasn't simply by staying at Yaoguang Holy Land for a long time that one could attain the strength of their senior brothers and sisters. It was daring to challenge their own limits, shattering their boundaries. Only then could they become like their senior brothers and sisters. Most of the Spirit Transformation Realm disciples had already reached the 30s, but the overwhelming pressure now had them drenched in sweat. Some disciples paused to recover their stamina and spiritual energy before continuing upward. Lingxi and Shen Guanjie, however, had both reached the 50th floor, a distance that had already left many disciples behind. Standing on the 50th floor, they continuously projected their aura outward, enveloping themselves to resist the oppressive energy emanating from the stone lion. Yet behind them, not a single disciple had managed to reach the 40th floor. Most had halted at the 38th or 39th floor to recuperate. They planned to attempt the 41st floor again later. It seems Lingxi and Shen Guanjie have likely broken through to the cavern realm. Well, Ninth Elder, you're awfully late. An elder smiled at Ninth Elder. At their level of cultivation, they could easily sense their realm. Lingxi and her companions possessed no treasures to conceal their aura, so they couldn't escape the scrutiny of the elders who had seen Lingxi up close. Some matters arose along the way. Elder 9, who had only recently arrived, explained with a smile. Lingxi and Shen Guanjie have both broken through to the cavern realm. But how many heavenly caverns they possess now? That truly remains unknown. Never mind them, look at those newcomers. They're no ordinary youngsters either. The elders looked at Pei Zhe, Feng Qingyu, and Chunrong. Who would have thought that the little girl who arrived here just moments ago, still at the Golden Core realm, with a faint aura and tattered clothes? Now they've actually surpassed everyone else. Is this the power of the chaos physique? It's absurdly strong. Indeed, Yaoguang Holy Land has truly struck gold. The elders all held high hopes for Chunrong. Excellent, excellent. She's already surpassed the number of layers one should reach at the Nascent Soul stage and has reached the 25th layer. Truly impressive. Remember, Chunrong was only at the Golden Core stage when she first arrived. So she must have only recently formed her Nascent Soul, yet she's already reached the 25th layer. They sensed that if given sufficient time to cultivate, she might just break the record left behind by the Holy Master. However, what the elders didn't know was that Wan Munshi hadn't actually exerted her full strength back then. Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanyi kept a close watch on Xiao Ziyi. Husband, why hasn't Ziyi set out yet? Gu Hanyang looked at Xiao Ziling, her expression tinged with concern. It's nothing. Ziyi has been staring at that stone lion. She probably recognized it. Xiao Ziling gently caressed Gu Hanyang's fragrant shoulder, a tender smile spreading across his face. That stone lion? What is it? The heaven-sealing lion. A precious artifact, though only a flawed one. I never expected to find it in the Yaoguang sacred grounds. It seems the depth of a sacred ground's heritage isn't so simple after all. Xiao Ziling mused. Gu Hanyang also sensed the extraordinary aura emanating from the stone lion, though to her, it seemed rather ordinary. At that moment, Xiao Ziyi finally recalled the origin of the stone lion. It bore the likeness of the ancient divine artifact, the heaven-sealing lion. Legend held that the heaven-sealing lion possessed the power to suppress the heavens and earth. But this one seems like a defective piece. No wonder I almost didn't recognize it. I nearly embarrassed Daddy. Xiao Ziyi smiled faintly, then looked at the group who had already set off long ago. She too decided to begin her journey across the clouds. A flicker of determination lit her eyes as she stepped onto the celestial ladder. But suddenly, she sensed something was amiss and stepped back down. Then she stepped back up again. The elders present watched Xiao Ziyi's peculiar behavior, momentarily puzzled. Their gazes turned to Xiao Ziling and Gu Hani. After all, Ziyi was the child of these two and the Holy Lord. They dared not point fingers. Husband, what is Ziyi doing? Gu Hani asked in confusion. Xiao Ziling saw through everything at a glance. He smiled faintly. I suspect Ziyi hasn't sensed the pressure yet. Gu Hanyang paused, then smiled wryly. Meanwhile, beneath the cloud ladder, Xiao Ziyi froze in surprise. She had deliberately shifted her position, yet still felt nothing. She clearly remembered how difficult it had been for Lingxi and the other disciples to ascend earlier. Why did she feel nothing at all? Did I come to the wrong place? Xiao Ziyi murmured in confusion, but seeing the others had already pulled ahead. She stopped overthinking it and began climbing upward. Her pace, however, was astonishingly swift. Each step was graceful and light, completely unaffected by the oppressive aura. Everyone had thought Chun Rome overtaking them and gradually reaching the 25th floor was already impressive enough. But now, Xiao Ziyi had reached the 30th floor in what felt like an instant. This speed left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. They doubted their own eyes. Even Feng Qingyu rubbed her eyes, unable to believe the scene before her. Xiao Ziyi now moved with each step free of any oppressive aura, gradually overtaking the inner disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land. She walked toward Lingxi and Shen Guanjie. She had now reached the 45th level, yet her face still bore a look of confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be effortless? Why had everyone stopped? Lingxi, however, had already begun ascending toward the 51st level, a record she had never dared challenge before. In an instant, terrifying pressure surged toward her like a tidal wave. Yet the mysterious power within her activated automatically, effortlessly dissipating the overwhelming force. It seems Lingxi hasn't slacked off since receiving that inheritance. She's actually grasped a sliver of that supreme power. As Xiao Ziling watched Xiao Ziyi, his gaze also fell upon Lingxi, standing not far away. Just as Lingxi was about to feel pleased with herself, Xiao Ziyi arrived beside her. Their eyes met, and Lingxi blinked in stunned surprise. Chapter 124, Breaking Records. Ascending the Cloud Ladder. Even Chen Guanjie was taken aback. He glanced down moments ago. Wasn't Xiao Ziyi still below? Had she caught up that quickly? Z, didn't you just set out? How did you get here so fast? Lingxi's eyes brimmed with disbelief. After all, she had overcome countless layers of oppressive pressure to reach this point. And now Xiao Ziyi had reached this point so soon after starting? Was this some kind of joke? Chen Guanjie swallowed hard. He knew Xiao Ziyi was powerful, but he never imagined she could be this absurdly strong. He thought her solo defeat of those prodigies in the secret realm, shattering their Dao hearts, was already astonishing enough. But now, in the blink of an eye, she'd pulled so far ahead of everyone else. Sigh, is this the gap between a genius and a monster? Chen Guanjie sighed bitterly. I don't know either. I don't feel anything special about this cloud ladder. Xiao Ziyi offered a faint smile. Yet these two casually spoken sentences left Lingxi frozen in place. Nothing special. Even the disciples trailing behind the trio were utterly stunned by Xiao Ziyi's words. If you feel nothing, then what is this for us? They were already struggling to withstand the overwhelming pressure, ready to retreat. And now you're telling them you feel nothing at all? Chun Rong, Pei Feng Qingyu, and the newly joined disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land all swallowed hard. No wonder Elder Yuning said we can't compare to true geniuses. It really is incomparable. Feng Qingyu let out a bitter laugh. They could have been shining stars in the night sky, but compared to Xiao Zi, their brilliance was like the difference between a full moon and a firefly. They were simply incomparable. Ziyi, you're taking this a bit too far, aren't you? Lingxi had been seething inside for ages before finally managing to choke out those two sentences. Sis Lingxi, you guys keep at it. I'm heading up first. Xiao Ziyi smiled faintly at Lingxi. Lingxi gave a slight nod. You too. Most disciples had now reached their limits. Among the new disciples, Chuanrong had pulled ahead of the rest. She reached the astonishing 28th level before pausing to rest in place. As for Feng Qingyu and Pei Zhe, after being struck by Xiao Ziyi, they too sat cross-legged, refocusing their energy. Then they would push forward to assault even higher levels. The other new disciples, like their senior peers, prioritized stability. After all, this was their first attempt at the cloud ladder. Reaching the 20th level was sufficient for them. Truly the children of the Holy Sovereign and the Holy Emperor, this is simply terrifying. Within the pavilion, the elders watched Xiao Ziyi, who continued climbing relentlessly, showing no sign of stopping. Their eyes widened in astonishment. They knew Xiao Ziyi was formidable, otherwise, the disciples wouldn't have shown her such swift respect and recognition. Holy Lord, it seems Ziyi might just break the Holy Master's record. An elder approached Xiao Ziling and smiled. What was Sister Xier's record? Gu Hannian turned her gaze toward the elder, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Reporting to Miss Hannian, during the Divine Realm stage, the Holy Sovereign could reach the 80th layer. 80 layers. Xiao Ziling murmured. Husband, how many floors do you think Ziyi can reach? Gu Hannian gently lifted Xiao Ziling's arm. Xiao Ziling turned his gaze to her, a tender smile spreading across his face. I believe Ziyi can reach the summit. At these words, everyone's initial reaction was utter astonishment. Yet none of them doubted Xiao Ziling's words. The senior's strength and foresight are beyond our comprehension. Exactly. And judging by Ziyi's current pace, it's not impossible. Don't forget, even now, Ziyi still looks completely unfazed. The elders' gazes turned to Xiao Ziyi, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Perhaps Ziyi could truly break the record left by the Holy Lord. Even Gu Hannian fixed her gaze on Xiao Ziyi, her heart filled with both apprehension and anticipation. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Xiao Ziyi continued climbing upward, reaching the 60th floor. Xiao Ziyi still felt no pressure whatsoever. She moved with remarkable ease. Many disciples paused to rest, watching to see just how high Xiao Ziyi could possibly reach. She truly lives up to her reputation as senior sister. Even at such a great height, she shows no signs of strain whatsoever. I'm only on the 10th level, and I'm already exhausted. A slightly chubby little guy said, sweat dripping down his face. Stop comparing yourself to senior sisters. We lack both talent and their dedication. Why should we bask in their glory? Exactly. We're disciples of Yaoguang Holy Land now. We just need to do our best, we can't let the elders down. Following Xiao Ziyi, one after another, the newly joined disciples of the Yaoguang Holy Land unleashed their latent potential. Their cultivation levels and hidden physical constitutions were fully revealed. Though their constitutions weren't as dazzling as the Chaos Physique or the 5 Elements Sacred Physique, they were still more than enough to impress the elders. Who would have thought these disciples were hiding such skills? Impressive, very impressive. The elders were delighted. Not only the disciples, but even Pei Zhe was now surrounded by an intangible aura. His eyes flashed with a sharp intensity as he began to ascend slowly. Feng Qingyu held nothing back either. A layer of light appeared around her, her aura steadily rising as she too began to ascend slowly. How interesting. Who would have thought these two youngsters had something up their sleeves? Just as everyone was already sufficiently stunned, chaotic phenomena began to manifest in the sky. A majestic white lotus blossomed from the darkness. Chaos unfolds. The white lotus purifies the world. All saints pay homage. The chaos body is truly extraordinary. Back then, it swept through all the prodigies. I wonder how it will fare in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyi's ascent suddenly slowed. It turned out that starting from the 80th layer, the oppressive force increased exponentially, making each step upward an immense struggle. Yet her gaze remained calm, her steps steady, showing no sign of retreat. Whoa, Ziyi has already surpassed the Saint Lord's record. And judging by her demeanor, she's not going to keep climbing, is she? Some elders were stunned by Xiao Ziyi's strength. She lifted her head to gaze at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Then she turned to look at Chun Rong, only to find that Pei Zhe and Feng Qingyu had already reached the 25th floor, while Chun Rong had even made it to the 30th floor. Not only that, but that little girl with the chaos physique has also shattered the record set by the Holy Lord during his Nascent Soul stage. What a pair of astonishing young talents, their futures are truly boundless. The elders all smiled faintly. Chapter 125, Cheers and Jubilation. The 100 Flowers Sacred Land arrives. After reaching the 30th floor, Chun Rong had no strength left to continue upward. She sat cross-legged in place, circulating her cultivation techniques to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and replenish her own. Pei Zhe ultimately reached the 26th layer, while Feng Qingyu even ascended to the 28th layer. Panting slightly, she looked at Chun Rong, who was 2 or 3 body lengths away. Wow! I thought I'd be the top one, but it really proves that there's always someone better out there. Gu Hannian observed the aura emanating from Feng Qingyu. Even though she concealed it well, Gu Hanni still detected it. Husband, this little girl named Feng Qingyu, she's probably not as simple as she seems. But her intentions aren't malicious. Since she's already here, there's no need to meddle further. Xiao Ziling replied with a faint smile. The stone pillar at the Yaoguang sacred ground was still too rudimentary. Many things couldn't be detected by spiritual power alone. Gradually, everyone came to a halt. Yet they did not disappoint themselves, nor did they let the elders down. All had reached the 20th layer or higher, with some even ascending to the 22nd layer. As for the disciples who had been part of the Yaoguang Holy Land for quite some time, had also achieved new personal bests. They were all pleased with their progress. Only Xiao Ziyi, Ling Shi, and Chen Guanjie remained in the ascent. Xiao Ziyi currently stood at the 80th level. Ling Shi and Chen Guanjie were at the 53rd and 51st levels respectively. All three were masters of the heavenly realm. Senior brothers and sisters are so impressive. I wonder how far they can go. Many disciples either sat cross-legged to rest while watching Ling Shi, Xiao Ziyi, and Chen Guanjie ascend. Others, completely drained of strength, had already begun their descent. Amidst the ongoing murmurs, Chen Guanjie activated his 3 heavenly caverns. Surrounding spiritual energy steadily converged toward them. Step by step, he advanced to the 52nd level, the 53rd level, the 54th level. Ling Shi watched Chen Guanjie overtake her, a faint smile appearing on her face. She unleashed her own realm power. A full 8 divine realms materialized behind her. The onlookers gasped in awe at the sight of Ling Shi's 8 divine realms. Such innate talent was nothing short of divine. I sense Ling Shi is currently at the early stage of the heavenly realm. To condense 8 heavenly realms at this stage, by the late heavenly realm, she might even condense 10, or perhaps 11. That's an understatement. Ling Shi's future achievements will absolutely surpass even a supreme sovereign. She might even ascend to the supreme emperor realm. The elder's eyes were filled with shock. Though Xiao Ziling's expression remained composed, his heart swelled with pride. The more geniuses Yaoguang Holy Land produced, the more candidates there would be to succeed Xier. Then he could take his wives far away to roam freely. First, they'd visit the immortal realm. He had old friends there, after all. Ling Shi's aura surged wildly, like a primordial beast awakening. Propelled by this colossal surge, she pressed forward relentlessly, swiftly overtaking Chen Guanjie as she ascended toward higher levels. After a while, Ling Shi successfully reached the 65th level. Behind her, Chen Guanjie gritted his teeth, mustering his last ounce of strength to reach the 60th floor. Just as all eyes were fixed on Ling Shi and Chen Guanjie, Xiao Ziyi had already reached the 91st floor, a height beyond anyone's reach. What? When did this happen? Whoa, wasn't she just on the 80th floor? How did she suddenly reach the 90th floor? Her expression remained serene, as if the ascent itself was effortless for her. Just as everyone assumed Xiao Ziyi would continue to the summit, reaching the highest 101st floor with her heavenly realm cultivation. Suddenly, the 2 stone lions at the very top seemed to sense some kind of aura. Their bodies radiated a mysterious force, suppressing Xiao Ziyi's spiritual energy. Her brows furrowed slightly as her footsteps halted. She found herself unable to take another step upward. All eyes focused on her, even the heavenly realm struggled to shake the 2 heaven-anchoring lions. Just as everyone thought Xiao Ziyi would halt her ascent here, she slowly closed her eyes. The supreme demon god bone within her body suddenly burst into brilliant light. The surging power of the demon god erupted once more, colliding fiercely with the mysterious force emanating from the stone lions. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere shifted, and spiritual energy surged everywhere. With her eyes tightly shut, Xiao Ziyi exerted all her strength to control the demon god's power, attempting to break through this suppression. Her aura surged relentlessly, unleashing the power of the cavern realm to its absolute limit. However, she did not release her own heavenly realm. In truth, one could wield the power of a heavenly realm without manifesting it. But most at the heavenly realm stage found this difficult to achieve. This was something Xiao Ziling had taught her. Xiao Ziyi abruptly opened her eyes, a fierce gleam flashing within them. Her form shifted, propelling her upward toward greater heights. Empowered by the demon god's might, Xiao Ziyi shattered the stone lion's oppressive aura and continued her ascent. With each step upward, she elicited gasps from the crowd below. What is this power? Why does it feel even more terrifying than the chaos body? 95-96. Could Ziyi actually reach the summit? Is this even possible for a normal person? Xiao Ziling's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ziyi. Looks like she'll make it. Gu Hanni heard Xiao Ziling's words and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Finally, Xiao Ziyi stepped onto the 100th level, standing but a single step away from the 101st level, the pinnacle symbolizing supreme glory. However, just as she prepared to take the final step, the celestial ladder suddenly shook violently, and an even more powerful force radiated from its summit. This force seemed to originate from ancient times, carrying boundless majesty and oppression. Daddy and Mommy are still watching me, heaven-anchoring lion, then I shall ascend beyond this sky. Not a trace of hesitation flickered in her eyes. Instead, a fiercer fighting spirit ignited within her. Gritting her teeth, she once again channeled the power of the supreme demon god bone, concentrating all her spiritual energy into a single point. Under the tense gazes of the crowd, Xiao Ziyi unleashed her final reserves of strength, taking that decisive step to successfully ascend the 101st tier. In that instant, the entire celestial ladder erupted in blinding radiance, its dazzling light illuminating the heavens. The cheers of the disciples and elders were deafening. Unbelievable. Ziyi actually did it. Unbelievable. Truly the child of the Holy Lord, utterly remarkable. Unprecedented, truly unprecedented. Reaching the summit of the heavenly realm, even those who've long entered the heavenly god realm might not achieve it. At that moment, Xiao Ziyi returned to the base of the cloud ladder, where Ling Shi and the others joyfully ran towards her. Ziyi, you're incredible. Reaching the summit, even the Holy Sovereign couldn't do that. Truly worthy of being our senior sister, so incredible. Just as everyone was still celebrating, an elder approached Xiao Ziling. Your Holiness, the Holy Master of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land wishes to see you. Chapter 126, the Elder of Tianshan wants to take on a disciple? The Holy Master of the 100 Flowers Sacred Land. Xiao Ziling nodded with a smile. The people from the 100 Flowers Sacred Land seemed to have a good relationship with Sheer, though she wasn't here now. Husband, what exactly is this sacred land of 100 flowers? Gu Hanyang frowned. How dare anyone come to bully her sister Sierra? No, the sacred land of 100 flowers isn't like the sacred land of heavenly swords or those others. The Holy Master of the 100 Flowers Holy Land and Sierra seem to have a good relationship, which has fostered closer ties between the two holy lands. Indeed, Your Divine Majesty, Miss Han Yen. It seems they truly have important business here this time. The elder who had come to relay the message smiled faintly. Very well, I understand. Go escort them inside. I'll take them to see Sierra shortly. Yes, Your Majesty. The elder nodded and departed, exiting to escort the representatives from the 100 Flower Sanctuary inside. The other elders paid no attention to this side. Their attention remained firmly fixed on Xiao Ziyi and her companions. However, they were all simply stunned by Xiao Ziyi's display. That divine demonic aura just now was utterly terrifying. Indeed, I've never sensed such a terrifying aura either. It's a pity we lack the qualifications to teach such a prodigy. The elders sighed in unison, though each had already set their sights on specific targets to recruit. Among the new disciples, besides Pei Zhe and Feng Qingyu, there were also Chen Rong and the other three. Two other disciples also showed promising potential. Not only were they gifted, but their perseverance was also exceptional. Of course, their perseverance couldn't compare to Pei Zhe's. Truth be told, having cultivated for so many years themselves, they had visited various prosperous imperial dynasties, peerless sects, and vast sacred lands. Yet geniuses like Pei Zhe, who relied solely on sheer willpower, were truly a rare sight. That nascent aura of intent within Pei Zhe, if honed to perfection, it might well lead to great achievements. The elders smiled faintly. The disciples they had chosen among themselves did not conflict. Moreover, Yaoguang's sacred land differed from other sacred lands. Most of its competition was directed outward. Relations between the elders and disciples within the sanctuary were exceptionally harmonious. Though some elders eager to retire might be more inclined to take on a direct disciple sooner, the disciples present remained unaware of the elders' thoughts. At that moment, everyone was chatting amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. Z, how exactly do you cultivate? We're all human, why is there such a huge gap between us? Exactly. We all eat, sleep, and practice cultivation. Why can we only reach the 40s? Hey! Did you just say something extra? Aren't you supposed to only eat and sleep? Where's the cultivation coming from? Lingxi turned to the female disciple and smiled. The girl blushed and shook her head shyly, prompting laughter from the group. Whether they cultivated or not, the cloud ladder had already proven everything. Everyone met the standard that was the best proof. Feng Qingyu, I always thought Chuanrong, being a chaos body, would naturally surpass me. I never expected you to be this formidable too. Pei Zhe smiled faintly, a glint of competitive spirit flashing in his eyes. He relished challenging prodigies. Back when both he and Feng Qingyu were top tier, he'd assumed their abilities would be comparable. Yet today, on the cloud ladder, he discovered she had surpassed him by 2 tiers. Mere luck. Feng Qingyu smiled faintly. After exchanging a few casual words with Xiao Ziyi and the others, she didn't linger any longer. She hurried back to Xiao Ziling and Gu Hanyang's group, where the elders had already gathered. Preparations were underway to begin accepting disciples. Daddy! Mommy! Ziyi's back! Xiao Ziyi flew straight into their arms. Xiao Ziling smiled faintly. How did it feel this time, Ziyi? That heaven-sealing lion is no ordinary beast, is it? It was just as you said before, father. Only this one seems incomplete. Don't worry. All those divine beasts, demon beasts, sacred beasts, and strange beasts I told you about before. You'll have plenty of chances to meet them later. The family of 3 chatted cheerfully together. The disciples and elders were taken aback, for they too had noticed now. Ziyi bore a striking resemblance to both the Sacred Lord and Miss Han Yen. Enough. With your strength, none of this matters anymore. Alright, hand over those 2 sacred weapons. This disciple is yours. I truly wish to retire and live out my days in peace. Enough! You elders, what kind of example are you setting? All of you, get back to your quarters. Senior Tianshan couldn't help but directly rebuke everyone present. The entire crowd instantly scattered from the area, even those disciples and elders who had been stationed here for ages made no exception. No, perhaps it was precisely because they had stayed so long that they could truly sense the awe-inspiring presence of Elder Tianshan. Tianshan Elder then turned his gaze toward Xiao Ziyi. He murmured under his breath, "What a surprising little monster." He then approached Chun Rong. "Little girl, fancy joining this old man for a trip?" Chun Rong paused, then nodded softly. The elders witnessed this and instantly knew their chances were gone. Who would have thought the Holy Master wouldn't take on disciples? We can't even snatch this chaos body now. Since the Tianshan Elder has already intervened, we should. With that, they turned their attention to the remaining disciples. A moment later, that elder arrived with the Holy Master of the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary, along with elders Yun Zhu and Wu whom Xiao Ziling and the others had met before. Qin Yue and Huang Xinmei followed behind. "Holy Lord, I've brought them over. You may go about your business now." Xiao Ziling gave a faint smile, then motioned for the elder to attend to his own affairs. "Yes, sir." The moment Qin Yue spotted Xiao Ziyi, her face lit up with excitement. "You little brat. We meet again. This time, I'll definitely defeat you." Huang Xinmei smacked Qin Yue on the head with a fist. "Ouch! Who hit me?" Qin Yue turned to look behind her, only to find Huang Xinmei looking rather displeased. Qin Yue quickly calmed down and obediently moved to the back of the group. This time, it's not like the previous journey into the Supreme Secret Realm. This time, the Holy Lord accompanied us. By speaking before His Holiness, aren't you implying you're more powerful than him? Besides, could you even defeat him? Elder Wu tugged at Qin Yue's sleeve, signaling her to behave. Qin Yue nodded obediently. "I've had the honor of learning about you all from Yun Zhu. Xiao Daoyu, is it?" The Holy Master of the Hundred Flowers Sacred Land smiled faintly. Xiao Ziling glanced at the Holy Master of the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary before him. Before him stood a vision of beauty, eyebrows like blossoms, eyes as clear as autumn water dotted with stars. Her robes billowed gracefully, untouched by the slightest speck of dust, and her figure was as ethereal as a celestial maiden from the heavens. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together. This beauty almost rivals Sierre and Han Yan. Xiao Ziling chuckled inwardly. "Indeed, my two wives are still the most beautiful." He then nodded to her. "I am Hua Xingu, the Holy Master of the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary." Chapter 127, the stunning Gu Hanyan, who seemed vaguely familiar. "Ah, fellow Daoist Hua. You've come seeking Sierre, haven't you? She's resting in her mountain courtyard now. Is there something you need?" Xiao Ziling turned his gaze toward the members of the Hundred Flowers Sanctuary. A faint smile touched his lips. Sierre? Could it be that his relationship with Mingxi isn't ordinary? Could it be? A bold thought flashed through Hua Shengu's mind. But she quickly dismissed the notion, knowing her friend's character well. She had never once seen Wan Mingxi pay any attention to those men. "Yes, I did come to discuss important matters with Mingxi," Hua Xiangu said, glancing sideways at Gu Hanyan and Xiao Ziyi beside Xiao Ziling. When her gaze fell upon Gu Hanyan, her eyes widened in surprise. She was confident her beauty and charm were unmatched. Countless men had once fallen at her feet. Yet she had deemed them all unworthy. Now, she beheld Xiao Ziling's divine countenance and extraordinary bearing. Her first impression of him was quite favorable. Moreover, he was a rare individual who didn't display any of the obnoxious, sleazy behavior she usually encountered. When she heard him call Mengxi Sierre, she initially assumed they were merely close friends. She knew Mengxi was deeply devoted to a certain man, but he hadn't been seen in ages. She had intended to tell Sierre, "That man of yours might have abandoned you, or perhaps he's already dead." But the words stuck in her throat. Yet when she saw Gu Hanyi and Xiao Ziyi by Xiao Ziling's side, she completely lost any desire to interact with Xiao Ziyi. She couldn't hold a candle to the two goddess-like beauties beside Xiao Ziling, both stunningly beautiful and ethereal. Moreover, she noticed that the purple-haired beauty's attention was constantly focused on Xiao Ziling. Her eyes brimmed with affection, her entire being focused solely on Xiao Ziling. But soon, something felt off. She realized the purple-haired goddess before her looked strangely familiar. She felt she had seen her somewhere before. But she couldn't quite place it. Never mind. The urgent matter comes first." Hua Xiangu regained her composure and turned to the three of them with a smile. "Xiao Daoyu, please take me to see Mengxi. I'll explain everything to her then." Xiao Ziling considered it for a moment before nodding lightly. "Very well. I'll take you to her." Xiao Ziling offered a faint smile before preparing to lead the group from the Hundred Flower Sacred Land to the mountain peak where Wan Mingxi resided. Along the way, Qin Yue approached Xiao Ziyi. "Little one." Qin Yue gave Xiao Ziyi a light pat on the shoulder. "Oh, it's you, you wicked woman." Xiao Ziyi's movements halted momentarily before she turned to look. She recognized Qin Yue, the same woman they'd encountered several times before in the secret realm. What bad woman? My name is Qin Yue. Qin Yue. Got it, bad woman. Xiao Ziyi replied with a faint smile. This instantly made Qin Yue see red with rage, but as she looked into Xiao Zi's pure, flawless eyes, she found herself unable to stay angry. Fine, call me whatever you like. I can't do a thing about it. By the way, little girl, that purple-haired beauty is stunning. What's your relationship with her? Qin Yue's curiosity piqued, and Xiao Zi followed her gaze. She saw none other than Gu Hannian, who was now walking side by side with Xiao Ziling. That's my mom. Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why you two look so much alike. Qin Yue murmured. You wicked woman, what are you two up to here? Xiao Ziyi looked at Qin Yue and said. I don't know either. But my master mentioned something about searching for this so-called Imperial weapon or something. I'm not entirely sure. Honestly, the moment I heard the words Emperor's weapon, I knew it had nothing to do with me. Qin Yue waved her hand dismissively, and it was indeed true. Unlike Xiao Ziyi, who possessed a unique constitution and a custom-made supreme artifact, even wielding an ordinary supreme artifact was a struggle for her, let alone an imperial weapon, or an ultimate one at that. She'd probably struggle just to get close. Huang Xinmei approached Qin Yue and gently pinched her ear. I've told you before, you must listen carefully when Master and the others speak. Yes, senior sister, I'm sorry. I'll definitely listen carefully next time. Watching the two of them, Xiao Ziyi covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle. Huang Xinmei glanced at Xiao Ziyi, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She sensed that Xiao Ziyi had grown significantly stronger than before. You seem to have become even more formidable than before. Huang Xinmei said with a faint smile. Senior sister, if anyone is to challenge her, it should be me first. Enough. Neither you nor I are qualified to be her opponent now. Huang Xinmei chuckled softly, but it was the truth. Even against the Xiao Ziyi of before, she had little confidence in victory. Now it seemed the gap between them had widened even further. How many heavenly realms has that little brat awakened? Her aura seemed so profound. Has she already reached the peak of heavenly realm cultivation? Huang Xinmei murmured inwardly. She herself was at the late stage of the heavenly realm. Yet she couldn't sense Xiao Zi's cultivation aura at all. So either Ziyi's cultivation surpassed hers, or she possessed a treasure that concealed her power. But based on her previous understanding of Xiao Ziyi, the former was far more likely. Soon, the group arrived at the mountain peak courtyard where Wan Mengshi resided. Xiao Ziling spoke softly, Taoist Hua Mengshi is inside. I'll lead you all in. Hua Shanggu nodded, and Xiao Ziling led the group from the 100 Flowers Sanctuary into the courtyard. The moment they entered, they saw Wan Mengshi seated at a stone table, sipping tea. The moment Xiao Ziling and the others entered, Wan Mengshi sensed their presence. She assumed it was Xiao Ziling and the others returning. Husband, Han Nian, you're back. Ruan Mengshi rose to her feet, her gaze shifting toward the doorway. She discovered that besides Xiao Ziling, Gu Hannian, and Xiao Ziyi, there were 3 others. Many others were still following behind Xiao Ziling at this moment. But Ruan Mengshi paid no heed to the commotion. With a light, agile movement, she stepped into Xiao Ziling's embrace. We're back. Xiao Ziling gently embraced Ruan Mengshi. Given her current condition, she couldn't make any sudden movements. Anything could affect the child in her womb. Behind him, Hua Sangu froze solid in place, utterly motionless. Husband. 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 The word husband kept circling in her mind. She would rather doubt that the Ruan Mengshi before her was an impostor than believe that Ruan Mengshi would actually call this man before her husband. Though, he was undeniably handsome, possessing an extraordinary aura and a face like carved jade. She shook her head vigorously, forcing herself to snap back to reality. Chapter 128, You're pregnant? You can now enter the small world. Your body is different now than before. You must take extra care of yourself. Xiao Ziling gently rubbed her back. Mei Chem, I know. A faint blush touched Ruan Mengshi's cheeks as she nodded shyly. There were quite a few people here, and she hadn't noticed until just now. But she soon spotted a friend she'd met during her previous outing among the crowd. Xian Gu? How come you're back with your husband? Hearing Ruan Mengshi say this, Xian Gugu instantly understood. Well, that settles it. Mengshi won't be single anymore. She'll be the only one left out in the cold. Xian Gu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Little did she know that Ruan Mengshi wasn't just a married woman now, she was also expecting. Her gaze shifted toward Ruan Mengshi. Mengshi, it's been ages. Who would have thought? After speaking, she glanced at Xiao Ziling beside her. Well, it's all right. I'm sure you'll soon find a man to accompany you for the rest of your life. Hua Sangu sighed softly upon hearing this. She approached Ruan Mengshi and whispered a few words in her ear. Didn't you say you had someone you liked? Could it really be? Yes, it's him. Ruan Mengshi nodded with a smile. Hua Sangu was utterly stunned by Ruan Mengshi's words. It really is him. Alright, I won't say much more then. I can only offer my blessings. Be sure to invite me when the time comes. Of course. Come, let's sit down and talk. Ruan Mengshi turned her gaze toward Xiao Ziling and the others. In an instant, everyone gathered around the stone table and sat down. The space was just right, neither too large nor too small, perfectly accommodating the entire group. Just as Ruan Mengshi was about to rise to brew tea for everyone, Gu Hannian gently stopped her. She stood up herself and smiled. Sister Shi, let me handle it. You entertain the guests first. Ruan Mengshi smiled back at Gu Hanni and nodded gently. Thank you for your trouble. She then sat back down. Husband, this is a dear friend from my 100-flower sanctuary, the Flower Fairy Bone. Xian Gu, this is my husband, also the sacred lord of the Yaoguang sacred land. Ruan Mengshi accepted Xiao Ziling, Gu Hannian, and Xiao Yi as her companions. Xiao Ziling and Xiao Ziyi nodded to Hua Xiangua. Hua Xiangu smiled faintly. Ah, we've already met. Xian Gu, why have you come? And brought so many people? Why didn't you tell me beforehand so I could come to greet you? Ruan Mengshi replied with a faint smile. Hua Xiangua's expression changed. I came to see you regarding a matter concerning an ultimate imperial weapon. An ultimate imperial weapon? Indeed. Word has already spread that this ultimate imperial weapon is currently located in a place called the Wilderness Mountains. What kind of place is that? I've never heard of it. Ruan Mengshi frowned. It's a remote, obscure little place. Who would have thought such an insignificant spot would hold an ultimate imperial weapon? Ordinary imperial weapons might pique the interest of powerhouses like them, but that's where it ends. Many imperial weapons, if unsuitable, offered less enhancement than supreme artifacts when wielded. But the ultimate imperial weapon was different. Everyone would be scrambling to get their hands on it. An ultimate imperial weapon, those fellows will likely come clamoring for a piece of the action. Hua Xiangu furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, ultimate imperial weapons are exceedingly rare. Whether it's your Yaoguang Holy Land or my 100 Flowers Holy Land. We possess few imperial weapons as it is, let alone ultimate ones. Moreover, whenever an imperial weapon emerges, it's accompanied by other treasures. If we can't outbid those fellows, perhaps we can still acquire some other valuable items. Upon hearing this, Ruan Mengshi cast a glance at Xiao Ziling. True, they hadn't had many before, but now they possessed several. And with her husband here, no matter how many imperial weapons existed, they would be useless. Xiao Ziling sensed Ruan Mengshi's thoughts and gently clasped her hand. He whispered softly, just follow your heart. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Ruan Mengshi nodded reassuredly. The Flower Fairy continued, all factions are now stirring with ambition, and they've already learned that our two forces have joined hands. Thus, the 100 Flowers Sacred Land and the Yaoguang Sacred Land will no longer hide our intentions and will directly vie for the ultimate imperial weapon. This greatly increases our chances of securing the ultimate imperial weapon. Had this been before, Ruan Mengshi might have readily accepted Hua Xiangu's invitation. But now she was pregnant, and she had to consider the child growing within her. Master! Master! A strand of fate's power has just appeared in the wild, desolate mountains. Why don't we join the 100 Flower Sanctuary and head to the wilderness? Perhaps while the young master acquires that force of destiny. And seize that ultimate imperial weapon while we're at it. Forget it. It's just an ultimate imperial weapon. I'd rather spend quality time with Sierra. That fate-chosen one isn't going anywhere. Master, I have an idea. You could bring the great mistress into your small world. That way, she could come along too. Xiao Ziling considered this and found it reasonable. His small world possessed more abundant spiritual energy and a far more comfortable environment. It was indeed far superior to staying here. Immortal Bones, your journey here was long. Why not rest at the Yaoguang Holy Land first? Let us discuss matters first. Ruan Mengshi suggested with a smile. Hua Xiangua nodded. Yu Ning then approached, leading the people of the 100 Flowers Sanctuary down to rest. Xiao Ziyi, after exchanging a few words with Xiao Ziling, prepared to depart. Huang Xinmei had just mentioned wanting to spar with her, and she happened to be somewhat interested. But Xiao Ziling reminded her, they're disciples of your aunt's friend. Go easy on them, it's just for fun. Xiao Ziyi nodded. Soon, only Xiao Ziling, Gu Hanni, Ruan Mengshi, and Hua Xiangu remained on the field. Ruan Mengshi then revealed to Hua Xiangu that she was pregnant. What? You're pregnant? Ruan Mengshi made a shushing gesture. Hua Xiangua covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with both delight and astonishment. Congratulations, Mengshi. This is wonderful news. Ruan Mengshi smiled and nodded. So regarding this matter of the ultimate imperial weapon, I'm afraid I won't be able to join you in the quest. Hua Xiangu pondered for a moment. Though this opportunity is rare, your safety comes first now that you're carrying a child. However, in those wild, desolate mountains, there might be other opportunities. If we can seize them, it would also benefit the sacred land. Xiao Ziling spoke up, I have an idea, Mengshi. Why not enter my microcosm and journey with us? Hua Xiangua froze. She didn't know what a small world was, but she knew Mengshi could join them. Is that possible? With Xiao Daoyu present, our chances of securing the ultimate Imperial weapon would be much greater. Ruan Mengshi considered it and agreed. Perhaps it was the pregnancy, but she felt stifled staying here. Seeing the world outside sounded appealing. Then so be it. I shall accompany you both. And with my husband and Han Nian's sister there, I'll feel at ease.